Using an interstellar escort ship to fight her interstellar battleship was truly overestimating oneself. Report: 10 railguns fully charged and ready to fire at any time. The vice captain reported. Zhou Ming stared at the interstellar radar, sneering. Let them come a little closer. Fire in 1 minute. Yes. Everyone in the audience seats fixed their gazes on the live battle screen, where a large and a small starship were heading towards each other. Soon, they saw the T2 Violet Rose-class medium interstellar battleship taking the first shot. 10 T2 dual-mounted 200mm medium railguns fired. 10 metal projectiles shot out at an extremely fast speed, hitting the interstellar escort ship. The metal shells hit the armor of the T2 Dire Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship, one after another, exploding and generating a lot of smoke, temporarily covering the small ship that was only 100 meters long. The students from the Bazy Starship Military Academy began to worrying about that genius student, Zhao Wanner, who was quite popular among the students. Zhu Xiao was clutching Zhao Chen's clothes, showing her concern for her best friend. Seconds later, a small figure rushed out of the smoke. Almost at that moment, everyone stood up, staring in disbelief at the small ship. How is this possible? Vice Dean Jia was full of disbelief. Other people were also surprised and discussing, because that interstellar escort ship had no apparent damage at all. Perhaps if they had a closer look at the ship, they would see traces where the paint had been damaged, but at least in the live stream, there was no visible change from before the attack. The T2 Dire Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship was still heading towards the T2 Violet Rose-class medium interstellar battleship, and the distance between them was narrowing. How is it possible that there is no damage at all? Keep firing. Continue firing. Use armor-piercing tight projectiles. Zhou Min was starting to panic. After the second round of gunfire, everyone inhaled deeply and stared at the cloud of smoke. Seconds later, the same starship appeared, still intact, before everyone's eyes. Oh my god, what kind of ship armor is that? Enduring 2 rounds of T2 Violet Rose cannon fire without a scratch. Could it be a T3 class interstellar escort ship? Is this really the interstellar escort ship we learned about in our textbooks? All the students couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, the emotions of the students from the Bazy Starship Military Academy were stirred up, while the students from the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy were dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, how? How can there be no damage at all? Zhao Chen, what kind of interstellar escort ship is this? Li Wei stared in astonishment at Zhao Chen. Zhu Xiao also looked at him with curiosity. It's just a relatively sturdy interstellar escort ship, Zhao Chen casually remarked. Li Wei and Zhu Xiao couldn't help but roll their eyes. This is considered sturdy. With this armor strength, even the giant cannons of an interstellar battleship probably wouldn't do much to it, Zhu Xiao whispered. In the following, the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser began its third, fourth, and fifth rounds of attacks. Finally, it was under the attack in the 5th round. In the live broadcast, the audience, after amplifying the left side armor of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort by several times, discovered a damage of several tens of centimeters long and several centimeters deep. Even if it's strong, what can a mere interstellar assault escort do against the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser? And the speed of an interstellar assault escort may not even be able to catch up with the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser. Vice Dean Jia said, trying to save face. Yes, 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 you are the Vice Dean of the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy. You have the final say. Vice Dean Han deliberately showed a flattering smile beside him, and flattered. It was clearly being sarcastic. Vice Dean Jia remained silent with a grim expression, only able to use these excuses to convince himself that there was still hope in this battle. At this moment on the battlefield, the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser also noticed that something was wrong, and began to try to maintain distance with the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort while continuing to fire. Zhou Min was skeptical and believed that under the continuous bombardment, the T2 interstellar assault escort would not be able to hold up. Captain of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort, the front armor of the ship has suffered an overall damage of 6%, with the most severe part having 12% damage. The side wing ship armor suffered an overall damage of 3%. The captain of this starship reported to Zhao Wanner. Zhao Wanner glanced at the distance between the two starships on the star map. She had already understood the performance of the T-Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort beforehand. The distance is about right. Relay my command. Prepare to activate the close-range assault mode. All crew members prepare for impact, Zhao Wanner said solemnly. Yes. The captain began to relay the command. When the T-Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort was designed, it took into account the preparation to withstand a large amount of attacks or even impacts. On each battle position, measures were specifically arranged to ensure that soldiers could stabilize their posture to prevent injuries from losing balance due to impacts. Close-range assault mode activated. Speed increasing, said the captain. The red numbers representing the speed began to rise rapidly. The audience watching the two starships suddenly exclaimed, "My goodness, look, that interstellar assault escort seems to have accelerated. This speed is way too fast, much faster than before. Wait, at this speed, in this direction. Could it be that the interstellar assault escort is preparing to collide with the T-Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser?" All students had this astonishing thought in their minds. Collide. An interstellar assault escort colliding with an interstellar battle cruiser. Zhao Chen smiled faintly, taking advantage of this opportunity to test the actual combat capabilities of the T-Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort's hull against impacts. The extremely fast accelerating T-Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort aimed a corner module at its bow towards the side hull of the distant T-Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser. Quickly, accelerate. Evade quickly. Zhou Min, seeing the rapidly approaching interstellar escort, shouted in panic. "Captain, our speed is already at maximum, and at this distance, we can't evade at all." The vice captain helplessly stated, "We should prepare to face the impact now." Before the vice captain could finish speaking, a loud thud reverberated through the entire ship. Almost instantly, things that were not fixed on the bridge were thrown into the air, and some crew members who had not stabilized themselves flew out several meters. Zhou Min, sitting in the captain's chair, was the only one remaining seated, but her pupils dilated, watching a plump buttocks approaching her face from a distance. The face that she had spent hundreds of star coins to maintain had just intimately connected with that area. OW, ow, warning, warning, warning. Severe impact on the left side of the ship, left side ship armor penetrated. Emergency lockdown of the adjacent 13 compartments. Warning, warning, warning. The left side starship engine was affected by the impact. Speed decreased by 30%. Warning, warning. The sound of warnings in the bridge drowned out Zhou Min's cries for help. When everyone finally recovered and began to pick themselves up from the ground, the vice captain noticed a 200-pound bridge soldier sitting on the captain's chair. "Captain Miss, where are you?" The vice captain grabbed the overweight soldier and asked. I don't know. The soldier said, I am here. A voice came from the captain's chair. The vice captain looked behind the overweight soldier and saw Zhou Min lying on the captain's chair, appearing as if she had been crushed, particularly her face, which was distorted. "Captain Miss, your face." The vice captain swallowed hard, pointing at Zhou Min's face. Looking at her own distorted face in the mirror, Zhou Min shrieked, "My face E! Warning! 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 Ship is under attack! Ship is under attack!" Another sudden impact occurred. The vice captain, unable to stabilize himself, inadvertently grabbed something and then plummeted. When he regained his senses, he saw Zhou Min's face pressed firmly against the captain's chair. "Ah!" Zhou Min screamed hysterically, and the impacts continued. One after another, a different angle, a different direction. From the outside, it appeared as if the T2 interstellar escort was relentlessly colliding with the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser, which was struggling to dodge. Warning! 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 Ship is losing control. Ship is losing ... control ... heading towards a small asteroid. Please evade immediately. Please evade immediately. Colliding with the asteroid, the vice captain disregarded the currently emotionally distraught Zhou Min and immediately checked the situation. Through the images transmitted to the bridge, they saw their starship hurtling toward a small asteroid at a rapid pace. The culprit behind this was naturally that interstellar escort. The interstellar escort was currently behind their starship, using its large black horn to drive the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser towards the asteroid. Captain, surrender immediately. Surrender immediately. Otherwise, our starship will be done for. The Vice Captain urgently urged Jo-min to surrender. My face. Jo-min was still looking at her face. This was her face that she had undergone plastic surgery. The Vice Captain urged Jo-min to surrender quickly, but Jo-min was now more concerned about the terrifying interstellar escort. Jo-min immediately contacted the arbitrator and indicated her surrender. The audience arbitrators had just received the surrender from the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser when they saw the heavy collision of the starship on the surface of the small asteroid, raising a large cloud of dust. The hull of the T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser suffered severe deformation. On the other hand, the culprit T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort seemed as though nothing had happened, pulled its large black horn out, and, as if satisfied, gazed at the deformed T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battle cruiser that it had just battered. Then, without looking back, it sailed away from the asteroid. Everyone stared at the interstellar escort, with a myriad of thoughts running through their minds. Is this really an interstellar escort? Audience members watched as the abandoned asteroid placed in the dueling area. Inside the combat zone, they could see the severely deformed hull of the ship, with not a single intact armor plate left on it. Several parts had direct, gaping hollows, with the main culprit being the massive black horns of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. Several interstellar barges and small interstellar medical ships had already begun sailing over to conduct rescue operations on the ship's crew. The situation was much more serious than the previous condition with ManhwaRecap T2 Firecrow-class heavy interstellar battleship. The arbitrator announced the winner of the starship duel, ManhwaRecap of the North Star Starship Military Academy. Oh, I'm really sorry. Our students at the Academy really underestimated things, turning your student's starship into this state. How about this? Our Academy can do basic repairs to ensure it can safely return to your Hyson Noble Starship Military Academy's starport, Vice Dean Hong said with a triumphant look and a smile, gazing at Vice Dean Jia beside him. Vice Dean Jia grunted, "Not necessary," and then turned and left the audience area. The rest of the students from the Hyson Noble Starship Military Academy laughed dejectedly. Hey, don't go. Weren't you arrogant just now? Why aren't you saying anything now? Your Hyson Noble Starship Military Academy's starships aren't that great either. They can't even defeat one of our interstellar escort ships. If an interstellar battleship is rammed by an interstellar escort ship, I would have found a hole to bury myself in long ago. The students of the North Star Starship Military Academy were excited as if they had won the battle themselves. These Hyson Noble Starship Military Academy people are so arrogant, thinking they're superior just because they're the Empire's premier Starship Academy. Vice Dean Han snorted disdainfully. His mood was quite elated at the moment. He had endured enough of the arrogance and disrespect from these Hyson Noble Starship Military Academy students. However, Vice Dean Han was impressed by the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. The ship's armor strength was unbelievably terrifying, along with its short-range acceleration and assault capabilities upon approaching enemy ships. Vice Dean Han couldn't believe there was such a T2 interstellar escort ship in the market. He was about to discuss the starship with his classmate Zhao Chen, but discovered that Zhao Chen and his group had disappeared without a trace. Truly a mysterious student. Look, the latest report is out now. The T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battleship had its hull armor sustain comprehensive damage of 60%. The most severe location had its armor directly pierced, sealing off 37 compartments. Even the main body frame structure had damage up to 20%, nearing collapse. Captain Jo-min was injured, her face severely deformed. Ha. Turns out this woman has had plastic surgery. 7 crew members die on the ship, 26 were seriously injured, and 57 suffered injuries to varying degrees. It is estimated that the repair cost for this T2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battleship will reach an astounding 3 million star coins. Ha. That's enough to buy a brand new T2 interstellar escort ship or interstellar destroyer. On their way to find ManhwaRecap, Zhu Xiao excitedly reported on the relevant details of the starship duel. Old Zhao, this interstellar escort ship is too powerful. With just a few hits, it completely dismantled the T2 Purple Rose class medium-sized interstellar battleship. "Where did you get this interstellar escort ship from?" Li Wei asked curiously, looking at Zhao Chen. "Do you want one?" Zhao Chen didn't directly answer Li Wei but instead asked him. Li Wei was stunned and nodded repeatedly. Who wouldn't want such a great interstellar escort ship? It can even take on interstellar battleships single-handedly. "When I have the time, I'll get one for you," Zhao Chen said. Currently, he didn't have the capacity, but building such a T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship in the future wouldn't be a problem. "Really, Zhao Shi, you're like a brother to me," Li Wei said excitedly, already imagining himself owning such an interstellar escort ship. "Zhao Shi, are you still single? Do you want to consider my sister? Although my sister has a bad temper, is a bit older, and not as gentle as other girls, she's still a beautiful woman." Zhao Chen was speechless. "Selling your sister for a starship? Zhao Shi, get me a T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship, and I can consider." Zhu Xiaoxiao tempted. "I'll give you my senior sister Sulan's contact information, her measurements, and her likes. You should know, Han Chanwan promised me a lot of benefits for that information, and I haven't mentioned anything yet." Another one trying to sell off a senior sister. "You like giant ships and cannons. How can a ship like this catch the eye of a lady like you?" Zhao Chen teased Zhu Xiaoxiao. She laughed and said, "I now find what you said just not quite reasonable. A bit more solid is indeed better, but of course, giant ships and cannons are still my favorite. Imagine me with my cannon pairing with a smaller one. Wouldn't that be great?" As they were solely focused on starships, Zhao Chen could only silently mourn for their siblings and senior sisters. Zhu Xiaoxia and Lilith walked down from the starship. "Warner, your performance just now was really outstanding. Did you not see the miserable state of Zhou Min after the battle ended? It's a pity we couldn't see it in person." Zhu Xiaoxiao bounced over to Zhao Warner. Zhao Warner smiled, knowing that her contribution to the victory in the starship duel was minimal, and the main credit belonged to the powerful T2 Black Rhino class interstellar assault escort ship. The crew on the starship was also fully familiar with it. She only needed to convey her ideas, and the captain, a half-beast sister, would arrange everything for her. Zhao Warner looked to Zhao Chen. Her mouth moved. Zhao Chen was taken aback. "Are you talking to me?" Zhao Warner blushed, lowering her head. "Speak louder. I didn't hear." Zhao Chen approached. Zhao Warner bit her lip lightly, her cheeks growing redder. "Warner is saying, I love you so much, big brother." Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoxiao on the side said. Zhao Warner pretended to be angry and ready to hit Zhu Xiaoxiao, who laughed and dodged. "I didn't say that, Xiaoxiao. Don't talk nonsense. If you say that again, I'll shut your mouth." While running away, Zhu Xiaoxiao said with a smile, "What, don't you like your brother? How about this? You give your brother to me. Is that okay?" Zhao Chen brother, Zhu Xiaoxiao. "If you're capable, don't run. If you're capable, don't chase me." Zhao Chen looked at the two teasing girls, unable to hold back his laughter. At that moment, Zhao Warner chased after Zhu Xiaoxiao until she reached Zhao Chen's eye. She stopped, not daring to look into Zhao Chen's eyes. "Thank you brother . After saying this, Zhao Warner continued to chase and playfully hit Zhu Xiaoxiao. Zhao Chen watched Zhao Warner's figure, still not reacting in time. In all his memories, Zhao Warner had never called him brother before. The news of the cadets from the Northern Starship Academy defeating the students of Chanyao Noble Starship Academy using an interstellar escort ship was still fermenting within the academy. Zhao Warner, a fifth-year genius student, had reached the pinnacle of fame. As for Zhao Chen, he returned to his Zero Blizzard alone. Although he had a dormitory at the academy, he was used to the spacious room on his starship. Who would want to live in that shabby little room? Furthermore, Zhao Chen had another matter to attend to, finding Li Wei's sister. Of course, not to become her brother-in-law for free. The headquarters of the Baiyin Starship Technology Group Industrial Park is located in orbit around a planet originally belonging to a manufacturer of starship components. It was acquired by Baiyin half a year ago and underwent 2 months of upgrades, including the installation of several starship production lines and shipyards. Subsequently, mass production of the T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer began. This starship industrial factory could produce up to 100 T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers in a single month. Due to Liyaki's bold actions, the total cost approached nearly 5 million star coins, with 3 million star coins going missing in payment for the undisclosed Starship technology. This behavior infuriated the higher-ups at Bayan, who saw Liyaki as reckless. However, in mid-November 3030, the subsidiary of Bayan Starship Technology Group held a Starship unveiling event, introducing a starship named T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer with a price of only 30,000 star coins. The price created a sensation throughout the Northern Star Zone. At that time, the lowest price for a T1 starship on the market was as high as 50,000 star coins, while a T1 interstellar destroyer would cost up to 100,000 star coins. Yet Bayan's interstellar destroyer cost only 30,000 star coins. Was such a cheap T1 starship not suspicious? 3 days before the unveiling event, no one was willing to purchase the starship. However, on the 4th day, Liyaki announced that the first 100 T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers could be test-flown for 3 days without a deposit, with the option to return it without any charge if unsatisfied. In this scenario, some broke private fleets or star systems lords tried to contact the starship. On the 5th day of the unveiling event, the demand exploded. The communication network of the Bayan Starship Technology Group's procurement department was overwhelmed with orders. One interstellar lord even placed an order for 1 million T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers. Initially, the group's warehouse only had 300 of these starships in stock. By the 5th day, all 300 had been sold out, bringing in a total of 9 million star coins. This windfall turned the company's financial report from deficits to profits for the year. I am currently preparing to expand the current Starship factory to triple the monthly production of T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers from 100 to 300 ships per month. The expansion is expected to be completed by mid-year, Liyaki said, looking at the shareholders present at the meeting and her father seated across. Her father looked at her with satisfaction. The other shareholders, instead of their previous contempt, showed smiles and looked at Liyaki admirably. Niece Yaki is truly excellent. This T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer has set the market in the Northern Star sector on fire. It is said that the current number of orders has reached 500 ships. There are speculations that this impact will extend to other star domains of the Starlight Empire. The annual demand is estimated to reach a whopping 5,000 T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyers. This will generate profits far exceeding our Bayan Starship Trading Group. I always knew that our niece Yaki would succeed. I believe expanding the production to 500 ships per month is not enough. We should directly increase it to 500 ships per month to tap into the markets of other star regions of the Starlight Empire. The shareholders were discussing animatedly, planning the future of Bayan in the Starship technology field. Liyaki watched them like she was watching a group of clowns, thinking about how their attitudes had changed just a few months prior. It was laughable. Just then, Liyaki's handheld terminal flashed with a message. Normally, at meetings, Liyaki would professionally turn off all message notifications, even her father's. However, a few months ago, one person had become an exception to this rule. "I'm sorry, I have an emergency. Let's end the meeting here," Liyaki said. And without waiting for the uncles to respond, she left the meeting. The meeting room vanished from Liyaki's sight, replaced by an empty room with a few empty chairs. Liyaki quickly opened her communication device, showing a message. "I want to talk to you from the mysterious account she dealt with a few months ago. The person who sold her the T1 Fleet-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. Different from before, the room the other party sent to Liyaki was a holographic video conference room. The holographic video conference was similar to the meeting she had held before, where she could see the other party's holographic image, allowing for smooth communication even across several galaxies. However, this method of communication incurred a rather expensive communication fee per minute. But Liyaki didn't mind because the man on the other end could bring her millions of star coins with just a few words. Let alone the communication fee, as long as he sent an address, she would probably enthusiastically drop her current work and run over. Entering the holographic video conference room, a man with a mask was already sitting across the round table. Contrary to her expectations of an elderly professor or doctor, he looked young. "You are?" Liyaki inquired tentatively, feeling skeptical about his identity due to his youth. The technology of the T-1 Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer has brought Miss Lee a lot of wealth. Miss Lee also has a good business acumen. You could have priced it higher, but you chose to quickly penetrate the market at a lower price, increasing the popularity for the northern geese. Jia Chen spoke. Li Yaqi quickly responded, "It's thanks to your willingness to provide us with this starship. Out of gratitude, even though we signed a buyout contract before, we are willing to pay you 5% of the technical fee for each starship." It must be said that Li Yaqi is really good at business. Although seemingly without reason, adding an extra 5% expense can establish a relationship with the big shot in front of her, which is definitely a great investment. This time, I am not discussing the T-1 Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer with you. I want to engage in a deeper cooperation with you. Jia Chen interlocked his hands on the table, staring directly at Li Yaqi. Cooperation? Of course, this was what Li Yaqi had been hoping for. Do you have other starship technologies on hand? We are willing to collaborate with you in this area. In the future, we can even invest in your research facility and provide the best starship technology research environment. Li Yaqi put forward good conditions one after another. In her opinion, the person behind him probably had an organization focused on starship technology research. If she could recruit this starship research organization, it would undoubtedly be a great advantage for the Northern Geese Starship Technology Group. I am not concerned about what you have said. Listen to my cooperation request first. I will provide you with several starship technologies. But this time it is not a buyout, it is a licensing agreement. I want 70% of the profit from each starship. At the same time, I will not involve myself in any details of production, transportation, sales, etc., all of which will be your responsibility. To put it bluntly, I am a hands-off manager. Zhao Chen bluntly stated his purpose, 70% profit share. Li Yaqi immediately calculated that with the other party taking 70% profit and her covering all other production, manufacturing, and transportation costs, in the end, she would only be left with 1 or 2% of profit. However, as a businesswoman, Li Yaqi couldn't agree so readily. A 70-30 split is a bit too high. And aside from providing the technology, you are placing all other responsibilities on us, in case. Li Yaqi's words were cut off by Zhao Chen, who directly interjected, the profits brought in by the T-1 Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer. I believe you are very clear. As for the starship technology I'm about to provide you, I have absolute confidence that it will not be inferior to the T-1 Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer. The conditions I have laid out will not be modified. If Miss Lee is unwilling, then our conversation can end here. Seeing this firm stance from the man, Li Yaqi had already weighed the pros and cons in her mind. She must secure the starship technology in his possession. Could you let me see the technical drawings for this cooperation first? Li Yaqi inquired. You will see them after signing the contract, Jia Chen responded. Li Yaqi was taken aback as this time the negotiation was very decisive with no room for retreat. She certainly knew that Zhao Chen had well thought out the situation. The T-1 Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer had already brought her benefits. As long as she wasn't foolish, she would not give up this opportunity for cooperation. In addition, I have some additional conditions. Although we are signing a licensing profit-sharing contract, I need at least 20 million star coins as a prepayment in the first 3 months. This amount will be deducted from the subsequent profit sharing. Jia Chen added. This 20 million star coins were naturally meant for Zhao Chen's construction plans over the next 3 months. His T-2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was still in need of resources, just enough to sustain it for less than half a month. 20 million star coins. Hearing Zhao Chen's lofty request, Li Yaqi hesitated for a moment. So far, the direct profit brought by the T-1 Fleet-class medium interstellar destroyer to her was less than 500,000 star coins. To meet the 20 million star coins, she would need to source from the headquarters. But with her current authority, that should not be much of a problem. I have limited time. You have 10 minutes to consider. Zhao Chen finally set a deadline. Li Yaqi thought for less than half a minute before making a decision. She stared at Zhao Chen. I agree to all your terms. Zhao Chen showed a satisfied expression. You are a smart businesswoman. Saying that, Zhao Chen raised his hand, and the holographic images of 3 starships appeared in front of Li Yaqi. Here are 3 T-1 starships and 1 T-2 starship. The T-1 starships are the T-1 Grey Mouse-class medium interstellar destroyer, the T-1 Swift Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser, and the T-1 Worker Ant-class heavy interstellar mining ship. The T-2 starship is a T-2 Camel Deer-class heavy interstellar transport ship. Here is a simple introduction to them, and detailed starship technology drawings will be sent to your inbox shortly. These 4 starships were all exchanged by Zhao Chen from the system. It cost a total of 6 mission points and 260 system points. T-2 interstellar transport ship. Li Yaqi showed a surprised expression, along with a look of astonishment. She initially thought he would only provide her with T-1 series starship technologies, but was surprised to receive 3 T-1 starship technologies and even a T-2 starship technology in one go. Although the interstellar transport ship was an auxiliary starship, its market demand was actually the highest. Because interstellar trade requires interstellar transport ships, an excellent interstellar transport ship is indispensable whether for battlefield demands, territory operations, or interstellar trade transport operations. After reviewing the introductions of these starships, Li Yaqi's eyes lit up. This was definitely a deal that would bring profit without loss. Mr. Li Yaqi glanced up, only to find the seat across from her empty. This time, she still didn't know the name of this man. However, she had become quite curious about him, considering he consecutively provided her with so many T-1 starship technologies, and even a T-2 starship technology. Perhaps when she had the time, she would inquire with her younger brother to gather information about this mysterious individual. After the end of the meeting, Li Yaqi immediately revised the previous project plan. She directly prepared to expand it tenfold on the existing starship factory base. And this is just the initial plan in terms of funding flow. When additional funds become available, she intends to continue expanding. With the introduction of 4 new starship technologies, Li Yaqi is confident that she can turn Baxi into a first-class starship technology group in the northern star region of the Starshine Empire, possibly even becoming a shining new star of the Empire. Without saying a word, Li Yaqi transferred the requested 20 million star coins, despite facing curious inquiries from several uncles about such a huge expenditure, leaving them wondering what it was for. Li Yaqi offered no explanations. Now her authority among the Baxi is almost the greatest, second only to her father. Zhao Kun no longer needs to worry about raw materials. As for why he doesn't produce and sell these starships himself, one reason is that he doesn't have such a large industrial foundation at the moment. On the other hand, if he suddenly produced some T-1 starships, perhaps it wouldn't be too risky. But if it were T-2 starship technology, it would attract attention. On the contrary, Li Yaqi introducing these starships wouldn't attract much attention, as she is in the industry herself. Additionally, Zhao Kun is busy with many matters. Handling production and sales himself would require a lot of time, labor, bulk procurement of raw materials, sales channels, etc. He is completely inexperienced in these areas. So, for now, he will continue to utilize Li Yaqi's resources to work in this aspect, supporting the Zhao Kun squadron and building his own sales network in the future. Half a year has passed since the establishment of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, and it has been 3 months since the start of the new term. Zhao Kun visited his 4th-year classroom for the first time. As soon as he stepped into the classroom, everyone's attention focused on him. Even the teachers who came to class were surprised by the student who had been absent for 3 months. The system of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy is 1 year off and 3 months of vacation, which coincided with Zhao Kun's return to his territory at the time. Zhao Kun sat at the back without paying much attention to the class content, because relying solely on class credits to accumulate 3 times the credits required for assessment is not nearly enough. Completing the annual assessment requirements can ensure advancement to the next grade. To accumulate 3 times the credits, one must take an unconventional route. Zhao Kun quickly found such a way. The Imperial Army has been constantly engaged in warfare with the Mech clan in the Galactic Alliance, and the Northern Star region of the Starshine Empire is on the border of conflict, so there are military missions issued by the Imperial Army. These Imperial Army missions can be carried out by private fleets and are usually simple tasks, such as patrols or escorting transport fleets, offering high rewards upon completion. In order to test students, the Starship Military Academy also allows students to undertake Imperial Army missions. Once completed, they can not only earn high rewards, but also receive substantial grade assessment points. This is the fastest way to accumulate grade assessment points, but it is also the most challenging. It is located on the edge of war, and who knows what might happen. In the history of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, there have been cases where students took seemingly low-risk Imperial Army military missions and ultimately encountered the enemy, resulting in the destruction of ships and loss of personnel. But in order to complete the annual mission, Zhaokan has no choice. He started browsing through the pages of the Imperial Army military mission during class, scanning through various tasks, from patrols and escorting transport ships to direct combat support on the battlefield. After several minutes of searching, Zhaokan focused on one mission: escort the interstellar transport fleet to the Lucia City Interstellar Fortress. This task is of moderate difficulty and can earn more than twice the credits required for the 4th year of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy at once. The task involves departing from the Northern Star Quarter No. 3 military base to escort a fleet of interstellar transport ships to the Lucia City Interstellar Fortress in a frontline star system. The mission is expected to last about a month, and in addition to credit assessment points, a reward of 200,000 star coins can be earned. Additional rewards can be obtained in case of combat. I'll choose this one. Zhaokan immediately clicked to apply for the mission, and when inputting the fleet size, he thought for a moment before entering a fleet formation consisting of 5 T2 interstellar escort ships and 1 T2 carrier starship. During this time, the T2 Thor-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was undergoing production work and could not be moved. Therefore, several starships needed to stay behind for escort duty to protect the T2 Thor-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Therefore, Zhaokan prepared to arrange 5 T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships and 1 T2 Blizzard-class Zero Storm to remain on escort duty, while the remaining starships participated in this military mission. After submission, the request was awaiting approval. Several hours later, Zhaokan received a reply confirming that the application had been approved. He was instructed to arrive at the Northern Star Quarter No. 3 military base by January 20th, 3031. In the Galactic calendar and would be unable to receive Imperial Army bounty missions for the next 3 years if he failed to arrive on time. Although there was still plenty of time, Zhaokan had already begun preparations. It was his first time being so close to the battlefield. Compared to the real battlefield, Zhaokan's previous skirmishes and fights were nothing. Once everything was ready, Zhaokan informed Zhao Wanner and Li Wei that he had to leave for a while. Zhao Wanner inquired about the reason, and Zhaokan replied that he was going to carry out a bounty mission. One of the 4th-year credit assessment requirements is to undertake a starship mission, although most students undertake simpler tasks. Zhao Wanner didn't think much about it, and didn't expect Zhaokan to accept a military mission. That was a mission usually undertaken by 5th-year students and was typically very ordinary. After preparations were complete, Zhaokan led his starships out of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, bypassing the No. 3 military base required by the mission and heading first to his temporary base for the Zhonglong fleet. Upon arrival, Zhaokan saw a T2 Thor-class heavy interstellar industrial ship that was about to be completed. Although Zhaokan was at the academy, he had been keeping up with developments here. Upon receiving the 20 million star coins, Zhaokan immediately purchased a batch of raw materials, which were delivered to this area and transported by his starships. With this support of raw materials, the second T2 Thor-class heavy interstellar industrial ship could be successfully constructed, and construction could be completed ahead of schedule. Once the second T2 Thor-class heavy interstellar industrial ship is completed, Zhaokan can finally realize his long-awaited plan to build the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. This was the flagship he had been waiting for so long. Note: end of text for quarters. Had you accepted the Empire Army's escort mission? Charlotte's image appeared in the video window, inquiring about the matter the commander had just mentioned. Jia Chen nodded. In order to graduate from the North Starfleet Military Academy soon as possible, I need to take on some high-difficulty missions. However, with our current fleet strength, completing this escort mission shouldn't be too challenging. Then I will follow you, Charlotte insisted. However, Zhao Chen refused her. He said, "You are responsible for guarding our temporary base here. The 2 T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ships we have here are in full production of starships, including a T3 class starship. Compared to my escort mission, this place is more important. I need someone capable to stay here." Charlotte, as the fleet's deputy commander, knew the production plans Zhao Chen had set for the T-2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships. She also knew that an unidentified D3 starship was in production. Although she didn't know why Commander Zhao Chen possessed the technology for a T3 starship, after half a year of knowing him, she still chose to believe in this man. "Commander, rest assured, I will hold this place down until you return," Charlotte promised. Zhao Chen nodded. "This time, I might not be back until early March at the latest. Even though we are in the northern star area of the Star Empire and not on the front lines, communication interruptions may happen. At that time, if anything occurs here, you have the highest decision-making authority. I have prepared some emergency plans for you to refer to." "Yes," Charlotte replied. After briefing Charlotte, Zhao Chen left Zero Storm behind for her and boarded the T-2 Hornet-class heavy carrier starship, leading 5 T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships to sail away. Secretary Lily followed Zhao Chen. He needed her to seize every opportunity for practical combat experience and grow as soon as possible. "The route has been confirmed. We will first head to the North Star Galaxy Stargate and then transit through the Stargate to the Chu River region in the northern star area of the Star Empire, similar to the North Wind sector. Due to the distance, 3 transits through Stargates are needed in between, finally arriving at the 3rd Imperial Fleet base located at the northern border of the Chu River region in the northern star area. This journey will take 26 hours and we can reach our destination on January 18th. The assembly time required for the mission is on January 20th, with plenty of time." Secretary Lily detailed the entire sailing route and then reported to Fleet Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. "No problem. Proceed according to your plan. I'll leave the command to you on this journey. Notify me when we get there." "Yes," Secretary Lily responded. She understood that the commander was grooming her, and she seized every opportunity, because she understood that if she could have a higher position within the Owl Fleet, it would be extremely beneficial for her demon cult people in the future. "The warp engine navigation route is ready. We will now enter the acceleration phase. We will enter the warp phase in 10 minutes. All crew members, enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Repeat, all crew members need to enter deep sea mode within 10 minutes. Secretary Lily's command echoed on the bridges of all 6 starships in the fleet. Black Rhino class no. 1 ship bridge acknowledges. Black Rhino class no. 2 ship bridge acknowledges. Black Rhino. The 6 starships successively entered the warp travel state and headed towards the Stargate. Northern Star Area. Chu River region. 3rd military base. After a day's journey, Zhao Chen's fleet finally arrived at this military base located in the rear area of the frontline battlefield. Referred to as a military base, it would be more apt to describe it as a military star system. This was a fully militarized star system without a name or lore. It was only identified as 3rd Military Base, also known as the Northern Number 3 Star System. Your fleet has entered the control range of the 3rd Star System. Please immediately report your fleet information and the purpose of coming here. A mechanical female voice came through on the communication channel of Zhao Chen's T-2 Hornet-class heavy carrier starship. All fleets that arrived at the 3rd Star System had to undergo double authentication. The Origin Stargate, after learning of your destination base, would first confirm your fleet information and the purpose of heading to the Northern Number 3 Star System. Upon arriving at the Stargate of the 3rd Star System, the Navigation Control Department here would reconfirm this information. The tight security measures here were evident. Information confirmed. The visiting fleet is a mercenary fleet executing a bounty mission, coming from the North Star Fleet Military Academy with a fleet size of 62 starships. The route has been marked. Please follow the designated route. Please note, if you deviate from the designated route 3 times without heeding warnings, you will bear the consequences. The mechanical female voice sounded again. At the same time, a route information was sent to Zhao Chen's starship. Secretary Lily checked it, confirmed its accuracy, and asked Zhao Chen about the next steps. "Let's set off," Zhao Chen said. With those words spoken, Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, operating the surrounding image screens, and began to admire the beauty of this military base. Everywhere he looked, he could see various starships, interstellar battleships, interstellar escort ships, interstellar cruisers. Suddenly, Zhao Chen spotted a massive starship. It was a starship over 1 kilometer long, completely painted in a crimson hull, with a huge main cannon port that was almost twice as large as Zhao Chen's modified Zero Storm. Row upon row of secondary cannons towered like spears. Zhao Chen's T-2 Hornet-class heavy carrier starship was like a child in front of it, not to mention the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. The difference was like night and day. This was a true interstellar battleship. This was why, in the perception of the Galactic Alliance, T-3 starships were considered genuine combat starships, whereas T-2 starships were mostly classified as semi-military interstellar warships. Just the shielding technology was enough for a T-3 starship to beat a group of T-2 starships without breaking a sweat. T-3 Flame Lion-class medium interstellar battleship cruiser, the standard T-3 class starship used by the Imperial Army. Exclusive to the Imperial Army of the Star Empire, only a few nobles and royal families privately own this starship. Rumor has it that a single ship can fetch up to 7 billion star coins. Its main weapon is a 2,200mm caliber medium-sized electromagnetic railgun. It is one of the main battle starships in the T-3 series of Imperial Army starships. Zhao Chen recited the information about this starship from the Academy textbook. However, Zhao Chen wasn't particularly fond of this starship because he possessed a more impressive interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen's gaze didn't linger on this T-3 starship for long. He continued searching, as if he was a debonair playboy looking for his target in a nightclub. Finally, Zhao Chen saw his target, and at that moment, he was like a pure young boat falling in love at first sight. With an impressive figure, graceful curves like ocean waves, a golden ratio size, and those who admired large weapons, the Imperial Army's super starship, a T-4 class interstellar battleship. Asterisk note, 1/5 asterisk. The text describes a T for North Wine God class heavy interstellar battleship. The ship is 7.8 kilometers long and has a mass exceeding 30 million tons. Its offensive weapon systems include 2 ship-mounted cannons, 36 main guns, and 144 secondary guns. The 2 ship-mounted cannons are the T for North Wine God class heavy cluster laser ship-mounted cannons. This starship is one of the few T-4 class interstellar battleships of the Starlight Empire and the earliest T-4 interstellar battleship owned by the Starlight Empire, establishing the Empire's position within the Galactic Alliance. It is considered a distinguished starship, manufactured through joint research by the Northern Star Imperial Army, the Chu Star Region, the North Wine Star Region, and the North Star Starship Military Academy's Starship Technology Research Institute. Surrounded by a group of T-3 starships, in front of this T for North Wine God class heavy interstellar battleship, they are like cute little brothers. If one day, I could have a T for interstellar battleship. Zhao Chen's expression was that of a daydreamer, beginning to imagine the scene of owning a T for interstellar battleship. Commander, Commander, Lily called Zhao Chen several times, finally bringing him back from his thoughts. Ahem. What's the matter? Zhao Chen had gotten lost in his daydreams, pretending to calmly look at Lily. We have arrived. According to the Imperial Army's requirements, you need to personally go to the department issuing the mission and receive the mission briefing. They will provide detailed information about the mission. Lily said. Already? So fast? Zhao Chen then realized that their starship had already docked in a starport. Within the entire 4th star system, there were numerous starports to accommodate the many Imperial Army starships. The starport where they were docked was located in one of the outer regions. You stay on the starship, I'll go check. Zhao Chen got up from the captain's seat and walked towards the bridge. Lily watched Zhao Chen's back, then looked at the distant T for North Wine God class heavy interstellar battleship, muttering to herself. In these few months, she had never seen the commander make such a daydreaming expression towards her or any other succubus. Today, facing a starship that he longed for so much, his eyes were filled with a certain desire. For some reason, she felt a hint of defeat rising in her heart. Before a man, she, a proud succubus, was not as good as a starship. Zhao Chen walked off his starship, and soon there was an Imperial soldier waiting for him, with a video window suspended on the side. You're here for that escort mission, right? Hello, I am the sergeant in charge of you for this journey. You are the last one to arrive. The sergeant glanced at Zhao Chen through the video window, his tone exuding a sense of superiority. The sergeant was a military rank just below a major general. After retiring, there was still hope of receiving a baron title, though most did not receive land with it. Yes, Zhao Chen replied. Here are the detailed information about the mission. After learning of your arrival, I have informed the other participants to come for a meeting. My soldiers will bring you over, and you need to meet with the other mercenary fleet commanders." The sergeant abruptly ended the communication. At the same time, Jia Chen received a data message. "Sir, please follow me." The soldier, in a much calmer tone, guided Jia Chen ahead. Jia Chen glanced at his military rank, a 4th-grade soldier, also known as a soldier leader. The Starlight Empire's military rank system had 3 tiers and 13 levels. There were 4 grades for soldiers, 4 for officers, and 5 for generals. This time, it's not just our fleet accepting this mission, right? Jia Chen walked while checking the data and asked the soldier leader guiding him. "Yes. This mission requires a fleet of 30 starships to escort. Since your fleet has only 6 starships, you will be executing this mission with other fleets." The soldier leader replied. "Doesn't that mean the reward will also be divided equally?" Jia Chen casually asked. The soldier leader responded, "Yes, it will be distributed based on the level of effort put in during the escort mission." Jia Chen didn't pay much attention to the reward. It was just a few 100,000 star coins, and he had just received 20 million star coins. He valued the assessment points from this academy much more. Soon, led by the soldier leader, Jia Chen entered a conference room. Several people were already seated inside, and one person's appearance surprised Jia Chen. The person also noticed Jia Chen and was also surprised to see him there. "Please sit down. Shortly, our sergeant will confirm some of the details of this escort mission with all of you." After the soldier leader spoke, he left alone, closing the door. At this moment, there were only 4 people in the room, 2 men and 2 women. Jia Chen sat down beside one of the young women, glancing at her. What a coincidence. Yes, quite a coincidence. Shen Bing did not hide the fact that she knew Jia Chen, as this mission was not a secret one. Indeed, the familiar face that appeared there was none other than Shen Bing, the class monitor of Jia Chen's class, one of the civilian school flowers of the academy. "Do you two know each other?" The woman in the black tight leather jacket across from them spoke. "We are classmates," Jia Chen said. When accepting this mission, participants' basic information could be viewed by one another. For example, which faction they were from, how many starships they had in their fleet, and other information. Jia Chen could also see the information of the 2 people across from him. The middle-aged man and the leather-clad woman both led private adventure fleets, each with more than 10 starships. Shen Bing, on the other hand, had only 1 T2 starship. "Young man, I see on your data that you have 6 T2 starships." The leather-clad woman stood up, walked to Jia Chen's side, and intentionally leaned closer to him. Jia Chen glanced at the zipper on her leather jacket that had been pulled down to her abdomen and said, "Yes. What kind of starships are the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship and T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship? Why have I never heard of them?" the leather-clad woman curiously asked, getting even closer. Just then, a screen window appeared on one side of the conference table, showing the sergeant. The leather-clad woman then backed off, sitting properly. Jia Chen looked at the sergeant. It seemed he really didn't care about the meeting, not wanting to come in person and directly using a video call. "Hello, everyone. To make it brief, your 4 fleets have accepted this escort mission. The task is to depart on the 20th and safely transport a fleet of interstellar transport ship supplies to the Mirage City Interstellar Fortress. There are still 2 days before the 20th. You can rest during this time or prepare your fleet. If you need any military supplies, you can purchase them here at market price. All other information has been sent to you. If there are no questions, I'll end it here. Discuss among yourselves. I won't interfere in the mission process. I only care about the results." The sergeant glanced at the 4 people and then ended the call. The brief talk didn't really make much difference, honestly, to whether he had spoken or not. The conference room once again returned to the standoff between the 4 people. The leather-clad woman looked at Jia Chen again, preparing to continue her conversation with him. The middle-aged man across from them lit a cigarette, blowing out a pungent smoke, staring at the 3 people opposite him. "Now, let's confirm who will lead this mission." Jia Chen looked at this middle-aged man smoking. It was obvious that he was a smooth operator. Looking at the data of owning 12 starships, T2 starships, and 10 T1 starships, it was clear that he had accumulated such a large family business. On one hand, he used to be a nobleman, and on the other hand, his personal abilities played a role. It's obvious, following the old rules, whoever has the strongest fleet overall strength has the power to speak. You have T2 starships, I also have 2 T2 starships, but this handsome guy has 6 T2 starships, one of which is a T2 carrier starship. There is no doubt that he is the leader of this operation. Little handsome guy, this time, your sister will rely on you. While speaking, the leather-clad woman leaned half of her body on Zhao Chen, and the smell of inferior perfume filled Zhao Chen's nostrils. She did not mention Shen Bing in her words. After all, Shen Bing was just a T2 starship, completely inferior to their strength. But I haven't even heard of those starships of his. Who knows where he got those wild starships from? I can't believe in a person just based on some data on paper. The middle-aged man glanced at Zhao Chen. At this point, Zhao Chen spoke. I don't want to be the boss, but I won't unconditionally obey others' orders either. Since this time is just an escort mission, let's each do our own part. There is no need to create a hierarchy of subordination. So, you're a greenhorn. The middle-aged man chuckled, took a drag of his cigarette, and walked out of the conference room. Little handsome guy, don't mind that old rough man. Would you like to go have a drink with me? The leather-clad woman's finger trailed over Zhao Chen's neck, and her warm breath blew on Zhao Chen's ear. No. I have something else to do. Zhao Chen suddenly stood up, almost causing the leather-clad woman to lose her balance and fall to the ground. By the time the leather-clad woman regained her senses, Zhao Chen had already left the conference room. Humph. The leather-clad woman rolled her eyes, still hoping to gain some benefits from this rich young master. With his innocent appearance, coupled with 6 T2 starships, he clearly came from a noble background, most likely out for experience. Zhao Chen, who had left the conference room, quickly caught up with the figure in front. Squad leader, why are you here? Zhao Chen asked Shen Bing, who was in front of him. After the middle-aged man left the conference room, Shen Bing also left. Zhao Chen caught up out of curiosity about why Shen Bing was here. On a mission, Shen Bing quickened her pace. If it's for the annual ranking assessment, you can just do a regular mission. There's no need to undertake a military mission for the Imperial Army. Especially with only 1 T2 starship, the difficulty is quite high. While Zhao Chen was speaking, Shen Bing had already walked off towards her starship. Zhao Chen looked at Shen Bing's starship, an old Model T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, naturally acquired as a second-hand starship exchange from the Academy's starship warehouse. After all, captain students like Shen Bing, who came from a commoner background, mostly could only obtain 1 T1 starship. It was only students like Shen Bing who could hope to exchange for a T2 class starship using credits. Although curious about why Shen Bing was here, Zhao Chen was not interested in pursuing further when faced with her indifferent attitude. He returned to his T2 Hornet-class heavy carrier starship. Commander, Zhao Chen returned to the bridge, and Lilith immediately came to him. Zhao Chen transmitted the data to Lilith. This is the mission data given to us by the sergeant in charge of our team. In addition, 3 other fleets will be coordinating with us, totaling 32 starships to carry out this escort mission. Lilith examined the data. A total of 11 T2 starships. In addition to our 6 starships, there are 5 other T2 starships, 2 T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyers, 2 T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruisers, and 1 T2 Beetle-class medium interstellar escort ship. The remaining are 21 T1 starships. Lilith sorted out all the data and combat information about each starship in great detail. We are responsible for escorting the transport ship fleet, totaling 300 T1 interstellar transport ships. Judging by this scale, there shouldn't be much problem with the escort mission, Lilith said. Zhao Chen sat in the captain's chair, legs crossed. The escort mission itself shouldn't be a problem, but the environment is unpredictable. After all, we're not far from the battlefield here. Lilith, do you know about the Mech clan? Lilith elaborated. The former Succubus Kingdom was located at the other end of the Galactic Alliance. Hence it didn't face a direct threat from the Mech clan. However, there have been hearsay about the Mech clan. The Mech clan is a star civilization primarily composed of intelligent mechanical life forms. The exact reason for their emergence remains unclear. The most widely circulated theory is that a highly advanced intelligent mechanical life was developed by an ancient star civilization. Lilith raised her hand, projecting a hologram of various objects fully covered in machinery, the majority of which resembled humanoid mechs, with some in bizarre shapes. These were units of the Mech clan. These intelligent mechanical lives led to rapid development of this star civilization, rising swiftly in the star domain and becoming the ruler of a galaxy. However, one day, the intelligent mechanical life controlled by that star civilization launched a rebellion. They not only destroyed all carbon-based lives of that star civilization, but also wiped out all other civilizations in that star domain. Subsequently, they established a star civilization called the Mech Clan, also known as the Intelligence Mech Empire. After establishing this star civilization, the Mech Clan did not cease their massacre. They advocated that intelligent mechanical life was the most superior being in the cosmos, while all carbon-based life forms were inefficient consumers of universal resources, causing meaningless interstellar wars. Their aim was to annihilate all carbon-based life forms and establish a cosmos ruled by efficient intelligent mechanical life. Lilith once again used holographic projection to display a star map, primarily composed of 4 colors, with several small blocks, each representing a different region, but all with minimal area. After establishing a unified government, the Mech Clan started to launch interstellar wars outward according to their principles. Initially, many star civilizations did not recognize the threat they posed and were eliminated. It was until 1,000 years ago, when 3 large star civilizations neighboring this universe successively entered the T for technological era, leading this universe into a great turmoil. After multiple interstellar wars erupted among them, the Mech Clan emerged beyond their borders and simultaneously invaded them. Initially, these 3 large star civilizations did not think much of these so-called intelligent mechanical beings and considered them as just another opponent in the chaos. However, the vast numbers and advanced mechanical warships of the Mech Clan soon instilled fear in all 3 civilizations. Most importantly, once the Mech Clan occupied a star domain, they would carry out a purification of the local carbon-based sentient beings. Soon, the 3 large star civilizations decided to unite and resist their common enemy, the Mech Clan. Lilith raised her left hand and projected an emblem resembling the Galactic Alliance. This is the current Galactic Alliance. The Milky Way Alliance was established by the Stellar Empire, the Sacred Radiant Empire, and the Warhammer Interstellar Confederation as the 3 leading factions, with several smaller interstellar civilizations also present. However, the real decision-making power lies with these 3 interstellar superpowers. Additionally, the borders of the 3 interstellar civilizations all happen to adjoin the mechanical race, creating an interconnected relationship. Over the past millennium of war, both sides have been in a stalemate, with victories and defeats on both sides, yet neither able to completely eliminate the other. After Lily finished speaking, she looked towards Zhao Chen. And the Chu starfield in the northern star region of the Stellar Empire is closest to the mechanical race, maintaining a constant state of readiness. The governor of the Chu starfield is also a 5-star marshal for a reason. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction, impressed by Lily's knowledge acquisition. Although the escort route we are on is near the conflict zone, the mechanical race starships rarely appear in this area and have no reason to attack our small interstellar transport fleet. So, normally, this escort mission should not pose a significant risk. Lily expressed her thoughts. In theory, that's true, but I don't know why. After seeing that officer, I have a bad feeling. Zhao Chen rubbed his temples. Lily comforted him. It's probably because, Commander, you are in this environment for the first time, so it's natural to feel a bit nervous. Maybe. Zhao Chen decided not to dwell on it. Regardless of what might happen, he felt he no longer had a choice. Abandoning the Imperial Army's bounty mission at the last minute could have severe consequences, even potentially leading to his academy being informed. Commander, there is something that might distract you and pique your interest, Lily suddenly said. What is it? Zhao Chen asked curiously. Lily raised her hand, and a holographic image appeared, showing a small girl with a height of only 1.2 meters, wearing a slate collar familiar to Zhao Chen. Why do you think I would be interested in this? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Lily with a dark expression, wondering what led to this misunderstanding. How? Aren't you interested? Lily asked, surprised. Zhao Chen's expression was complex as he struggled to explain to Lily. This is a dwarf, and I thought the commander would be more interested, he replied, pointing at the girl with the 1.2 meter height. A dwarf. Zhao Chen immediately reacted, pointing at the girl. Isn't she an underage girl? Underage? Lily shook her head. Of course not. She is already of age. Even older than you, Commander. But due to the dwarf race's genetics, dwarves can only reach a height of up to 1.3 meters, with some even shorter. Realizing Lily's intention, Zhao Chen said, You want me to recruit her? Lily nodded. Currently, our Fenkyu fleet lacks this type of technical personnel. Although the 2T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ships have a group of orc repairmen and engineers, it's clear that their abilities are only passable and cannot fully utilize the efficiency of the T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ships. If we have a stellar craftsman, I believe it can greatly enhance the efficiency of our interstellar industrial ships. Jia Chen rubbed his chin. It makes sense. But having only one dwarf might be too few in numbers. Lily suggested. One dwarf may indeed be few in numbers, but she might be able to help us establish connections with other dwarves. We can give it a try. That makes sense. We don't have other urgent matters now. How do we acquire this dwarf? Jia Chen inquired. This person is listed directly on the slave database of Star System 3 and is priced at 3,000 star coins. You can contact the seller directly for purchase. Lily provided the details. Wait a minute, this person. Jia Chen saw who the seller was, and it turned out to be someone familiar to him. After negotiating with the other party and determining the price, I will go and pick her up, Jia Chen stated. After a quick negotiation, both parties agreed to a trade of 3,000 star coins. Jia Chen glanced at the trading address, then left the starship to retrieve the dwarf. In a private room at the starport's tea house, a dwarf was pushed inside. Boss, here is your merchandise. Oh, it's you. The leather-clad woman looked at Jia Chen in surprise. What a coincidence. Jia Chen had noticed earlier that this woman was selling the dwarf girl. I didn't expect the handsome young man to like this type, she said, half smiling. Let's just proceed with the trade, Jia Chen suggested. After receiving the 3,000 star coins, the leather-clad woman pushed the dwarf girl towards Jia Chen, handing him a button. The controller for the slave collar. Hey handsome, interested in adding one more? She provocatively said, even after the deal was done. Sorry, I'm not interested. I need to verify the goods now, could you please? Jia Chen issued the eviction order. Although the leather-clad woman didn't seem offended, having made a profit of 3,000 star coins, she was more than pleased. Thinking that no one would purchase the dwarf girl for that price, she was about to lower it when Jia Chen appeared. Take your time to inspect the goods, and well, she is a little different. Be careful. If needed, I can assist. The leather-clad woman tried again before leaving the room. No need, Jia Chen replied. The leather-clad woman gave him an annoyed look before exiting the room. Looking at the dwarf who had come in and now timidly cowered in a corner, Jia Chen found it hard to believe that someone so small could be a stellar craftsman. What's your name? Jia Chen asked. The female dwarf shrank and softly replied, Annie. Jia Chen extended his hand, but the dwarf immediately recoiled, looking like a frightened little mouse. At that moment, her stomach made a noise. Is that your stomach growling? Jia Chen knowingly asked. No, it's not. Annie responded in a mousy voice. Jia Chen reached out. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Hearing about delicious food, Annie finally lifted her head, her big, watery eyes fixed on Jia Chen. For some reason, this scene made Jia Chen feel a sense of guilt. T.S. For fifths, Jia Chen and Annie walked out of the tea restaurant, with Annie cautiously trailing behind Jia Chen. Annie had no intention of escaping. Besides the consequences of fleeing, the slave collar around her neck could allow the holder to always find her, with an electric switch inside. Jia Chen did not dare to walk too fast because if he walked at a normal pace, Annie behind him would have to run, and he was worried she might fall weakly to the ground. Can't the price be any cheaper? We bought a total of 100 energy blocks. Can you lower the price a bit? Jia Chen heard a familiar voice and turned to look. He saw Shen Bing negotiating with a merchant at a weapons and ammunition sales point in a port with a female officer. They were purchasing Starship energy raw materials, energy blocks. Shen Bing was arguing with the merchant over a few star coins. It was hard to believe that the girl haggling so fiercely with the merchant was the same as the past aloof class monitor. Miss, this is the price for the energy blocks. The entire third star system sells them at this price. Take it or leave it. The merchant became irritated and turned black-faced. Shen Bing's expression was complex. She bit her lip, and in the end, she paid for the energy blocks with her Empire card. Zili, wait here. I'll go check on other ammunition needed for the starships. Shen Bing walked toward another cargo container, leaving the female officer there to wait for the delivery of the energy blocks. I remember you are Liu Lily from Class 9, right? Suddenly a voice behind her startled Liu Lily. She nervously looked around and was surprised to find that it was Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, how come you're here? I accepted the same escort mission as you guys, Zhao Chen explained. That's great. Now we can take care of each other. I was worried that there might be any accidents on this mission, Liu Lily said happily. The students in the academy had a bad impression of Zhao Chen before, but since Zhao Chen defeated Zhang Haoren at the end of last year, everyone's view of this former wastrel had changed greatly. Strength was always the best business card. Are you purchasing military supplies? Zhao Chen asked, looking at Shen Bing negotiating prices with the merchant in the distance. Yes. Liu Lily nodded. She noticed a timid little girl behind Zhao Chen, but didn't ask further. Nobles usually had some special preferences. Why did you accept this mission? Zhao Chen inquired curiously. Liu Lily hesitated, not sure if she should say. Zhao Chen immediately handed her 5-star coins. It's rare to meet a classmate here. Let's consider it as me treating you to a drink. 5-star coins. Not just enough for a drink, it covered a month's worth of expenses. Liu Lily thought for a moment and decided it wasn't a major secret, so she began talking with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen now understood why Shen Bing was here. It was all for money. Shen Bing's grandmother had a relapse of an old illness before the new year and was now brain dead. Only her brain was still in a frozen state, but if treatment wasn't done within half a year, she would surely die. The treatment needed for Shen Bing's grandmother's condition was in the most advanced medical pod, costing 100,000 star coins. If it weren't for the Academy's rules prohibiting selling starships acquired with Academy points, Shen Bing probably would have sold the starships directly. Liu Lily sighed. Normal missions couldn't accumulate such a large amount of money in a short time. They had to choose military missions. Half of the crew did not agree, and they found out that Shen Bing was taking on this military mission and chose to leave. Right now, on our T-Scythe class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, only half of the crew are in their standard positions. Everyone has multiple roles. Everyone sympathizes with Shen Bing or was helped by Shen Bing or her parents and are willing to carry out this mission together. Shen Bing's grandmother is seriously ill. What about her parents? Zhao Chen asked. Shen Bing's parents passed away long ago. They were both soldiers in the Imperial Army and died in battle. But in that battle, for some reason, the Empire did not provide any compensation. Shen Bing was left with her younger sister and her aged grandmother. Shen Bing's parents used to help others often, and our family was helped by them before. So, that's why I followed her this time. I didn't betray Shen Bing with these 5-star coins. After all, it's not a big secret. With these 5-star coins, you can buy a lot of synthetic food. During this time, to save expenses, Shen Bing only eats 1 meal a day to save a few star coins. Liu Lily said with pity. Zhao Chen then asked, why hasn't she mentioned this before? Liu Lily replied, Shen Bing is a strong-willed girl who never shows her soft side to outsiders, handling everything on her own. Honestly, I worry that she may not be able to keep it up one day. Zhao Chen pondered for a moment. I'll take care of these things first. Later during the escort mission, please take care of Zhao Chen more. Liu Lily approached to strengthen their relationship. After bidding farewell to Liu Lily, Zhao Chen glanced at Annie, who was still bargaining fiercely with the merchant for a few anti-missile cannon shells, and silently returned to the T-Queen B-class heavy carrier starship with Annie. Walking into the vast starship, Annie became tense and followed behind Zhao Chen cautiously. Lily was already waiting at the hatch location. Upon seeing the charming Lily, Annie lowered her head even more, feeling even more inferior, and accidentally bumped into Zhao Chen, who had stopped in his tracks. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Annie hurriedly apologized, her eyes already glistening with tears. Lily, take her to bathe first, then to the cafeteria for a meal. Let her get familiar with the environment of the starship first. Zhao Chen instructed Lily to take care of Annie. As both were women and from similar backgrounds, they should communicate well. Okay, Lily said, as she looked at the young girl in front of her and smiled. I'll take you to bathe first and change into clean clothes. Gurgling, Annie's stomach growled again, and she blushed, looking down. Lily sympathetically looked at Annie and seemed to see her own tribe who had wandered around with her in the past. How about I take you for a meal first, then we can bathe after eating? Lily suggested. This time, Annie nodded voluntarily because she could eat. I have some things to take care of. I'm leaving her to you. Jia Chen handed Annie over to Lily's care. Lily then took Annie to the starship cafeteria. When Annie entered the starship's cafeteria, she unexpectedly smelled a very fragrant aroma she had never experienced before. "What would you like to eat?" Lily asked Annie. I can have anything." Annie dared not raise her head, and she dared not look at the food on the table and the menu. "Then I'll order what I like best." Lily ordered 2 portions of fried rice and took Annie to a clean spot to sit. When Lily sat down, she noticed that Annie was sitting directly on the ground next to the chair, her arms around her legs, curled up, her eyes never leaving her tattered shoes. Lily felt a pang of sadness and directly lifted Annie, placing her on the chair. "Annie, your body will dirty the chair," Annie said in a panic, trying to get off the chair. Lily looked directly at Annie and said seriously, "Annie, remember, you can sit on the chair here. You don't have to sit on the floor anymore, and no one will hit you or bully you. From now on, this place is your home." Annie lowered her head with a lost look in her eyes, her body still slightly trembling. Lila sighed, knowing that Annie wouldn't trust her with just a few words. Trust needs a process. "How about this? Let's chat first. Where are you from? Why did you become a slave?" Lila sat across from Annie, her voice gentle. This was the racial ability of the succubus tribe. Not only did they possess innate charm, but their voices, under their control, could induce changes in the emotions of others. They could make the other person quiet, nervous, or even passionate. The soft voice made the nervous Annie slightly calmer, but she still sat somewhat restrained on the chair. Annie was in the mines, looking for, or she was captured, locked up, in a spaceship. No food. Not obedient. That mean woman, she hit Annie. Annie spoke with a very soft voice. Lila immediately gathered the information from her words. Annie was living on a planet when she was seized by a group of adventurers. Adventurer fleets engaged in various business affairs, including interstellar colonization, mercenary missions, bounty missions, and even some shady businesses, like human trafficking. Since Annie lived on a planet, there must be many of her kind there. A group of dwarves. Lila continued to probe, but Annie clearly kept silent about her previous life on the planet. Lila, seeing this, didn't press for more questions. Digging into it would only make Annie defensive, so it's better to let her relax first. Through their conversation, Lila learned that Annie had been abducted and imprisoned for over 3 months. Because the leather-clad woman set a high price, many people were reluctant to buy. Although dwarves were natural interstellar craftsmen, to enable them to fully utilize their abilities, they needed a whole set of industrial equipment, technical drawings, and so on. Ordinary powers wouldn't have these. And those who did wouldn't ask for a dwarf of unknown origin. What if it was a spy sent to steal their technological know-how? Just as the two chatted, 2 plates of fragrant fried rice were placed in front of Lila and Annie. Lila had already gotten used to this fried rice and skillfully scooped up a spoonful, put it in her mouth, and chewed. But Annie, across from her, stared with disbelief at the food in front of her. This is real rice, and vegetables, and minced meat. Just from the ingredients she saw, there were at least 5 kinds. "Don't you like it?" Lila asked. Annie shook her head, swallowed, and hesitantly but eagerly said, "Annie can eat this." "Of course, this is the most ordinary food on this starship," Lila said with a smile. It seemed like a simple interaction, but it was already starting to influence Annie in subtle ways, because no one could refuse the Dragon Fleet's food. Annie hesitated for a moment, but eventually couldn't resist the impulse of appetite, reaching out to grab the rice and directly stuffing it into her mouth. Due to her short stature, Annie's head was almost parallel to the table, and she ended up kneeling on the chair, with her mouth full of rice grains. "Wait!" Lila suddenly called to a stop. Annie, feeling fearful, crouched her neck, unsure whether to chew or not, looking pitiful like a little girl who had made a mistake. Lila walked over to Annie, pressing a button under her chair, causing it to slowly rise. This chair can be adjusted in height. Lila adjusted it to the right height for Annie. She then wiped Annie's hands and the rice grains from her mouth. Finally, she placed the spoon that Annie had ignored next to the bowl. "Don't use your hands to eat, use the spoon," Lila said gently, looking at Annie as if she were her own sister. Although she had the intention of integrating Annie into her fleet, she genuinely sympathized with the poor little dwarf. "Okay, continue eating. Don't eat too quickly," Lila said. Curing Lila allowed her to continue eating, Annie breathed a sigh of relief, swallowed the food in her mouth, and obediently sat on the chair, using the spoon to eat the fried rice in the bowl. As she ate, tears welled up in Annie's eyes. She had never eaten such delicious food before. On her home planet, resources were scarce, and it was difficult to grow crops. They could only gather some inferior ores and trade with passing interstellar merchants for synthetic nutrients. During the 3 months she was abducted, she didn't know how her family was living, whether they could have a hearty meal. If only they could also eat this delicious food. Happy times are always short-lived, and every grain of rice in front of Annie was eaten up. But she still looked in the direction of the dining table. She didn't dare to look before, but during the meal, she noticed that everyone entering the restaurant ordered and had the food brought to them by mechanical waiters. Besides fried rice, there was a variety of delicious foods. Additionally, all the people there were not of any human tribe. They were all half-beasts. Suddenly, Lilith tapped on Annie's head. Annie, feeling pain, hugged her head. Don't look, you can't eat anymore. You've already eaten a lot with that little body of yours. For the first time eating this kind of food, eating too much can put a huge burden on your stomach. Lilith recalled how her succubus people had swollen bellies after their first meals from voracious eating. Each of the originally beautiful and charming succubuses sported a small belly from overeating. Unaware people might have thought they had somehow committed an unforgivable crime within just a few days. Okay, Annie obediently nodded. Now let's go take a bath. The T2 Hyena-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, Warehouse Shenbing, is currently inventorying the military and living supplies purchased for this upcoming mission that will require over a month round trip. Some supplies need to be prepared in advance. However, despite this, Shenbing has only purchased 50% of the military supplies, as she considers this mission to be a simple escort task, so the difficulty should not be too great. Therefore, she did not purchase a complete set of supplies. Looking at the expenses on the account before her, Shenbing's expression slightly furrowed as she glanced at the remaining numbers on her account. There is still a long way to go before she can cover her grandmother's medical expenses in 6 months. This mission is crucial. Even though the amount she may receive as compensation may be small, it is still a significant figure compared to the routine bounty missions in the Academy, already several times higher. Grandma, wait for me. Shenbing lightly bites her vermilion lips. Just at that moment, a row of cargo boxes are being transported to the storage area outside the T2 Hyena-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. Hello, may I ask if Miss Shenbing is here? A delivery worker in uniform calls out. Me? Shenbing walks down the starship in confusion. What can I help you with? These are the military supplies ordered for you. Please check them. Do you need us to transfer them onto the ship? The delivery worker asks. Ordered military supplies. Shenbing is stunned, quickly saying, I didn't order any military supplies. You must have made a mistake. Looking at the quantity of crates, it is enough to fill Shenbing's T2 Hyena-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer to the brim with ammunition and energy. This is Shenbing's starship, receiving unprecedented treatment. There is no mistake. It is for your T2 Hyena-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, Miss Shenbing from the North Star Starship Military Academy. The payment has already been made by a gentleman. You just need to sign for it. The delivery worker lifts a holographic electronic invoice in front of Shenbing. Shenbing then sees the name of the person who paid the order. Zhao Chen. It's Zhao Chen. Liu Lily, who happens to be nearby, exclaims. Shenbing clenches her fists, silent for a moment, and says, I'm sorry. These are not the military supplies I requested. Please have these military supplies returned to the gentleman who ordered them. The delivery worker hesitates. Well, the gentleman said, if you insist on not wanting this batch of military supplies, please read this message first before making a decision. With that, the delivery worker opens an electronic message. Shenbing's expression becomes absent-minded as she reads the contents of the electronic message, ultimately saying, Lily, have these military supplies brought onto the starship. All right. Liu Lily is overjoyed. This weight is enough to let their T2 Hyena-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer feast this time. Shenbing stands by, watching the bustling crowd. She is thinking about the words left by that young man. If you can't consider the lives of the crew willing to risk with you, you can refuse. Shenbing ponders for a moment, then goes to inquire about the detailed bill for the military supplies from the delivery worker and sends a text message to that person. On January 20th, GS 3031, A fleet of 300 T1 interstellar transport ships slowly departs from the North Star system and heads towards the outer edge of the galaxy. 32 escort starships sail alongside. This is our travel trajectory. Considering that we are using T1 interstellar transport ships this time, we will perform 3 warp speed jumps. We will stop and rest twice in between, each for half a day. Finally, we will arrive at the destination, Sans City Interstellar Fortress, on February 10th. After unloading the cargo, following the same route, we will return to the North Star system by the end of February, ending the escort mission. Any questions? A third-ranked officer looks at the 4 video windows in front of him. They show Zhao Chen, Shenbing, a leather-clad woman, and a smoking man. This second-ranked officer is the commanding officer in charge of this interstellar transport ship fleet. That's it, the smoking man says. Zhao Chen and the others have no objections. After setting the route and schedule, everyone starts preparing to enter warp speed mode. Due to the need to accommodate all the starships in warp speed mode, the speed of warp speed travel can only be at a secondary level. After all, the T1 starships are equipped with secondary warp engines. Otherwise, Zhao Chen's T2 Wasp-class heavy carrier starship alone would only need 5 days for a one-way trip on this route. Report, formation is complete, all normal. We will enter synchronous warp speed mode at 10:05. Secretary Lily answers beside them. Zhao Chen looks at the display of over 300 starships on the map. After some discussions, Zhao Chen's D2 Wasp-class heavy carrier starship is positioned at the center of the fleet alongside the interstellar transport ships. The remaining escort starships are evenly distributed around the interstellar transport ships. As for the so-called synchronous warp speed mode, it is a fleet auxiliary system that allows a fleet formation of starships to enter warp speed mode at the same speed at the same time. They will also decelerate and stop at the same time. This ensures that after exiting warp speed, the starships within the fleet can still maintain a safe combat formation. It seems like Captain Shenbing hasn't accepted your goodwill. Lily, finding a moment, chats with Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen hasn't kept anything from Lily, including the message that Shenbing sent. The message stated that she accepted that batch of military supplies, considering it a debt she owed Zhao Chen and would repay it in the future. That team leader is quite strong-willed. I also took into account, when I issued my starship duel against John Howard in class, she was the only one besides Li Wei who stood up to advise me, though not with the best tone. Zhao Chen laughs. At that time, only Zhao Chen knew that he could win in that duel. Someone unrelated actually came forward to advise him, instead of mocking him like the others, which was already quite good. With a smile, Lily looks at Commander Zhao Chen. Commander, do you have more thoughts than just that? Looking at Lily's gaze, Zhao Chen confesses, all right, I admit it. I have the idea of recruiting her as my subordinate in the future. She has done quite well in our North Star Starship Military Academy, although not as gifted as my sister, but she is a good talent. Most importantly, she is from a civilian background. Not being of noble descent means there are not too many vested interests, giving Zhao Chen the freedom to utilize her talents. Understanding Zhao Chen's intentions, Lily agrees, saying, it's indeed suitable, and our Wyvern fleet currently lacks command talents in that area. However, that team leader seems a bit difficult to tame. Let it be. Let's finish this escort mission first. Zhao Chen shrugs. Later, the system reminds them that they are about to enter deep space mode. Zhao Chen and Lily enter the hibernation pods, starting this escort mission. P.S. 2/5. The first time the warp journey ended was on the 7th day after the fleet set off. Everything was normal. After the T1 starships completed their rest, the fleet entered warp journey again. However, this time, Zhao Chen and the others did not wake up on the scheduled 14th day, but were awakened by the starship system warning. 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 Warp disruptors detected on the warp route. Starships will exit warp journey at the same frequency. Starship personnel, return to your battle stations immediately. At the first moment, Zhao Chen woke up. The entire bridge was emitting a glaring red light, with the mechanical female voice warnings in his ears. Zhao Chen immediately walked out of the hibernation chamber. Ahem. Secretary Lily came out of the hibernation chamber somewhat unsteadily. The urgent awakening in this situation required Lily a bit of time to adjust to, but it was only a few seconds. Lily, Immediately have all personnel in our fleet at their battle stations within 3 minutes. All starships enter Level 1 combat alert state. Meanwhile, the B Queen-class heavy carrier starship shall release all interstellar drones. Sun He quickly issued the order. Yes. Lily immediately began to relay the commander's orders. At this moment, the flashing red lights on the bridge were also turned off by Zhao Chen, and the piercing warning ceased. The crew members returned to their battle stations one after another. Zhao Chen carefully observed the suspicious signals on the starship radar. Damn, how could there be a warp disruptor here? The video window directly popped up. The grumpy uncle cursed. Several flagship ships in the fleet were integrated into a fleet command network, so several fleet commanders could quickly communicate via video, facilitating fleet coordination. The warp disruptor, as the name suggests, is like a barrier that blocks the warp route. Once activated, it creates an interference field that prevents starships from performing warp journeys. Any starship originally on the preset orbit on this route would be forced to exit warp journey. Release the interstellar escort ships for reconnaissance around us immediately. The woman in leather changed her usual provocative manner and said solemnly, "No need for reconnaissance. The enemy has already appeared," said Zhao Chen in a deep voice. Suspicious energy signals appeared first on his starship radar. He synchronized this radar information to other starships, including the grumpy uncle, the woman in leather, and Shen Bing. Shen Bing immediately input these energy signals into the database for comparison and analysis, until there were matching frequency signal data. "It's the machine race's interstellar battleship," Shen Bing exclaimed. The other commanders also received the same data. "Damn it! Why did we encounter a machine race's interstellar battleship here?" The grumpy uncle's face darkened. "Should we retreat?" said the woman in leather in a deep voice. "It's too late. The other party came prepared." The machine race's interstellar battleships appearing on the starship radar are converging from 5 different directions. "We have been ambushed," said Zhao Chen solemnly. The grumpy uncle threw away the cigarette in his mouth, his face grim. "Since we can't escape, we have no choice but to fight. So, how are you prepared to fight?" Zhao Chen didn't speak, but continued to stare at the starship radar, muttering something under his breath. "I knew this noble son doesn't have combat experience. When it comes to real firefighting, he loses his nerve," the grumpy uncle disdainfully said. The woman in leather cast a cold glance at Zhao Chen. Her attitude toward Zhao Chen before was also because he might be a rich kid, but she was also aware that most rich kids like him were no good in actual combat situations. Shen Bing opened her mouth, wanting to speak up for Zhao Chen, but she only commanded a T to starship, and had little say here. "If you don't want to die, listen to my orders. All combat-type starships should gather together immediately. First, we'll eliminate one direction of the machine race's interstellar battleship, then proceed to destroy the other direction's battleships." The grumpy uncle gave the order directly, with the woman in leather concurring. Shen Bing, however, expressed concern. "In this case, there will be a defense gap on one side of the interstellar transport ship fleet. If we encounter attacks from the machine race's interstellar battleships, the losses will be severe. Kid, this is a battlefield. It's not your school where you can achieve victory without a cost. Those interstellar transport ships are the price we must pay. If you don't want to die here, do as I say." The grumpy uncle was now quite fierce, scaring Shen Bing. "Let's follow his instructions." The second-class officer in charge of the interstellar transport ship fleet also spoke out, agreeing, "I have already sent distress messages to the Quicksand City Interstellar Fortress and the Northern No. 3-star system. The nearest fleet support will take at least 24 hours to arrive. As long as we can hold on for 24 hours, what nonsense, 24 hours. My starship would have long blossomed." The grumpy uncle interjected sarcastically. The second-class officer remained silent and didn't speak because that was indeed the reality. "No, I believe we have a better way." Zhao Chen, who had been silent, spoke up. "If this kid wants to survive, he should shut up now." The grumpy uncle lit another cigarette and said fiercely. Zhao Chen, however, remained calm and said, in a flat tone, "Currently, the machine race's interstellar battleships are divided into 3 groups, in different directions. I'll designate them as formations 1 to 3. Each formation consists of 10 interstellar battleships, totaling 30 starships, all T2 starships. If we follow your plan to concentrate our forces and attack one direction of the machine race's interstellar battleships, won't the enemy also concentrate their forces to annihilate us? Once the two machine race formations combine, that's 20 to starships, a significant threat. Relying on the advanced starship radar, Zhao Chen had already enabled everyone to see detailed enemy ship coordinates. In 3 directions, there were 10 waypoints, rapidly converging toward the interstellar transport ship fleet in the center. Zhao Chen had been waiting for this information. What are you trying to say? The grumpy uncle frowned, clearly annoyed that Zhao Chen disrupted his deployment plan. Instead of consolidating our forces in one place, I think we should use a tactic of dividing our forces. We'll have our weaker fleet delaying the machine race's formations, and then have the stronger fleet first eliminate one formation of the machine race's interstellar battleships, and then support other battlefields, ultimately wiping out these machine race's interstellar battleships. Zhao Chen pointed to the 3 dots on the starship radar, as if a hunter was eyeing 3 prey. P.S. The last 2 chapters will be slightly delayed after 3/5. Originally thought that the old man smoking would refute, but at this moment he instead fell into silence, showing a pensive expression. As for the main mission, it will be handled by my fleet. Your 2 fleets will be responsible for attracting and holding back 2 factions of the mechanical race's interstellar fleet. Shen Bing's T2 starship will provide cover for the fleet's formation and provide battlefield support when necessary. Zhao Chen stated his thoughts. Isn't this a bit risky? The woman in a leather jacket worriedly said. The old man smoking stared straight at Zhao Chen and asked, Kid, how confident are you? If your 2 fleets don't mess up, we can delay them for at least half an hour. I am 100% confident about this. The shorter the time, the lower the odds of success. Zhao Chen replied. Half an hour. The old man smoking murmured for a moment, then bluntly said, All right, we'll go with your plan. Zhao Chen was surprised by the old man's agreement, but it made his task much easier, saving him from arguing later. Even without help from the 2 fleets, Zhao Chen could handle one faction of the mechanical race's interstellar fleet, but the interstellar transport fleet might have to pay a hefty price. Then his mission would be in vain. Yes, just as the mechanical race's interstellar fleet appeared just now, the system issued a mission to Zhao Chen. It was because of this mission that Zhao Chen came up with a tactical plan focused on protecting the interstellar fleet. Mission: Escort Interstellar Transport Fleet Difficulty. B reward: 20 mission points and 5,000 points. Additional mission: preserve as many T1 interstellar transport ships as possible. 300's mission penalty. Deduct 5,000 points. One of the additional tasks was to preserve 300 T1 interstellar transport ships. The more surviving T1 interstellar transport ships, the greater the reward. After assigning the combat missions, Zhao Chen began preparing to hunt his first prey. Secretary Lily had already prepared relevant data pages at this moment, with a main data page and 2 sub-data pages. The main data page was for the Dragon Fleet's battlefield. The other 2 sub-data pages detailed the leather jacket woman and the smoking old man's fleet battlefields, listing their respective fleet starships and opponents they would face. According to the information pulled from the database, there were 30 enemy interstellar warships, including 21 T2 mechanical Guardian-class medium-sized interstellar escort ships, 60 T2 mechanical Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer ships, and 3 T2 Diamond Wolf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser ships. Lily quickly brought out information on these 3 types of starships. There were also images and holographic images of the 3 starships, all featuring a strong mechanical style with black iron hulls, a characteristic style of the mechanical race's interstellar warships. Very rugged, devoid of any artistic style, everything designed for optimal efficiency. So, we are facing 7 T2 mechanical Guardian-class medium-sized interstellar escort ships, 2 T2 mechanical Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer ships, and 1 T2 Diamond Wolf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser. Zhao Chen focused on his battlefield. The Allied forces had 1 T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starship and 5 T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. 6 versus 10 T2 starships. They were outnumbered. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Chen decisively gave the order. T2 Queen Bee-class heavy carrier starship moves out of the interstellar transport fleet formation and forms a triangular formation with 5 T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. Understood. Lily immediately relayed the command. The T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship moved out of the interstellar transport fleet formation. This action was seen by the commanders of the fleets on the other battlefields. Oh my god. This kid actually took his carrier starship out. Doesn't he know the carrier starships should stay away from the battlefield as much as possible? Among the interstellar transport ships, there could at least be more cover, the old man smoking criticized. The woman in the leather jacket stared at the star chart with a cold expression. Shen Bing, standing at the bridge of the T-2 starship, needed to handle 3 roles due to a shortage of bridge crew members, so she couldn't sit as gracefully as Zhao Chen. Liu Lily exclaimed on the sidelines, "Zhao Chen, why did he take his carrier starship out? The enemy would definitely target his carrier starship first." Then she murmured softly, "Speaking of which, I haven't figured it out in these days. Where did his carrier starship come from? I've never heard of him having such a carrier starship in the academy before." This escort mission, the carrier starship Zhao Chen possessed, surprised all the crew on Shen Bing's starship, and they were curious about where Zhao Chen got this carrier starship. Shen Bing stared at the starship radar with the representation of Zhao Chen's carrier starship's marker, and said seriously, "Zhao Chen wants to lure the enemy in. His advantage lies in the T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. I've seen his battle video in the academy. The advantage of this T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship lies in its terrifying hull armor strength, but it lacks firepower. If it keeps chasing the enemy ships, it's easy to be led around. Now, using the carrier starship as bait, the enemy's interstellar warships will definitely rush in. And when the enemy ships approach, the T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship can unleash its short-range combat capabilities." Liu Lily covered her mouth. This is too crazy. Using his own flagship, or a carrier starship, as bait. What if, on the battlefield, you must take some risks and pay a certain price? Shen Bing clenched her fist. This was what she had just learned. The 10 mechanical race interstellar warships, upon discovering the enemy carrier starship, immediately accelerated towards it, targeting the T-2 carrier starship. On the bridge of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, Zhao Chen raised his hand, pointing at the marker representing the T-2 Diamond Wolf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser, saying, "When I give the command later, eliminate this interstellar cruiser first. It has a faster speed and stronger firepower than the interstellar escort ships. We can't let it live." The captains of the 5 T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships were waiting for the commander's orders, like 5 unleashed beasts, while the opposing mechanical race interstellar warships had no idea what they were facing. Soon, both fleets entered firing range, and the mechanical race interstellar warships opened fire. The 5 T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships formed a defensive line like ordinary interstellar escort ships, intercepting the enemy's attacks in front of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Soon, the hulls of the 5 T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships are under attack. However, a laser shot from the T-2 Diamond Wolf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser only left a wound several tens of centimeters in the armor of the T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. "Attack!" came Zhao Chen's deep voice, echoing in the ears of the captains of the 5 T-2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. At the same time, the 5 beasts charged toward the enemy's ships under fire. "Damn! What is this kid doing? He actually let his interstellar escort ship abandon defense of the carrier starship and choose to launch an attack." The uncle smoking a cigarette dropped it on the ground, watching the 5 dots rushing out on the starship radar, spitting out stars. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The 5 dots on the starship radar suddenly accelerated, much faster than before, and the 5 dots formed a crescent shape, heading towards the T-2 Gundam Wolf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser. What is this kid up to? The uncle kept scratching his head, picking up the fallen cigarette from the ground, ready to put it back in his mouth. He originally thought this rich kid's tactical approach was to use the carrier starship battle system, with 5 T-2 interstellar escort ships protecting the T-2 carrier starship, and let the interstellar drones continuously bombard and harass the enemy ships, ultimately achieving victory. But now, that carrier starship suddenly seemed like an unwanted child, with no interstellar escort ships around. This is insane. And soon, he saw an even more horrifying scene. The 5 dots of the T2 interstellar escort ships actually overlapped with the dot of the T2 Gundam Volf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser from the mechanical tribe on the opposite side. Yes, they overlapped. Immediately switched to the view of the Deep Space Telescope for me. The uncle immediately requested his subordinates to adjust the battlefield view for him. Boss, we are still in the middle of a battle here. The deputy pointed to their battlefield. My orders have already been issued. Delaying for another half an hour should not be a problem. Stop whining. Hurry up and switch the view. The uncle kicked the deputy. Soon, the view from the Deep Space Telescope was sent back. The uncle's expression became stunned. Even the burning cigarette in his hand did not elicit a reaction until the pain swept through his nerves. Damn. The uncle threw away the cigarette butt in his hand, staring at the screen with wide eyes. In the screen, the 5 T2 interstellar escort ships are like 5 spears, piercing the hull of the T2 Gundam Volf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser. Yes, they were piercing the hull of the T2 Gundam Volf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser. And it was clear that these 5 T2 interstellar escort ships were still accelerating. Starting from the 5 impact points, cracks gradually appeared on the hull of the T2 Gundam Volf-class cruiser, and even the compartments under the cracks were visible. The cracks gradually spread throughout the hull. This scene caught the other mechanical tribe interstellar battleships off guard. They could only use a few precision weapons to attack these 5 interstellar escort ships, fearing that they might accidentally injure their own starships. However, the armor of these interstellar escort ships was incredibly tough, and their weapons only left minor wounds on the hull. This standoff lasted for about 2 minutes. Then, the entire T2 Gundam Volf-class medium-sized interstellar cruiser shattered. Yes, it shattered. From the 5 points of impact, the cracks extended and fragmented, becoming debris of the starship. It became the first starship to fall in this interstellar battle, and in such a unique way. Damn, can starships be played like this? The uncle was dumbfounded. What kind of interstellar escort ship was this playing dismemberment? After the 5 T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships achieved their first hunting target, they began to search for their next target, a T2 Machine Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. The targeted T2 Machine Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer tried to distance itself, but the 5 T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship suddenly accelerated and pounced like 5 bloodthirsty beasts. No matter how the T2 Machine Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer struggled, it was futile. The more it struggled, the more aggressive the attack from the 5 T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships became. And a terrifying scene even unfolded. For T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships accurately position themselves from 4 directions, using their large black horns to stabilize the hull of the enemy ship. The remaining T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship targeted the weakest point of the T2 Machine Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer's hull, launching repeated assaults. The large black horn repeatedly pierced through the armor of the T2 Machine Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer's rear hull. During this time, the interstellar drones of the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship were not idle, launching rounds of attacks against the T2 Machine Guard-class medium-sized interstellar escort ships. The mechanical tribe starships clearly became confused by the opponent's strange interstellar escort ships. But soon, they made a new battle deployment. Since your interstellar escort ships are so tough, I will not bother with them for now and instead focus on besieging your carrier starship. The remaining mechanical tribe starships headed straight for the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Bridge of the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Report. The weapon systems of 6 T2 Machine Guard-class medium-sized interstellar escort ships and 1 T2 Machine Dog-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer have locked onto our ship. Crew reported. Queen B. Begin full speed movement and ensure that the positions of these starships are all in one direction of our hull. At the same time, prepare to raise our star shields, said Zhao Chen. He dared to remain alone in his T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship because he had something to rely on. Through the view of the Deep Space Telescope, the uncle saw that the main cannons and secondary cannons of the 6 mechanical tribe starships had all aimed at the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. At that moment, his heart was hanging in suspense. Although the carrier starship's hull was relatively tough, it might not withstand the continuous attacks from 6 enemy ships. Report, that woman leading her fleet has escaped. Suddenly, the deputy reported news. The uncle frowned and looked at the starship radar. The fleet led by the leather-clad woman, who was originally responsible for resisting another group of 10 mechanical tribe starships, suddenly took a detour and fled, ignoring the 10 mechanical tribe starships chasing behind her. That shameless bitch with a horde of men. The uncle cursed. Although he detested such shameless behavior from the other side, there was nothing he could do at the moment, and he could only watch her fleet escaping. However, half of the starships were caught up by the chasing mechanical tribe starships, and without arranging a proper battle formation, their destruction was only a matter of time. Without any hesitation about the pursuit of their friendly starships, the woman in leather immediately fled into the depths of space. Meanwhile, in another part of the Deep Space Telescope battlefield, the primary weapons of the 6 mechanical tribe starships had all locked onto the carrier starship, and they began to fire. Laser beams shot towards the carrier starship. The uncle found it difficult to watch, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and averted his gaze. It seemed that their escort mission this time was more dangerous than lucky. He, as a lone Wolf, didn't mind, but it was a pity for the brothers in his fleet who shared life and death with him. Boss. Look quick. It's the Star Shield. End of translation, you little brat. This is a T2 starship here. Where did the Star Shield come from? The man smoking sneered with a rolled eye. Star Shield is the standard technology for T3 starships. The deputy urgently exclaimed, it's really a Star Shield. That T2 carrier starship really has a Star Shield. Boss. Take a look yourself. I'm not lying to you. I think you're delusional and about to die. If a T2 starship had a Star Shield, I code. The man smoking impatiently looked at the screen, but his expression froze at that moment. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. The deputy looked at the boss in front of him as if he had pressed the pause button, and called out, Boss. The man smoking stared fixedly at the screen, where a semi-transparent energy shield was blocking one side of the T2 carrier starship. It was indeed the Star Shield that T3 starships possess. Damn, it's a Star Shield. The man smoking rubbed his eyes, still reluctant to believe everything he saw. But the screen wouldn't lie, and the Star Shield was clearly in action. The mechanical fleet starship firepower was falling on the Star Shield like raindrops, and all of it was being blocked, creating ripples on the shield. Could that be a T3 carrier starship? The man smoking furrowed his brows. Even the smallest T3-like carrier starship should be over a kilometer in size. How could a T3 carrier starship less than 500 meters exist? That the presence of the Star Shield was inexplicable. The man smoking kept scratching his head. This was indeed a peculiar nobleman. The interstellar escort ship was already strange enough, ramming into ships with no regard for its own safety. Now this carrier starship was even more extraordinary, directly employing T2 Star Shield technology. Damn it, if it doesn't make sense, then let it go. The man smoking grumbled irritably, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Now it seems that the tactics of that noble kid might actually work. But boss, our situation here doesn't look good. The deputy looked at the battle on the starship radar, wearing a troubled expression. The man smoking furrowed his brows. What? Can my starships hold out for half an hour? Although the quality of the mechanical fleet starships was high, with the right formation and minimal casualties, holding out for half an hour should not be a problem. It's the mechanical fleet responsible for the previous battle, now almost wiping out those remnants left by that vile woman's fleet. Once those starships all fall, this mechanical fleet will pose a threat to us. Facing one mechanical fleet is challenging enough. Now if we have to deal with another fleet at the same time. The deputy hesitated. The man smoking showed a pensive expression. Indeed, it was a dilemma. Regardless, let's take it step by step. If we flee like that woman, we won't survive in the Stellar Empire. Deserting a military mission and becoming a fugitive, we would be hunted across the entire galaxy by the Alliance. The man smoking was irritated at the mention of that vile woman. With the strength of the nobleman's fleet and the woman's fleet, working together indeed lead to victory. That woman had run away without even looking at the situation. Foolish. Hey. A T2 interstellar warship appears in that direction of the battle. The deputy suddenly pointed at a moving dot on the starship radar. The man smoking took a closer look, astonished. It's that student girl's starship. These young people, they really can't judge by appearances. Shen Bing's T2 like a medium-sized interstellar destroyer, was like a lone valve, blocking the path between the interstellar transport fleet and the mechanical fleet, eliminating the remnants of the Vixen's fleet. The remnants of the Vixen's fleet, having not prepared effectively for battle from the start, were in chaos when attacked by the mechanical fleet, resembling headless flies. 6 starships were completely wiped out, becoming debris floating in space. However, the 10 mechanical interstellar warships, aside from some damages, all remained intact. Having finished off their prey, the 10 mechanical interstellar warships targeted the T-2 Griffin heavy interstellar destroyer, blocking their way. "Captain, they are coming," Liu Lili reported nervously. Shen Bing took a deep breath, eyes fixed on the screen showing the 10 mechanical starships. "For the greater good, we must do everything we can. Prepare for battle." "Understood." The crew on the starship, nervous but resolute, prepared for battle. Most of the crew recruited by Shen Bing actually had basic skills in piloting starships, likely having experience with T-1 civilian starships. They only joined Shen Bing's starship after she offered favorable conditions. There were also civilians like Liu Lili, who was originally a student at the North Star Starship Military Academy. Maintain high-speed maneuvering of the starship. Main guns and secondary guns ready. Shen Bing issued the combat order, commanding her T-2 medium-sized interstellar destroyer to join the battle. Shen Bing did not recklessly throw her starship into battle. With a 10-to-1 ratio, she didn't have that capability. She aimed to delay the time as much as possible, keeping her starship at a safe distance to provide a distraction and draw the enemy's attention. It was like dancing on a tightrope. Any slight mistake could lead to a downfall. Initially, Shen Bing's T-2 could barely hold its ground, but soon the 10 mechanical starships gradually formed a semicircular encirclement. Moreover, the attacks from the main and secondary guns were beginning to hit the T-2's hull. Report: my ship's port hull armor has been hit, with remaining hull armor strength at 90%. Report: my ship's front hull armor is under attack, with remaining hull armor strength at 85%. The soldiers on the entire bridge could feel the starship rocking violently. They could hear the sounds of the hull like groans of pain. Suddenly, a louder sound rang out, and the entire bridge shook violently, with some crew members falling to the ground. Report: my ship's port hull armor has been hit by enemy main gunfire, with severe damage to the adjacent compartments, and crew evacuation has started with compartment sealing. Shen Bing's expression turned serious, sweat beading on her forehead. At that moment, her T-2 medium-sized interstellar destroyer had overall hull armor strength that had been compromised, nearing 50%. And the enemy ships were getting closer to her starship, meaning the next attacks would be even more fierce. Her starship's destruction was just a matter of time. Was she really going to die here? "Forgive me, Grandma. Little Lice might have to break her promise this time." A few seconds later, the imagined explosion and the loud noise of the hit on the ship did not occur. Instead, Liu Lili's surprised voice came through her ears. "It's Zhao Chen's student carrier starship." Shen Bing opened her eyes and, through the images collected from the ship's body, could see a T-2 carrier starship positioned directly above her T-2 Eagle-class heavy interstellar destroyer. At the same time, a semi-transparent star shield was blocking the path between the two starships. The attacks from the mechanical starship only left a few ripples on the star shield. Following that, 5 T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships leapt out, enduring the enemy's gunfire to engage directly. Ding ding ding. At that moment, Shen Bing's handheld terminal vibrated a few times. She opened and read a message sent by Zhao Chen. He instructed her to withdraw her starship from the battlefield and leave the area to him, also reminding her that her communication system might be malfunctioning. Shen Bing checked the communication system and indeed found it malfunctioning due to the consecutive gunfire earlier. Even the starship's radar system was also experiencing issues. No wonder she didn't receive any alert regarding Zhao Chen's fleet support. Phew. Shen Bing, you scared me. I thought I was going to die. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet. Liu Lili suddenly burst into tears, releasing the tension in her nerves. Shen Bing looked at Liu Lili and the rejuvenated crew on the bridge, a hint of smile appearing on her previously indifferent face. She raised her head and looked at the carrier starship that appeared above her own starship like a barrier. A sense of indescribable security filled her heart. Less than 20 minutes have passed, and the battle on Zhao Chen's side is already over. Shen Bing curiously used the Deep Space Telescope to observe the battlefield situation on Zhao Chen's assigned area. She witnessed a spectacular scene. In that cosmic battlefield, scattered starship debris could be seen, some shattered into pieces, some split in half, some lucky ones barely holding their skeletal frames intact but covered in bomb damage, riddled with holes. All 10 T2 mechanical starships were annihilated. What a terrifying combat power, achieved with just a T2 carrier starship and 5 T2 interstellar escort ships. After all, who had seen a T2 carrier starship with a star shield? Who dared to face the interstellar battlecruiser-type T2 escort ships head-on? Where did Zhao Chen summon those monster starships from? Shen Bing couldn't help but mutter at this point. From the Zero Blizzard with a top speed of 100 knots and equipped with 1,200mm cannons, to the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship that rose to fame by single-handedly challenging the same class interstellar battlecruiser at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, and now the T2 carrier starship with a star shield in front of her. This man seemed no longer the noble beau who buried himself in books for 3 years. Perhaps due to familiarity with the combat style of mechanical starships, Zhao Chen managed to eliminate all 10 mechanical starships in less than 10 minutes. Witnessing all this, Shen Bing and the crew on the bridge were stunned and amazed at the sight. Report: the second batch of mechanical starships has been eliminated. The T2 Hornet-class heavy carrier starship has consumed 67% of its ammunition supplies, over 30% of unmanned drones lost. The Star Shield has 41% energy remaining. No damage to the ship body. Secretary Lily promptly reported the fleet's situation after detailing the conditions of the T2 Hornet-class carrier starship. She then moved on to report on the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships under Zhao Chen's command. Zhao Chen scanned the report and saw that despite sustaining damage, the 5 Black Rhino-class ships were not severely affected. The most damaged ship had an overall armor damage of 37%, with the worst area exceeding 50%. With the lowest combat expenditure among the ships, each Black Rhino-class vessel had over 70% ammunition supplies left. Dealing with the remaining mechanical starship group would be more than manageable. It seems like we have the upper hand in this battle. Zhao Chen sighed in relief. Hey, buddy. While you're taking care of your stuff over there, don't forget about me here. I've lost to starships and can't hold on much longer. And mechanical starships are already threatening the interstellar escort fleet. The voice of the smoking uncle sounded at this moment. In the video communication window, the smoking uncle, in contrast to his previous gruff attitude, seemed familiar and friendly to Zhao Chen. Uncle, can't forget about you over there. Zhao Chen replied with a smile. Despite the uncle's somewhat bad temper, he was a decent person. At least in this battle, he fulfilled his duties. Interestingly, the leather-clad woman, who was initially up to something with Zhao Chen, had fled at the start of the battle. The smoking uncle grinned and pointed his thumb up at Zhao Chen. I misjudged you before. You are awesome. Let's have a drink after this. Zhao Chen smiled and began assessing the current battlefield situation through the star map on the data panel. 30 T2 mechanical starships were no longer illuminated on the map, indicating they were destroyed. 2 of the uncle's fleet starships had also turned dark. The remaining ones were marked in red, representing their damage levels and hit locations. Only Zhao Chen's T2 Hornet-class heavy carrier starship was almost intact. The mechanical fleet of 20 T2 starships had all been eliminated by Zhao Chen's fleet. The uncle's fleet severely damaged 1 T2 Mechanic Guard-class medium interstellar escort ship and 1 T2 Mechanic Dog-class medium interstellar destroyer. However, the uncle's fleet also suffered losses, with T1 starships destroyed, to heavily damaged, and 1 T2 Grey Wolf-class light interstellar cruiser critically damaged. The uncle's fleet sustained significant losses in this battle. Some of the mechanical starships managed to break through the uncle's blockade and directly attack the interstellar transport fleet. Currently, 12 T1 interstellar transport ships had been destroyed. This situation prompted Zhao Chen's mission data to change slightly, adding an additional task to secure as many T1 interstellar transport ships as possible to 188 300s. Support the battle on the uncle's side and end this fight as soon as possible. Zhao Chen issued the operational command for the third phase of the battle. The resupplied interstellar drone swarm was deployed again to engage the remaining 10 mechanical starships. Eliminating this mechanical starship fleet was much simpler in the previous wave, especially with the severely damaged ships able to withstand the assault from T to Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships and interstellar drones. In no time, the 10 mechanical starships were reduced to 7. However, at that moment, Zhao Chen's T2 Hornet-class heavy carrier starship radar detected a larger red signal than before. Report, detecting a T3 starship energy signal. It's heading in our direction and will enter the threat range in 5 minutes at the current speed. Zhao Chen's heart sank. This was a mechanical T3 starship. End of translation. The appearance of the T3 interstellar warship of the mechanical tribe has disrupted all of Zhao Chen's original arrangements. Young man. At this moment, the smoking uncle also sent the communication looking nervous. Uncle, you continue to handle things on this side. I will take care of the T3 warship, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. After thinking for a moment, the smoking uncle nodded. All right, I leave it to you. The smoking uncle did not ask Zhao Chen for support on his battlefield. Compared to his side's remaining 7 mechanical tribe starships, half of them had already suffered damage, resulting in reduced combat strength. It was quite obvious that compared to the threat of a single T3 interstellar warship, the situation was more dire, and he could continue to delay for a while on his side. Boss. This T3 interstellar warship. Can the aristocratic young master handle it? The cautious deputy officer inquired. The smoking uncle took a deep drag of his cigarette and exhaled smoke rings. Report, the database has identified the type of that T3 interstellar warship. It is a T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer from the mechanical tribe. The subordinate reported, T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. Although it is just an interstellar destroyer, but, after all, it's a T3 warship, the smoking uncle said solemnly. On Zhao Chen's side, the T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship's bridge also received data intelligence on the enemy ship. T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer is one of the most common types of the T3 series interstellar destroyers from the mechanical tribe. It is 700 meters long, equipped with a T3 class medium pulse laser cannon as its main weapon. It has moderate speed, and its armor strength is not as good as the T2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship, but it has a star shield, Zhao Chen said with a grave expression. Looking at the cards in Zhao Chen's hand, there was 1 T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship and 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. 6 T2 starships against 1 T3 starship. Although in the history of starship battles, there were instances of T2 starships destroying T3 starships, they were rare and typically involved opportunistic situations in large-scale battles. Under normal circumstances, not to mention 6 T2 starships, even 10 or 20 would not necessarily be a match for a single T3 starship. There is no running away, we can only try. Zhao Chen had a crazy idea in his mind, a risky and adventurous plan, but there was no other choice. Zhao Chen had Lily communicate his battle plan. The captains of the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships received the order and began their battle deployment. To deal with the T3 starship, we must act quickly. If dragged out, our T2 starships will be annihilated one by one, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Report, the enemy's T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer has entered threatening range. In 2 minutes, it will enter firing range and can attack our T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, the subordinate reported. Action, Zhao Chen ordered. The 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships set off immediately. Although the armor strength of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship is impressive, it may not withstand the main cannon attacks of a T3 class starship for long. The technological gap is significant. However, the advantage of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship lies in close combat, where the main cannon of the enemy T3 starship may not have the opportunity to engage them at close range. Shen Bing, monitoring the battle from the rear, was focusing on the battlefield. She witnessed the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships deployment with a serious expression. Zhao Chen's battle directly determined their life or death. Can't they really win? Liu Lily asked in concern. Shen Bing closed her eyes and began to simulate battle scenarios in her mind. No. This won't work either. How should we do it? How can we win? Is it really impossible for T2 starships to defeat T3 starships? Suddenly, Shen Bing had a crazy idea and immediately edited her thoughts into a message to Zhao Chen. He quickly replied with 2 words, "Thank you." Shen Bing was puzzled by the curt response. "Quick, look. Those 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships have formed a strange battle formation in a line." Liu Lili exclaimed suddenly. Shen Bing looked at the screen, seeing the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships moving towards the T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, forming a 5 stars in a row-style battle formation. At that moment, the T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer's medium pulse laser cannon fired, releasing a pulse laser beam. Laser weapons mainly come into forms: beam lasers and pulse lasers. Of course, there are also some minor categories. A pulse laser fires a laser beam at the enemy after a brief energy buildup, with a short range, moderate damage, fast shooting speed, and short intervals between shots. Beam lasers require longer energy buildup, then fire a continuous beam of laser towards the enemy ship over an extended period, with a longer range, high damage, slow firing speed, and longer intervals between shots compared to pulse lasers. The former type is more numerous and is mainly equipped on interstellar escort ships, interstellar destroyers, and cruisers. The latter type has greater power and is mainly mounted on interstellar battle cruisers and star battleships, targeting stronger enemy ships in the fleet, such as flagships and core starships. Against energy defenses like star shields, they had excellent destructive power. Even though the T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer is equipped with only a pulse laser main cannon, it is still a T3-class ship. At that moment, a pulse laser hit the first T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship in the fleet. T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship number 1. Bridge report: frontal armor integrity has been compromised, reaching 50% overall damage. Report: left front armor integrity compromised to 65%. Report: 3 close defense cannons damaged. The captain of ship number 1 sighed in relief as they managed to withstand this wave of attacks smoothly. She issued the order: change positions. Yes. The first ship of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships moved back and took the rearmost position in the line of 5 starships. The second ship of the same class moved to the front. He actually thought of that. Shen Bing exclaimed in surprise. Thought of what? Curious, Liu Lili asked. Shen Bing said seriously, I mentioned earlier that although the armor strength of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship is high, it may not withstand the attacks of the T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. However, if the 5 ships can form a line and continually rotate the ship at the front to absorb the attacks of the T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, perhaps, in the rotating coordination of the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships, they can get close to the T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer. Although the T3 Black Iron-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer has a star shield, it is only a one-way shield and does not protect the whole ship entirely. As long as the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships attack from different directions, the star shield won't be able to defend against all the attacks. I wanted to share my thoughts with Zhao Chen earlier, but it seems that he had already thought of this somewhat crazy tactic and even implemented it directly. Thinking about this, Shen Bing marveled even more at this classmate who used to study hard. Should she say he had changed greatly, or should she say he had kept his true abilities hidden during the 3 years in the academy? TS. 3/4, that means we have hope. Liu Lili asked excitedly. However, Shen Bing said in a serious tone, but there is a problem with this plan. What? Liu Lili blinked and asked. Insufficient firepower. The T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship severely lacks firepower. While its ramming tactics are useful against T2-class starships, how long would it take to damage the armor of a T3-class Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer? During this time, the T2 Black Rhino-class medium interstellar destroyer might be wiped out by the T3 Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer. Shen Bing clenched his fists. Then, what do we do? Liu Lili panicked again. Shen Bing stared at the video screen, waiting for Zhao Chen's arrangement. Since Zhao Chen dared to do this, he must have a follow-up plan. Report: 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships have entered the effective range of short-range assault. Although all 5 T2 Black Rhino-class ships have varying degrees of damage, it does not affect their overall combat power, Lilith reported. Execute the second step of the operation plan, Zhao Chen said with a serious expression. Understood. Commander's orders. Execute the second step of the operation plan, Lilith relayed Zhao Chen's command. On the battlefield, almost simultaneously, the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships began to accelerate. Despite the significant damage to their armor, they maintained their speed. The 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships began to encircle the T3 Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer, launching a coordinated attack. The 50 T2 class 300mm caliber heavy close-in defense guns on each T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship began to pour down firepower. Against a typical T2 starship, they would have been riddled with holes by now. Unfortunately, this was a T3 class starship. Its star shield was deployed, repelling attacks from one direction. However, the attacks from other directions landed on the armor of the T3 Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer, causing numerous bullet marks. Although the quantity was high, the actual damage was minimal. Prepare for ramming. The captain of the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship number 1 ordered. With increased speed, the large blunt nose slammed into the armor of the T3 Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer. However, there were no penetrating injuries, like on a T2 starship, only a small wound. This was the difference in armor between the T3 and the T2 starship. The other T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships also began ramming. At the same time, the secondary guns of the T3 Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer began counterattacking, and the recharged pulse laser main guns locked onto the nearby enemy ships. The frontal armor of one T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship was blasted with a big hole. Luckily, the armor was sufficient, or it would not have been so easy. However, under these conditions, they could not withstand too many cannon shots. The lack of firepower is exposed. Shen Bing lightly bit her lip, feeling anxious again. Facing this situation, Commander Zhao Chen remained calm. Initiate the third step of the operation plan, Zhao Chen ordered. Understood. Initiate the third step of the operation plan. Lilith began relaying the command. A stunning scene unfolded as the 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships, currently engaged in ramming, opened their cargo holds one by one, releasing small items. They are interstellar drones. Shen Bing immediately recognized these small items being released as interstellar drones. They were the T2B King-class heavy carrier starship stellar drones. Over 50 T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones and 15 T2 Great Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones were released from the cargo holds of the ramming T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. The 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships halted their ramming and used their close-in defense guns to thwart the close-in defense fire of the T3 Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer. The T2 Great Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones, under the cover of fire from the T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships, aimed at the largest breach in the armor of the T3 Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer caused by the ramming and began bombing it. After a series of bombings by the T2 Great Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones, the originally small breach expanded several times over. What followed was even more astonishing. The T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones began a rapid descent, sharply targeting the enlarged breach in the armor caused by the ramming. Explosions erupted one after another. These interstellar drones are carrying explosives. Seeing the explosion, Shen Bing immediately judged that these interstellar drones were carrying explosives. When combined with the drone's crash, the impact was amplified. 10, 20, 30, 40. One could notice that the weapon systems on one side of the T3 Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer had stopped firing, indicating system malfunctions. At this point, the suicidal attacks by the interstellar drones had not ceased. After the T2 Killer B-class medium interstellar drones had finished their suicide attacks, the T2 Great Bumblebee-class heavy interstellar drones followed suit, plunging down to become part of the flaming explosions. Liu Lily covered her mouth in amazement. This is Zhao Chen's arrangement. The T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships lacked firepower, so they concealed the interstellar drones in their cargo holds. As the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships approached the T-3 Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer, they launched bombings and then the suicidal attacks. Shen Bing's eyes flickered with excitement. As the explosions and smoke dissipated, one side of the T-3 Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer's armor revealed the cross-section of internal compartments. From a distance, the damaged area resembled a piece of meat sliced off a big fish, exposing the internal structure like fish bones. At this moment, the fate of the T-3 Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer was evident. Facing the subsequent siege by the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships, it would probably meet its end in a regretful, yet doomed manner. Following this, the regrouped T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships, in coordination with the fleet, undertook the final cleansing of the remaining mechanical starships. The battle, lasting nearly an hour, finally came to an end. Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair, exhaling deeply. Lilith, assess the extent of the damage. Then, have the T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships patrol the area. Our current situation leaves us no choice but to wait here for reinforcements to arrive. Zhao Chen instructed. Yes. Mission content: escort the interstellar transport fleet. Mission difficulty: B grade. Mission reward: 20 mission points and 5,000 points. Additional mission: preserve as many T1 interstellar transport ships as possible, 279 300ths. Mission completed. You may claim the mission rewards. Zhao Chen's system prompted that the mission had been completed. Since there was nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to claim the mission rewards to calm himself. Mission rewards claimed: 20 mission points and 5,000 points. Additional mission: 279 interstellar transport ships preserved. Mission completion rate: 93%. Additional mission reward claimed: acquired the technical blueprint of the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship. Suddenly, Zhao Chen was startled. An interstellar missile ship, a ship class known as the Arsenal ship, TS, 4 quarters. The interstellar missile ship is also known as the interstellar arsenal ship or the interstellar firepower ship. It relies on interstellar missiles as its main means of attack, as it houses a large ammunition depot storing interstellar missiles within its hull. Due to its resemblance to a powder keg, it is extremely dangerous once hit by an enemy ship. Therefore, in fleet battles, like carrier starships, they often require a high level of protection. However, its short-term firepower output capability is unmatched by almost all other ship types. This is because interstellar missiles are long-range and highly accurate interstellar weapons with self-guided locking functionality. Unless intercepted and destroyed or the target starship leaves the maximum firepower range, the missiles are guaranteed to hit. Most importantly, they have an extremely short firing interval. Since they do not require recharging cooldowns, theoretically, only the time it takes to load the interstellar missile is needed, and it takes less than 10 seconds for an interstellar missile from the ammunition depot to be sent to the launch silo automatically. Therefore, an interstellar missile ship can fire off all its interstellar missiles in the shortest time, causing a saturation-style firepower bombardment against enemy fleets within a short period of time. This starship is good, but, Zhao Chen muttered to himself, the advantages of this starship are very obvious, but so are the disadvantages. It's not easy to be taken down once hit, but it's damn costly. T1 series and T2 series starships with interstellar missiles have long been outdated. The number of T3 series interstellar missile ships is also very limited. The reason is that they are too expensive. Often, after a full salvo of attacks 3 to 5 times, the cost of the fired interstellar missiles from the interstellar missile ship is equivalent to the construction cost of a standard starship of the same class. And these 3 to 5 rounds of attacks, without taking into account the time needed to replenish the interstellar missile consumption, only require less than 15 minutes from start to finish, completing one starship's construction resources in just over 10 minutes. Even the Imperial Army would find it difficult to afford such high ammunition expenses. In comparison, regular starships may have higher cost-effectiveness. Therefore, the interstellar missile ship has become a very niche starship. According to Zhao Chen's understanding, the style of interstellar missile ships currently in service in the Starlight Empire is only one. and the quantity is extremely scarce. Let's look at the detailed information first. Zhao Chen began to read the detailed data of this technical blueprint in his mind. T-2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship type. Interstellar missile ship technology level. T-2 ship armor strength 130 units, 150 units cruising speed, 25 knots star speed warp engine. Level for warp engine ship length 258 meters, mass 150,000 tons, crew 50 starship weapons, 50 interstellar missile launch wells, and a fully loaded 500 T-2 Lion King class interstellar missiles. The various attributes of this T-2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship are relatively conventional, but Zhao Chen understood that the 500 interstellar missile payload capacity is more than twice that of some T-2 interstellar missile ships that have already been phased out. It can truly be said to be a moving firepower output platform. The attack power of a single T-2 Lion King class interstellar missile is not inferior to the main gun damage of a T-2 interstellar battleship. Just think about it, when 500 T-2 Lion King class interstellar missiles are all launched at the enemy fleet, how splendid this scene will be. But when Zhao Chen calculated the cost, a series of numbers with lots of zeros appeared before his eyes. The cost of constructing a T-2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship is not expensive, requiring only 1.5 million star coins, which is the same as a T-2 Queen B class heavy carrier starship. This cost includes the first batch of 500 T-2 Lion King class interstellar missiles, and the cost of these 500 T-2 Lion King class interstellar missiles is a full 1,000 star coins per missile. In other words, if a T-2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship consumes all its interstellar missiles, it would be the equivalent of expending nearly 500,000 star coins in resources. After 3 rounds of firepower output, it's almost like depleting a T-2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship. Zhao Chen covered his face. What kind of starship is this? It's clearly a gold-devouring beast. He understands why even the Starlight Empire cannot afford to supply this starship in large quantities. Zhao Chen's calculations only involve construction costs. If calculated based on selling prices, the cost would be tens of times higher. But based on performance, the cost-effectiveness of my T-2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship is several times better than any T-2 interstellar missile ship recorded. And I cannot afford a large fleet in a short time, so these small but refined starships are suitable for me. Zhao Chen revealed a thoughtful expression. If he had just one T-2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship in that battle earlier, it would have been a done deal against a T-3 Black Iron class medium interstellar destroyer. As for other T-2 mechanical family interstellar warships, they would just be sitting ducks. Without considering interception, an average of 10 to 20 T-2 Lion King class interstellar missiles could render a T-2 mechanical family interstellar warship combat ineffective. Zhao Chen made up his mind. Even if it's a gold-devouring beast, he's going to build it. As Zhao Chen brings out more starship technologies, the risk of exposure is gradually increasing, such as in this battle, where Zhao Chen flaunted the T-2 carrier starship with Starshield technology. He believes this news will spread to interested parties in a short time. Before that happens, Zhao Chen must have enough self-defense power. The interstellar missile ship will become Zhao Chen's ace in hand. Let's go back and build a few first, then match them with T-2 Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ships. Shield then spear. Perfect. Zhao Chen is very excited. He's even impatient to put this fleet out for real combat. Just as Zhao Chen was fantasizing about these beautiful moments, Lila reported something to Zhao Chen. They received a group of crew members from the T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer commanded by Shen Bing. There are a total of 13 female crew members who sustained external injuries in the previous battle, but they have all been properly treated. Lila reported, "Oh, Shen Bing's crew members? How come I didn't know about this?" Zhao Chen looked surprised at Lila. Lila looked puzzled and said to the commander, "I reported it to you just now. You directly said okay. Okay, I thought you agreed." Shen Bing's T-2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer was severely damaged, with a malfunctioning starship engine, making it difficult to sail back. They can only wait for the interstellar repair ship to come later or rely on other starships to transport them back. Zhao Chen was taken aback. It seems that he was so focused on thinking about the T-2 Lion King-class heavy interstellar missile ship that he didn't even hear Lila clearly. In that case, let's temporarily place them on our starship, right? Why are they all female crew members? Doesn't Shen Bing's starship have any male crew members? Jia Chen subconsciously asked. Lila casually said, those male crew members were all assigned to Zhang Shan's starship. This Zhang Shan is that smoking uncle. As for why the arrangement was made like this, Lila dislikes all males except Jia Chen. Across the video window, Uncle Zhang Shan is enthusiastically hugging a young male officer named Shen Bing's subordinate. Young man, you can rest assured, we will warmly welcome these officers. Behind the video window, several male officers of Shen Bing can be seen standing together, surrounded by Zhang Shan's male officers. The atmosphere between the two groups gives off a sense of a wolf and a lamb, completely mismatched. The male officer being hugged by Uncle Zhang looks puzzled but dare not move. Thank you, Captain Zhang Shan. Shen Bing expresses gratitude. Thank me for what? You and your partner have gone through life and death situations with me. We are like brothers. Zhang Shan chuckles. Partner? Shen Bing blushes, about to explain. When the communication ends, Shen Bing stands awkwardly next to Zhao Chen. She looks at Zhao Chen's starship bridge. After she and her female officers were brought onto this carrier starship, she was invited to Zhao Chen's bridge. Seeing the bright, clean, and technologically advanced bridge in front of her, it's hard to believe this is the bridge of a T2 starship, a stark contrast to her own starship's bridge, which is run down. According to the head of the interstellar transport fleet, we will wait here for 20 hours for reinforcements to arrive before setting off. To prevent any further mishaps on the way, Zhao Chen looks at Shen Bing. Shen Bing, gazing through the screen on Zhao Chen's bridge, appears distracted, staring at her own battered T2 Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer. Zhao Chen can guess what Shen Bing is thinking. Judging by the severity of the damage on the T2 Hyena-class destroyer, repairing it would require a hefty sum of star coins. Completing this mission will earn Shen Bing a large bounty, but using that money to treat her grandmother means there won't be enough to repair the T2 destroyer. Perhaps sensing Zhao Chen's scrutiny, Shen Bing looks at him and casually says, thanks to you this time, or else all of our starships would have been lost here. Actually, a large part of it was due to luck. The T3 Dark Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer of the Mech clan didn't engage in the initial battle, giving us a great opportunity. Perhaps in their view, the initial 30 T2 starships were enough to handle us, and the T3 starship only needed to hunt from the outside. Who would have expected them to mess up in the end? Zhao Chen laughs. Shen Bing nods, agreeing it was part luck. Speaking of which, these Mech clan interstellar warships truly embody what the Academy textbooks teach. They fear neither life nor death, fighting to the last, giving their all in battle. If it were our fleet, even the Imperial Army, a professional force, if the loss exceeded 50%, it might affect the confidence in battle. Over 70% could lead to escapes or surrenders. Shen Bing admires. Zhao Chen, staring at the wreckage of those T2 Mech clan interstellar warships in the footage, solemnly says, this is the terror of intelligent mechanical life. For the ideological programs in their minds, they execute battle orders at any cost. This might be why, following the encounter with the Mech clan, the Galactic Alliance issued a comprehensive ban on all research related to advanced artificial intelligence. All technologies connected to artificial intelligence are heavily regulated. Concerns over the Mech clan could resurface within our Galactic Union. Shen Bing nods. This is a well-taught lesson in the Academy. If not for these restrictions, the personnel on interstellar warships could be fewer. A T2 starship could operate with a few people paired with intelligent robots or programs. It has to be admitted, the efficiency of artificial intelligence far surpasses human beings and other stellar races. As of now, the military sector only permits equipment with mid-tier artificial intelligence programs and related devices, while civilians are allowed only low-tier artificial intelligence programs and related equipment. All this is because of the lessons learned from the Mech clan. Well, let's not dwell on such heavy topics. Since we're waiting for the Imperial fleet's arrival, let's go to our restaurant first. Over these days, your officers will have the same dining standards as mine. No need to be polite, consider it my treat, Zhao Chen invites. Previously, Zhao Chen witnessed Shen Bing's command of the starship in a heroic battle, furthering his admiration for her. Without Shen Bing's bravery, the interstellar transport fleet might have suffered more losses, and the surviving number of starships might have been less than 90%. The additional reward the system gave him back then might not have been the T2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship. Of course, Zhao Chen had another plan in mind. Thank you for the invitation. Shen Bing expresses gratitude. Subsequently, Zhao Chen and Shen Bing, along with Shen Bing's 10+ female officers, head to the starship's restaurant. Shen Bing's female officers look around at the vastly different levels of spaces than their own starships. Spacious, clean, beautiful. As they walk into the starship's restaurant, all of Shen Bing's female officers are amazed. The air carries the aroma of meals, vastly different from the artificial nutrient meals. By this time, some crew members from the T to Queen Bee class heavy carrier starship have come over for their meal break. Fried rice, noodles, bread, steamed buns, and even a large plate of fish and some fruits are served. Does this feel like stepping into a high-class restaurant at the academy? Liu Lily wipes away drool at the corner of her mouth. Shen Bing also reveals a surprised expression. Over there is our dining area. You can place orders there, and service robots will deliver your meal to your table. You can order based on the same dining standards as our ordinary crew members, as long as you don't waste. You can choose to have individual meals or share, Zhao Chen explains, granting each person permission to order, based on the standards of the ordinary female soldiers. Individual meals mean everyone orders what they want, like a bowl of noodles or a plate of fried rice. Shared meals allow several officers to order a dish together, sharing it. We can order here. Liu Lily, finding it hard to believe, gazes at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiles, of course. After a brief silence, Liu Lily and her female officers rush over to the dining area, squeezing in front of the table to look at the holographic menu. Shen Bing also looks at the food, not just as food, but the values behind it. Fried rice is marked as 0.1 star coins, but outside, it definitely costs over 30 star coins or more. The prices in the starship's restaurant are purely based on costs. Shen Bing finds it hard to believe that all of Zhao Chen's crew members can eat such food. Can I take a look since I can't see today's menu? A timid voice comes from behind Shen Bing. Shen Bing turns around to see a short girl, barely reaching her waist, with a round chubby face and big eyes, looking incredibly cute. Especially the way she keeps tiptoeing trying to see the menu due to her short height is just too adorable. But she still bears the faint marks of a long-term collar around her neck. How come there are not only female half-orcs, but also underage girls on your starship? Shen Bing looks suspiciously at Zhao Chen, seemingly looking at some kind of suspicious weirdo. Cough. She is from the dwarf tribe. Not underage, actually older than us. However, it seems that the dwarves have an innate psychological maturity comparable to children, combined with their small and delicate appearance, making them appear childlike, Zhao Chen explained. Shen Bing carefully observed the little girl in front of him, noticing her slightly pointed ears and a head slightly larger in proportion to her body. It indeed matched the description of the dwarves in the interstellar species in the books. Commander. Sir. Annie then noticed Zhao Chen beside her and immediately saluted him. She first mimicked the salute of the L-Dragon female officer, with her hand over her chest. But feeling it wasn't quite right, she then bowed to Zhao Chen. Her fumbling actions made Zhao Chen find her very cute. Can't see. Let me help you. Zhao Chen placed his hands under Annie's arms and effortlessly lifted the little dwarf up. Annie's cheeks turned slightly red, repeatedly saying, No. No need. Annie. Once there are fewer people, it's fine. You've seen it now, so just to order quickly. Zhao Chen smiled. Annie looked at the holographic menu on the table and quickly ordered a yellow braised chicken set. It was only then that Zhao Chen set the little dwarf down. Thank you. Thank you, Commander. Sir. Annie kept bowing in gratitude, like a bobblehead. After Zhao Chen let Annie find a seat and wait for her meal, Annie left, or her head would probably have spun off. Annie found a seat in the furthest corner, then skillfully adjusted the seat height to the lowest, sat down, and raised it to a suitable height for the table. She began swinging her short legs, eagerly awaiting the happiest time of the day. Shen Bing and Zhao Chen had been staring at the little figure for a while before coming back to reality. They shared a knowing look, unspoken understanding between them. How did you find this dwarf? I noticed something on her neck, Shen Bing inquired. I bought her on the commodity trading network in the northern star sector before. It happened to be that escaped woman, abducted and sold from a planet. I purchased her, Zhao Chen explained. Shen Bing looked at Zhao Chen and then at the sumptuous daily menu on the table. Why did you set such high meal standards? Even if you purchase natural ingredients in large quantities at low prices and process them yourself, the monthly consumption for the crew on this carrier alone exceeds thousands of star coins. It already exceeds the standards of 99% of starships regarding meals. Zhao Chen shrugged, nonchalantly saying, I just want to give my crew a better quality of life so they can fight for me with more dedication. Shen Bing was quite surprised. He genuinely had never cared about such expenses. This kind of thinking was really out of place in this era. You're done ordering. Let's go over there and wait for our food. Zhao Chen invited Shen Bing to a table to wait for their meal. What are your plans after graduating from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy? Join the Imperial Army? Zhao Chen made small talk. Typically, talents trained at Starship military academies would mostly accumulate experience in the Imperial Army, and after their discharge, join various regional lord fleets. They basically belong to the social class that never worries about clothes or food, but acquiring great wealth depends on their luck. I will never join the Imperial Army, Shen Bing said. Zhao Chen was somewhat surprised but quickly understood the reason. Is it because of your parents? Shen Bing remained silent. Would you be willing to talk about your parents with me? Zhao Chen tentatively asked. Shen Bing stayed silent. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Chen did not press further. Since you don't want to join the Imperial Army, have you considered joining my fleet? Are you inviting me? Shen Bing looked at Zhao Chen with some surprise. Zhao Chen spread his hands, smiling as he said, You've seen the strength and treatment in my fleet. If you're willing, you can start directly from positions like Device Captain, Starship Officer, or Secretary Officer. The original crew on your starship, if qualify, can also join my fleet and enjoy the same treatment. Of course, this offer is only for female officers, don't ask why. Shen Bing chuckled and shook his head. If you want to recruit them, go speak to them directly. They'll most likely follow you. With that said, Shen Bing looked towards the table where his female officers were seated, where food had already been served. Each of them dug in as if they hadn't eaten in decades, disregarding any semblance of etiquette. I'm interested in your value. Zhao Chen pointed at Shen Bing. Shen Bing remained silent. I'll give you time to consider, but not too long, Zhao Chen said. He valued Shen Bing as a talent, but he wouldn't force him if he wasn't willing. After all, he would only stay at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy until the end of the year. When the food arrived, Shen Bing was served dumplings. Shen Bing picked up a dumpling and looked at the crystal-clear food with mixed emotions. Her grandmother had mentioned dumplings, recalling an unforgettable taste from her childhood. Just 3 dumplings. She and her sister listened to her grandmother recounting these stories by her bedside, while her sister vowed to make sure their grandmother and sister could taste the flavors again. If she joined Zhao Chen's all-dragon fleet, could her grandmother and sister savor this delicious food again? Shen Bing's heart wavered. Chewing on the dumpling in her mouth, its taste tantalized her taste buds. Never had she tasted something so delicious. Before she knew it, she had finished half a bowl of dumplings. Looking up across the table, Zhao Chen had silently left, attentively observing his other female officers. Some savored the food's taste, while others had slightly swollen eyes, indicating they had cried. Shen Bing pondered slightly. Zhao Chen returned to the bridge. Commander, the battle report for this campaign has been compiled. Secretary Lila stood next to Zhao Chen. Speak, Zhao Chen commanded. The T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship has consumed 93% of its ammunition supplies. The interstellar drones have experienced losses of 68%, with the T2 Assassin B-class medium-sized interstellar drones and the T2 Hornet-class heavy interstellar drones all being destroyed, leaving only the T2 Pupa-class light interstellar drones. Additionally, 5 T2 Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ships have encountered various damages, with one ship's hull armor severely damaged, requiring it to return to port for repairs. The remaining 4 ships are within acceptable damage range and should be able to return without repairs. They can be repaired on our T2 Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, significantly reducing repair costs. There were no casualties among the crew, but a few were injured and have been appropriately treated. Furthermore, we have successfully destroyed 1 T3 Mechanic Tribe starship and 27 T2 Mechanic Tribe starships, Lila reported. Zhao Chen reviewed the data and looked at his escort fleet, a hint of coldness passing through his eyes. This escort mission has indeed surprised me. We need an explanation. Lila understood the commander's unspoken meaning. Something was amiss with this mission. End of part 3/4. 20 hours later, a fleet of 30 Imperial Army starships arrived at the location where the Interstellar Transport Fleet had sent out a distress signal. Where are those mechanical interstellar warships from the distress call? In the video window, an Imperial Army officer with the rank of Colonel furrowed his brow and inquired. Those are the starship wrecks outside, Zhao Chen said coldly. Destroyed by you? The colonel officer asked in surprise. Not by us, unless it was you, Imperial Army, Zhao Chen retorted. The colonel officer sensed the hostility in his words. What do you mean? I just want to ask, what do you mean? This was clearly an escort mission. Why were those mechanical interstellar warships ambushing us, even using warp interceptors? Colonel, this is not a simple escort task. Zhao Chen stared at the other party. At the same time, Uncle Zhong Shan in the video communication channel said, with an unfriendly expression, concealing mission information goes against the rules of issuing missions. The attack by the mechanical starship fleet was just a coincidence. It's quite normal for such coincidences to occur in bounty missions. In addition to the normal mission rewards, we will recycle the starship wreckage you destroyed at the highest market price, and according to Imperial law, we will give you a bonus for destroying the mechanical starships, the colonel officer said without changing his expression. Coincidence? Then tell me, why were the cargo holds of those interstellar transport ships empty? Zhao Chen directly presented several images. The images showed the destroyed T1 interstellar transport ship, revealing that some of the cargo holds of the T1 interstellar transport ship were empty, with no signs of any scattered goods. The colonel officer's eyes flashed coldly. Colonel, we are not fools. Since we dared to confront you here, we have a backup plan. We have made data backups of what happened here. If we cannot return safely, this matter will be exposed. The reputation of the Imperial Army will also be greatly damaged. Is this a responsibility that you, a colonel in the Imperial Army, can bear? Uncle Zhong Shan slammed the table and said, I led my fleet here to fight to the death. Apparently, this was all a trap to have us escort interstellar transport ships with no supplies on board. If it weren't for our valiant fight, we might have been completely wiped out long ago. My fleet also sacrificed 3 T1 starships and over 100 brothers to fought bravely. We want an explanation. Isn't that possible? Zhong Shan had already reached an understanding with Zhao Chen before this. Facing this strange Imperial Army bounty mission, they couldn't just swallow their pride so easily. But confronting the Imperial Army required them to be prepared. After a few moments of silence, the colonel officer looked at the two and said, I do not have the authority to handle this matter. You will receive a satisfactory answer at the Flowing Sands City Interstellar Fortress. ... With the way we just acted, will the Imperial Army officer really not do anything to us? Shen Bing looked worriedly at Zhao Chen next to her and Uncle Zhong Shan on the opposite side of the video window. Uncle Zhong Shan took a drag of his cigarette. Shen Bing, you can rest assured. The Imperial Army has always been mindful of their reputation. This escort mission was clearly not conducted in good faith by them. Although we don't know what they are plotting, if we expose this matter, it will definitely have a big impact on the Imperial Army's prestige. Then, which private fleet would dare to take Imperial Army missions in the future? And both of us are outstanding students from the Northern Star Starfleet Military Academy. If the Northern Star Starfleet Military Academy gets involved, it won't be a small matter. Zhao Chen had already calculated this in his mind. Zhao Chen, my friend, how much do you think we should ask for this time? Uncle Zhong Shan showed a hint of cunning. After considering for a moment, Zhao Chen raised 5 fingers. That's a bit much, but we can give it a try. Uncle Zhong Shan nodded. After that, the Imperial Army fleet began to clean up the battlefield, and at a distance from the combat zone, they discovered another battlefield trace. It was the direction where the T3 Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer had appeared before. There were several starship wrecks there, and upon confirmation, they belonged to the fleet of the leather-clad woman who had fled earlier. All starships had been eliminated, and judging from the wounds inflicted by the attacks, they were all severely damaged by the T3 Black Iron-class medium interstellar destroyer. This news brought relief to Zhao Chen and the others. People like her wouldn't have a good ending. After handling these matters, the Imperial Army fleet escorted the interstellar transport fleet and Zhao Chen's fleet back to the Flowing Sands City Interstellar Fortress. This time went smoothly. After 10 days of sailing, they successfully arrived at the Flowing Sands City interstellar fortress. Looking at the star fortress in front of them, which was built based on a planet, surrounded by several small asteroids and satellites that were transformed into military asteroids and military satellites. The area was not as large as the Northern Star System number 3, and the number of stationed starships was not many, but all of them were T2 and T3 combat-type starships. After Zhao Chen's fleet arrived, the military starport provided basic maintenance for Zhao Chen's fleet free of charge. On the other hand, the lawsuit requests from Zhao Chen's fleet were passed on to the superior by the colonel. This escort fleet actually survived and completely wiped out a mechanical interstellar fleet. A general-like figure was startled by this report. He then had his subordinates pull up the information from this battle, along with the data of the escort fleet. The T2 carrier starship actually possesses starshield technology. The general gazed in shock at the battle footage. "General, can I handle this matter? And can you please seal these video records, so that no one who knows about this can leak them?" At this moment, a young man who served as the general's aide stood up. The general looked surprised at this young man. "Zisong, this is no trivial matter. A T2 carrier starship having T2 starshield technology. General, this person is related to the Chu family. Please entrust me with this matter. And please seal these video records to contain the information from spreading." The young officer said humbly. "Chu family?" The general narrowed his eyes at the young officer. He was arranged to come in by the Chu family some time ago, a very young one-star junior officer, and his relationship with the Chu family was also good. It seemed that this T2 carrier starship was related to the Chu family, so he decided to return the favor to the Chu family. "All right, go ahead and do as you say. I leave this matter to you, Zisong," the general said in a serious tone. The young officer smiled and said, "Thank you, General. I will inform Governor Chu He of your heroic conduct here." Zhao Chen and the others arrived at the Flowing Sand City interstellar fortress, with the starship docked at the military starport for only a few hours. Shortly after their arrival, someone came to pass on a message, indicating that the high-ranking officials of Flowing Sand City wanted to meet with them. As representatives of the three fleets, Zhao Chen, Shen Bing, and Uncle Zhang Shang boarded the flying car within the military starport and headed to the meeting location. "I didn't expect them to be willing to see us so soon. I thought they would drag it out for 3 to 5 days, Uncle Zhang Shang said, sitting with his legs crossed. Shen Bing sat in a corner, visibly awkward and nervous. Zhao Chen, on the other hand, was very relaxed. He even jokingly said to Uncle Zhang Shang, "Uncle, we're just going to meet like this. Aren't you worried that the Imperial Army will just wipe us out directly? That would be the most convenient method." Uncle Zhang Shang rolled his eyes and said, "Kid, I've been in the interstellar for so many years. How could I not think of that? In fact, the reason we need an explanation this time is precisely for this. Although it's not fair to our fallen brothers, what could be better than providing their families with a sufficient amount of compensation? In the Imperial Army, as long as things can be settled with money, they don't consider it a big deal. Comparatively, wiping us out could lead to the exposure of the scandal of this mission, which would be the least efficient way to solve the problem. The Imperial Army officers are not stupid enough to do that." Zhao Chen and Uncle Zhang Shang smiled at each other. "But, kid, those starships of yours are extraordinary. I reckon the Imperial Army would be very interested in you." Uncle Zhang Shang suddenly looked serious at Zhao Chen and whispered. Zhao Chen nodded. "I know." He was well aware that if the Starshield technology of the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship was exposed, it would definitely attract attention from the outside. "I can assure that my fleet brothers won't leak any information in the short term, but there were Imperial Transport Fleet starships present at the time. If they leak it, there will be many eyes watching you. The scent of blood will attract some ruthless beasts," Uncle Zhang Shang said, in a low voice. "I'll take care of it. Thank you for your concern, Uncle," Zhao Chen replied gratefully. Having spent a long time with this uncle, one would find that although he appeared rough, he had a warm heart and was very loyal. Just then, the car stopped. The door opened to reveal a beautiful high-end restaurant facade. Surprisingly, waiting for them at the door wasn't soldiers or officers, but a military officer wearing a golden star shoulder insignia, smiling at Zhao Chen and the others. "Oh my, a one-star brigadier general. I've been in the interstellar for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone with a little bean on them," Uncle Zhongshan exclaimed. As they got off the car, Uncle Zhongshan took the time to tidy up his clothes, trying to look dignified. Kid, this is a 1-star brigadier general. When we talk later, pay attention. Before Uncle Zhongshan could finish his reminder, Zhao Chen was already walking over. Damn, this kid is bolder than myself. Captain. Long time no see. The brigadier general greeted Zhao Chen with a smile. You are that person. Zhao Chen looked at the familiar figure in front of him. Just call me Z-Song, the brigadier general said. If Uncle Zhongshan had a cigarette in his mouth right now, he would probably drop it on the ground. A 1-star brigadier general introducing himself and allowing others to call him Z-Song. Zhao Chen, of course, couldn't be so impolite. If this is how he introduced himself, you couldn't possibly address him like that for real. Brigadier General Song, why are you here? Aren't you following Miss Zhu Juan? Zhao Chen curiously asked. Yes, the brigadier general, before him was Z-Song, who had followed Miss Zhu Juan during the previous events in the Star Beast Cavern incident. Because of the previous incident, Miss Zhu Juan was recalled by the patriarch to the family. I guess she won't be coming out for a while. Since Miss Zhu Juan returned to the family, I didn't have to follow her anymore. The patriarch arranged for me to work at this flowing Sand City Interstellar Fortress, Brigadier General Song explained. The patriarch. Don't underestimate this title. The person behind this patriarch is the governor of the Chu River Star Domain. That 5-star martial patriarch. I happen to know that you are in charge of this escort mission this time, so I took the initiative to take on this reception task. Please come inside with me. Brigadier General Song invited Zhao Chen and the others into the high-end restaurant behind him. Although it was a military starport, the higher-ranking officers also needed some places to enjoy, so such places were naturally indispensable. Zhao Chen walked beside Brigadier General Song, while Shen Bing and Uncle Zhongshan followed, somewhat uncomfortably behind. Shen Bing watched Zhao Chen chatting casually with the 1-star brigadier general as if they were ordinary friends. This surprised her even more. This classmate who spent 3 years in the academy just studying turned out to know a 1-star brigadier general in the Imperial Army. After retiring, a 1-star brigadier general would be nobility. With the network built in the Imperial Army, his power was something Zhao Chen, a fallen Darren, couldn't compare to. Despite the stark contrasts in their statuses, these two people were currently chatting and laughing with each other. The two of you, if you go straight ahead from here, you'll reach a private room booked by me. Take a break and have a meal. Mr. Zhao Chen and I have some things to talk about, Brigadier General Song said, smiling at Shen Bing and Uncle Zhongshan behind him. Though both had smiles on their faces, it was evident that the Brigadier General's smile was professional and somewhat cold when facing them. All right, you two talk. Don't mind us. Uncle Zhongshan was eager to put some distance between himself and the Brigadier General. If he didn't have to deal with the previous escort mission, he would have wanted to leave right now. Following a Brigadier General made him feel as though he was accompanying a tiger. Shen Bing looked at Zhao Chen, silently asking for his opinion. Without realizing it, Zhao Chen had become her trusted anchor. You two go ahead. We'll join soon. Zhao Chen said. All right. Shen Bing nodded. Shen Bing and Uncle Zhongshan walked towards another corridor. Mr. Zhao Chen, this way please. Brigadier General Song invited Zhao Chen to walk down another corridor, leading to a small private room. Inside, some refreshments were already prepared. While not as luxurious as on Zhao Chen's starship, it was still beyond the reach of ordinary people. Please, Brigadier General Song gestured for Zhao Chen to sit down. As Zhao Chen sat down, he looked at Brigadier General Song and asked, Brigadier General Song, you deliberately sent them away to speak with me about something important, right? There are 2 small matters to discuss. Brigadier General Song continued to smile. As he poured tea for Zhao Chen, he said, let's start with the first. Your purpose for coming with your companions is time, and regarding the escort mission you're in charge of. Zhao Chen looked at Brigadier General Song, waiting for the continuation of his explanation. This escort mission is not only for your starship fleet. There are a total of 30 starship fleets participating in this mission. So far, only your starship fleet has safely arrived at the flowing Sand City Interstellar Fortress, Brigadier General Song explained with a smile. However, Zhao Chen sensed that something was amiss. What about the other fleets? Gone. Zhao Chen furrowed his brow and looked at General Song. What's going on here? This escort mission is indeed not as simple as it seems. General Song confessed immediately. Zhao Chen stared at General Song. All of this was arranged by you. General Song nodded and explained. We are carrying out a military operation to take control of several star systems occupied by the mechanical race. Therefore, we intentionally fabricated 30 fleets of interstellar transport ships as bait to lure out some of the mechanical troops stationed in these star systems. To make this bait look real, we deliberately announced the escort mission and had our combat fleet protect it. If the mechanical race dispatches a fleet to intercept each of the 30 interstellar transport ship fleets, they would need to mobilize at least 900 interstellar warships, equivalent to 3 standard Legion-class interstellar fleets. By enticing these mechanical starships to engage, we would deplete the forces in their rear star systems, allowing our main fleet to launch an attack. At that point, General Song glanced at the time. They should still be battling now. Are you sure the mechanical race will take the bait? Zhao Chen asked with a furrowed brow. Because we released a piece of information. Our Imperial Army will be transporting a batch of special weapons to the frontline military fortress in preparation for the next large-scale operation. Once the mechanical race learns of this information, they will definitely try to intercept our interstellar transport ship fleets, General Song explained. Zhao Chen suddenly realized. So, this escort mission is actually a bait mission. Yes, although it is unfair for those executing the mission, from a war perspective, sacrificing around 1,000 non-imperial civilian combat starships and 10,000 soon-to-be obsolete T-1 interstellar transport ships is necessary to gain control over several strategically important star systems and possibly eliminate several Legion-class mechanical fleet. Additionally, specialized Imperial Army fleets have been deployed to intercept the mechanical starship fleets attacking our bait, ensuring none of them return. General Song continued, looking at Zhao Chen. Emotionally, I apologize deeply for the sacrifices of your fleet and other escort fleets. But from the perspective of an Imperial Army officer, this is a decision I must make. I'm sorry. After hearing General Song's explanation, Zhao Chen finally understood. They were merely pawns manipulated by the Imperial Army. Sacrificing some unnecessary pawns to gain the upper hand in a local battlefield was a normal arrangement for leaders. Of course, for your surviving escort fleet, we will provide triple compensation and repair any damaged starships. If any starships are destroyed in battle, we will arrange for equivalent replacements. General Song offered a sweetened deal. Zhao Chen shook his head slightly. 3 of my friends' starships were lost, and hundreds of brothers sacrificed. Leaning forward, Zhao Chen pressed his hands on the table, eyes fixed on General Song. You must increase the compensation. General Song smiled, then nodded. State your offer then. Zhao Chen laid out his own terms. 10-fold compensation, triple rewards for destroying mechanical race starships, repair for damaged starships, equivalent replacements for lost starships, and martyr status for the fallen personnel in this battle. Additionally, a friend named Shen Bing and I are from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. Part of the reason for this escort mission was to earn credits for our assessment. I hope General Song can arrange for this as well. 10-fold compensation and triple rewards for destruction may be a bit high, but since you are friends with Lady Chu Zhuan, I can agree to these terms. Compensation for damage and lost starships is not an issue. However, the martyr status for the fallen personnel... General Song trailed off, observing the fluctuation in Zhao Chen's eyes. He smiled and added, I looked into it, and the casualties weren't significant. I believe casualties will occur in the Imperial Army's attacks on the mechanical race-controlled star systems, and I will try to include these casualties. As for credits from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, there won't be any. General Song concluded. Zhao Chen finished his tea, staring at General Song. You may be an excellent commander, but I prefer soldiers like Miss Chu Zhuan. With those words, Zhao Chen turned to leave the compartment. Wait. Mr. Zhao Chen, I mentioned there are 2 things earlier. General Song called out with a smile, stopping Zhao Chen in his tracks. Zhao Chen paused. Regarding the matter with your T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, you don't need to worry. I have used my methods to block all information. Though it's not entirely airtight, it should hold up for a while. I'm sure Marshal Chu He will be very interested in you. General Song assured him. Is that all? Zhao Chen inquired without turning back. That's all, General Song replied. After Zhao Chen left the compartment, he walked back along the same path to the cabin where Shen Bing and the others were. Despite feeling displeased about the first issue discussed with General Son, he considered it a reasonable resolution. He had already anticipated the second issue. The other side had found leverage against him, but did not seem intent on using it against him directly. Though this put Zhao Chen in a somewhat passive position, given the circumstances, it was the best outcome. He had already considered several worst-case scenarios in his mind. To T to Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, and T to Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship docked in the starport remained at level to readiness. This is the result of insufficient strength. Marshal Chu family, Zhao Chen muttered, hoping this family wouldn't cross his bottom line. As he pushed open the door to the cabin, he saw Uncle Zhang Shan engrossed in devouring a table full of delicious food. Little brother ... come and eat quickly. This is so sumptuous ... all natural ingredients, Uncle Zhang Shan called out. On the other side, Shen Bing remained calm, as the food didn't match up to what was available on Zhao Chen's starship. It's quite good. Zhao Chen sat down. When Uncle Zhang Shan finished eating, he stood up in excitement, wiping the grease from his hands on his clothes, then bowed deeply to Zhao Chen. Young man, on behalf of my brothers who sacrificed in our fleet, thank you. Don't thank me. This is what they deserve, Zhao Chen said. Uncle Zhang Shan shook his head and said seriously, when you raised 5 fingers before, I thought it was just 5 times the payment. I never expected that not only did you secure 10 times the payment now, but you also ensured that my brothers, the martyrs of the Imperial Army, will receive proper treatment. I thank you on behalf of those brothers. In fact, the treatment for Imperial Army martyrs is not very high. For ordinary martyrs, it only guarantees that your immediate family members will receive a certain amount of artificial nutrition meals for the next 20 years, as well as the right to use a regular housing unit for 20 years. But for ordinary people, this is already considered decent treatment. And not every Imperial Army soldier who sacrificed can receive martyr treatment. It is rumored that less than 1/10 of the Imperial Army soldiers who sacrifice each year are approved as martyrs, while the rest are either denied for various reasons or are simply given a one-time ex gratia payment and nothing more. So, Uncle Zhang Shan really did not expect Zhao Chen to secure these martyr spots. It's worth noting that in this battle, Zhao Chen and Shen Bing's fleet did not suffer any casualties. In other words, this condition was specifically proposed by Zhao Chen for the fallen soldiers of Uncle Zhang Shan's fleet. Brother, if you have difficulties in the future, come find me. Although I don't have much ability, I'll do my best, Uncle Zhang Shan said seriously. Zhao Chen exchanged a few polite remarks. Next, General Song did not appear, probably because he had already achieved his goal and there was no need for further presence. Soon after, 3 electronic agreements were placed in front of Zhao Chen, Shen Bing, and Uncle Zhang Shan. The content mainly acknowledged that this escort mission was voluntary for them, and they were aware of all the details. At the same time, the compensation funds had already been received in full. Firstly, the payment part, originally a 200,000 payment for the escort mission, was now increased directly to 2 million star coins. In addition, there was a bonus for destroying 31 mechanist starships. After receiving the bonus, the remnants of those starships would be deemed abandoned and disposed of by the Imperial military. The kill bonus was a total of 1.8 million star coins, which amounted to 5.4 million star coins with the threefold bonus. Zhao Chen and the others divided the mission payment, and due to the betrayal of the woman in leather, her share was naturally gone. Zhao Chen took the lion's share of 2 million star coins, Uncle Zhang Shan took 30.5%, and Shen Bing took the remaining 0.5%. In fact, in splitting the payment, Zhao Chen had compromised, as solely based on his fleet's performance in the battle, even taking 90% wouldn't have been an issue. Shen Bing and Uncle Zhang Shan both asked Zhao Chen to take more, but he refused, as he still had the hunt bonus. In addition to Uncle Zhang Shan destroying 3 T-2 mechanist starships, all the remaining mechanist starships were destroyed by Zhao Chen's fleet, and he directly received the kill bonus of 5.3 million star coins. As a result, Zhao Chen alone received 6.5 million star coins. Uncle Zhang Shan received 800,000 star coins, while Shen Bing received 100,000 star coins. So let's settle it like this, Zhao Chen said, as he looked at the group. Shen Bing and Uncle Zhang Shan naturally had no objections, as they had both gotten a windfall. Zhao Chen transferred this bonus to his own account. The amount of this bonus was quite substantial, more than Zhao Chen had received for the Insect Clan mission in the Arctic Fox starport. Of course, this was because Zhao Chen had offered 10 times the payment and 3 times the kill bonus, otherwise it would have been at most 1 million star coins, and the 3 of them would have divided up a few tens of thousands of star coins. Uncle John Sean felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. You still lost out, you should have received more. It's okay, we've all been through life and death situations together. Let's leave it at that, Zhao Chen said, patting Uncle John Sean's shoulder. Zhao Chen chatted with Uncle John Sean about their respective arrangements. Because the escort fleet mission was a cover, Zhao Chen and the others did not need to escort the interstellar transport fleet back, as their mission was now complete. Uncle John Sean said he would repair the damaged starships here and receive the compensation starships, then distribute the ex gratia payments to the families of the sacrificed crew members. It was estimated that it would take more than half a month at the interstellar citadel of Quicksand City. Shen Bing said she and her crew would also wait for the repair of the T to Hyena-class medium interstellar destroyer, which would take about 3 to 5 days. As for Zhao Chen's starships, although they were also damaged, Zhao Chen only repaired them to ensure the warp drive could function normally, and he handed over the repair materials directly to the Imperial military maintenance personnel to bring back and fix them himself. You're in such a hurry to leave. Shen Bing looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. I have some other matters to attend to and must hurry back. Over at the temporary base of the Night Owl fleet, the T-2 Forge-class heavy interstellar industrial ship was still building new ships, especially the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, and he needed to rush back in time. The original journey of over a month had been delayed by nearly a week due to this incident. In that case, goodbye for now. If you need anything in the future, just contact me, Uncle Zhong Shang said warmly. Got it. ... In a luxurious villa several kilometers above the surface on a certain planet in the Chu River System's main star system, Chu Xuan was lying lazily on a lounge chair, watching various programs on the Imperial Network Entertainment Channel, but none of them interested her. At this moment, footsteps could be heard, and Chu Xuan immediately closed her eyes and turned her body. A white-bearded old man walked in. Xuaner, the old man said with a smile. Chu Xuan remained silent. Xuaner, I've brought your favorite dessert. The old man took out a pastry box and placed it in front of Chu Xuan's nose. Chu Xuan groaned directly, turned her head, and continued pretending to sleep. The old man placed the pastry box in his hand aside, then sat down and opened a holographic screen with a very loud voice, saying, Oh, I heard that a T-2 aircraft carrier starship actually has Starshield technology. HMPH, who do you think you're fooling? How could a T-2 starship have Starshield technology, despite you being a 5-star marshal? Chu Xuan said with her eyes closed, pouting. The corners of the old man's mouth turned up, revealing a sly expression. I heard that this carrier starship seems to be called the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. I've never heard of this class of carrier starship before. Before the old man could finish speaking, Chu Xuan jumped up, staring at the holographic window in front of the old man. Indeed, she saw the familiar T-2 carrier starship, and in the front segment of the T-2 carrier starship, there was a semi-transparent energy shield called Starshield. This T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship actually has Starshield technology. Chu Xuan was dumbfounded. This was truly subverting their common knowledge. The elderly man pointed at the screen showing the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, saying, According to the information I found now, this starship is called the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Before its appearance, there was no information about this type of starship in the Star Empire or even in the entire Galaxy Alliance. And the owner of this T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship is a person named Zhao Chen. With that, the elderly man brought up a dossier, and the profile picture was indeed Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, age 21. Lord of the L Dragon Star System, Imperial Baron. A 4th-year student at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, excelling in theoretical courses. Before this, he didn't had any outstanding performance until the past half year. He assembled a starship named Zero Blizzard, a T-2 starship, using 3 old starships at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. Its speed can reach 100 light knots. Chu Xuan interrupted the man, correcting, the maximum speed exceeds 130 light knots. She still remembered the scene where the T-2 starship named Zero Blizzard collided with a 2nd-level Hive Mother battleship. The elderly man continued, After that, he brought out this T to Queen B-class heavy carrier starship and participated in your event involving the second-level cosmic bug nest. At that time, this T to Queen B-class heavy carrier starship did not use Starshield technology, but its unmanned drone combat capabilities were quite outstanding, ranking at the forefront among similar types of interstellar unmanned drones. Chu Zhuan nodded, recalling, during the battle with the insect race, his T to Queen B-class heavy carrier starship was protected by my fleet, so the Starshield technology was not used. In addition to these two starships, there is another starship. The elderly man brought up a holographic image of a starship, a small black elliptical-shaped starship with a large black spike at the bow. This is a starship called the T to Black Rhino-class Interstellar Assault Escort. When at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, he once engaged in a starship duel with a T2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battleship. What? A starry escort against a starry battleship? Chu Zhuan exclaimed. That's right. And this T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar assault escort won the battle. At the same time, in the video footage of this battle, 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar assault escorts cooperated with a T2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, eliminating a T3 Ironclad-class medium interstellar destroyer belonging to the machine race. Also, they destroyed 30 T2 mechanical starships. The 6 starships suffered damage to their hulls, but none were lost, said the serious elderly man. Chu Zhuan looked surprised and took a while to regain her composure. Grandfather, what are you trying to say? Chu Zhuan looked puzzled at the elderly man. Her grandfather rarely spent so much time narrating about a person, especially a young man at the age of 20. The elderly man pointed at the profile picture of Zhao Chen. This person has secrets, and he has exceptional talent as a starship engineer and scientist. I heard you were also interested in him, and since you don't want to stay here, I'll give you a mission to get close to him and try to extract the secrets he carries. It would be best if you could persuade him to collaborate with our Chu family, but if you find that he might be our enemy, Zhuaner, you understand. The elderly man's expression turned grave, hiding a sense of aggression in his eyes. Chu Zhuan nodded, well aware of her grandfather's temperament. Despite his mischievous demeanor in front of her, when it came to important matters, he was decisive. After all, he was once a 5-star marshal of the Star Empire, who had ordered the slaughter of over 100 million intelligent mechanical life forms in a star system. It was because of him that the Chu family had their current status. I understand. I will try to contact this Zhao Chen. Chu Zhuan nodded, accepting the mission. Compared to pondering over her mistakes in the Chu family mansion, she found this mission more acceptable. Besides, she was curious about this person named Zhao Chen, who now possessed a T2 carrier starship with Starshield technology. That made her even more curious. I will arrange an identity for you, and you will directly go to the Northern Star Starship Military Academy when the time comes, the elderly man said. Understood. In the Galactic Star Calendar of 3031, Zhao Chen's fleet finally returned to the Northern Star System, 10 days later than the original return time. Fortunately, this escort mission was completed without incident. When Zhao Chen arrived at the temporary base of the Old Dragon Fleet, he noticed significant changes compared to when he left. Initially, there were only 5 T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar assault escorts, a T2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship, and a Zero Blizzard. But now, the number had doubled directly. Additionally, 2 expansion platforms built by T2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships looked like makeshift space stations from a distance. Small construction robots were busy constructing ship bodies in the vacuum environment. Industrial mechanical arms extended from the T2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship being assembled on the expansion platform, assembling and joining ship body parts. The most conspicuous was the construction platform for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. The expanding area under construction was several times larger than the T2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Construction of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship had begun a month ago, with the hull structure and some essential modules already installed, giving a glimpse of its form. On the other side, the T2 Iron Hammer-class heavy interstellar industrial ships were in mass production of T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar assault escorts, with 5 of them under construction on the expansion platform. Commander, Charlotte's video window popped up, clearly showing her Zhou to see Zhao Chen return safely. Somewhere along the way, she had started to worrying about this man. "How is the situation at the base?" Jia Chen asked. "Everything is normal at the base. The 20 million star coins worth of raw materials and supplies you prepare have been mostly consumed, that they can meet the construction needs for the next 3 months. Up to now, 1T2 Iron Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship, 1T2 Bronze Garden class starship, and 5T2 Black Rhino class interstellar assault escorts have been completed. Currently under construction are 1T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship and 5T2 Black Rhino class interstellar assault escorts. By the end of March, 5T2 Black Rhino class interstellar assault escorts will be completed," Charlotte reported. By the time Zhao Chen left, Charlotte had been granted permission and was aware of the construction of the T3 starship named Blizzard. Zhao Chen felt relieved. With the construction speed at this rate, completing the quarterly mission by the end of March shouldn't be a big problem. "Is the T2 Bronze Garden class starship completed?" Zhao Chen was curious about this T2 Bronze Garden class starship, which could be a source of wealth for him in the future. "Yes, and a group of half-orcs I recruited are now working on the T2 Bronze Garden class starship," Charlotte said. "Then I need to go up and take a look." Zhao Chen immediately arranged his upcoming schedule to visit the T2 Bronze Garden class starship. TS for fifths. Zhao Chen specially invited Lily and the dwarf Annie to board the shuttle together and head to the T2 Bronze Eden class starship. On the shuttle, the dwarf Annie sat reservedly in a corner, occasionally glancing at Zhao Chen sitting across from her. Although the two had known each other for over a month, she still felt some awe towards the man in front of her. However, the living conditions on the T2 Queen-class heavy carrier starship during this period had made her less fearful of this man, but she didn't understand why this man was being so good to her. Annie was small and short, ate a lot, and didn't know how to fight. Could it be? Could he want to eat Annie? An eerie thought crossed Annie's mind, and in an instant, her hair seemed to stand on end, clutching her clothes tightly. She had heard her mother say before that among the evil human races, there were some bad people who particularly liked to capture females of other interstellar races, nurture them for a period of time, and then eat them. Annie swallowed, feeling as if she were in an icy cave. "Are you afraid of me?" Zhao Chen looked at Annie, smiling as he asked. Annie shivered, lowering her head, looking at her own toes. I'm not." "No. Then why can't you look at me?" Zhao Chen asked. At this moment, Annie was so anxious she couldn't speak. Unable to hold back, she said with a trembling voice, Annie is not tasty. Annie's meat is not tasty. Don't eat Annie. Eat." Zhao Chen was stunned, then burst into laughter. Lila beside him couldn't help but be amused by this cute little one. After laughing, Zhao Chen said seriously, "Rest assured, I don't need children." Annie breathed a sigh of relief, patted her little chest, but then muttered, "Annie is not a child. Annie is already an adult." Zhao Chen didn't pay attention to Annie's strange train of thought. "I heard from Lilith that you have mastered the construction technology related to the T1 and T2 class starships, right?" During this time, Zhao Chen had Lilith take care of Annie, while also investigating Annie's abilities. When she was still underage on her planet, Annie could already build various small electronic devices. Just give her enough materials, and she could handcraft a T1 class small civilian starship for you. It could be said that there was no T1 class technology she couldn't handle, as long as she had the blueprints. As for the T2 class, Zhao Chen deliberately gave her some T2 Rhino and T2 Queen technology blueprints. After several hours of familiarizing herself with the research, she could smoothly talk about the related technical knowledge. Over the past month, Zhao Chen's task for Annie was to read various books on T1 and T2 starship technologies. These knowledge in the books, which took others 3 to 5 years to learn at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy's Starship Technology Engineering specialty, Annie could grasp within a week. This was enough to prove Annie's abilities. She was more intelligent and talented than the ordinary interstellar dwarf. Zhao Chen had truly hit the jackpot this time. It's unclear if it was due to the fleet's lucky value bonus. "A little. I can," Annie said softly. "I won't eat you, but I hope you can work for me, build starships for me. As long as you perform excellently, I will give you a better living arrangement than before, ensuring your safety, and you can enjoy various cuisines," Zhao Chen promised officially. Annie didn't refuse on the spot but hesitated. "I can give you time to consider," Zhao Chen said to the dwarf Annie. knowing that she had been captured by his sweet talk. Submission was just a matter of time. At this point, the shuttle had arrived at a hangar gate of the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship. The hangar opened, and the shuttle finished talking. "Commander, hello, I am in charge of this T2 Bronze Eden-class starship." A half-beast woman officer with rabbit ear features came out to greet Zhao Chen, visibly nervous, ears dangling slightly. "Don't be nervous, I don't need people. I'm just here to see the situation of the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship," Zhao Chen teased, borrowing Annie's words from earlier. "Please follow me." The bunny girl led Zhao Chen and the others through a corridor. When suddenly faced with brilliant light, Zhao Chen and Lila were shocked by the scene in front of them. Their expressions were dumbfounded, but the accompanying dwarf Annie could only see a fence over 1 meter tall, and she couldn't see what was inside the fence. She tried to tiptoe, but still couldn't see. Curious about what the commander and Lila saw, she tried to jump. Heave-ho! She seemed to see a green something. Heave-ho! She seemed to see something white and vast. Heave-ho! Ouch! Annie tumbled to the ground, clutching her head and eyes with tears. Upon jumping, she didn't notice her head hit the protruding edge of the fence and she fell. She touched her head and then her bottom, didn't give up. Stepping back a few meters, she calculated the height, speed, arc of the fence. Annie can do it. Annie can do it for sure. Taking a deep breath, her 2 short legs started sprinting. When she was about a meter away from the fence, she put all her energy into one leap. At the same time, she raised both her hands, focused on the edge of the fence. Heave-ho! She caught it. Annie's hands grabbed the edge of the fence. Her face was irate as she continued to exert force, trying to move her body upwards. "Go! Annie ... Annie can do it." Annie encouraged herself silently. With her efforts, her right hand forearm was now on the edge of the fence, and her head was already over it. Annie was overjoyed. She began trying to get her other arm onto the fence edge. Bit by bit, she pushed. Her 2 short legs constantly pushed against the fence wall. Finally, Annie's left hand forearm also made it to the fence edge. Annie was thrilled. She was about to see what was inside the fence. What kind of sight could make the commander and Lila stare for so long? The transparent glass walkway is about 5 to 6 meters above the ground, offering a view of vast farmland below with all natural crops of large size and abundant quantity. It's a stunning sight seeing the vegetable crops in vast sections. Looking further into the distance, there is an artificial lake in which fish and seafood products are raised, with various types of fish and occasional scenes of fish leaping out of the water. On the other side of the artificial lake is an orchard, providing a variety of fruits. In the far distance lies a pasture and livestock breeding area, mainly focused on pigs, cows, sheep, and poultry. Constructing such a large ecological zone within a starship would require so many resources just to maintain it. Annie immediately thought of this question. At this moment, the bunny girl smiled and explained, besides the initial construction resources required when building the T2 Bronze Eden-class starship, and the funds spent on acquiring the first batch of seeds, seedlings, and so on, maintaining the operation of this ecological breeding zone afterward does not require any resources, as everything is collected by the cosmic element gatherer on board, extracting the necessary nutrients from the cosmic environment. Of course, like the energy blocks needed for starship engine navigation, they still need to be replenished regularly. Annie's shocked expression revealed how much this concept challenged her previous notions. Moreover, on this starship, the farming and breeding cycles of these crops and livestock have been significantly shortened, resulting in several times the production yield of high-quality products. Essentially, there is a certain amount of output every month. A single T2 Bronze Eden-class starship like this can provide for the basic living needs of 1 million people, the bunny girl added. 1 million people. Annie swallowed, now understanding why this commander's starship could maintain such luxurious food standards every day. Even if the crew members were extravagant, having just one T2 Bronze Eden-class starship could easily meet the needs of tens of thousands of crew members. Lovely. Zhao Chen expressed his satisfaction with everything before him. Although he had seen relevant information on the blueprints beforehand, witnessing such a starship firsthand was still breathtaking. He raised his head to look at the holographic projection of the sky and the sun. If not told, he might have thought they were simply in a farm somewhere on a planet. Regarding Starcoin's production, A starship like the T-to-Bronze Eden class could produce products worth 1 million star coins per month. If he could build 10 or 20 ships like this, he could earn money effortlessly every month. Due to food scarcity in the cosmic environment, food trade had become a hugely profitable industry, second only to starship arms trade. Those rare agricultural stars producing high-quality natural crops had become cash cows for the Empire's nobility and major conglomerates. "Commander, this is our newly ripened fruit. Please taste it." The bunny girl led Zhao Chen and others through the transparent glass walkway into the lush orchard. Skillfully picking the fruit, she washed them and handed them to Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen took a bite, enjoying the juicy sweetness flowing into his throat. "Very nice. You can also pick and eat them yourselves," Zhao Chen told Lily and the others as they enjoyed the ripe fruit. "By doing this, our Night Owl Fleet starships will no longer need to purchase food from outside and can be self-sufficient," Zhao Chen said confidently. According to Zhao Chen's set food standards, what previously was perhaps enough for a few hundred people would no longer suffice, as the soldier count in the Night Owl Fleet had rapidly increased. This had been a significant expense each month. However, now, this issue was thoroughly resolved. After exploring the T-to-Bronze Eden class starship, Zhao Chen and the others returned. Annie and Lily each carried a large basket of fruit, allowed by Zhao Chen to share with their friends. Annie's slightly bulging belly had already been filled with plenty of fruits. Burp. Annie sat on the shuttle, contentedly burping. It was her first experience of indulging in fruits until full, which felt quite luxurious. "Annie, what do you think of staying in my Night Owl Fleet now?" Zhao Chen looked at Annie and brought up the proposal once again. Annie did not answer directly, but seemed less hesitant than the first time. "If you are unwilling, I won't force you. But you also know, in our Night Owl Fleet, we abide by the principle of you get what you get. Those crew members work for me and receive corresponding food standards and crew treatment. Your past month in the Night Owl Fleet has been a privilege I offered you, but this cannot continue indefinitely, as it wouldn't be fair to other crew members. If you truly do not wish to work for me, I can arrange for your departure." Zhao Chen spoke. Lily couldn't help rolling her eyes at this point. Only a fool would be willing to leave such a happy place. Moreover, if you find the living conditions here agreeable, in the future, you can bring all your family members and relatives here. As long as they are willing to work for me, I can provide them with the same living conditions and ensure their safety. Here, no one will harm you," Zhao Chen added. Annie bit her lip lightly, looking at the basket filled with fruit beside her. Eventually, she made her decision. First, arrange for Annie to be responsible for the construction of the T-to-Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship on the second ship of the T-to-Hammer class heavy interstellar industrial ship. As for the future arrangements, it will depend on her capabilities. As for her people, it seems they want to observe us for a while according to her wishes. Let her observe then. Currently, we are not urgently in need of technical workers anyway, Zhao Chen instructed his secretary, Lilith. Despite Annie being bombarded with sweet words by Zhao Chen, she ultimately chose to work for him. "Yes," noted Lilith, the secretary. "Later, Lilith and I will take the Zero Blizzard and the T-to-Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship back to the Northern Star Stellar Military Academy. Charlotte, you continued to handle things here," Zhao Chen instructed. "All right," Charlotte responded. Currently, Charlotte and Lilith were Zhao Chen's right-hand people, making managing the fleet of fewer than 30 starships very easy for him. As for why Zhao Chen was in such a hurry to return to the Northern Star Stellar Military Academy, it was obviously to check on his completion of the mission and assessment credits. It was related to the annual mission, after all. Zhao Chen looked at the somewhat old ship bridge of the Zero Blizzard, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Before leaving, he glanced at the T-3 Blizzard-class lightweight interstellar battlecruiser still under construction, hoping that this T-3 starship would be put into service soon. His flagship could then be this T-3 starship. Before setting sail back to the Northern Star Stellar Military Academy, Zhao Chen opened his system page. Host, Zhao Chen Profession, Top Starship Engineer Special Attributes, Fleet Luck Bonus, Insight Points, 5,720 Mission Points, 30 for number of starships, 19 missions, Yearly Mission Warehouse, T-to-Lion King Class Heavy Interstellar Missile Ship Technical Blueprint, T-3 Blizzard Class Lightweight Interstellar Battlecruiser Technical Blueprint, T-to-Black Knight Class Lightweight Interstellar Combat Mech Technical Blueprint. After the system mission rewards from the escort mission, Zhao Chen's system points and mission points reach an unprecedented peak. Among the system points, the Starship points profit accumulated over the past few months, albeit in small amounts, to T-La and King-class heavy interstellar missile ship will be a key point for future firepower output, but the current mission is to complete the quarterly mission by the end of March. So, there is no rush to plan for construction at the moment. There is plenty of mission points and system points to exchange for T2 level starships, but obtaining T3 level starships poses some difficulty. Moreover, building T3 level starships now would require a large investment of resources and raw materials, which the current Owl Dragon fleet cannot support. Zhao Chen deliberated on the Owl Dragon fleet's future construction plan. In the end, Zhao Chen decided not to exchange for a new system starship immediately. Instead, in addition to completing the current construction plan, a small number of T-Black Knight-class lightweight interstellar combat mechs could be built first. These interstellar combat mechs could be mounted on starships and might come in handy at times. After thinking about all this, Zhao Chen closed the system interface and contentedly entered the hibernation chamber. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the outer region of the Northern Star Stellar Military Academy. The two starships began entering the starport berth designated by Zhao Chen. Upon his return, Zhao Chen first contacted Zhao Wanner and Li Wei. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wanner couldn't be contacted again. Could that girl have gotten herself into trouble again? Zhao Chen muttered. However, Li Wei's communication was quickly connected. Lao Zhao, you're back. I heard you completed a military mission and directly earned 3 times the assessment points for a 4th grade year. Li Wei looked excitedly at Zhao Chen through the video window. Since it wasn't much of a secret for a student to skip a grade, everyone would know about it soon. What about Zhao Wanner? Why can't I reach her? Zhao Chen inquired. Your sister, she participated in an interstellar mission organized by the Academy, a joint interstellar mission with the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy. It involved 4th, 5th, and even 6th grade students from both academies. Even your sister's senior sister, Su Lan, participated, led by the vice deans of both academies. It is said that those who excel in this academy interstellar mission will receive a T3 starship as a reward. The top 5 can even get a brand new T2 starship as a reward. Li Wei envied. Winning a T3 starship as a prize was something even noble descendants envied. After all, a T3 starship cost over 100 million star coins, not something ordinary noble families could easily afford. It turned out that this girl went on the Academy's starship mission aiming at that T3 interstellar warship or the new T2 interstellar warship. With her competitive nature, she was probably stimulated by her sudden rapid growth. Zhao Chen thought to himself, oh, right. There's something, my sister. Li Wei still hadn't remembered to tell the matter. Just as Zhao Chen was about to bring up a video window showing Vice Dean Han from the Northern Star Stellar Military Academy, Li Wei quickly spoke up. Lao Zhao, you're back. I heard you completed a military mission and directly earned 3 times the assessment points for a 4th grade year. In the video window, Li Wei looked excitedly. Zhao Chen, because a student skipping a grade wasn't much of a secret, everyone would know about it soon. Zhao Wanner, where is she? I can't contact her. Zhao Chen asked. Vice Dean Han wanted him to come to his office soon as possible, presumably to discuss his skipping grades. Shortly, Zhao Chen arrived at Vice Dean Han's office and saw Chu Zhuan, the Chu family miss, smiling at him from the sofa opposite Vice Dean Han. Long time no see, Captain Zhao Chen. T.S. 2/5 Chuk Suwan's appearance here took Zhao Chen by surprise, but it was also expected. In the matter of the interstellar fortress in the Flosan city, the General Song mentioned keeping secrets for himself, but also brought up Governor Chu. The meaning behind his words was already clear. The Chu family must have taken notice of me. They will definitely send someone to contact me. And now, it seems that person is the Miss Chu from the Chu family, a woman who has some connection with Zhao Chen. What was unexpected was how quickly she came. Since Zhao Chen and Miss Chuk Suwan already know each other, there's no need for me to introduce. Please, have a seat. Vice Dean Han smiled as he looked at the 2 young people. The fact that students from their academy were valued by the Chu family was a source of pride for the Northern Starfleet Military Academy. Their relationship with the Chu family has always been good. Otherwise, the T for North Wine God class heavy interstellar battleship would not have been jointly developed by them. Zhao Chen glanced at the sofas on both sides. Vice Dean Hong sat on one, and Chu Xuan sat on the other. He definitely couldn't sit next to Vice Dean Hong, so he had to choose to sit next to Chu Xuan. Do I have thorns on me? Chu Xuan looked at Zhao Chen sitting far away and teasingly asked. Humble in status, dare not disturb the Chu family's young lady, Zhao Chen offered a lame excuse. Though you, miss, may not have thorns on you, the reputation of the Chu family is indeed too prominent. Well, Vice Dean, please go on with the business. Pretend I don't exist for now, Chu Xuan said with a smile, ignoring Zhao Chen's words and looking at the Vice Dean. Vice Dean Hong nodded and then turned to Zhao Chen. According to the mission report provided by the Imperial Army, in this mission, student Zhao Chen performed excellently and will receive additional assessment credits. The total credits already exceed 3 times that of the 4th year assessment. You will now be placed in the 5th year class. Do you have any objections? Zhao Chen shook his head. None. Vice Dean Hong raised a hand and opened an electronic data file, made some modifications, and continued. From now on, you will be a student in the 5th year. If you fail to accumulate enough 5th year assessment credits by the end of the academic year in June, you may face the possibility of repeating the year. Do you understand? Student Zhao Chen. Understood. Zhao Chen responded. Good. Vice Dean Hong's serious expression dissipated, becoming kinder. Zhao Chen, you are outstanding. You have received recognition from the Imperial Army and a recommendation from a 1-star Lieutenant General, which shows your strong abilities. As the Vice Dean of the Academy that nurtures you, I am proud of you. I hope you will continue to excel and create your own brilliance. Thank you for your guidance, Vice Dean. I will work hard, Zhao Chen replied in an official tone. Now let's talk about something else. This young lady here, whom you also know, Miss Chu Xuan, the young lady of the Chu family, will be studying at our Northern Starfleet Military Academy during this time. You will be responsible for receiving her. After Vice Dean Hong finished speaking, Zhao Chen was about to refuse. This task also counts as an academic assignment and can earn you 30% of the 5th year assessment credits. Vice Dean Hong continued. Zhao Chen immediately smiled and humbly said to Chu Xuan, It's my honor to serve Miss Chu. And during it for the sake of assessment points, I have some other matters to attend to here. Zhao Chen, please take Miss Chu Xuan around the academy for a stroll. Vice Dean Hong said. Yes. Zhao Chen and Chu Xuan left Vice Dean Hong's office. It seems like you are not welcoming me, Chu Xuan said with her hands behind her, smiling at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Xuan in casual attire, contrasting with her previous Imperial military uniform, and felt that her presence was quite different now, more like an ordinary beautiful girl. You are the young lady of the Chu family. Wherever you go, who would dare not welcome you? Zhao Chen chuckled. But I don't particularly like this status, Chu Xuan suddenly said, her gaze dimming. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Xuan, surprised. Why? This is a status that many dream of. I know that many envy this life. Perhaps you think that I am unappreciative of the good fortune I have. But this status from the Chu family has indeed placed many restraints on me. For example, in my recent mission in the interstellar wormhole, I believe I was just doing what a soldier should do. However, my grandfather still directly summoned me back to the family because in their eyes, I was taking unnecessary risks. Chu Xuan shrugged, expressing helplessness. As Zhao Chen and Chu Xuan reached a spot within the academy where they could see the universe through a transparent ceiling, witnessing some starships navigating in space, Chu Xuan stopped and gazed at the starships, muttering, My dream is simple. I want to become an excellent Imperial Army officer like my parents, leading my own interstellar fleet to fight for the people of the galaxy, defending our interstellar territories. But because of my current status, I can't even achieve that. From what it seems, your grandfather is indeed overly cautious about you, Zhao Chen murmured. Exactly. My grandfather seems afraid that I would follow in my parents' footsteps. He even assigned a 1-star Lieutenant General, Zi Song, to monitor me. It's so annoying. Chu Xuan couldn't help but complain. But then she added, I can also understand what my grandfather is thinking. He is afraid that I would walk the same path as my parents. A piece of information Lily once mentioned came to Zhao Chen's mind. Chu Xuan's parents were both Imperial Army soldiers. However, in a military operation, the fleet they commanded was surrounded and destroyed by the mechanized fleet. Following that battle, Governor Chu personally led tens of thousands of interstellar ships on an expedition through multiple star systems, eliminating the mechanized fleet that had besieged his son and daughter-in-law's fleet before retreating. During this campaign, in star systems controlled by the machines, Governor Chu ordered orbital bombardments over any location with intelligent mechanical life, leaving no survivors. If not for the fact that those were intelligent mechanical beings, his actions would likely have been dubbed as indiscriminate slaughter by the people of his own country. Despite this, some in the Starlight Empire were discontented with Governor Chu's actions. After all, they viewed such behavior as radical. There were also ideological factions advocating for negotiations with the mechanized race, characterizing Governor Chu's actions as mass-killing and calling him a butcher who should face a military tribunal. However, due to the limited influence of these voices, Governor Chu's position remained largely unaffected. Because of this incident, Governor Chu doted on his granddaughter and was unwilling to let her be in any danger. He was even more unwilling to let her become a true Imperial Army officer. Chu Xuan and Zhao Chen chatted for a long time, with Chu Xuan doing most of the talking and Zhao Chen responding. Honestly, if not for Chu Xuan's background, Zhao Chen quite appreciated the girl. We've talked for a while now, and I think you probably know why I'm here. I don't like beating around the bush. Chu Xuan suddenly stopped walking and looked directly at Zhao Chen. My grandfather has reviewed your relevant information, including the Blizzard No. 0, the T to Black Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort, and the T to Queen Bee class heavy aircraft carrier. My grandfather's intention is to ask if you are willing to cooperate with the Chu family. T.S. 3/5 Zhao Chen smiled and looked at Chu Xuan. You're being quite straightforward. Huh, because I feel like you're a pretty good person, suitable to be friends, Chu Xuan admitted. Zhao Chen then asked, what if I refuse? Chu Xuan rubbed his chin, pondered, and said, if you refuse, my grandfather will probably send someone to investigate you closely. If they find out that you are opposing the Chu family or have close ties to our enemies, then there will only be one outcome. Chu Xuan gestured towards his neck. Zhao Chen nodded. He had already anticipated such means of dealing with things. It was quite common. I hope you can cooperate with our Chu family. I don't want a friend I admire to die at the hands of my family, Chu Xuan sincerely said to Zhao Chen. You have talents in starship development and manufacturing. Our Chu family can provide you with the best resources in this field. You are currently a baron in the Old Dragon star system, and we are aware of the situation there. If you are willing, we can use the Chu family's connections to give you a new fiefdom. Of course, if you are unwilling to change, we can provide significant resources to the El Dragon star system, ensuring it doesn't become impoverished. You are a baron now, and in the future, you could at least be a viscount. The inheritance of titles is not a problem. Chu Xuan offered a bunch of sugar-coated bullets. If it were someone else, they would probably choose to directly join the Chu family. But Zhao Chen was clear. The secrets he held meant he could never wholeheartedly align with any faction. How they would treat him when he reveals T4 and even T5 starship technologies, to whom he would then be loyal, was something Zhao Chen pondered. The tragic endings of those who rose in power and ultimately faced a grim ending were not unfamiliar to Zhao Chen. However, he couldn't afford to break ties with the Chu family now, especially after revealing his possession of T to Queen Bee class heavy carrier starship technology with Starshield capabilities. Though in general, T to starship technology might not be of interest to the Chu family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been Chu Xuan he met today, and he would have been escorted to the Chu family estate to meet the governor. I need some time to consider. Zhao Chen smiled. He needed to handle his relationship with the Chu family appropriately, not too close, but also not rejection. The Chu family could also become his shield. It all depended on how he played the game. I understand. I can buy you some time, but it cannot be too long, Chu Xuan said. After some negotiations, Zhao Chen escorted Chu Xuan back to her residence in the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, then returned to the Blizzard 0. In the captain's bedroom, Zhao Chen lay on the bed and first opened his student page. Student, Zhao Chen gender, male race, human age, 21 identity, Northern Wine Star Domain, All Dragon Star System Lord Baron title grade, 5th year department, Captain class, 5th year class 1. The assignment to 5th year class 1 surprised Zhao Chen, because this class was the most outstanding among the 5th year students. Those who graduated from here could expect to live a prosperous life without aiming for extraordinary achievements. Moreover, Most of them were heirs of nobility. Unfortunately, Zhao Wan'er and Zhu Xiao were also in this class. Hence, Zhao Chen, the elder brother, could be said to be in the same class as his younger sisters. Now that it's already the 5th year, I need to figure out how to accumulate enough credits for the 5th grade assessment by the end of June. This time, I don't need triple credits. Just making it to the 6th grade successfully is enough. After school starts in October, I'll have 3 months to accumulate triple credits for the 6th year and graduate early. Zhao Chen began planning his annual schedule. Theoretically, there shouldn't be any major issues. However, amassing triple credits for the 6th year wasn't a simple task. Missions like the previous escort assignment of the same level could only ensure a smooth graduation in the 6th grade year. And how to deal with the relationship with the Chu family. Zhao Chen scratched his head. There were indeed quite a few things on his plate. Sis, I've told you, stop looking for it. If they don't want to disclose their identity, don't force them. A forced melon is not sweet. Li Wei helplessly looked at his sister, Li Yaqi. Li Yaqi stared at Li Wei. You really won't tell me who this person is. Remember, I'm your sister. Wait. This trick won't work on me. If you dare to make it difficult for me on this issue, I'll tell them. Let's see if they'd like to see you then. Li Wei chuckled. Li Wei's words hit a nerve with Li Yaqi. She didn't dare offend that person because her North Goose Starship Technology Group had developed with the help of their technology. HMPH, I can find out on my own even if you don't tell me. The Northern Star Starship Military Academy is not that big. I don't believe it. Li Yaqi coldly snorted. She raised her hand and brought up the information of the on-the-job instructors and professors at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. She carefully compared the information. Li Wei, watching his sister's actions, covered his face and said, Sis, is it necessary? They didn't just give you a popular T1 Starship technology. Li Yaqi ignored her younger brother. The person hadn't just given her a single T1 Starship technology. It was a total of 4 Starship technologies, including 1 T2 Starship technology. She had already expanded the Starship factory of the North Goose Starship Technology Group, and soon, these 4 Starship technologies would be revealed. She was confident that these 4 Starship technologies could elevate her North Goose Starship Technology Group to its peak, right? Didn't you say you have a good friend named Zhao Chen in the Northern Star Starship Military Academy? You said he took good care of you in the academy, and without his help, you probably wouldn't have been able to complete your annual credit assessments for the past 3 years. Since I'm here this time, let's set a time. I'll treat him to a meal. Thank him for taking care of you in the academy these years, Li Yaqi suggested. Li Wei stiffened. Could his sister have found out that the person was Zhao Chen so quickly? What? Any problem? I heard he just returned to the academy today. He should have time. Li Yaqi sensed her younger brother's unusual behavior and inquired. Actually, she wanted to thank Zhao Chen for taking care of her brother, but she also wanted to gather some information about him through her brother's close associate. I'll ask for you. Li Wei pretended to be calm. If he directly refuses now, his sister will definitely grow suspicious. Zhao Chen, good luck to you. T.S. 4/5. In the following days, Zhao Chen stayed in the academy because Chu Zhuan was by his side. If he left the academy, it would definitely raise suspicion. Therefore, Zhao Chen did not go to the temporary camp of the Eagle Dragon Fleet during this time, only maintaining necessary communication. To Zhao Chen's surprise, Li Wei's sister unexpectedly came to the Northern Star Warship Military Academy and even wanted to invite him to dinner. Zhao Chen could understand one's curiosity, but he did not want to expose himself too much at the moment, as he had already exposed enough in front of Chu's family. If the technologies he entrusted to Li Yaqi were all concentrated on Zhao Chen, he dared not guarantee that Chu's family would not change their intentions towards him. Therefore, Zhao Chen rejected Li Yaqi's invitation several times with various reasons. Before he knew it, Zhao Chen had been in the academy for about 20 days, approaching the end of March. His daily life consisted of reporting to class, but most of the students in Grade 5 Class 1 had participated in the joint interstellar mission between the Northern Star Warship Military Academy and the Chanyao Noble Warship Military Academy. Therefore, there were not many people in the class. In his free time, Zhao Chen accompanied Miss Zhu Zhuan and answered her questions about starships without reservation. Through Miss Zhu Zhuan, Zhao Chen could also learn things he couldn't as an ordinary student or baron. The entire Starlight Empire was far from being as calm as it seemed on the surface, but those things were irrelevant to Zhao Chen at the moment. The interactions between Zhao Chen and Chu Zhuan served their own purposes, and the two became more familiar with each other. However, those who didn't know in the academy thought that this suddenly appearing beautiful girl was Zhao Chen's girlfriend. Passing by, Zhang Shisha, hearing the discussions of others, clenched her fists. After the Zhang family moved from the Eagle Dragon star system to another star system in the North Wind star field, they quickly settled in with the arrangements made by the family. Zhang Shisha also returned to the Northern Star Warship Military Academy after the school year started. She was aware of Zhao Chen's outstanding performances. Each time Zhao Chen showed excellent abilities, it was like a slap in the face to her, and rumors naturally followed, especially after Zhao Chen completed the 3 times the credit assessment of the grade 4 level in just 4 months of starting school and jumped to grade 5 class 1. Just being academically excellent won't change the mess at the Eagle Dragon star system. After graduation, he'll still have to be a baron and be stuck there for a lifetime. Shisha, no need to be upset. You have a brighter future. Zhang Shisha comforted herself as she watched Zhao Chen from a distance. Among those who were paying attention to Zhao Chen was also Li Yaqi. After Zhao Chen rejected her invitations, Li Yaqi was surprised. Despite being one of the hottest salespeople of the T1 Hyena-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer of the Northian Star Warship Technology Group, she was well respected by the Vice Dean, instructors, and professors at the Northern Star Warship Military Academy during her visit there. Many students intentionally tried to get closer to Li Wei during this time, partly to show their faces in front of this emerging technology group owner. Maybe they could even get hold of a T1 Volv-T-class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, which was currently in high demand with a waiting list of up to 6 months. Yet, this Zhao Chen simply refused. Something wasn't right. Li Yaqi began to investigate this student named Zhao Chen. With the assembly of 3 old starships, the assembled spacecraft reached an astonishing speed of 100 light-years and defeated a T-2 Bald Eagle-class light interstellar cruiser. Later, using a never-before-seen T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship, it defeated a T-2 Purple Rose-class medium-sized interstellar battleship, terrifying starship technology capabilities, as well as a starship that no one had ever seen before. These pieces of information made Li Yaqi doubt Zhao Chen. Yet, looking at Zhao Chen's age, 21, the same age as her little brother, could a student like this really develop excellent starship technology? Li Yaqi found it hard to believe. Therefore, Li Yaqi began to intensify her research on Zhao Chen and even tried to create opportunities to meet him in person. However, she unexpectedly saw Chu Zhuan, the Chu family's young lady, by Zhao Chen's side. She had the privilege of attending a banquet hosted by the Chu family and had only seen the young lady from a distance. She never expected that a student at the Northern Star Warship Military Academy, whose status was just a baron, would know the Chu family's young lady. This made Zhao Chen's identity even more mysterious. Do the Chu family intend to cooperate with him? But if the Chu family knows his background, they also have their own starship technology group. There's no need to let my Northian take advantage. That means the Chu family may not know Zhao Chen's background. So annoying. I really want to confront him and ask if he is the one. Li Yaqi felt more anxious than she had ever felt negotiating with others. Eventually, she decided that after Chu Zhuan left Zhao Chen's side, she would find an opportunity to talk to him. After all, if Zhao Chen really was that person, her Northian Star Warship Technology Group and Zhao Chen would have an inseparable relationship. Zhao Chen woke up in the captain's bedroom of Zero Storm, stretching lazily. Although Miss Chu Zhuan was here during this time, he still enjoyed the leisurely life. Quarterly mission completed. You can collect the mission reward. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Zhao Chen's mind. He opened his system page to check the system mission. Quarterly mission. Own 5 different models, T2 and above level starships 5/5. Create an interstellar fleet with 30 starships 30/30. Own a T3 level starship, 1/1 system produced starship. This meant that Zhao Chen's long-awaited T3 storm-level light interstellar battleship finally came online. He immediately opened his communication page, ready to contact Charlotte, but her message came in the next second. T3 Storm-class light interstellar battleship has been commissioned online and will enter a 1-week trial navigation training phase. Zhao Chen replied, "Understood." With the T3 class starship in hand, Zhao Chen felt a different kind of satisfaction. Unfortunately, because of Chu Zhuan's presence, he couldn't immediately go check out his first T3 class starship. For now, he could collect the rewards for the quarterly mission. Quarterly mission reward collected. Received 30 mission points. Received 3,000 system points. Received D3 Super Warrior Potion. Received a T2 Mastiff class Heavy Interstellar Battleship Technical Blueprint. Received a T3 Virgo class Interstellar Medical Ship Technical Blueprint. TS 5/5. Surprisingly, there are Super Warrior Potions of Tier 3. This good thing, Zhao Chen naturally would not refuse. Without saying a word, he injected himself with a vial. Hiss! Zhao Chen took a cold breath. The familiar sensation of pain swept over him again, as if his entire body cells were being torn apart. Joints creaked, as if someone was setting off firecrackers inside Zhao Chen's body. Thump 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 thump. Zhao Chen's heart kept accelerating. If a doctor were here at this moment to monitor, they would be surprised to find that Zhao Chen's heartbeat was already several times faster than a normal person's. Zhao Chen kept convulsing on the bed, his expression ferocious, and even blood coming out of his mouth. Zhao Chen grabbed the edge of the bed. Creak, crack, that was the sound of the bed edge breaking. Ah! Zhao Chen let out a painful roar, then completely passed out. After an unknown amount of time, when Zhao Chen woke up again, he felt as if he had slept for a century, but his whole body was very comfortable. He opened his eyes and looked around. The environment hadn't changed at all, but Zhao Chen felt that the world in his eyes seemed different from before. He stood up and looked at his body. The surface of his body was basically the same as before, the golden proportion lines, a body full of masculine charm. Zhao Chen raised his hand and summoned a mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, his eyes seemed more profound, and his body seemed to have slightly changed, but it wasn't visible on the surface. But when Zhao Chen clenched his fist, he had a feeling that his current strength could even shatter the hull armor of a T1 interstellar warship with one punch. He calmed down his desire for battle, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Not sure if it was because of the Super Warrior Potion, he felt that many of the things he had thought about before had changed significantly. We thought about them now. He quickly composed a message and sent it to Li Yaqi, asking her not to investigate his matters at the Northern Star Battleship Military Academy again, otherwise, the consequences would be her responsibility. This thread with Li Yaqi could not be exposed in Zhao Chen's plan. Whether the other party knew his identity or not was inconsequential, but the key was that no one should know about the relationship between Li Yaqi and himself, so he couldn't have any contact with Li Yaqi in reality. Next, he sent a message to Chu Zhuan. He told her about the Chu family's recruitment of him. He already had some ideas and planned to meet her in the evening to discuss. I must give the Chu family an answer, otherwise having this girl Chu Zhuan follow me around feels somewhat uncomfortable, Zhao Chen muttered. The attitude of the Chu family towards him was crucial for Zhao Chen's development in the near future. He had to handle it properly. One misstep could be a deep abyss. After sending these two messages, Zhao Chen checked the system rewards he had just received. Host, Zhao Chen occupation, top starship, engineer special attributes, fleet lucky value bonus, insight points, 8,720 mission points, 60 for number of starships, 30 missions, annual mission incomplete, warehouse, T2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship technical drawing, T2 Snow Mastiff class heavy interstellar battleship technical drawing, T2 Black Knight class light interstellar fighter armor technical drawing, T3 Cassiopeia class interstellar medical ship technical drawing. With the points and mission points, it was more than enough to exchange for a suitable Tier 3 starship. Zhao Chen already had a plan in mind for selecting the target to exchange. He looked at the two technical drawings he had just obtained. T2 Snow Mastiff class heavy interstellar battleship and T3 Cassiopeia class interstellar medical ship. The T2 Snow Mastiff class heavy interstellar battleship was an interstellar battleship belonging to the main combat series. Interstellar battleships were equipped with heavy armor and heavy firepower. Its terrifying armor strength, without considering the size of the hull, was on par with the armor strength of the interstellar escort ship on average per unit. Of course, Zhao Chen's T2 Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship was an exception. Currently, I have the T2 Queen Bee class heavy carrier starship and the T2 Rhino class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. The technical drawings are for a T2 Lion King class heavy interstellar missile ship and T2 Snow Mastiff class heavy interstellar battleship. These two starship drones could fill the missing ship types in the fleet puzzle. One is for important long-range firepower output, and the other is the main force starship for frontline assault and combat. With the addition of these two starships, my fleet can truly be considered an interstellar fleet, Zhao Chen muttered. Typically, an interstellar fleet would require 3 or more ship types to coordinate in combat to maximize the advantages of fleet operations. Zhao Chen looked at the T-3 Cassiopeia-class interstellar medical ship, which was a support-type starship. Although not a combat-type starship, it was indispensable on the battlefield. Although there had been no casualties in Zhao Chen's fleet so far, who knew what the future might hold? In cases of casualties, a starship medical ship would be necessary for treatment. If every time a soldier was injured, they went to the starport for treatment, it would entail significant costs. Moreover, timely treatment could greatly reduce the pain and mortality rate of soldiers. T2 starships are just a transition. If I really want to establish a foothold in the Starlight Empire, I must have a large number of T3 starships, Zhao Chen said solemnly. According to his understanding from Chu Zhuan, the Imperial Army had begun mass retiring T2 starships on the front lines and was planning to fully equip T3 tier interstellar battleships. This meant that the era of T2 interstellar battleships would soon be completely phased out from the national-level interstellar battlefield. By then, it would be the battlefield of T3 tier and T4 tier interstellar battleships. Not only the Starlight Empire, even other interstellar imperial powers within the Galaxy Alliance were undertaking similar military plans. He had to quickly enter the realm of T3 interstellar battleships. At this moment, Li Yaqi, who was investigating Zhao Chen, received communications from the mysterious person for the third time. When she saw the content of the messages, Li Yaqi's expression was somewhat panicked, but she quickly calmed down. My actions made that noble uncomfortable. I was too impulsive. Li Yaqi berated herself for her impulsiveness during this time. Because she had obtained those starship technologies, she was not satisfied with them, and wanted to have a deeper cooperation with that gentleman. But she forgot that once he gave up collaborating with her, she would have nowhere to turn to. The initiative in this cooperation had always been in his hands, not hers. She couldn't continue the investigation. Li Yaqi, do you know you almost crossed the line? Li Yaqi cursed her impetuousness. However, one thing she could know was that this person must be at the Northern Star Battleship Military Academy, but as to who exactly, it was remained to be debated. At this moment, Li Yaqi couldn't help but think of the young man named Zhao Chen. Many factors pointed to this young man. Is it really him? T.S. 1/5 on that evening, Chuxuan booked a private room at a restaurant, and Zhao Chen arrived as scheduled. Actually, I really don't want to discuss this with you here because of family matters, Chuxuan sighed. But alas, my surname is Chu. However, as a friend, no matter what decision you make, I will strive for the best outcome for you with my grandfather. I don't want us to become enemies. Zhao Chen could feel that Chuxuan's words were sincere. During this time they spent together, he could see that Chuxuan was a woman who revered starships and had a deep military faith. But at the same time, she also bore the responsibilities of her family. I also don't want to be in opposition to the Chu family, so just as Zhao Chen was about to continue, Chuxuan's handheld terminal flashed red. That signaled very important news. Chuxuan apologized to Zhao Chen, then checked the information on her terminal. Her face turned pale. What happened? Zhao Chen noticed the expression in Chuxuan's eyes. Chuxuan looked at Zhao Chen with a complicated expression. Zhao Chen, if I remember correctly, you have a sister named Jiaweiner, right? Zhao Chen frowned. Yes. What happened to her? Come with me. We'll talk on the way. Chuxuan stood up hurriedly, walked out of the restaurant with Zhao Chen, and got into a flying vehicle. Director's office. Chuxuan entered the location. What exactly happened? Zhao Chen asked in a deep voice. During this time, he had fully integrated into the identity of Zhao Chen, and he couldn't tell anymore if he was a transmigrator, but that didn't matter. He only knew that Jiaweiner was his sister. All Dragon Star System belonged to him, and the Zhao family was his family. That was enough. Before I tell you about this, I hope you can remain calm. Chuxuan looked worriedly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded. Chuxuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, I just received the latest news. About 5 hours ago, a level 3 cosmic insect nest and for level 2 cosmic insect nests appear in the Blue Lotus star system located in the Western Star region. The entire star system is currently in turmoil. Unfortunately, the joint interstellar mission organized by the Northern Starfleet Academy and the Chuanyao Noble Starfleet Academy is in this star system. And just an hour ago, both fleet lost all contact. Zhao Chen was thunderstruck. He immediately said, "Send reinforcements. I remember Blue Lotus star system has a stargate." Chuk Suan shook her head. Unfortunately, the first level 3 cosmic insect nest appeared around the stargate of the Blue Lotus star system. Almost immediately, the stargate of the Blue Lotus star system was breached and destroyed. This also meant that subsequent Imperial Army reinforcements couldn't use the stargate for rapid support of the Blue Lotus star system. They have to cross interstellar space from neighboring star systems to enter the Blue Lotus star system. The stargate was destroyed. Zhao Chen's expression stiffened. This news was like pouring oil on the fire. With the stargate destroyed, the time for rescue and reinforcement would take several days. And during these days, the interstellar insect race could carry out many activities. But Zhao Chen knew it wasn't time to panic yet. After a moment of silence, Zhao Chen raised his hand and brought up the star map of the Blue Lotus star system, checking the information data, while asking, "What about the garrison in the Blue Lotus star system?" According to the latest information, there are only 300 Lord-class starships and 100 Imperial Navy starships stationed in the Blue Lotus star system. It should be noted that the Imperial Navy is divided into 3 classes. The first class consists of a small number of Imperial Navy guarding the king in the Imperial City. Equipped with a large number of T3 and T4 starships, they are among the elite of the elite in the Imperial Navy. The second class is the Imperial Navy on the front lines of war, mainly composed of T4 and T3 starships, with a small number of T2 starships. The third class is the Imperial Navy stationed in various territories, primarily consisting of T2 starships, often a Legion-level fleet of 300 starships, and only a handful of less than 10 T3 starships. So, the combat power of the Imperial Navy garrison in the Blue Lotus star system. Before Chuk Suan could finish her sentence, Zhao Chen already understood the implication. He clenched his fists, suppressing his anxiety. Soon, the flying vehicle arrived at the building where the director's office was located. "Let's go to see the director first." The students trapped this time are the elite students of the Northern Starfleet Academy and the Chuanyao Noble Starfleet Academy. The 2 academies will definitely not sit idly by. Perhaps they can come up with some rescue solution. Chuk Suan comforted Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen remained silent, following Chuk Suan into the director's office. The office, which was originally spacious, now seemed cramped and narrow. All the deputy directors and important professors were present, along with the star map of the Blue Lotus star system and a series of intelligence reports. "Zhao Chen, why are you here?" Vice Director Hong saw Zhao Chen and showed a surprised expression. He knew that among the students in trouble this time was Zhao Chen's sister. However, normally, even though Zhao Chen was an excellent student, he didn't have the qualifications to attend such meetings. But when he saw Chuk Suan next to Zhao Chen, he didn't say more. Zhao Chen didn't have the qualifications, but Chuk Suan did. And recently, there were rumors in the academy that Chuk Suan was Zhao Chen's girlfriend. Although it was unclear whether it was true, there was some truth to the rumors. Moreover, Chuk Suan's attitude towards Zhao Chen was indeed ambiguous. "Director Chin, this friend of mine's sister is also among the students on this interstellar mission. We want to know the current situation in the Blue Lotus star system." Chuk Suan walked directly past the other deputy directors, professors, and tutors to an elderly director. This was the first time Zhao Chen had seen the director of the Northern Starfleet Academy, a man over 100 years old. But one shouldn't underestimate this seemingly frail old man. He was said to be the chief designer of the T4 North Winegod-class heavy interstellar battleship. Among all the starship designers in the Starry Empire, he was definitely in the top 5, a national treasure-level figure. Director Chin recognized Chuk Suan and was familiar with the Chu family, so he briefly explained the current situation. It had been more than 5 hours since the interstellar insect invasion, and they could still establish some contact with the area of Blue Lotus star system that had not yet fallen. But because the Stargate was destroyed, the fastest Imperial Army support would take at least 3 days. And that was just the time it would take to cross interstellar space. 3 days. No one dared to guarantee what state the Blue Lotus star system would be in. The Blue Lotus star system has a population of nearly 1 billion people. If even 1/10 of these people become food for the interstellar insects, they can multiply more interstellar insects in a short time. So, the Imperial Army probably won't launch a hasty attack. They would need to mobilize several times the strength of the insect forces to begin clearing operations, Director Chin said in a low voice. So, during this time, the students trapped there won't be rescued. Zhao Chen stepped forward and questioned. How can we rescue them? You should know, there are 1 level 3 cosmic insect nests and 3 level 2 cosmic insect nests there. This means that there are now at least 5 T3 nest motherships, nearly 100 T2 nest motherships, and over 1,000 T1 nest motherships in the Blue Lotus star system. A tutor said helplessly. But all those students are the seedlings of our academy. If they, all, are gone, it would be a great loss to our Northern Starfleet Academy. A female tutor said sorrowfully. Who could have expected that in such a star system, 4 cosmic insect nests would suddenly appear, with one being a level 3 cosmic insect nest? Vice Director Hong sighed deeply. Chuk Suan bit her lip lightly, her expression complicated as she looked at Zhao Chen. Right now, she didn't know how to comfort Zhao Chen because the situation seemed bleak for the trapped students from both academies. Trigger Mission Rescue Military Academy of Northern Star and Academy, Military Arts of Chuanyao Aristocratic Starship. Trapped teachers and students mission content. Rescue the trapped students of the Military Academy of the Northern Star and the Academy of Military Arts of the Chuanyao Aristocratic Starship. Mission difficulty. B-level mission reward. 20 mission points and 6,000 points additional mission. Rescue at least 100 teachers and students from both academies including Zhao Wan'er, Su Lan, and Zhu Zhaoxiao. Mission penalty. Deduction of 6,000 points. Mission time limit. 100 hours. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Zhao Chen's mind, making his heart tremble. The system issued a rescue mission, indicating that this was not an impossible rescue mission. After all, the system would not assign a mission that was impossible to complete. And this was also the first time a system mission had a detailed time limit, 100 hours. Did this mean that within 100 hours, Zhao Wan'er and the others would not be in danger of their lives? No, we cannot give up, Zhao Chen firmly said. Right now, for those trapped teachers and students, we are their only hope. If even we give up on them, who else can they expect to rescue them? Hearing the impassioned words of this student Zhao Chen, some of the instructors present were moved, but their expressions still showed helplessness. Student, your thoughts are good, but reality is cruel. I won't hide it from you. Our academy has also dispatched fleets for support, but look at this recent situation in the Water Lily Galaxy. It is teeming with insects everywhere. And the last message from our trapped students was in this location. Unfortunately, right in the heart of the area controlled by the insect race. Even if we were to dispatch a large number of interstellar fleets for rescue, how much cost would it entail in haste? A tutor stepped forward and said solemnly. Dean Chin, sitting on a chair with a sigh, had not spoken for a long time. For them, it was already a hopeless situation. Looking at the bitter picture, sending fleets for support without enough interstellar fleets would just be a suicide mission. Having already lost a group of outstanding students was not enough. Sending more into the lion's den, no one dared to rashly issue such rescue orders. Zhao Chen, you need to calm down. Maybe after the Imperial fleet gathers and launches a cleanup operation against these insect races, your sister and the others might survive. Chu Zhuan attempted to comfort, but she herself didn't believe much in her words. There's no time. Their fleet's combat capability, even if they hide in a safe place, can only hold on for 5 days at most. And to wait until the Imperial fleet gathers and launches an all-out attack, it will probably take about 10 days. By then, the cauliflower will have gone cold. Zhao Chen retorted. Why are you so stubborn? Sending more people to die just to save those who cannot be saved. Is that what you want? A tutor reprimanded. The surrounding tutors shook their heads, feeling helpless, sighing. A sense of sorrowful atmosphere spread throughout the entire office. Are we sure this is their last reported location to us? Zhao Chen pointed to a marked point on the holographic star map. Around that point, there were many densely packed red dots, all indicating areas in the Water Lily Galaxy that had not yet fallen to the insect race. An hour ago, this was the last location they contacted us from. The information we received was that their fleet had a disastrous encounter with the interstellar insects during battle, with over 80% of the starships destroyed, requesting our assistance. Communication was cut off after that. The interstellar insects themselves possess a kind of biological magnetic field, which can block signals when reaching a certain density, and can even act as a warp-speed interference device. Based on the situation, if they are still alive, they should be in this vicinity. If I were them, I would choose to land on a planet, use the remaining starship weapon resources to defend the position, and wait for reinforcement. Vice Dean Hong analyzed beside. Jia Chen stared at the star map, as if in a trance. All right, student, we understand your feelings. Let the teachers handle this matter. You can leave first. A tutor comforted Zhao Chen. I have a way. Zhao Chen suddenly spoke up. However, the tutors and professors present only thought it was the rambling of an anxious student. First, we will use the fastest starship to depart and reach the nearest stargate to the Water Lily Galaxy, then traverse the interstellar edge space. After that, continue using the warp engine to reach a location as close to this position as possible. Because of the interstellar insects, warp navigation cannot take us directly to our destination, so we will use conventional engines to pass through these insects and arrive directly at the destination. Find the teachers and students in distress, bring them all onto the starship, and evacuate urgently. Compared to mobilizing a fleet, a rescue operation with a few or even one starship is the fastest and most efficient. Zhao Chen stated his idea and drew a line on the star map. The red line traversed the area with the fewest interstellar insects, according to the information. Are you joking? Crossing through a swarm of insects with just one starship? Even a T4 class starship doesn't have that certainty, not to mention most T4 starships are in the hands of the Imperial Army. They wouldn't risk sending T4 starships to rescue these teachers and students. A tutor countered. Each T4 class starship was very important to the Empire, although the students of both academies were considered the Empire's elites. But flowers can be replanted if they wither. We don't need a T4 class starship, just a fast enough T3 starship. Zhao Chen said firmly. Too risky. I disagree with this rescue plan. Too idealistic. A slight misstep would be like moth to a flame. A starship fast enough. An interstellar cruiser, but how to break through the swarm of insects? Unrealistic. Listening to these tutors and professors, relying on their own intuition to judge Zhao Chen's plan as unfeasible, too naive. Zhao Chen frowned, glanced at everyone present, knowing he wouldn't be able to persuade them. He also knew that his next actions would be risky, potentially exposing himself to danger. But some things had to be done. Zhao Chen said solemnly, in the interstellar universe, what isn't a risk? If we are unwilling to take risks and only do things that are safe, our ancestors would never have left their planets to embark on interstellar journeys, never would have traversed star systems, and usher in the interstellar era. If you won't go to save them, I will. With that, Zhao Chen turned and walked out of the office. At that moment, he sent a message to Charlotte that the Kingian barracks. Immediately bring the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship to the Star Harbor of the Northern Starship Military Academy to pick me up. TS. 3/5 correct. Zhao Chen is ready to use the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship to execute this rescue plan, because in the rescue plan he just outlined, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship is undoubtedly the most suitable. But this will mean that Zhao Chen has to take on enormous risks. First is the risk of this rescue mission, and second is the risk of Zhao Chen exposing himself as the owner of a T3 class interstellar battleship. Previously, Zhao Chen had unidentified T2 starships, which was forgivable, but now Zhao Chen is bringing out an unidentified T3 starship. This will definitely attract attention, especially in such a large-scale rescue operation. It's impossible to keep it a secret, but, as Zhao Chen just said, some things, even if you know they are extremely dangerous and risky, still need to be done. Zhao Chen jumped into a flying car, entered the destination of the starport. Stamp, 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 stamp. Footsteps came from behind, and Zhuan anxiously caught up with Zhao Chen, and just before the car started, she jumped into the car with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, you need to calm down a bit. I know you're very worried about your sister's safety, but you also need to consider yourself. Although what the teacher said was a bit harsh, but, it's also a kind of reality, isn't it? Do you want to let your sister know that you risked your own life to save her? If that's the case, I believe your sister would definitely not want to see you do that. I'll try to contact the Imperial Army over there. I'll make them speed up the gathering of the Imperial fleet. We can even form a rapid rescue fleet to support and execute the rescue plan you just mentioned. I can also ask my grandpa to allocate a T for Starship to come over. Give me some time. Okay. The flying car set off towards the starport as set by Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Zhuan. What we lack now is time. Perhaps you can do all those things you just said, but it will take too much time. My sister and the others can't wait. But Chu Zhuan wanted to persuade Zhao Chen again. Chu Zhuan, if you want to help me, please do one thing for me. Zhao Chen said seriously. You say, as long as I can help you, I will definitely do it. Chu Zhuan said sincerely. Zhao Chen said, please relay to your grandpa Governor Chu He. Tell him that I am willing to cooperate with the Chu family. Now is not the time to talk about cooperation or not. It's the current situation. Just as Chu Zhuan was talking, the flying car reached its destination, and Zhao Chen jumped directly out of the car and walked towards the berth at the starport. Chu Zhuan followed closely behind. Even if you want to rescue people with just your T to starships, how can you rescue them? Who said I was going to rescue people with T to starships? Zhao Chen stopped in his tracks, looking through the transparent glass windows of the starport and into space. At this moment, a huge interstellar battleship appeared outside the starport of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, but it did not enter the port, just hovering there. Just hovering, it was shining like a bright star. That is. Chu Zhuan looked in astonishment at the blue and white painted interstellar battleship. The captain was about a kilometer away, and the entire hull displayed a graceful curve, like a sword, like an arrow. On the hull, there were main cannons, multiple secondary cannons, missile launch bays, and other weapon modules. To be honest, Chu Zhuan was amazed by the design of the hull of this starship when she first saw it. She had never seen a more beautiful interstellar battleship. It was like a saint. Commander, we're here. At this moment, a call came. A shuttle was already parked at the fast entry point of the starport, and Secretary Lily was waving to Zhao Chen. This was the shuttle on the T to Queen B-class heavy carrier starship, and Zhao Chen had instructed Lily to fly a shuttle here to wait. Let's talk about everything after I come back, Zhao Chen said, and hurriedly ran towards the shuttle, directly entering the cabin. Hurry, let's go. Because docking, berthing, and setting sail again with the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship would take a lot of time, Zhao Chen did not bring the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship into the port, but boarded the shuttle instead. Is that really your starship? Is that a T3 starship? As the shuttle took off, a voice came from behind Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen turned back sharply and saw Chu Zhuan on the spaceship as well. How did you get on? Zhao Chen was surprised. Chu Zhuan spread her hands. My grandpa asked me to keep an eye on you, so naturally, I have to follow you. Do you know where I'm going now? Will your grandpa allow you to do such dangerous things with me? Zhao Chen retorted. If Governor Chu He knew, he wouldn't let Chu Zhuan be so reckless. The level of danger this time far exceeded that of the previous second-level cosmic wormhole incident. I'm just following my grandpa's instructions, Chu Zhuan said. Besides, with me, the Chu family's young miss by your side, it will be much more convenient for you to go to the Water Lily Galaxy later. Otherwise, using those stargates passing through various galaxies, you would have had to queue up. As you said, time is the most important now. Zhao Chen covered his face. This young miss was truly crazy. He looked seriously at Chu Zhuan. Are you sure you want to follow me? You must know that this time, I am going to the area occupied by the interstellar insect race. I can't guarantee your safety. If you regret it later, you can fly back with the shuttle. Chu Zhuan was also looking at Zhao Chen seriously. I'm serious too. The students and teachers from both academies are the elite of the Empire's future. As an Imperial soldier, I have a duty to protect their safety. So, please let me participate in your rescue operation this time. I will obey your orders and use my abilities to help you as much as possible. Almost forgot. This was the heiress, with a sense of justice bursting at the seams. But what Chu Zhuan said just now was right. Her presence go, indeed save a lot of trouble. Then stay by my side, and don't leave my sight. Understand? Zhao Chen said seriously. Yes, Commander. Chu Zhuan stood straight, placed her hand on her chest, and gave Zhao Chen a standard Imperial military salute. Right. What's the name of this T3 starship? Chu Zhuan pointed to the interstellar battleship they were flying toward on the shuttle. Blizzard-class like interstellar battleship. Look, that seems to be a T3 starship. This interstellar battleship looks so beautiful. And I've never seen this style of interstellar battleship before. The emblem on that starship looks so familiar. Where have I seen it before? In the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, many people saw the unidentified interstellar battleship parked in space. John Shasha looked at the interstellar battleship, and when she saw the all-too-familiar emblem, her expression was quite vivid. It was the Dragon Null emblem. How could it be? How could a poor Dragon Null galaxy have a T3 class starship? John Shasha looked up and gazed through the Academy's skylight at the interstellar battleship. She refused to believe that this T3 interstellar battleship belonged to that man. T.S. For fifths a bit hungry. Going to eat a bowl of dumplings first. Another night of staying up late. Early sleepers can go to bed first. Director. There is an unidentified T3 starship outside the Star Harbor of our Academy. According to the fleet emblem information on the starship, the database scan result shows it belongs to the fleet emblem of the L Dragon Galaxy. An assistant teacher rushed into the director's office, nervously reporting this information. The L Dragon Galaxy? Isn't that Zhao Chen's territory? Vice Director Hong exclaimed. Director Chin raised his hand and brought up the image outside the Star Harbor, projecting the starship. What a beautiful starship! The streamlined design is excellent. With conventional engines, it can greatly increase its speed. Judging from the structure of the ship, it seems to be an interstellar battle cruiser. The professors and teachers present quickly analyze the starship. Everyone. Now is not the time to study this starship. This is most likely Zhao Chen's starship, and judging from his intentions just now, he is probably planning to pilot this starship to the Water Lily Galaxy for a rescue mission. Vice Director Hong said anxiously. Even if it is a T3 starship, what's the use? There are a large number of interstellar insect species there. With just one starship, once it charges in, it will be a death sentence. This Zhao Chen may be talented, but he seems to lack discretion. A mentor coldly snorted, but he is indeed a talented individual. And this time the elite students from both academies suffered heavy losses during the crisis. We can't just stand by and watch such a talent go to his death. A female mentor expressed her concern. Director Chin nodded, saying, find a way to intercept the starship. As for rescuing the fleets of both academies, we will consider the matter carefully. Yes. In the office, the teachers and professors continued to discuss solutions for the incident. Meanwhile, Zhao Chen and his companions boarded a shuttle to enter the hangar of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. Quick, let's go to the bridge. Zhao Chen got off the shuttle and immediately walked out of the hangar. Although it was his first time boarding the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser, he was already familiar with many areas and functions here. Walking out into the corridor outside the hangar, Zhao Chen immediately summoned a maglev elevator using his authorization. Despite the Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser being less than a kilometer in length, the interior was complex, and it would take at least 10 minutes to walk from the stern to the bow. This could cause significant delays in crucial moments. Therefore, there were dedicated maglev elevators within the starship for transportation, resembling a translucent crystal elevator. Stating the desired destination would ensure arrival within a minute. What a beautiful interior space of the ship. Stepping into the maglev elevator and looking out through the transparent glass window at the interior view of the ship, Zhujuan was once again amazed by the space inside the ship. It was hard to imagine this was a combat starship. It felt more like a work of art. However, when Zhujuan stepped onto the bridge, she was even more surprised. The entire bridge was an oval structure, surrounded by holographic images of the outside of the ship, creating a sensation of being in space. The bridge had a 5-layer structure, with each section responsible for different functions to ensure the operation of the starship. The captain's position was in the center of the bridge, offering a direct view of every department. Just like the exterior coating of the ship, the interior and bridge followed a color scheme of white and blue, providing a very comfortable feeling. Commander, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. No. One is ready. Please give your orders. Charlotte stood in front of Zhao Chen. Before arriving, Zhao Chen had already transmitted all the details of this mission to her. Although this mission was risky, as a qualified subordinate, she understood that following orders was her duty. You are the deputy captain, and Lily will be the secretary. Immediately plan the route. To destination is the nearest star system gateway to the Water Lily Galaxy, as well as the peripheral area of the water lily galaxy controlled by the interstellar insect species. After that, Zhao Chen walked directly to the captain's position and sat down on the captain's chair. Charlotte and Lily stood on either side of Zhao Chen. Lily began her task, swiftly planning the optimal route. Charlotte reported the situation of the T3 Blizzard to Zhao Chen. Blizzard class No. 1 ship has only completed 30% of its trial mission, but all ship systems are operating normally. The crew members are all from the original Blizzard class, with some being veteran soldiers with years of service history. There are no issues with the combat readiness resources on the starship, and engaging in a large battle poses no problems, because many of the combat systems and modules of the original Blizzard class were similar to the T3 Blizzard. Charlotte had already trained a group of ready officers on the original Blizzard class, so they could go directly to war once the T3 Blizzard class was in service. Zhao Chen nodded in satisfaction. With Charlotte handling these matters, he could truly focus less on them. Very good. Zhao Chen opened the data page of the T3 Blizzard class Light Interstellar Battle Cruiser. Blizzard class Light Interstellar Battle Cruiser type. Interstellar Battle Cruiser technology level. T3 armor strength. 1500 to 1800 units. Starshield energy value 13,000 units. Cruise speed 210 knots. Star speed. Warp engine level 6. Warp engine length 998 meters. Mass 300,000 tons. Crew 200. Starship weapons 1 Blizzard class heavy cluster laser main cannon for 2,500 mm caliber medium electromagnetic cannons, 16 medium pulse lasers secondary cannons, 72 medium point defense cannons. For units of interstellar missile launch bays, 50 Blizzard light interstellar missiles, 50 Blizzard interstellar drone. Special features: Blizzard extreme cruise mode. Zhao Chen glanced at the information, feeling satisfied. While formerly a light interstellar warship, the Blizzard was equipped with weapon modules comparable to those of heavy interstellar warships. Furthermore, the weapon variety was diverse, making it suitable for comprehensive combat. For the solo rescue mission like this one, it was perfect. The most crucial feature was the Blizzard Extreme Cruise Mode, a special function of the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battle cruiser. It could triple to quintuple the speed using conventional engines, even rivaling the current T for interstellar cruisers. This was why Zhao Chen was confident in carrying out this rescue mission. Commander, our route will take 35 hours to traverse 19 cosmic gateways, arriving at the Bluefield Galaxy in the Azure Domain. The Bluefield Galaxy is currently the nearest star system to the Water Lily Galaxy. After reaching the Bluefield Galaxy, we can use warp speed to arrive at the outer region controlled by the interstellar insect species within the Water Lily Galaxy within a day and a half. Then, we will proceed using conventional engines to the last known coordinates of the fleets of both academies. The entire journey is estimated to take at least 3 days. Lily quickly marked the detailed route she planned on the star map, reporting to Commander Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen glanced over it, finding it roughly aligned with his initial thoughts. 3 days meant 72 hours. With a total of 100 hours, Zhao Chen had 28 hours remaining. Follow this route and depart. Zhao Chen issued the navigation orders. Vice Captain Charlotte and Secretary Lily immediately began executing the orders. The warp engine route is preset. We will now enter the acceleration phase, and 10 minutes later, we will enter the warp speed phase. Within 10 minutes, all crew members should enter hibernation mode. Repeat, all crew should enter hibernation mode within 10 minutes. On the bridge, rows of white jade-colored hibernation pods emerged. Thus began an adventurous journey to confront the insect swarm. Target: Insect Cluster, TS. Happy National Day on May 5th to everyone, and have a pleasant holiday. The Blue Star Domain, Water Lily Galaxy. On a certain planet, at this moment, the entire sky seems to have been stained blood red. There are interstellar warships exploding and crashing towards the ground due to insect attacks, as well as interstellar fighters still fighting desperately. In the city, battle mechs and ground forces are also engaged in fierce battles, with the interstellar insect ground units invading the planet. In a mountainous area, a T3 starship is lying upside down between the ridges, its hull severely damaged in many places, even emitting flames. Several wrecks of T2 starships are nearby. Warning! Warning! Firing cabin K931. Automatic fire suppression system activated. Warning! Warning! Oxygen leak in cabin T711. Engineers, please proceed for repairs. Warning. Warning. Dangerous gas concentration in cabin N771 is too high. Explosion may occur. All personnel in surrounding cabins evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. The bridge of this starship is in chaos. Various alarms sounding constantly. Interstellar insect ground units detected at 1 o'clock outside the ship. Prepare the mech and ground combat forces for full alert. Report. We still cannot establish contact with the outside world. We can only communicate with the Defense Department of this planet. Latest report from the planet's Defense Department. The patrol fleet damage rate has exceeded 50%. Without support, the entire army will be wiped out within 20 hours. And the planet's ground military facilities will be completely overrun within the next 60 hours. A woman with her forehead bandaged is currently at the captain's command position. She looks serious, with a mixture of tension and worrying in her eyes, but she still tries to remain calm and give orders. Contact the several starships making emergency landings nearby to see if there are any survivors. Conduct urgent repairs inside the starship. Seal off high-risk cabins that cannot be repaired. Mainly check the starship weapons and individual weapons remaining. Arm all combat-capable personnel, and concentrate on relocating the wounded. The woman continues to issue orders, and the able-bodied crew and students around her are constantly carrying out these instructions, easing the tense situation inside the starship a little. Report, Professor Chin, we have confirmed 237 survivors at the moment, including 17 critically injured, 57 lightly injured but unable to move. Found bodies of the deceased 61 individuals. Sulan approaches Professor Chin and reports the current situation. Professor Chin clenches her fists, looking guilty and pained. She is a female teacher at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, and the lead teacher from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy responsible for this joint interstellar mission. But who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary joint interstellar mission would encounter such a situation? If it weren't for the fact that she had evacuated with most of her students to this D3 class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, which was the first prize for this mission, she and her students would have been in grave danger. Professor Chin looks at the half of the students squatting in the corner, most of them still in shock. Students who can maintain strong mental composure at this time are in the minority, as most of them are frightened like birds startled from their nests. For the time being, we are not in immediate danger, but in order to hold on until reinforcements arrive, we must quickly restore everyone's confidence. Only in this way do we have hope of survival. Professor Chang, please have your students from the Heaven's Glory Aristocracy Starship Military Academy cooperate with us. Professor Chen looks at Professor Cheng, who has a somewhat vacant expression. Professor Chen is the lead teacher from the Heaven's Glory Aristocracy Starship Military Academy, and perhaps due to being frightened during the emergency landing, his expression still shows signs of shock. Okay. Professor Cheng nods stupidly and walks towards his students, but his shaking legs already reveal the nervousness and fear in his heart. Su Lan, you've worked hard. You should rest for a while. We shouldn't be in immediate danger for the time being. Professor Chin looks at Su Lan, but there is a sense of helplessness in her eyes. How long this for the time being will last depends on how long the planet's defense forces can hold out. When the interstellar insects truly descend on this planet, it will be doomsday for them. Professor Chin, please take care of yourself. You are injured and need to take care of your health. Su Lin expresses her concern to Professor Chin. Then Su Lin leaves the bridge and enters a cabin where the wounded are being treated, where she can hear the painful cries of the teachers and students. Once delicate students are now in sorry states, crying like babies in their parents' arms. Among them are a few busy figures helping teachers take care of the wounded. Hold her leg down. Zhao Wanner instructs Zhu Xiao next to her. Zhu Xiao swallows nervously, but still presses down on the bloody leg of the injured girl. Zhao Wanner sprays a quick-acting coagulant on the wound, which can stop bleeding and numb the pain in the short term. But for complete healing, more advanced medical equipment is required. After finishing the operation, Zhao Wanner wipes the sweat off her forehead. The wounded have been mostly taken care of. Wanner, you should also rest. Su Lan comes over, concerned. Zhao Wanner shakes her head and forces a smile. I learned a bit of first aid at the academy, so I'm helping as much as I can now. Senior Su Lan, do you think we can still survive Van Leave? Those interstellar insects are too terrifying. In droves. Zhu Xiao, recalls the scenes, and their joint fleet was attacked by the interstellar insects in space. Some of the teachers and students who were injured here were indeed harmed by those interstellar insects. Recalling it now, she shudders. Zhu Xiao mutters softly, I haven't even touched the giant cannons of the T for interstellar battleship. I don't want to die. Sulan hugs her two best friends and comforts them, saying, don't worry, the Academy has received our distress signal and will definitely send a fleet to rescue us. Ha. Dream on. We've been completely abandoned. A self-deprecating voice comes from nearby. Sulan frowns and looks over, seeing Zhou Min, who had battled Zhao Wan'er earlier on the starship. Zhou Min only suffered a minor injury to her left arm, wrapped in bandages. To avoid outside work demands, she hides in this place where the wounded are being taken care of. Zhou Min, we must hold on to hope now. Only with hope can we all survive and leave here. Zhao Wan'er stands up and stares at Zhou Min. Zhou Min bursts into a slightly manic laughter. Hope? Is there any hope left here? Haven't you heard? The Stargate in the Water Lily Galaxy has been destroyed by the interstellar insects. Although we managed to escape to this planet will soon fall as well. The Stargate is unusable. The fastest reinforcements can only enter the Water Lily Galaxy by crossing the edge of the galaxy. How long will that take? 3 days, 5 days, or a week? Moreover, there are interstellar insects everywhere now. Neither the Empire nor the leaders of the two academies will risk more to save us. Don't expect any hope. We have been utterly abandoned. With that, Zhou Min bursts into tears of despair. Hearing Zhou Min's words, Zhao Wan'er looks disgusted, firmly stating, I believe someone will come to rescue us. When Zhao Wan'er said those words, for some reason she thought of that figure. Will he come to rescue her? The Bluefield Galaxy, at this moment, is under high alert because it is the closest neighboring galaxy to the Water Lily Galaxy. With the star portal here already appropriated by the Imperial Army, using over 80% of its capacity to transport Imperial fleets. At the border connecting the Bluefield Galaxy and the Water Lily Galaxy, large numbers of Imperial warships are passing through the interstellar margin space on their way to the Water Lily Galaxy. The Bluefield Galaxy has also initiated a Level 1 combat readiness status, with the Lord's fleet fully cooperating with the Imperial fleet and mobilizing all resources to assist them. After all, if the interstellar insect race in the Water Lily Galaxy is not brought under control, it could lead to a bug catastrophe spreading, with the Bluefield Galaxy being the first to suffer. In this series of Imperial fleets, a starship painted in blue and white, with elegant curves, stands out due to its unique paint job. Commander, we have successfully arrived at the interstellar margin space connecting the Bluefield Galaxy and the Water Lily Galaxy. Secretary Lily reported to Zhao Chen. Looking at the pitch-black space with no visible light points, Zhao Chen turned to Chu Zhuan and said, do you still have the right to regret now? From the Northern Wine Galaxy to the Bluefield Galaxy in the Azure Blue Galaxy, thanks to the identity as the young miss of the Chu family, Zhao Chen's T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship made it to the destination faster, especially during the last stretch using the Bluefield Galaxy star portal. Due to the portal's appropriation by the Imperial Army, nearly all civilian starship requests were rejected. Only through Chu Zhuan's intervention did they receive top priority and successfully arrive at the Bluefield Galaxy. I've never known how to write the word regret since I was born, Chu Zhuan said with a fearless smile. Charlotte, double-check all modules of the ship's hull, Zhao Chen ordered seriously. Because this is the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship's first official combat voyage, and the pre-combat training was not fully completed. Although he had complete trust in his technical drawings and the quality control of the T2 Thunder-class heavy interstellar industrial ship. Yes, Vice Captain Charlotte immediately, and to carry out the task. And soon she reported, all departments have no issues. All ship modules are functioning normally, and there are no problems. Zhao Chen took a deep breath and said, activate the 6th level warp engine and prepare to cross the interstellar margin space. The warp engine route is preset, and next will be the acceleration phase. 10 minutes later, we will enter warp speed. Within 10 minutes, all crew members must enter deep sea mode. Remember, we are about to enter the combat zone. Once out of deep sea mode, all combat personnel must return to their stations within 1 minute. Understand? Charlotte's serious voice echoed throughout the ship's departments. Although the crew members in almost all departments simultaneously shouted in agreement, this sound was not audible to Zhao Chen and the others on the bridge. Zhao Chen then rested in the hibernation cabin. The T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship's hibernation cabin was quite comfortable, and upon awakening, the feelings of hangover were greatly reduced. This warp journey will take 35 hours to cross the interstellar margin space and directly reach the fringe area controlled by the interstellar insect race, Secretary Lily informed Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen nodded and closed his eyes. The advantage of the 6th-level warp engine is significantly shortening distances. If Zhao Chen's T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship were to depart from the Arctic Fox Galaxy to the L Dragon Galaxy, it would take less than 2 days. To put it in perspective, with a first-level warp engine, it would take 100 days from one point to another. With a second-level warp engine, 50 days. The third-level warp engine only takes 25 days. The fourth-level warp engine only takes 12 days, and so forth. Typically, T1 starships are equipped with first or second-level warp engines, and T2 starships are equipped with third or fourth-level warp engines. Zhao Chen's T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship is equipped with a 6th-level warp engine. The invention of the warp engine, in addition to the star portal technology, has significantly shortened the distances between galaxies. Reflecting on that time, Zhao Chen thought, 35 hours. After a while, a voice sounded in Zhao Chen's ear, bringing him back to reality. The Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship's intelligence system reminds you that the warp navigation has been disengaged, and we have arrived at the designated location. We are currently in autopilot mode. After traveling for 3 days from the Northern Star Galaxy, Zhao Chen's T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship finally reached the Water Lily Galaxy. As Zhao Chen opened his eyes, he found himself back in his captain's chair. In just a few seconds, the entire bridge returned to its combat-ready state before hibernation. Activate the ship's radar and immediately scan the surroundings. Open the communication channel and receive all signals from the surroundings. Secretary Lily issued successive commands. Report. The ship's radar scan is complete. No suspicious targets were found within the radar range. We captured some faint communication signals, all the stress signals from surrounding planets. The Lord's fleet and the Imperial fleet have abandoned this area, choosing to defend the remaining 1/3 and await reinforcements. The crew reported. Zhao Chen opened the star map, on which 2 points were blinking. One marked Zhao Chen's T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship's location, and the other marked the last communication point of the 2 fleets. Next, we will face our greatest challenge. There may be a significant number of interstellar insect races ahead of us. We need to figure out how to cross this sea of insects, Chu Xuan said gravely. With only one starship, if the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship gets entangled by the interstellar insect race during the journey, there will be only one result: ship destruction and casualties. We have no other choice but to charge ahead, Zhao Chen said in a deep voice. Chu Xuan looked at Zhao Chen, puzzled by his direct approach. We don't know the exact distribution of the interstellar insect race. All we can do now is bet on our luck. The shortest line between the 2 points is our gamble route. Zhao Chen looked at Vice Captain Charlotte and said, "Prepare to activate Blizzard Extreme Cruise Mode." Vice Captain Charlotte nodded, relayed the command. Captain's orders: prepare to activate Blizzard Extreme Cruise Mode. Blizzard Extreme Cruise Mode. Chu Xuan was stunned. What kind of technology is this? Can this technology allow them to directly cross the insect sea? Continued in the PS note. We're preparing to activate the Blizzard Extreme Cruise Mode. Preparation phase 100 seconds. The officers in charge of this starship module operated while reporting. At this moment, Chu Xuan, through the surrounding holographic images, discovered changes on the surface of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser. Some of the starship weapons that were originally exposed on the ship's surface had now completely retracted and were covered by a layer of hull armor. The bow gun, main guns, secondary guns, missile launchers, close-range defense guns, and others had all retracted and hidden. Looking from the outside, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser now appeared almost like a fully streamlined surface without any protrusions or exposed weapon systems. All weapon modules retracted. Starship acceleration initiated, reported the officer on the bridge. At that moment, a new data panel appeared in front of Zhao Chen. The data panel mainly consisted of navigation trajectory, speed, and the starship model. The current speed was 210 knots. From that moment on, the speed began to rise continuously. In just 10 seconds, it increased from 210 knots to 400 knots. Chu Zhuan widened her eyes in amazement. She had seen starships capable of extreme acceleration before, but this one had doubled in the blink of an eye. The starship engine was truly terrifying. Wait. The acceleration was not stopping. 430, 450, 470, 490. Chu Zhuan couldn't help but swallow nervously and asked involuntarily, "What is the maximum speed of this extreme speed?" Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte beside him. Charlotte shook her head and said, "The theoretical data suggests more than 3 times the current speed, but our trial mission has not reached that stage yet. So this is the first time we are using this speed." The first time? Chu Zhuan was astonished. Wait, did she say it could travel at over 3 times the current speed? If she remembered correctly, the previous cruising speed was at 210 knots, meaning that the regular engine speed of this T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser could exceed 600 knots. Oh my god. As far as she knew, among all the T3 series starships in the Starlight Empire, none of them had a regular speed exceeding 400 knots. Just then, through the data panel, Zhao Chen and the others could already see a dark mass ahead. Without a doubt, those were the interstellar insect species. Activate frontal star shields, and all crew members prepare for impact. Zhao Chen gave the command. Lily immediately conveyed the commander's order. A semi-transparent star shield appeared in front of the bow of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser. Alert! Alert! Star shield under impact. Energy reduced to 99.99%. Accompanied by the alert from the star shield system, Zhao Chen and others felt as if something had flashed through the video screen. It could be a T1 flies or T2 thorn snake. However, that was no longer important because they had all become insect remains. The speed of Chu Zhuan's heartbeat at that moment was like the red numbers rising in a straight line on the data panel. 600 knots. Oh my god. It's still accelerating. I will take charge of navigating the starship. Vice Captain Charlotte took the initiative in driving the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser, focusing on the starship's radar. The starship radar of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser had already started running at high speed, continuously updating the information scanned on the radar. Because at this extreme speed, relying on the naked eye to see the video screen on the outside, a small asteroid that was originally far away could suddenly appear in front of them, so they had to rely on the starship radar to plan the orbit in advance. Although the star shield could protect the starship, they needed to minimize the energy consumption of the star shield before reaching their destination. Who knew what was waiting for them there? Report: a T2 Nest mothership detected ahead, surrounded by several interstellar insect species flying units. The officers assisting in navigation reported to Charlotte. Charlotte glanced at the starship radar and quickly determined the best route. The bow of the ship aimed directly at the T2 Nest mothership. This scene was unfamiliar, only this time, it was much more bloody. The T2 Nest mothership floating in space, searching for the next planet hunting ground, suddenly seemed to receive some kind of heavy blow. Its body split in half, scattering meat onto the surrounding T1 flies and T2 thorn snakes. The T1 flies and T2 thorn snakes stared in disbelief at the T2 Nest mothership, which had lost its nerve connections and became a corpse. They dumbfoundedly stayed in place, not understanding what had just happened. They only felt as if a large shadow had flown over them, and then, their mothership was no more. Alert! Alert! Star shield under impact, energy reduced to 96%. The impact of a T2 Nest mothership slightly slowed down the acceleration of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser, but soon it continued to accelerate. The red speed number now displayed, 700 knots. How fast can this starship really go? Chu Zhuan couldn't help but ask Zhao Chen in curiosity. Zhao Chen shrugged. We'll see. He only knew the theoretical speed, and did not provide a detailed introduction as to how fast it could actually go. We'll see. Hearing this somewhat carefree response, Chu Zhuan really didn't know how to react. She only knew that the Sacred Brilliance Empire in the Galactic Alliance possessed a T for Sacred Light Divine-class light interstellar cruiser, which was said to have a maximum speed of 950 knots with the regular engine. That was the fastest maximum speed after removing the engine restrictions. So far, no starship had ever surpassed the threshold of 1,000 knot speed. Chu Xuan was now staring at the ticking red number, wondering if this T3 interstellar warship could outrun the speed of a T4 starship. Her intuition told her that this was impossible, but she hoped for it to happen anyway. 750 knots. 1 minute later, 800 knots. It was still accelerating. Chu Xuan held her breath, unconsciously clenching her fists. 850 knots. The officer next to her reported that there was a swarm of insects ahead, but Chu Xuan no longer cared. She was only focused on the speed. 900 knots. The dense swarm of insects was directly pushed out into a vacuum zone. An aerial view would make it seem as though a clean path had been dragged across the previously dirty ground. 930 knots. Chu Xuan stared fixedly at the number as if nothing around her mattered. 940 knots. This T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser was truly about to create a miracle. Asterisk, end of translation. 3/5 asterisk. 950 knots achieved. Chu Xuan couldn't contain her excitement and blurted out, but she then awkwardly noticed that Zhao Chen and the other crew members around her all had calm expressions on their faces. It was as if she was the only one who appeared inexperienced. What's going on with them? Aren't they excited at all? This is matching the fastest speed of a T4 interstellar battleship, using a T3 starship. If this news gets out, it would be enough to shake the entire Starfall Empire with this T3 starship. But matching is not as impressive as surpassing, and if it can break through 1,000 knots, that would truly be a historic moment. Chu Xuan continued to eagerly watch the speedometer. 955 knots. Just as she was anticipating the speed to keep increasing, suddenly, the speed started to decrease. Why is the speed decreasing? Chu Xuan asked instinctively. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Xuan as if she was a fool, pointing to the star chart beside her. Didn't you see that we are approaching the final signal coordinates of the 2-yard fleet? Only now did Chu Xuan realize that because she had been too focused on the speed just now, the marker representing the starship and the final appearance of the 2-yard fleet on the chart were already very close. Chu Xuan felt a bit embarrassed and remained silent, feeling somewhat regretful for not witnessing the top speed of this starship. Judging from the situation just now, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship should still have some power remaining in this Blizzard Extreme Cruise mode. It was highly likely it could break through to 1,000 knots. Deactivate the Blizzard Extreme Cruise mode. Charlotte order. Understood. Deactivating and closing the Blizzard Extreme Cruise mode. The crew reported. Due to the high speed they were traveling at, this deceleration would not happen instantly. It took several minutes to gradually reduce the speed to 210 knots. According to the pre-designed route, once the speed returned to normal, the position of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship was exactly at the final signal coordinates of the 2-yard fleet, reporting that Blizzard Extreme Cruise mode has been deactivated. Reporting. Starship weapon modules are deploying. With the deactivation of the Blizzard Extreme Cruise mode, the weapon systems of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship were once again revealed. At the same time, multiple energy signals appeared on the starship's radar. Reporting. There are signals, 3 T2 nest motherships and 12 T1 nest motherships coming towards us from 3 directions. The swarms are closing in on us. The first wave of swarms is expected to encounter our ship within half an hour. Secretary Lily reported an important message. This was a critical moment. The starship where Zhao Chen was located was currently like being in the nest, and they had to quickly find the faculty and students of the 2-yard fleet, evacuate them, as every minute of delay meant an additional minute of danger. Scan the surrounding planets, detect all communication frequencies in the vicinity. Also broadcast on all channels, Zhao Chen ordered. The magnetic field of the interstellar insect race could disrupt signals, but if the distance was close enough, some signals could still be received. He looked at the star chart, where there was a planet, 2 dwarf planets, 4 satellites, and 180 minor planets in this region. If the 2-yard fleet was truly here, the search area was quite extensive, but for now, Zhao Chen and the others could only wait. Minutes passed by slowly. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. During this time, Zhao Chen and the others did receive several communication signals. However, these were all distress signals sent by the local residents of the Water Lily Galaxy or other interstellar forces. Unfortunately, Zhao Chen could not offer assistance to these individuals. His current capabilities were limited to saving his sister and fulfilling the mission requirements of the system. 7 minutes, 8 minutes. In the distance, the swarms on the starship's radar were getting closer and closer. Once these swarms tangled with their starship, it would undoubtedly be the most dangerous situation for the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. 9 minutes, Cess. We are from the Northern Star, survivors of the Starship Military Academy and the Fortune Star. Of the Imperial Starship Military Academy fleet, we request support. We request support. The communications officer suddenly exclaimed in delight. Commander, we have received communication from the 2-yard fleet. Connect immediately and lock onto their communication coordinates, Zhao Chen said promptly. Yes. A video communication window appeared in front of Zhao Chen, but it was very blurry, making it impossible to see the other person clearly. That's great. Finally, someone has received our communication request. Are you here to rescue our Empire fleet? The surprised voice of the other party came through, indicating that it was the fleet sent by the Imperial military to provide support. We are not part of the Imperial military. Zhao Chen began, but the communication was suddenly interrupted. What's going on? Zhao Chen frowned and looked at the communications officer. The communications officer, in a panic, said, uncertain, but it's highly likely that there was an issue on the other end, prompting the one-sided interruption of the communication. However, based on the signal from the other party, I've locked onto the coordinate location. It's the 7th planet in the Water Lily Galaxy. Zhao Chen immediately brought up the star chart, the 7th planet of the Water Lily Galaxy. Zhao Chen pointed to the planet on the star chart, which happened to be located at the edge of the radar detection range of their T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Luckily, it was not in the direction of those swarms. Heading there immediately, Zhao Chen commanded. The T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship quickly advanced towards its 7th planet, relying on its high speed to reach the location of the planet. Looking down, they could see several T-1 nest motherships on the planet's surface, along with a large number of starship wreckage, indicating a fierce battle had occurred. They even noticed a huge scar on the planet's surface, resembling a reddish iron chain beating on the planet. However, upon closer inspection, it was not a scar but a fallen space elevator. It seemed that the planet's outer defenses had completely collapsed, and it had entered ground combat. And remember, when it comes to the interstellar insect races, ground combat was basically their main battlefield. Unless you conducted orbital bombardments on this planet, it was challenging to win against the numerous ground forces of the interstellar insect race without deploying significant forces. Can the detailed location be locked on? Zhao Chen asked Lily. Lily quickly brought up the detailed coordinates of the signal's location on this planet, which showed it was located between mountains and rivers. Not good. Detected a large number of insect ground forces gathering around the signal location. At the same time, there is a small group of insects at the signal location. Based on energy wave shows, it should be in the midst of a fierce battle. Lily reported nervously. Commander, even though entering the planet's atmosphere will pose a great danger to our starship, it is currently our fastest way to rescue people because without using the starship to enter, shuttlecraft alone cannot break through, Charlotte reminded. Zhao Chen looked at the swarms enveloping the planet. Indeed, as Charlotte pointed out, it was a hazy and fearful sight. Although T-1 and T-2 interstellar battleships could enter the planet's atmosphere due to their small size, under normal circumstances, T-3 interstellar battleships would not enter the planet's interior. That would significantly affect the combat capabilities of the starship while consuming a lot of energy. But now, Zhao Chen had no choice. Enter the planet's atmosphere and prepare for combat, Zhao Chen ordered. The T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship opened fire with its secondary cannons, killing a large number of insects, creating a path for the T-3 battleship to head straight towards the planet. The scene was akin to that of a comet about to impact a planet. Note: for Fifth's report, multiple T-1 insect colony motherships are approaching our starship, along with a large number of T-1 flying insects and T-2 spike snakes. At the same time, the first wave of insects outside of the planet will arrive within 10 minutes, the crew reported. Charlotte immediately began deploying for battle. 50 interstellar drones are being deployed to clear out the ground units of the insect race. For 2,500 mm caliber medium electromagnetic railguns, 16 medium pulse laser cannons, and 70 to medium close defense guns are free to target and attack. After the command was conveyed, At the abdomen position of the T-3 Stormlight-class interstellar battleship, a gate appeared. Inside, 50 interstellar drones were already prepared and ready. These interstellar drones hung like upside-down bats. After the gate opened, they freely free-fell, spread their wings in midair, assuming their complete form, and began attacking the ground units of the insect race. The main cannons, secondary cannons, and close defense guns of the starship continued to attack the surrounding insects, preventing them from getting close to the Stormlight-class interstellar battleship. As for those T-1 insect colony motherships in the distance, if they dared to enter the range of the main cannons of the T-3 Stormlight-class interstellar battleship, there will only be one outcome: becoming insect firework. Distance from ground 20,000 kilometers. Distance from ground 15,000 kilometers. Distance from ground 10,000 kilometers. As the distance from the ground got closer and closer, Jia Chen could already see the towering mountains and could see the distant city lights and the traces of starships crashing to the ground. The whole land was covered in flames and devastation. Distance from ground 5,000 kilometers. Distance from ground 3,000 kilometers. Jia Chen saw a T-3 class starship between two mountain ridges, and at the same time, the T-3 starship was emitting sparks. These were the sparks of fierce battles, and batches of ground units of the insect race were sweeping towards that starship. Although the starship had crashed to the ground, part of the weapons on board could still be used, and it seemed that people inside the starship were controlling these weapons to resist the attack of the insect race. There were also some figures with individual weapons and the silhouette of battle mechs. That should be the location. Jia Chen glanced at the accurate coordinates on the star map. That was the point. "Commander, can we send shuttles to rescue the trapped personnel?" Charlotte inquired. "How many people can our shuttles bring back?" Jia Chen asked. "We only have 6 small shuttles on our starship, and at best, they can carry about 60 people," Lilith said on the side. 60 people. That would not be enough for just one rescue mission. At least one more round trip was needed, which would take at least 5 to 10 minutes for the entire rescue operation. There are T-2 Black Knights class light interstellar mechs on board the Stormlight class battleship, right? Jia Chen confirmed with Charlotte. Charlotte nodded. In the hangar of the Stormlight class interstellar battleship, there are 3 mech combat teams equipped with a total of 15 T-2 Black Knights class light interstellar mechs. By the end of March, after completing those construction plans, Jia Chen had instructed Charlotte to build a moderate batch of T-2 Black Knights class light interstellar mechs as needed. After all, those things were not expensive, with the cost of building just one unit being only 10,000 credits. After the construction of the T-2 Black Knights class light interstellar mechs was completed, Charlotte naturally prioritized equipping them with the T-3 Stormlight class interstellar battleship. Deploy these T-2 Black Knights class light interstellar mechs to cover the retreat on the ground, Jia Chen said, standing up. "Prepare a set of exoskeleton combat armor for me. I will command the ground evacuation operation." "No way." Charlotte and Lilith almost simultaneously spoke up. Charlotte sternly stood in front of Jia Chen. "You are the commander of the fleet. You cannot leave the starship. It's too dangerous to go out there." "Dangerous?" Jia Chen chuckled, pointing outside. "Are there enemy T-3 level combat units out there?" No. Charlotte did not understand why the commander asked that question, but still answered subconsciously. Currently, the strongest insect unit detected outside was only T-2 level. "Then I'm not in danger. Your duty is to command the battles of the starship here." Jia Chen saw Charlotte wanting to stop him. He swiftly moved, and before Charlotte could react, he came behind her almost instantaneously. So fast that even Charlotte, a semi-beast, couldn't react. He then lifted her off the ground by the neck and placed her on the captain's chair. "You stay put here and wait for me to come back," Jia Chen said, and left the bridge. Charlotte and Lilith exchanged a helpless glance. All they could do now was to instruct the combat personnel of the mech team to ensure the safety of the commander. However, from the commander's agility just now, self-defense should not be a problem. But where did the commander get such nimble skills? Charlotte, puzzled, rubbed the back of her neck. There was a strange feeling when the commander lifted her just now. Jia Chen stepped onto the glass elevator and headed to the hangar where the mechs were parked. At the same time, he opened a timed mission given to him by the system. Mission content: kill insects within the specified time with your own strength. Mission difficulty: sea-level. Mission reward: for each kill 1, 10, 100, 1000. Rewards will be based on the final kill level. Mission time: 10 minutes. This was the reason why Zhao Chen had to go there personally. Zhao Chen confirmed with the system that this mission could not be completed using starship weapons, even piloting battle mechs. The only option was to use individual weapons and exoskeleton combat armor. Although there might be dangers, in order to quickly improve his own strength, Zhao Chen needed to complete any system mission that appeared as quickly as possible and gain rewards. A minute later, a figure in black exoskeleton combat armor armed from head to toe appeared in front of a row of waiting to Black Knight's class light interstellar mechs. Commander, Black Knight's first squad is assembled, awaiting your orders. Commander, Black Knight's second squad is assembled, awaiting your orders. Commander. Zhao Chen glanced. 15 female soldiers dressed in combat suits were already in formation. No more nonsense, prepare to depart. Yes. The 15 mech operators immediately entered their mechs. As the leader of the first squad just closed the hatch, she heard a noise outside the mech, and when she opened the visual image, she was surprised to find the commander standing on the mech's shoulder. Commander, what are you going to do? I'm going down with you guys, Zhao Chen replied. The squad leader was stunned and hurriedly said, "This is too dangerous, you should take a shuttle down instead." At this moment, the hatch had already opened, and a massive airflow rushed into the compartment, but Zhao Chen remained steady on the shoulder of the Black Knight's mech. Even standing still, he could directly see the mountains below and the battlefield around the starship. We're 500 meters above the ground. If you jump straight down in your mech, will it break? The mech won't break, the squad leader replied instinctively. Zhao Chen patted the mech's head with a smile, then jump without fear. But, Commander, you. The squad leader was still worried about the safety of the commander. Stop the nonsense, jump when I tell you to. It's an order. Zhao Chen impatiently kicked at the brain of the mech directly. His hormones had already burst, he could barely contain himself. As he looked at the insects below, they seemed to him like cute little ones blowing kisses to him. Zhao Chen licked his lips and calmed his restless heart. The squad leader, with no other choice, operated the mech to the edge of the hatch, while giving orders to her team, and then commanded the Black Knight's class light interstellar mech to jump down, all the while keeping an eye on the commander on her shoulder. Damn, this is really exciting. Standing on the shoulder of the mech, Zhao Chen couldn't help but shout in high spirits. Report, the swarm of insects is attacking us. Our firepower is insufficient, we can't suppress these bugs. At 8 o'clock direction, a swarm of over 1,000 bugs has been spotted. The communication channel was filled with nosy voices, various messages overlapping each other. Sulan took off her headphones, looking at the battlefield in front of her. The corpses of bugs had piled up over a meter high, emitting an indescribable stench in the air, the smell of fresh bug blood. Senior Sulan, the energy of my small laser cannon is only at 15%. Zhao Xiao was currently operating a laser cannon outside the ship's hull. Due to a malfunction in the operating system, after a brief modification, the small laser cannon could be manually activated in its position. Our laser guns are also running out of energy. Zhao Warner held a laser gun, firing at the bugs constantly rushing towards the front line. Bugs burst open, splattering green fluid, even onto the students and teachers still in battle. Fortunately, the fluid was not corrosive, only emitting a foul odor. Hold on a bit longer. Professor Chin said they contacted signals from neighboring star systems, possibly a starship coming to rescue us. Unfortunately, due to communication failure, the contact was cut off, and the engineers are repairing the communication components. Senior Sulan encouraged, "We're in trouble. The defense line at 8 o'clock has been breached." Suddenly, a message came through, causing Sulan and the others to show fear on their faces. They had been able to hold out until now because of the stronghold of the defense line, using this crashed starship as a fortress to resist the attacks of the surrounding bug species. If one defense line was breached, it almost meant the collapse of all front lines because the consequences of bugs getting close were evident. Sulan leapt to a high vantage point, looking towards the 8 o'clock direction. Several starship gun positions there had gone silent for various reasons, coupled with a large number of bugs appearing, resulting in insufficient firepower at that defense line, allowing bugs to surge into the front line. A student, seeing bugs charging towards them, panicked and dropped their weapon, trying to run into the starship. But their speed couldn't match that of the bugs. Soon, a bug about half a meter high pounced on them, causing excruciating pain in their legs. "Help! Help me!" The student struggled and cried for help. A laser beam shot over, sending the bug flying, saving the student. Act like a man and pick up your weapon to fight, scolded the male teacher who had rescued the student. The student obediently nodded. In the next second, a bug suddenly knocked down the male teacher, its terrifying mouthparts tearing a piece of flesh from him. Get away, you damn bug. Enduring the pain, the male teacher used his laser gun to blast the bug to bits. But in the next moment, more bugs started attacking him. 3, 5, 10 bugs. The gunfire that had been ringing out soon came to a halt. The students' face showed fear as they began running towards the starship behind them, leaving more students and teachers behind to be swarmed and devoured by bugs. The area echoed with screams of agony, even reaching the other 3 defense lines. It's over, completely over. A student next to Sulan collapsed, losing all desire to fight. Sulan's expression was complex. She wanted to say something encouraging, but the situation before her felt too overwhelming for any words to make a difference. Senior Sulan, is ZZ going to die? Zhu Xiao, standing on the gun platform, asked timidly and fearfully. Zhao Warner, holding the laser gun at the front line, spoke firmly. Maybe we'll die today, but as students of the North Star Starship Military Academy, the future captains of the interstellar fleet, at least at this moment, we fought to the end. Warner is right, as long as we've done our best. Even if we do face death, we have no regrets, Senior Sulan said resolutely. Though they spoke these words, a sense of reluctance and a thirst for life could be seen in their eyes. They were in the prime of their youth, with a bright future ahead, yet they couldn't bear to die here. These damn bugs. ZZ is supposed to become the captain of a T for interstellar battleship in the future. We can't die here. Zhu Xiao, with a tearful voice, recharged the small laser cannon and aimed it at a swarm of bugs, blasting them into pieces, which, in the grand scheme, seemed insignificant. As despair began to fill the hearts of the students and teachers, a starship suddenly broke through the clouds above, descending at a rapid speed. Look, what is that? A student pointed to the starship in the sky, surprised yet delighted. Could it be the fleet coming to rescue us? We're saved. We're saved. Strange. Why is there only one starship? The surprise emotion swept away the despair of the crowd. They could see the starship continuously firing at the interstellar bugs in the sky, each bug falling like fireballs. Simultaneously, dozens of unknown interstellar drones descended, attacking the bug hordes around the debris starship base. The gunfire from the drones turned the bugs into pieces. A drone whizzed past above Sulan and the others, smashing bugs about to breach their defense line. However, waves of bugs kept swarming in from all sides, gradually closing in on their position. Hold on, everyone. We can still make it out alive. Zhao Warner shouted cheerfully, firing her laser gun. Take this. Zhu Xiao wiped away tears, aiming her cannon at a cluster of bugs in one direction. But at that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. A giant bug emerged directly from the ground inside the defense line, followed by a large number of bugs. They were less than a few meters away from Zhao Warner and the others. Not good. It's a bud tunnel. Quickly throw the magnetic storm grenades, Sulan exclaimed in shock. The magnetic storm grenades are all used up. Zhao Warner fired at the bugs in front of her, but the gigantic worm-like bug charged towards her. Warning. Warning. Gun energy depleted. Please reload energy clips. At that moment, Zhao Warner's laser gun ran out of energy, no longer able to shoot. Warner. Run. Senior Sulan suddenly dashed out, pulling Zhao Warner behind her, shielding her from the incoming bug. Zhao Warner's pupils dilated, watching as Sulan stood in front of the giant bug, about to be devoured. Suddenly, a massive black figure descended from above. Crack! The bug's body was obliterated underfoot by the giant figure. Sulan slumped to the ground, somewhat dazed as she looked at the black giant in front of her. It was an unseen black mecha. A playful and familiar voice came from the black mecha. A man wearing a black exoskeleton battle armor peered out from under his helmet, his face showing a relaxed smile as he looked down at them. P.S. I went out for a bit today, so the updates for the next few chapters will be very late. For those who can't wait, you can go ahead and sleep first, and check again in the morning. I'm thinking, should I release one chapter at a time? Or post the remaining 4 chapters together later? Contemplating, Jia Chen, senior sister Sulan and others looked at the man in front of them in astonishment. Appearing before them at this moment was actually Zhao Chen. This was something they had never expected. Mech Squad, suppress the surrounding insect swarms, cover the evacuation operation. Zhao Chen issued orders to the 3 mech squads. The 3 mech squads formed a triangular defensive line, each defending the surroundings of the starship wreckage. The appearance of these 15 black mech suddenly changed the situation on the battlefield at this moment. The T2 Dark Knight class light interstellar combat mech was equipped with 2 Gatling-style laser machine guns with 36 barrels each, continuously emitting blue light. Laser beams raked through the insects, piercing them to become puddles of flesh on the ground. A giant bug the size of a car madly rushed towards a T2 Dark Knight class light interstellar combat mech. The pilot of the T2 Dark Knight class mech calmly activated the mech's missile. A small missile shot out from a launch unit on the mech's back and accurately hit the bug under precise guidance. After a huge explosion, half of the bug's head fell in front of the T2 Dark Knight class mech. Under the terrifying firepower of the T2 Dark Knight class mech, the defensive line that was about to collapse moments ago received relief. The onslaught of the insect swarm was suppressed. Zhao Chen jumped down from his T2 Dark Knight class light interstellar combat mech and walked up to Zhao Wan'er, who looked dazed. He patted Zhao Wan'er's messy head. "Don't be afraid, brother is here." With just 5 words, Zhao Wan'er suddenly felt a surge of grievances and emotions bursting inside her. Sob, "I thought I was going to die." Zhao Wan'er whimpered, no longer trying to act tough in front of Zhao Chen like before. "All right. Stop crying for now. Cry as much as you want when we get back, and I'll get you a basin." Zhao Chen knocked on Zhao Wan'er's head. Zhao Wan'er stuck out her tongue, controlled her emotions, and showed her first smile in days. "Senior Sister Sulan, my starship will take you for evacuation. The shuttle will land shortly, so have the students and faculty on the starship evacuate immediately and gather here." Zhao Chen instructed Senior Sister Sulan next to him. Meanwhile, 6 small shuttles flew down from the hangar of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser under the cover of the interstellar drones and were about to land. "Okay, I'll go get it done right away." Without hesitation, Senior Sister Sulan began coordinating with the personnel on the starship to facilitate immediate evacuation. "You all stay put and don't run around," Zhao Chen instructed his sister. "Then where are you going?" Zhao Wan'er asked worriedly, looking at her brother. Zhao Chen smiled and said, "For such an exciting party, before leaving, I must say goodbye properly to those cute fellows who made my dear sister cry. After all, they really upset my dear sister." Hearing Zhao Chen's teasing words, Zhao Wan'er blushed. At this moment, a single combat weapon box was dropped from the sky, prepared for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen walked over and opened the weapon box. Inside were more than 10 different weapons and equipment. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen picked a large one since he liked big weapons. Occupying 1/3 of the weapon box's stock was a Gatling-style heavy machine gun with 9 barrels, weighing a staggering 1,000 kilograms, usually requiring multiple soldiers to operate, using a fixed mount as a fixed firepower point on the ground. Even a soldier wearing power exoskeleton battle armor would not be able to easily handle this weapon alone. However, at this moment, Zhao Chen lifted it with both hands and a smart ammo box followed him. Just then, a large number of insects surged out of the burrow that had been flattened earlier. "Come on, little darlings, taste Uncle's big gun." Zhao Chen grinned and pulled the trigger. The massive recoil slammed into Zhao Chen's body. If it were an Imperial soldier here, his arms would probably be numb in just 3 seconds, let alone holding such a heavy weapon and continuing to fire. But now, Zhao Chen stood firm as a rock, letting the heavy weapon spew bullets. This heavy weapon used physical bullets. While not as convenient to carry as energy bullets, the high explosive material inside resulted in much greater firepower than laser guns. The most important point was, it was damn fast. In just a few seconds, all the insects pouring out of the burrow were shot into mush by Zhao Chen's bullets. Ding! You have successfully completed the task of killing 1 insect. Ding! Mission updated. You have successfully completed the task of killing 10 insects. Soon, no more insects crawled out from the burrow, and Zhao Chen turned his sights on the swarm outside the defensive line, wearing a hint of a crazy smile on his face. The barrage continued as bullets rained down, shell casings accumulating into a small mountain in no time. Ting. Mission updated. You have successfully completed the task of killing 100 insects. The mission standard was swiftly met again. Be careful, Zhao Wan'er suddenly exclaimed from behind. A bug that had been lurking near Zhao Chen suddenly pounced from the side, aiming for Zhao Chen's head. The sharp teeth were poised to bite down, likely crushing his head like a squeezed basketball. However, Zhao Chen remained unperturbed. He bent his upper body backward, relying on his immense core strength to arch his upper body backward, facing the sky, steady as a rock. What a powerful waist! Zhu Xiao noticed Zhao Chen's posture and couldn't help but gulp. The bug jumped to the height of Zhao Chen's head, but at that moment, it met the muzzle of Zhao Chen's gun. Surprised, Zhao Chen blinked at the bug. Subsequently, he aimed the Gatling-style gun in his hand at the bug and pulled the trigger. With a series of blasts, in a blink of an eye, the bug that attempted to attack Zhao Chen was severely damaged. Zhao Chen disdainfully sneered, continuing to slaughter the front of the insect swarm. After injecting the T3 Super Warrior Serum, he found his sensory abilities greatly enhanced, allowing him to sense any movement around him. As the insects approached, he noticed them. Under Zhao Chen's continuous fire, the small ammo box promptly warned that ammunition was running out. It's not satisfying enough. Zhao Chen rolled his eyes and tossed the Gatling-style gun aside. Because Zhao Chen's firing ceased, some insects seemed to seize the opportunity and rush towards him. Facing the incoming bugs, Zhao Chen didn't dodge but extended his hand. He directly caught the bug's head in midair. What followed was a scene akin to crushing an apple as juice splattered on Zhao Chen's exoskeleton armor. Zhao Chen remained unfazed, as if he had just crushed an apple. Zhao Chen quickly crushed the insects around him as if crushing fruit, smashing the heads of the bugs trying to approach him. The two academy students behind him were shocked by this scene. Zhao Chen glanced at the weapon box, pulled out a rocket launcher with 5 rockets already loaded inside. Without hesitation, Zhao Chen aimed at the larger bugs in the distance and launched the rockets. Explosions boomed one after another, engulfing the targets, with the surrounding bugs suffering heavy casualties. Then, Zhao Chen showcased his array of weapons by using everything in the weapon box. Under such terrifying firepower, Zhao Chen alone killed hundreds of bugs. At that moment, 6 shuttles landed next to the wreckage of the starship, their doors opening. Quickly board for evacuation. A female soldier wearing individual exoskeleton combat armor jumped out of one shuttle, organizing Zhu Zizi and the others for evacuation. Hearing the voice, Zhao Chen frowned and turned to look at the female soldier, Chu Xuan. The female soldier removed her helmet, revealing Chu Xuan's face. "What's wrong?" Zhao Chen approached her, pointing at Chu Xuan. "Why did you come down?" "I'm a soldier. I should do what I can." "And you didn't say I couldn't come down," Chu Xuan said confidently. Since Chu Xuan already acted without permission, Zhao Chen didn't have time to reprimand her now. He instructed Zhao Wan'er and Zhu Zizi standing nearby, "You to board the shuttles with the students and evacuate to the starship. Injure and female students first." "What about you?" Zhao Wan'er asked, looking worriedly at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen pointed at the people emerging from the wreckage. "One batch is not enough to evacuate so many people. I will stay here to organize defense." Seeing Zhao Wan'er's worried expression, Zhao Chen instinctively wanted to touch her head, but his armored hands were covered in bug juice, so he reluctantly withdrew his hand. "You go first, I will come shortly," Zhao Chen said. Zhao Wan'er hesitated for a moment, nodded heavily, and then, ignoring the bug juice on Zhao Chen's armor, gave him a fist bump, saying, "Brother, I'll wait for you on the starship." With that, Zhao Wan'er turned around to help the injured board the shuttle. The shuttle, filled with people, took off again and returned to the starship. The remaining academy students continued to wait in place for the next opportunity to evacuate. "Commander, a large number of insect cocoons are descending towards your location in the sky. The starship on this side can only intercept a portion. Please be careful." A warning sounded in Zhao Chen's earpiece from the bridge of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Zhao Chen looked up at the sky and saw meatball-like insect cocoons emerging from the clouds on the other side of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser sky, as if meteorites were drilling out of the clouds. They were falling towards the wreckage of the starship where Zhao Chen and the others were located. "Mech Squad, watch the sky," Zhao Chen reminded over the communication channel. "The first squad of the Black Knights understands, using missiles for interception. The second squad of the Black Knights." The Black Knights mech squad noticed the approaching insect cocoon meatballs in the sky, and missiles were launched to intercept them. Explosions boomed as the fireballs shattered the cocoon meatballs, raining meat fragments around the starship wreckage, even landing on the faces of Academy students. This scene disgusted some of the students. The combat power of these interstellar battle mechs is so terrifying. A teacher familiar with interstellar battle mechs couldn't help but be amazed at these unseen mech designs and their combat effectiveness. With such firepower, they are on par with a small T-1 interstellar destroyer. It's just that due to size constraints, their ammunition capacity may not match the starship, but it already surpasses most known T-to-light interstellar battle mechs, another teacher marveled. As they marveled at the interstellar battle mechs that seemed like celestial troops saving them, a loud noise came from the hull of the starship wreckage behind them. The armor plating had been indented by an unintercepted meatball insect cocoon. The meatball insect cocoon suddenly unfurled, revealing several long legs, resembling a spider, with fangs-filled mouthparts in front. This is the T-to combat level ground combat unit of the interstellar insect tribe, the bug spider, exclaimed a terrified professor. The T-to bug spider body fully unfurled and quickly targeted a female teacher, lunging with its gaping maw. Meanwhile, the T-to Black Knight's class-light interstellar battle mechs were engaged in battle, unable to support this area in the short term, and launching missiles posed a risk to the Academy students around the starship wreckage. Professor Chin. Senior student Sulan called out. Professor Chin kept firing her laser gun, but the pitiful firepower of the laser gun couldn't penetrate the bug spider's chitinous armor. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of Professor Chin. She looked at the man in individual exoskeleton combat armor in surprise. Just as Sulan had said, he was a student from North Star Starship Military Academy here to save them. Jia Chen, be careful. That's a T-to bug spider. Ordinary weapons can't penetrate its chitin. Sulan shouted. If weapons couldn't penetrate, then fists could do the trick. In the next moment, Zhao Chen's fist swung out with lightning speed, with onlookers barely able to follow the motion. Crack! The sound of what seemed like fractured steel resounded. The Academy students watched in astonishment as the man in individual exoskeleton combat armor punched through the bug spider's chitinous armor at the head position, his arm plunging deep inside. The bug spider started convulsing, green fluid oozing from its mouth and wounds. Not tough at all, Zhao Chen said disappointedly as he twisted off the bug spider's head like a ball, tossing it aside. Unfortunately, it landed at a male student's feet, who screamed and jumped, falling into the arms of another male student, leading to an awkward moment. Just then, the ground beneath Zhao Chen's feet began to tremble like an earthquake. Be careful, there are insects burrowing underground, Professor Chin shouted instinctively. But soon, a professor fearfully exclaimed, This isn't the movement of burrowing insects. It's under our feet. There's a big guy. The foot of a T-to Black Knight's class-light interstellar battle mech suddenly encountered a horn of a behemoth, sending the mech flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, a giant creature 30 meters tall appeared before them, resembling a large beetle. The T-to Black Knight's class-light interstellar battle mech's bulk was dwarfed in comparison, appearing like a child before an adult. That is the T-3 combat level ground combat unit of the insect tribe, the T-3 Thunder Beast. Facing them was a giant creature that could rival a T-1 small starship. They all felt an immense pressure, as if Mount Tai was pressing down on them. Alert! Pilot of Mech Unit 3 in second squad of Black Knight Mech is unconscious. A notification sounded through the communication-assisted battle system in their ears. Zhao Chen glanced at the Thunder Beast insect and immediately ran towards the T-to Black Knight class-light interstellar combat mech whose pilot was unconscious after the attack. He tried to open the cockpit, but it wouldn't budge. It must have been the impact earlier that caused the cockpit door to get stuck. Chu Zhuan's voice came from beside him, having somehow also ended up by Zhao Chen's side. Meanwhile, the Thunder Beast was closing in on them, seemingly treating the mech as its prey. Black Knight Mech Unit 2. Provide immediate support. The bridge of the T-3 Blizzard class-light interstellar battle cruiser, keeping an eye on the ground situation, immediately ordered the mech unit to support. At that moment, both Black Knight Mech Unit 1 and Black Knight Mech Unit 3 were facing a large swarm of insects. Just a slight adjustment could lead to losing control over the overwhelming swarm. However, just then, at the direction where Black Knight Mech Unit 2 was responsible for, dozens of T-2 arachnids descended. Charlotte in the bridge furrowed her brow. There were too many of these insects to handle, seemingly never-ending. However, The starship weapons of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser couldn't directly fire at the ground. The power was too great. A slight misstep could potentially harm Zhao Chen and others. Priority was given to the safety of the commander. Just as Charlotte was about to issue orders to prioritize protecting the commander's safety, Zhao Chen's voice rang through the communication channel. "Leave this Thunder Beast to me. You continue with your mission." As Zhao Chen finished speaking, he placed his hand back on the cockpit door of the T-Black Knight-class light interstellar combat mech. But this time, he wasn't attempting to open it. Instead, he forcefully attempted to pry open the door with his fingers. Kacha. Chu Zhuan, astonished, watched the deforming cockpit door while observing the veins bulging in Zhao Chen's neck. What kind of monstrous strength was this? Being able to forcefully pry open a mech? Although she hadn't seen this model of mech before, she knew it was a T-2 mech. With a bang, the cockpit door flew out and stabbed into the body of an insect in the distance, like a dagger, rendering the insect motionless after struggling for a few moments. Gasping for breath, Zhao Chen found it difficult to pry open the mech door. With the cockpit door finally opened, a female officer was found unconscious in the pilot's seat, blood oozing from her head, indicating a head injury from the previous impact. Fortunately, there was no immediate danger to her life. Zhao Chen carried the female officer out and handed her over to Chu Zhuan. "She's yours." "What about you?" Chu Zhuan sensed that Zhao Chen had a plan in mind. In the next moment, Zhao Chen squeezed into the T-Black Knight-class light interstellar combat mech. Fortunately, there was enough space in the pilot cabin for him to fit with his individual exoskeleton battle armor, albeit a bit uncomfortable. Zhao Chen reactivated the mech. The mech initiated a self-check. Apart from severely damaged armor and missing back armor, everything else was functioning normally, ready to continue the fight. "It's a good thing I learned a bit about mech piloting before." Zhao Chen's expression almost turned maniacal as he observed the Thunder Beast closing in. Taking control of the T-Black Knight-class light interstellar combat mech, Zhao Chen fired off the remaining small missiles. The small missiles exploded on the Thunder Beast's body, leaving bloody craters, but it was evident that the Thunder Beast's defense was strong, and the small missiles alone were not enough to take it down. Enraged by the attacks, the Thunder Beast roared and charged towards Zhao Chen's mech with each step resembling an earthquake. Raising the laser cannon, Zhao Chen unleashed a barrage of shots on the Thunder Beast, but its robust exoskeleton reduced the effectiveness of the laser cannon. As the Thunder Beast approached, Zhao Chen detached two laser cannons and activated the T-Black Knight-class light interstellar combat mech's only close combat weapon, the Black Knight lightsaber. A black obsidian lightsaber emerged from the armor of the T-Black Knight-class light interstellar combat mech. Zhao Chen maneuvered the mech swiftly towards the Thunder Beast, akin to a hero charging towards a beast. Watching this, the onlookers grew nervous. Sister Sulan gripped tightly, biting her lip, worrying for a man for the first time. Half a minute later, a heavy thud echoed through the area. The Thunder Beast's head fell to the ground. Its remaining body collapsed weakly to the side. Covered in green fluid, the black interstellar mech slowly made its way back behind the defensive line. After a few steps, it fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Coughing, Zhao Chen crawled out from a large hole he had torn in the back of the mech. The damaged T-Black Knight-class light interstellar combat mech was finally disabled due to severe damage. "Commander, the second batch of shuttles is ready to land. Please prepare for evacuation immediately." Zhao Chen received a piece of good news at this moment. 6 returning shuttles landed again from the sky. "Sister Sulan, evacuate with the rest of the people," Zhao Chen shouted. Initially dumbfounded by Zhao Chen's figure, Sister Sulan immediately came to her senses and began organizing the evacuation of the second group of people. Soon, 10 shuttles were almost full of people, but there were still about 50 to 60 people on the ground who needed to be evacuated with another round of shuttles. "Chu Zhuan, Sister Sulan, board first." Zhao Chen instructed Chu Zhuan and Sister Sulan to board first. However, both Chu Zhuan and Sister Sulan adamantly shook their heads. Sister Sulan firmly said, "I'll be the last one to go." "Chin up," Chu Zhuan confidently stated. "I am an Imperial soldier, and the students and teachers are not fully evacuated yet. How can I leave?" Seeing their determination, Zhao Chen remained silent. "Black Knight Mech Squad, contract the defensive area. Hold on for another 3 minutes, and we can retreat." Zhao Chen shouted over the communication channel. "Commander, there are too many insects around. We can handle the larger insects, but the smaller ones are troubling us," the squad leader of the mech unit remarked. "Leave the small insects to me, you deal with the larger ones," Zhao Chen said, as he observed some remnants of a starship nearby, pulling out a thick steel pipe. He single-handedly guarded the opening within the wreckage of the starship, casting a glance at his sea-level mission. Eliminate insects, 829. With a time limit of 3 minutes 11 seconds, he was still short of 1,000 insects. "Bring more of those little babies, I'm not finished playing yet." Zhao Chen's eyes revealed a hint of bloodthirsty madness. T.S. For fifths a few minutes later, the students and teachers from both academies were looking at the figure in front of them with awe on their faces. At his feet lay the carcasses of bugs, and the special metal steel pipe used to build starships in his hand had become deformed due to repeated heavy blows. At this moment, there was even a bug corpse hanging on it. It was hard to believe what they had just witnessed. That man, facing dozens of bugs, stood closely with the steel pipe in his hand, like a human armored machine, knocking and crushing the bugs one by one, as if he were killing poultry. Professor Chin swallowed her saliva. She had just noticed that the man, at most one time, faced nearly 30 bugs attacking him, and there were even a few T-spider bugs. In the end, they all became corpses under his feet. It was too terrifying. Could this be the legendary Gene Warrior? Could he have undergone genetic modification by the Empire? A student cautiously said. A professor with a complicated expression said, "The Gene Warriors researched by the Empire are still in the T2 stage, although they can battle bugs alone. But that's also under certain circumstances of quantity. The combat effectiveness of this person has far surpassed the standard of the Empire's research Gene Warriors. Then why is he so strong?" Someone asked, puzzled. A professor studying interstellar civilizations muttered, "The only possibility is that he is a hybrid. He possesses genes of some powerful interstellar species from among the interstellar civilizations. Just like those interstellar warriors of the orcs, their physical qualities are far superior to our human race. There are even rumors that some of them can shatter the armor of a T1 interstellar battleship with a single punch." Regardless of how much speculation they had at the moment, all they felt was astonishment. Zhao Chen shook off the flesh on the steel pipe and looked at the cracks on the exoskeleton armor on his left hand. When he was fighting just now, relying solely on the steel pipe was not enough, so sometimes he directly swung his right fist. It seemed that under his punch, the exoskeleton armor was about to be unable to withstand the battering. Ting. Mission updated. You have successfully completed the mission requirement to kill 1,000 bugs. The mission time limit has been reached. Please claim your mission reward. And finally, the mission requirement was completed to 1,000. As for the level of 10,000, Zhao Chen dared not even think about it, not because he couldn't reach it, but estimated that by the time he reached that point, he would have exhausted himself. At the moment, Zhao Chen had no time to claim the mission reward. He could only put it aside for now. "Commander, the third batch of shuttles has arrived. Please evacuate immediately." Lily's voice came through the communication channel. Zhao Chen breathed a sigh of relief, finally reaching the step smoothly. He looked at the 6 shuttles landing for the third time. Immediately, he called out to the dazed students and teachers behind him, not even noticing that the shuttles had already landed. Quickly board for evacuation. With Zhao Chen's call, the students and teachers began boarding the shuttles for evacuation without delay. Zhao Chen, along with senior sister Sulen and Zhuan and others, also got on one of the shuttles. After loading the people, the shuttle took off immediately, returning to the hangar of the interstellar battleship in the air. The 14T to Black Knight class light interstellar combat mechs on the ground also received the order to retreat as they activated the rocket thrusters located on their backs and feet, leaping into the air. They followed the shuttles back to the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship. With the retreat of these T to Black Knight class light interstellar combat mechs, the starship wreckage on the ground was soon covered by a sea of bugs. Looking through the window, senior sister Sulan observed the scene below, feeling a chill down her spine. If it weren't for Zhao Chen's miraculous support, they might have faced evacuation failure and become food for those bugs. "You are Zhao Chen, right? Thank you very much for coming to rescue us this time." Professor Chen thanked Zhao Chen gratefully, initiating the conversation. Zhao Chen looked at Professor Chen in front of him, not recognizing her. "This is our Academy's leading teacher for the Northern Star Starship Military Academy's interstellar mission this time. If it wasn't for Professor Kin's constant organization and fight to resist these days, we might not have waited for your rescue at all. Senior Sister Sulin introduced by the Sai. Hearing that it was this female teacher who organized the defense of the teachers and students, Zhao Chen nodded in respect to her. With the courage to fight hard in such circumstances, this teacher deserved admiration. How many starships did our academy send? Are they all outside the planet? A nearby old professor asked. Academy? There were none. The only starship that came for the rescue was mine, Zhao Chen frankly replied. This statement left everyone on board stunned. Just one. How is that possible? Outside there are swarms of bugs and bug nest starships. How could you possibly come in with just one starship? Questioned the old professor. But I did come in, Zhao Chen said coldly. Chu Zhuan added from the side. Indeed, it was just Zhao Chen's starship. The academy did consider coming to rescue you all, but it needed some time. Hearing Chu Zhuan's words, everyone present understood the meaning. They had been abandoned long ago by the academy. Their eyes showed a sense of loss. Zhao Chen, we really appreciate your help. Professor Chin expressed her gratitude to Zhao Chen again, this time with a more sincere tone. She may not know how Zhao Chen managed it, venturing alone into the swarm to rescue them with just one starship, but at least he did it. Zhao Chen remained silent. In fact, if it weren't for his sister and the system mission, he wouldn't have bothered about the lives of these students and teachers from both academies. If they wanted to thank anyone, they should thank the system for the life-saving grace. Soon, the shuttle entered the hangar, and the shuttle's door opened. Outside were the two batches of students and teachers from both academies who had arrived earlier, all standing or sitting in their designated positions, their faces carrying a post-disaster expression. Zhao Wanner, upon seeing the shuttles returning, fixed her gaze on every shuttle's door, searching for that figure. Finally, after seeing that figure, she waved her arms in joy. Brother. Zhao Chen waved back at Zhao Wanner, ready to go over to her when a message came through the communication channel. Commander, please report to the bridge immediately. There is a very important message to be briefed to you. In the communication channel, Zhao Chen heard Charlotte's voice, sounding serious. Without saying a word, Zhao Chen quickly took off the exoskeleton battle armor from his body, which was almost scrapped. He walked briskly outside. Zhao Chen, wait. Professor Chin wanted to discuss the evacuation with Zhao Chen. After all, upon learning that this rescue mission only had one starship, the subsequent evacuation would be a big challenge. However, when she reached the door of the compartment, two female crew members with laser guns blocked her path. I'm sorry, but your current activities are restricted to this compartment only, one of the female crew members said sternly. Professor Kin's expression turned awkward, and she walked back. After all, this was their starship, and what they said was final. Fortunately, this compartment was the hangar, which was spacious enough to accommodate the students and teachers from both academies with ease. Look, what's that outside? A student perched on the edge of the compartment and looking out of a small porthole a few square meters inside suddenly exclaimed, intending to see the star they were on earlier. Professor Chin and others immediately walked over. At this moment, the starship they were on had already begun to leave this planet, exiting the atmosphere. Other than the familiar interstellar cosmos outside, there were also some dark objects in the distance. It's T3 nest motherships. There are 3 of them. One sharp-eyed teacher exclaimed. 3 T3 nest motherships. Upon hearing this news, the students and teachers from both academies fell into panic once again. Were they walking out of the Wolf's Den and into the Tiger's Den? Were they doomed to die in this water lily star system? The terror of the T3 nest motherships, they had seen it before, as their academy fleet was attacked by a fleet of bug races led by T3 nest mothership, resulting in heavy losses. T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. Bridge. Zhao Chen walked into the bridge. The secretary officer Lily and Charlotte were waiting for him at the moment. There are 3 T3 nest motherships appearing, right? Zhao Chen roughly understood the current situation on the way here. He knew that 3 T3 nest motherships were attacking. Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair, and the secretary officer Lily raised her hand, summoning a holographic interstellar battlefield image. This holographic interstellar battlefield image could enlarge any area, view from any angle, and even enlarge the opponent's small. Of course, this is on the premise that the opponent's energy signal must be an individual sample existing in the database or has been imaged before. In the holographic interstellar battlefield image, The T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser is located outside the planet, and nearby is a fleet of nest motherships. A dense mass, giving the feeling that a storm is coming. Secretary Officer Lily raised her hands and made a motion to zoom in on the image of the nest mothership fleet. The distance to the nest motherships quickly shortened, making each ship appear as if in front of Zhao Chen's eyes, and several different colored boxes appeared. Blue boxes represent T1 nest motherships, green boxes represent T2 nest motherships, and red boxes represent T3 nest motherships. Detailed data is also available on the site. T3 nest motherships, 3. T2 nest motherships, 15. T1 nest motherships, 310. The number is equivalent to a standardized Legion-class interstellar fleet, Zhao Chen muttered. According to the Galactica Alliance's standardized fleet size, 30 starships can form a small fleet, 300 starships can form a Legion-class interstellar fleet, and 3,000 starships can form a Course-class interstellar fleet. However, the size does not necessarily represent the strength of one's fleet. If you have only T1 and T2 class starships, even if you have a Legion-class interstellar fleet, a small fleet made up solely of T3 interstellar warships can wipe you out. Quantity and quality are both crucial in interstellar warfare. We shouldn't fear the T1 and T2 nest motherships. The focus is on those 3 T3 nest motherships. Zhao Chen looked at the holographic interstellar battlefield image and asked, after thinking, can we avoid the battle? The current mission is still evacuation. Even if he were to eliminate all these nest motherships here, he wouldn't have the time or resources to collect the spoils of war. According to our system simulation, those T2 and T1 level nest motherships are manageable, but with those 3 T3 nest motherships present, which have blocked the optimal evacuation route and formed a semicircular encirclement, our T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser, a Blizzard Extreme Cruise Mode, has an acceleration phase, and they are likely to launch an attack during this time. Any carelessness in damaging the ship's modules would affect our subsequent evacuation. The Secretary Officer Lily replied based on the analysis of the Starship system. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte. So we have only one choice, right? Charlotte raised her hand and displayed the Starship data of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. Shield energy remaining at 92%, 43 remaining interstellar drones, 45 remaining Blizzard light interstellar missiles, and 93% remaining ammunition resources. Given the current situation, we are not afraid to fight. As long as we destroy those 3 T3 nest motherships, we can safely leave. Vice Captain Charlotte spoke firmly. Zhao Chen smiled and looked at the 3 T3 nest motherships on the screen, sitting back with one leg crossed over, chin resting on his hand. Then let's fight before we go. I leave it to you, Vice Captain Charlotte. Vice Captain Charlotte stood straight, ready for action. Understood, Commander. Subsequently, Vice Captain Charlotte began to issue a series of combat missions on the bridge. Increase to 150 knots star speed. Navigate towards the nest mothership. Blizzard heavy cluster laser cannon charging on the bow. Start deploying interstellar drones. Companion ships take flight. All remaining combat modules, stand by for instructions. 150 knots star speed. Heading to *******. Completed. Called the navigation officer. 43 Blizzard interstellar drones deploy. Deployment complete, said the officer responsible for the interstellar drone module. For units of Blizzard light interstellar missiles launch wells ready. Completed. The officer responsible for the interstellar missile launch wells pressed several buttons. The gates of the for launch wells on the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser opened again. For Blizzard light interstellar missiles ready to be launched. Blizzard heavy cluster laser cannon on the bow charging. 30 seconds required. 30. 29. 28. After some operations by the cannon officer, the bow cannon of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser began to glow with a blue light. Countless blue particles gathered in the muzzle, gradually shining brighter. Starship main cannon combat module ready. Starship secondary cannon combat module ready. Starship point defense cannon combat module ready. The officers responsible for the remaining Starship weapon modules all shouted. On the hull surface of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser, the main cannon, secondary cannon, and point defense cannon all aimed in one direction, ready to fire. In 30 seconds, our ship will enter the attack range of the enemy's nest mothership, Secretary Officer Lily said on the side. In the holographic interstellar battlefield image in front of Zhao Chen, the projection representing the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser was continuously approaching the projection representing the nest mothership fleet. Zhao Chen watched everything as if from a god's perspective, as if watching a sci-fi blockbuster. At this moment, Zhao Chen couldn't help but marvel at the quasi-military-grade interstellar warships of T3, which indeed had completely different performance compared to T2-class interstellar warships. At this moment, Zhao Chen saw the densely packed swarm of bugs rushing out of those nest motherships, resembling a scene of a locust swarm. Meanwhile, on one side of the data panel, the numbers representing the insect units began to rise continuously. The number of T1 flybugs went from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands in the blink of an eye. Then within seconds, it reached several million and continued to rise. The number of T2 spike serpents also kept increasing, from 1,000 to 3,000, then to 5,000, and finally reached 10,000. Additionally, two more boxes appeared this time. T3 self-destructive beetles, T3 corrupting drakes. P.S. Unexpected things happen a lot on 1/5 National Day, so I'll say in advance that future updates will be very late. Please check back tomorrow morning. My updates may be late, but they will never be unfulfilled. Rest assured that the promised updates will be delivered as stated. T3 suicide beetles and T3 corrupt dragons are both types of insect troop species cultivated and hatched by T3 insect nest mothership. T3 suicide beetles are only the size of an adult member of the human race, and their combat strength is not strong, not even as strong as T1 flying insects. However, they possess an astonishing trait. They self-destruct. The power of their self-destruction is enough to blast a large hole in the hull armor of a T2 interstellar battleship, posing a significant threat even to the hull armor of a T3 class interstellar battleship. At the same time, their self-destruction consumes a massive amount of energy from the shields. Imagine what it would be like if hundreds of suicide beetles flew towards an interstellar battleship and successfully exploded at close range. Fortunately, the number of T3 suicide beetles is extremely low, and a T3 insect nest mothership can only cultivate and maintain a number ranging from 100 to 300 of these suicide beetles at a time. Most of these suicide beetles are dormant within the nest. It can even be said that when they are awakened, it is time for them to carry out their mission of certain death. The true lifespan of a T3 suicide beetle often does not exceed half an hour. Perhaps it is out of concern that they might go out of control and destroy the mothership themselves. T3 corrupt dragons belong to a variant evolutionary version, T2 thorn serpents, 10 times the size of a T2 thorn serpent, with 2 pairs of wings and a size comparable to that of a T1 interstellar battleship. They can fly in the interstellar environment, as well as possess the ability for short-distance rapid assaults. Their mouth parts can spray highly concentrated biological sulfuric acid, with moderate range and extremely fast firing speed. Once a T3 corrupt dragon breaches the starship armor, it releases a tremendous amount of eggs into the ship's compartments. These eggs hatch into a large number of T1 alien insects. These T1 alien insects invade various departments of the entire starship in a very short time, and the liquid they spray has strong corrosive and electromagnetic interference properties. At that moment, this terrifying swarm of insects is like an open abyss, sweeping in from all directions of the front of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, ready to swallow this small prey. Report: enemy airborne units will be the first to enter the range of our ship. An officer reported. Main cannons continue to stand by. Secondary guns target the enemy T3 insect units for precise strikes. Close-range guns fire at full force to intercept the enemy swarm. Interstellar drones enter defensive automated combat mode. Vice Captain Charlotte ordered. Zhao Chen stared at the holographic image, which seemed like a game, representing the model of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, was already beginning to fire. The large numbers of T1 flying insects charging ahead were crushed in swaths. The 70 to medium-sized close-range guns of the T3 Blizzard class were continuously firing, with bullets forming large barrages. Due to the density of the swarm, a single bullet could often kill several T1 flying insects. A medium-sized pulse laser gun turned its direction and aimed at a swarm of insects, firing immediately. A laser beam shot out. After piercing dozens of T1 flying insects, accurately hitting a hidden T3 suicide beetle among them. As T3 suicide beetles themselves are weak, they often need the collaboration of other insect units in battle, hiding their forms using other insect units. Another laser shot, this time hitting a T3 corrupt dragon, piercing a large hole in its body. Interstellar drones were also continuously attacking these swarms of insects. In just a few tens of seconds, the T3 blizzard had already killed at least thousands of insect units, and this number kept climbing. However, these swarms of insects still fearlessly kept charging closer and closer to the T3 blizzard. Some T2 thorn serpents had even started spraying venom to attack the starship, but fortunately, they were all blocked by the frontal shields of the T3 blizzard. Report: 1 T3 insect nest mothership and 4 T2 insect nest motherships from the enemy had entered the range of our bow cannons and main cannons, an officer reported. Vice Captain Charlotte decisively gave the order, fire. The long-awaited T3 Blizzard-class heavy cluster laser of concentrated energy fired a huge blue energy beam, annihilating everything in its path, whether that be T3 corrupt dragons, T3 suicide beetles, T2 thorn serpents, or T1 flying insects, all turned to ashes. Unlike the previous pulse laser, the cluster laser is a continuous attack. Therefore, from the outside, one could see the bow cannon of the T3 Blizzard class continuously delivering energy, the blue energy beam steadily moving forward, tearing open a gap in the dark swarm of insects, ultimately revealing its target, a T3 insect nest mothership. Zhao Chen watched as the cluster laser in the picture directly hit the armored shell of the T3 insect nest mothership. Doom. Although there was no actual sound, Zhao Chen could almost hear the intense impact. At the moment of the laser's impact, it didn't directly destroy the T3 insect nest mothership but continued to pound against its armor. Similar to starships, the interstellar insects from the T3 level are the truly militarized interstellar insects. T3 insect nest motherships, unlike T3 interstellar battleships equipped with shields, have developed extremely terrifying biological armor, with average strength in each area tens of times higher than that of a T3 interstellar battleship's armor. Additionally, individual T3 insect nest motherships are tens of times larger than T2 insect nest motherships. In the face of a T3 interstellar battleship, it would be like a small grape in front of a watermelon. If Zhao Chen were to use a T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship to collide with a T3 insect nest mothership, it is uncertain who would give way. In the hangar of the T3 Blizzard, the narrow portholes were now crowded with several professors and instructors, blocking the view of those behind. Wow! Are they attacking the T3 insect nest mothership? Although we can't see the weapon structure on the starship, judging by the attack, it should be a weapon like a cluster laser. This type of T3 interstellar battleship belongs to a light interstellar battlecruiser. Its cluster laser isn't able to kill a T3 insect nest mothership directly. The armor of the T3 insect nest mothership is so strong that even the main cannons of a T3 level interstellar battleship would struggle to penetrate. Professors and instructors were discussing. Those behind could only hear their words, unable to see the scene outside the porthole. Suddenly, Professor Chin asked the professors and instructors in front to make way, and then operated her hand terminal a few times, capturing and projecting the scene outside the porthole into the hangar. This allowed everyone to witness the battlefield scene. In the hangar, all the instructors and students were watching the blue energy beam, holding their breath. "What a powerful cannon," Zhu Xiaoxia said, her mouth agape, looking utterly stunned. T.S. 2/5 in the hangar. Suddenly everyone felt a dizzy spell in their heads, as if they heard a wail. This is the brainwave resonance phenomenon of the advanced Hive Mother brains. That T3 Hive Mother brain is in a state of painful wails. A professor who had researched the Hive Mother brains covered his head in shock. Then an unbelievable scene appeared. The blue light beams that were in a stalemate pierced through the T3 Hive Mother brain's bio-heavy armor. And then the enormous T3 Hive Mother brain was instantly shot through by the blue light beams. Within its body, blue light continued to flicker. Subsequently, various explosions occurred within its body. Green fluid spewed out like a volcanic eruption, splattering everywhere. Finally, a few seconds after the blue light beams dissipated, the T3 Hive Mother brain exploded, with a massive blast even affecting surrounding T1 flying insects, T2 spiny serpents, and other insect units that hit the organ that stored bioenergy inside the Hive Mother brain. This single shot actually killed a T3 hive mother brain. How is that possible? Unbelievable. It's too unbelievable. The professors marveled at the scene, and more teachers and students were excitedly cheering because it meant that the interstellar warship they were on might have a chance to escape from the sea of insects. When single quotes a ... When did your brother have such a powerful starship? Senior sister Sulan saw this scene. Her face full of surprise, couldn't help but ask Zhao Wan'er, who was next to her. Zhao Wan'er also didn't know how to answer. She knew her brother had amazing starship research and manufacturing technology, but she had never heard that her brother could produce such a powerful T3 interstellar warship. And from when she separated from her brother Zhao Chen at the Arctic Fox starport until now, it hadn't even been 5 months. He had made a T3 interstellar warship. She felt that her brother was becoming more and more unfathomable. Chu Xuan was also present at this moment, watching the explosion of the T3 hive mother brain. Not speaking for a long time. Previously, she had only experienced the incredible speed of a T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser. But now, this so-called light interstellar cruiser was displaying combat power on par with heavy interstellar battleships. What else could be more shocking than this? Incredible speed. Extremely strong attack power. How did Zhao Chen manage to obtain such a strong T3 interstellar warship? T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser. Bridge Zhao Chen saw the first killed T3 hive mother brain and was slightly surprised. Although he had seen the data from the first shot of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser, it was very impressive. It even rivaled the configuration of a T3 heavy interstellar battleship, but being able to directly kill a T3 hive mother brain with one shot was really unexpected. It looked like luck might have played a role. At the same time, the attacks of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser did not stop. For 2,500mm caliber medium electromagnetic railguns fired, accelerating the 2,500mm caliber solid projectiles through electromagnetic technology, shooting out of the barrel at a very fast speed. They hit for T to hive mother brains ahead, causing these for T to hive mother brains to explode, creating a spectacular scene in space. The bow weapon module attack is complete. It will take 300 seconds to recharge. The main weapon module attack is complete. It will take 120 seconds to reload. These two weapon systems of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser have a long reset charge time, but fortunately, the 16 medium pulse laser secondary guns have a reset time of less than 10 seconds. Compared to the former two, this rate of fire is already quite fast. Increase speed to 200 knots stellar speed. Vice Captain Charlotte ordered at this time. The speed of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser started to increase, as the beam of the bow laser fired earlier had cleared a path through the swarm. Despite this, the remaining swarm continued to charge towards Zhao Chen's T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser recklessly, with some individual T1 flying insects and T2 spiny serpents reaching the outer armor of the starship and attacking it. Because the star shield could only defend in one direction, these small creatures could only be dealt with by point defense guns and interstellar drones. Luckily, their numbers were not large, so for now, they could not pose a significant threat to the T3 Blizzard. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte, who appeared calm at this moment. The tail behind her was motionless, indicating her current emotion. Report. To high-intensity energy, attacks have locked onto our ship. The crew reported urgently. Charlotte quickly calculated the trajectory of the attacks, then directed the crew in charge of the star shield. Adjust the star shield to the front ******* area. Yes, the star shield has been adjusted to the ****** area. The crew operated swiftly. Within moments of the movement of the star shield position, Zhao Chen and his team saw two green beams tearing through the swarm in front of them, hitting the star shield of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser. In the hangar, that is the bioplasma cannon of the T3 hive mother brain. It is the strongest attack means of the T3 hive mother brain, with power several times that of the main cannons of interstellar battleships. Ordinary interstellar starships of the same level cannot withstand this shot. The professors from the insect side shouted at the green beam. They could only stare dumbfoundedly at the star shield on the ship's bow that was still standing. The green bioplasma cannon struck it, creating numerous ripples. I wonder if the star shield of this starship can withstand these two shots. A student muttered fearfully. Other students were silently praying for this mysterious starship. This was their only hope of returning home now. On the bridge, Zhao Chen stared at the data panel representing the star shield. The numbers, which had been dropping slowly during the previous battles, were now rapidly decreasing, falling by 1 percentage point every second. Zhao Chen could also see the visuals of the star shield being attacked, dazzling but with the most deadly danger underneath. That compared to the professors and students in the hangar, Zhao Chen was more composed, or rather, confident, because this was his interstellar warship. After all, can a few bug spits stop it? What a joke! In the bright blue starfield Water Lily Galaxy, the incident of being attacked by the insect clan is gradually spreading within the Star Glory Empire. The entire Empire's military has been mobilized to handle this interstellar insect crisis in the bright blue starfield. It has been nearly 1,000 years since a situation where 1 3-level cosmic nest and 2-level cosmic nests simultaneously appear in a galaxy. If this crisis is not controlled, it could lead to not only the fall of the entire galaxy where the incident occurred but also neighboring galaxies being attacked by the insect swarm, spreading like a plague. In the Star Glory Central Starfield, in a spaceport on the Imperial Capital Star System, a massive T for interstellar battleship is docked, with several adjacent berths all sealed off, not allowing any starships to dock, even if they are empty. Outside the spaceport, a brigade-level interstellar fleet is on guard. On the hull of the T for interstellar battleship, in addition to the emblem of the Galactic Alliance and the Star Glory Empire, there is a golden emblem resembling a crown. That is the royal emblem of the Star Glory Empire. The royal emblem is divided into 3 types: the golden royal emblem, the silver royal emblem, and the bronze royal emblem. This represents the different levels within the royal family. The golden royal emblem, according to unofficial statistics, has only appeared on a few interstellar battleships. Because to paint the golden royal emblem, not only does one need to be a member of the royal family, but also requires the permission of the Emperor of the Star Glory Empire. Inside the starship's bridge, a girl dressed in a golden silk skirt, with a charming appearance, like a young jade, sits on the captain's chair made of crystal. The entire bridge is decorated in a feminine style, with all the personnel on the bridge being female officers, each with looks that would make them the top beauty in any academy. Yue, I heard that your sister was also among the fleets in distress this time. The girl looked at the female officer in front of her. Even though it was just a back view, it still displayed a graceful figure. Paired with the golden and white military uniform different from the Imperial armies, it highlighted the proud figure of the uniform's owner. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I have asked a friend to find a way to rescue them. The female officer replied, but anyone looking at her eyes at this moment would surely notice her distracted expression. I know that you can't wait to fly to the bright blue starfield right now. Over the years, even though you haven't directly intervened in your family's affairs in that galaxy, your heart has always been there. Your sister is also one of the people you love the most. Also, I heard that your brother, under the watchful eyes of the Starship Military Academy of the Northern Star, piloted a T-3 interstellar battleship to rescue people in the Water Lily Galaxy of the bright blue starfield along with the Governor Chu's daughter. The girl said, hearing that her brother had also gone, and not just with a T-3 interstellar battleship, but also with Governor Chu's daughter, was completely unexpected news for the female officer. She had heard about her brother dealing with the Phoenix Dragon Galaxy, realizing that he was growing up, but didn't expect it to happen so fast. Not only did he have a T-3 interstellar battleship, but he also had a relationship with the Governor Chu's daughter. Yue, I know you are worried about your family. How about this? I specially authorize you to lead a squadron of my personal guard fleet to support the Water Lily Galaxy. The girl blinked and said. The female officer's face showed hesitation, indicating a complicated, internal struggle. I know you are worried about my safety, but don't forget that this is the Imperial Capital Star System. I still have 9 personal guard fleets, so nothing can happen to me here. Moreover, the sudden appearance of a 3-level cosmic nest and 2-level cosmic nests in a galaxy, I always feel like something is not right. When you go to rescue your brother and sister, I suggest you investigate this matter thoroughly. The girl said. The female officer then straightened up and gratefully said, Thank you, Your Highness. After briefing on a few things, the female officer left the bridge. At this moment, a keen observer would notice that her steps were noticeably faster than usual. To bright blue starfield. Water Lily Galaxy warning. Warning. Starship under high-intensity attack. Warning. Warning. Star shield energy remaining 85%. 83%. 81%. The originally green numbers quickly turned yellow, and due to the rapid decrease, red warning alerts appeared. 79%. 77%. 75%. 74%. After a moment, the two green plasma cannon beams finally dissipated, leaving the star shield of the T-3 Storm Snow-class light interstellar cruiser mostly unharmed. Ironically, because of these two plasma cannon attacks, some of the insect clan units were affected. When the Nest mothership launched its attack, it didn't care if it might accidentally harm Sun units, as they only executed the most direct and effective attacks. After withstanding the attacks from these two T-3 Nest motherships, the star shield energy of Zhao Chen was now at 63%. Just two shots consumed nearly 1/5 of the star shield energy of the T-3 Storm Snow-class light interstellar cruiser. If the professors and instructors in the arsenal were to see this, they would likely be astonished, because, for an ordinary T-3 interstellar battleship, facing such attacks directly with the star shield defense, even with just one shot, the ship would suffer a 30% to 50% loss if they were lucky or unlucky, respectively. These two shots were enough to destroy the star shield defense of most T-3 interstellar battleships. However, for this T-3 interstellar battleship, only 1/5 of the shield energy had been consumed. It goes to show how advanced the star shield defense system of this interstellar battleship was built. Warning. Warning. Multiple energy attacks targeting our ship have been detected. Another warning signal came. This time it was from enemy fleets consisting of T-2 and T-1 Nest motherships. Vice Captain Charlotte remained calm, as she quickly operated the interface in front of her, eventually calculating the approximate attack routes of all adversaries. Adjust the star shield to the **** position. Yes, the star shield has been adjusted to the **** sector. The crew promptly made the adjustment. Engage intense firepower interception with the close-range artillery on these zones, and the main artillery immediately fire towards 16 directions, launching for snowstorm light interstellar missiles towards these four positions. Charlotte relentlessly marked out one attack area after another in incredible detail. Zhao Chen looked at the back of Vice Captain Charlotte, thinking to herself that she had, indeed, made a wise choice in appointing Charlotte as her vice captain. At this moment, the bioplasma cannons of those T-1 and T-2 Nest motherships had already approached the T-3 Storm Snow-class light interstellar cruiser. A significant portion of them was intercepted by the star shield, causing flashes on the shield. However, due to the high number of attacks, some managed to evade the shield's defensive area. And it was now time for Charlotte's strategic deployment to come into play. Launch the interstellar missiles. Open fire with the main artillery. Close-range artillery to intercept. TS. 4/5 for interstellar missiles hit for bioplasma guns respectively, exploding, creating ripples in circles. The pulses from 16 medium-sized pulse laser secondary guns also accurately hit 16 very small bioplasma guns. It was clearly an attack from the T-1 Nest mothership. The size and thickness compared to the T-3 Nest mothership were like a toothpick and a bottle of cola. Meanwhile, the firepower from 72 medium anti-aircraft guns intercepted a large number of bioplasma guns. However, despite this, a few bioplasma guns broke through the interception and hit the hull armor of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. Warning. Star shield under attack. Warning. Starboard armor of the starship under attack. Starboard area hull armor strength remaining at 93%. Warning. Starboard armor of the starship under attack. Starboard area hull armor strength remaining at 98%. Warning. These toothpick-like attacks were like small raindrops to the hull armor of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. Zhao Chen didn't even feel any vibrations in the bridge. Interception rate 93%. Zhao Chen looked at a number quickly calculated by a crew member and showed an appreciative expression. But Vice Captain Charlotte shook her head somewhat frustrated, apparently not satisfied with the number. Looking at the value of the Starshield energy, after the recent wave of attacks, the Starshield energy had dropped to 56%. This was the difference in attack strength between the T-2 Nest mothership and T-1 Nest mothership compared to the T-3 Nest mothership. With so many attacks, they still couldn't compare to the power of the two cannons of the T-3 Nest mothership. Report. The swarm has breached our alert range. At the same time, the swarm has blocked our advancing route, a crew member reported anxiously. If you looked at the front of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser now, it was almost a black hole. The friendly forces inadvertently injured under the recent bioplasma gun attacks had only created temporary small gaps, which were quickly filled by the swarming insects before the count was completed. With the firepower configuration of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser alone, they couldn't completely suppress such a large quantity of swarming insects. From the outside, it seemed like a black abyss was about to swallow the entire starship. In the hangar, it's over. The biggest problem has emerged: insufficient firepower. Insufficient firepower. A professor was frantically hopping. Another professor sighed and said, "The most dreaded thing when dealing with interstellar species is insufficient firepower. Facing interstellar species requires sufficient firepower to suppress them, maintaining a battle area with the interstellar species, and continuously consuming the interstellar species. Once there is insufficient firepower and the interstellar species swarm in close, it's a disaster for the starship." A female student sat in a corner, starting to cry loudly. "Wah wah wah. We escaped the planet, but we can't escape these damn bugs. Wah wah wah, I want to go home ... I want to find my mom." The sadness among the students began to spread, some comforting each other, some crying in each other's arms. The pair of male students, who had princess-carried each other due to being startled by the bugs, now looked directly at each other without other friends to comfort them. "Sister Susan, can we really not escape?" Zhuchaoxia held on to Sister Susan's waist, sounding scared. Sister Susan remembered the scene of the man blocking the T-2 Spider in front of her during the wreckage battle on the planet and his descent from the black mecha shoulder. She felt an inexplicable sense of security, patting Zhuchaoxia's head, reassuringly saying, "I believe Zhao Chen can get us out." Zhao Weiner, holding hands with Zhuchaoxia and Sister Susan, also firmly said, "I believe in my brother. Hehe. No matter how strong your brother is, can he be stronger than those bugs outside? Don't joke around, everyone is waiting to die. It's just changing the place of death, that's all." Zhou Min, who sat like a beggar in the corner, laughed foolishly. Teacher Chin looked at the somewhat uneasy atmosphere in the hangar, feeling helpless. She could only look out at the black sea of insects outside the portholes. Could that guy lead them through this sea of bugs? On the bridge, Vice Captain Charlotte and Zhao Chen almost simultaneously glanced at the weapons module interface, displaying the status of all starship weapons. Among them, the top two choices were in red. They were the Blizzard-class heavy beam laser warhead and the 2,500mm caliber medium railgun. Blizzard-class heavy beam laser warhead, where setting energy storage requires 200 seconds. 2,500mm caliber medium railgun, where setting ammunition loading requires 20 seconds. Vice Captain Charlotte's expression became solemn as she stared at the sea of bugs, giving a decisive order: release the starship engine restrictions, accelerate to 300 knots of stellar speed. Full firepower from anti-aircraft guns, interstellar drones intercept T-3 self-destruct shell bugs and T-3 corrupt dragons. Interstellar missiles launch one at a time, every 10 seconds in the starship's forward direction, from 4 positions ahead. 16 secondary guns await my command to attack. For main gun standby. Secretary Lily on the side nervously clutched her hands, feeling tense. At this moment on this stage, all the spotlight seemed to be on Charlotte. In this moment, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser seemed to merge with this White Tiger commander. The 4 interstellar missiles were the first to launch, exploding in the planned positions by Charlotte, clearing a path ahead of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. At the same time, the anti-aircraft guns continued to fire, preventing the swarm from getting closer. The interstellar drones also maneuvered constantly, cleaning up any insect units that landed on the starship's body rapidly and precisely. Suddenly, several explosive cyclones appeared around the starship, and the shockwaves even hit the hull. Zhao Chen could hear the impact, and the entire bridge shook a few times. Fortunately, it was only the T-3 self-destruct shell bug. At the same time, Zhao Chen saw a T-3 corrupt dragon breaking through the firepower interception and biting directly on the hull armor, trying to make a hole using its corrosive sulfuric acid. But the next moment, an interstellar drone that was originally preparing to return to the starship unmanned aircraft hangar for ammunition resupply crashed down and exploded on the T3 Corrupt Dragon, spraying the green juice of the T3 Corrupt Dragon onto the starship's paint. Report, for main guns ready. The crew member shouted. Charlotte's pupils dilated, and she commanded sharply, for main guns aim at the front position of the ship's bow, activate time detonation, with a delay of 5 seconds, fire. The 4 2,500 caliber main guns fired 4 shells successively, creating 4 explosion vortices ahead of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. It forcefully cleared a path for the T3 ship. In this moment, Blizzard-class heavy beam laser warhead, resetting energy storage requires 120 seconds. PS. 5/5 time passes bit by bit. On the surface of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser, more and more bugs are crawling, as if they are bees smelling honey. The firepower of the point defense guns is no longer able to clear these bugs from the starship's armor. Interstellar drones also begin to fall one by one. Interstellar missiles are gradually running out. Even some T-to-Sting snakes begin to attack the gun turret positions on the starship. Warning. 1 point defense gun position has been destroyed. Warning. Starshield energy is continuously decreasing. 46%. Warning. Ship hull armor is under continuous attack. The students and professors in the hangar are now shrouded in an atmosphere of death, but the other starship positions remain steadfast at their posts. They can even hear the sound of bugs hitting the ship's hull, but they remain unfazed. On the bridge, the crew members diligently carry out their duties. Vice Captain Charlotte coldly handles various combat data. Zhao Chen maintains a relaxed posture leaning back in the captain's chair, with a calm expression, as if the thousands of bugs outside were just a group of ants. On the bridge's external imagery display, all that can be seen are the dark silhouettes of bugs and the debris bloodstains left by bugs hitting the hull. Soon, the third round of the main cannons resets and fires again, blasting through the dense swarm of bugs in front of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser. 60 seconds left. Zhao Chen thinks to himself, this is the time needed for the bow cannon to reset and recharge. These 60 seconds, in a way, will determine whether the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser can survive in the swarm of bugs. It all depends on the strength of the cruiser's hull at this moment. Interstellar missiles are running out. For 2,500 mm guns are once again entering the cooling phase. 40 seconds. 16 medium pulse laser secondary guns, 3 damaged by attacks from T3 self-destructing armored bugs and T3 corrupting dragons. 30 seconds. 70 to medium point defense guns, nearly 1/5 damage and unusable, with this number continuing to rise. At the same time, the huge bow cannon located at the front of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser starts emanating a blue light, as if accumulating some kind of energy within. Some bugs accidentally enter it and are instantly reduced to dust. 20 seconds. 50 Blizzard-class interstellar drones all fall. 10 seconds. It seems like this prey can no longer escape from this abyssal maw. Report. Blizzard-class heavy cluster laser bow cannon ready. The crew members' voice echoes throughout the entire bridge. Almost simultaneously, Zhao Chen and Charlotte shout out the 2 words, fire. Outside the 7th planet of the Water Lotus system, a fierce interstellar battle is unfolding between a T3 interstellar cruiser and a fleet of insectoid ships. If someone had been observing, they would have noticed that in just 5 short minutes, the T3 interstellar cruiser was engulfed by the swarm of bugs. The entire swarm of bugs appeared like a black vortex, completely enveloping the T3 interstellar cruiser. Just when everything seemed to be coming to an end, a huge blue light pierced through the black vortex, causing numerous bugs to vanish within the blue light. At the same time, the blue beam shot straight towards a T3 Hive mothership ahead. The Hive mothership, perhaps sensing the danger, unlike its predecessor, which had fallen, cleverly released a group of spherical bug spores and maneuvered to evade. These were the T1 insectoid troops on the Hive mothership, serving as a form of interference akin to countermissiles on a starship, protecting the mothership. Under the impact of the blue beam, these bug spores exploded one by one. Finally, the blue beam struck the exposed side biological armor of the T3 Hive mothership that had urgently changed course. The collision of spear and shield was reminiscent of a comet striking a planet. The entire T3 Hive mothership began to roll over, its biological armor slowly melting. It opened its huge mouth, as if roaring in pain, and more bug units flew out of its body, recklessly rushing into the beam to counter the attack. At the same time, a blue and white interstellar warship burst out from the sea of bugs, following the trajectory of its bow cannon. "Don't stop. Full speed ahead," Charlotte urgently shouted. The cluster laser beam of the Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser quickly dissipated. The side of the wounded T3 Hive mothership now had a large hole, directly blasted through its biological armor, revealing the grotesque insect organs inside. However, it did not penetrate the body of the T3 Hive mothership. As the Blizzard-class interstellar cruiser emerged from the swarm, it passed directly by this critically damaged T3 Hive mothership. The once massive Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser now appeared much smaller next to this Hive mothership. The students and professors in the hangar watched the imagery projected through the portholes. They could clearly see the hole in the biological armor of the T3 Hive mothership, exposing a hive chamber filled with countless bug eggs, stacked tightly together, numbering at least tens of thousands. Just the sight was enough to give anyone chills. Due to this sudden attack, some eggs prematurely shattered, and struggling bug units could be seen emerging. In other areas inside, a large number of bugs could be seen roaring at them, yet these bugs seemed unable to fly in space, only able to watch as the T3 Blizzard-class like interstellar cruiser passed by them, with no way to retaliate. "This may be the closest I've ever been to a T3 Hive mothership in my life," a professor studying interstellar insectoids muttered, somewhat excited and trembling. The T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser chose not to continue the attack on this heavily damaged T3 Hive mothership, but instead crossed over it, heading straight for the distance. A large mass of bug waves resembling a tide continued to chase from behind. However, without the advantage of envelopment, they could no longer catch up to the interstellar cruiser. Some Hive motherships in the rear fired bioplasma cannons, but only a few rounds hit the star shield adjusted to the aft of the starship. "Did we escape?" The students and professors in the hangar looked at each other, finding it hard to believe this outcome. They had actually survived. Watching the prey flee in the distance, the pursuing swarm followed for a while, but soon realized they wouldn't catch up. The insects gave up and spread out their mouth parts in what seemed like a furious roar. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen ordered, "Check the ship's condition. Can we enter Blizzard Extreme Cruising Mode?" Secretary Lily immediately began examining the ship's status data and quickly reported, "The ship has multiple damages, but it won't affect the ship from entering Blizzard Extreme Cruising Mode. However, it's best to limit the speed to 600 light knots or below." Although 600 light knots wasn't very fast, as long as they didn't encounter a T3 nest mothership head-on, it was perfectly safe to escape the interstellar insect-controlled area. Zhao Chen chuckled, "Prepare to enter Blizzard Extreme Cruising Mode. Let's get out of this godforsaken place. These bugs are just too enthusiastic. We should entertain them properly next time." "Yes." Engine high load status released, preparing to enter Blizzard Extreme Cruising Mode. Charlotte executed Zhao Chen's command. The weapon modules on the surface of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship began to retract, hiding beneath the ship's armor. However, due to the previous battle, some weapon modules malfunctioned and couldn't complete the retraction process. This was why Lily had advised against high speeds, as some areas of the ship's armor couldn't withstand it. Meanwhile, the crew and students in the hangar were immersed in relief, truly escaping from death this time. "I never expected this interstellar battleship to have such terrifying combat capabilities." A T3 interstellar battleship, fighting alone, not only retreated unscathed but also killed one T3 nest mothership and severely damaged another. The results are unbelievable. I have never seen this type of interstellar battleship before. Could it be a starship secretly developed by the Northern Star Starfleet Military Academy? The survivors quickly became fascinated by the battleship they were on. Some professors had already started analyzing the ship based on the observed battle. The conversation turned to the impressive firepower and capabilities of the battleship, with some even comparing it to T3 interstellar battleships. The crew was amazed at the ship's performance and design. The chaos and danger they had just escaped made them appreciate their survival even more. As the crew enjoyed their newfound lease on life, Zhao Chen instructed Lily to gather detailed statistics on the battle's consumption and damage to the ship. He took the opportunity to claim the rewards for a mission he had completed earlier, receiving a technical blueprint for a T3 Goddess Academy-class starship. The surprise discovery left Zhao Chen in awe as he read through the detailed specifications of the unique vessel. The T3 Goddess Academy-class starship, an auxiliary vessel primarily used for training purposes, stood out for its comprehensive training facilities and programs. With various professional training departments and state-of-the-art simulation chambers, the ship could produce highly skilled individuals in a short period. The ship lacked the need for traditional professors, featuring advanced holographic instructors for teachings. However, there was one restriction: it could only train female cadets. Excited by the potential of the new Starship blueprint, Zhao Chen marveled at the vessel's capabilities and the training opportunities it presented. Afterwards, their own fleet continued to expand, and there will definitely be a situation of insufficient troops in the future. Also, for auxiliary starships like the T-Timjolner-class heavy interstellar industrial ship and the T-3 Constellation-class interstellar medical ship, there is also a significant shortage of technical talent. With this T-3 Goddess Academy-class starship, all these problems will be solved. After all, it is not feasible to always rely on buying ready-made slaves as a way to supplement troops. This method is unstable, and the quality of troops is uneven. "Commander, the combat report for this battle has been compiled," said the Secretary Officer Lilith, bringing back Zhao Chen's attention. "Speak." Zhao Chen looked at Lilith. Lilith raised her hand and displayed a data panel in front of Zhao Chen, detailing the damage suffered by the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser and their losses in this battle. 50 Blizzard interstellar drones were all destroyed. Nearly all 50 Blizzard light interstellar missiles were depleted. 1/4 of the 72 medium anti-aircraft guns suffered varying degrees of damage. 16 medium pulse laser cannons had for damaged in previous battles. One of the 4 2,500mm medium electromagnetic railguns had a minor wiring issue. The first cannon of the Blizzard-class heavy beam laser ship is operating well. The Starshield energy remaining is at 29%. Our Starshield system, in normal conditions of regular navigation with sufficient Starship energy, can self-recover within 48 hours, or can be accelerated to recover inside the T-Timjolner-class heavy interstellar industrial ship or within a starport. The total remaining Starship energy is 31%, ammunition supplies at 35%, with anti-aircraft gun ammunition being the most depleted, nearly running out. Returning to the Northern Star System, we have more than enough resources. If another battle ensues, it's hard to predict. The comprehensive damage to the hull armor has reached 47%, with the most severe sections armor damage reaching 80%. The mainframe structure integrity of the starship has not been affected, and no crew members were injured. Zhao Chen lightly laughed and patted the armrest of the captain's seat. Our first battle with this T-3 Blizzard was quite exhilarating. But this also demonstrates the combat capabilities of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser. Charlotte remarked enthusiastically on the side. This interstellar warship, needless to say, has exceptional speed, and among the T-3 series starships is unrivaled. In terms of combat power, it has far surpassed the interstellar battlecruiser class, fitting seamlessly among the interstellar battleships. Although it is classified as a light interstellar warship, I believe it is more like a medium interstellar warship. It was evident that Charlotte really admired this T-3 Blizzard. While praising it, her tail swayed continuously behind her. In this battle, the T-3 Blizzard destroyed one T-3 Hive mothership, severely damaged another T-3 Hive mothership, and destroyed 4 T-2 Hive motherships, as well as an undetermined number of T-1 Hive motherships, with an estimated number of nearly 1 million, with over 90% being low-tier T-1 flying insects. The Secretary Officer Lilith also reported the enemy elimination data from this battle. Zhao Chen chuckled and said, "That's a lot of credits gone. Unfortunately, at that time, we couldn't bring back the bodies of those insects." Without saying anything else, the body of just the T-3 Hive mothership, although blown to pieces and poorly preserved, was estimated to be worth millions of credits, enough to rebuild another T-2 class starship. At the current speed, how long will it take to leave the dangerous area controlled by the interstellar insect race? Zhao Chen asked. "It is estimated to take about half an hour," replied the Secretary Officer Lilith. Zhao Chen nodded. "No need to rush out of the dangerous area controlled by the interstellar insect race. Proceed at a normal cruising speed first, and let everyone rest properly. We've been rushing and had an intense battle earlier, so everyone is fatigued." "Understood." The Secretary Officer Lilith noted down. They were in a hurry when they arrived, but now that everything was handled, there was no hurry to leave. In the hangar, the spirits of the two academies' students and faculty evolved from the initial relief of escaping alive to gradually calming down, sitting leisurely in a corner. At this moment, a student from the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy walked towards the hangar door. "Stop. This is the commander's order. Your activities are limited to this area only." A crew member with a laser gun blocked the path of the student from the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy. "Hey. Have you forgotten? We've been sitting here for almost an hour. Forget about food and drink. We weren't even provided with a chair to sit on. We are students of the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy, not prisoners. At least arrange a comfortable room for us. Sitting on this ground is killing my backside," a male student arrogantly complained. His family background was impressive, and he was used to being arrogant and domineering in the academy, but was previously scared and panicked by the insects. Now that it was safe, his inherent arrogance resurfaced. "Our commander has ordered that none of you are allowed to leave this hangar," the female crew member firmly stated. "How stubborn can you all be? My father is an Earl, and I will become one in the future too. Why did your commander bother coming all the way to rescue us if not to curry favor with us nobles? You bunch of half-beast crew members, get out of my way. Don't forget, in our territory, you lowly half-beast creatures don't even have the right to breathe the same air as me." Disgusting. The male student spat on the ground disdainfully and made to forcefully enter the hangar gate. The female crew member gripped her laser gun tightly, but hesitated to fire, unsure if offending this noble student would cause trouble with the commander. She didn't care about being insulted, but she cared about taking care of the commander who provided for their lives. Although the other students and staff present were displeased with the attitude of this male student, they refrained from speaking out due to his noble background. Everyone was from noble families and didn't want to needlessly offend anyone. "Hey, this is their starship, and on their starship, we follow their rules. Don't forget, if it weren't for these half-beast crew members fighting bravely, you'd still be on that planet feeding the insects." Chujuan stepped forward to defend the half-beast female crew member. "Who are you? Let me tell you, my father is an Earl." Before the male student could finish speaking, a hand reached in through the hangar door and pressed on the male student's head. All of a sudden, a loud thud was heard. The male student's head made an intimate connection with the ground. Blood splattered, and even his teeth flew out. Zhao Chen squatted down, looking coldly at this so-called son of an Earl. T.S. 3/5. The scene scared both the students and teachers of the two academies. They didn't expect Captain Zhao Chen to actually dare to use force. But thinking back to what happened on that planet, this Zhao Chen was a ruthless character who dared to crush insects with his fingers. The male student struggled in pain, wanting to break free, but the hand pressed against his head seemed as heavy as 1,000 pounds, preventing him from escaping no matter how hard he tried. Zhao Chen coldly stared at the male student. In fact, he had anticipated that there would be arrogant and domineering individuals among these students, especially those from the Taiyao Noble Starship Military Academy, who were born with golden spoons in their mouths. But he had not expected to hear this guy insulting his female crew member just as he arrived. You ... you. Let go of me ... Don't think that you can ... challenge me ... I am a Count's son. The male student arrogantly shouted at that moment. Zhao Chen released his gripped hand and stood up. The male student finally caught his breath, ready to stand up and scold this rude guy. But the next moment, his head once again made intimate contact with the ground. This time, Zhao Chen directly stepped on his skull. "What? I didn't hear you clearly," Zhao Chen taunted. After retracting his foot, he continued, "You bastard. I'll count. What? You are a grandson? I don't have a grandson like you. Don't pretend to be my relative." Zhao Chen continued to mock and stepped on him again. The spectators from the two academies were stunned as Zhao Chen continued to step on the male student with an air of dominance. Eventually, the male student dared not lift his head again, due to the terrifying aura on Zhao Chen's face. Perhaps intensified by his experience of killing insects earlier, the spectators refrained from intervening. Zhao Warner, senior sister Su Lan, and others were astounded by the fierce demeanor of this man before them. Zhao Warner noticed that her brother seemed even more charismatic on this occasion. The male student, now trembling in fear, begged for forgiveness, finding the man before him more terrifying than any insect. Zhao Chen's cold gaze fell on the male student, whose face was now a bloody mess from being stepped on. "This is my starship. If I hear anything displeasing again, I won't hesitate to throw you out to feed the bugs." The male student continuously begged for forgiveness, afraid of this terrifying man. At this moment, Teacher Chin rushed over anxiously, looking disoriented, as if she had just woken up. The recent battles had left her sleepless, and fatigue had taken its toll. "What's going on here?" Teacher Chin looked at Zhao Chen's fierce demeanor and the student on the ground with a distorted face. "Chin Ye, don't bother about this person. He brought this upon himself," Zhu Zhuan intervened, looking disdainfully at the student on the ground. She detested two types of people: those who acted arrogantly due to their status, and those who bullied Starship military personnel. Unfortunately, this student violated both criteria. In Zhu Zhuan's eyes, the half-beast female crew members on Zhao Chen's starship were all dedicated and respectable warriors. But he is of noble rank. I am concerned this might affect Zhao Chen in the future. Teacher Chin, worried about Zhao Chen, also disliked such students. She was not worried about him being disciplined. She was concerned about how it would reflect on Zhao Chen. This revelation surprised Zhao Chen, leaving him with a favorable impression of Teacher Chin. Noble rank. What does that have to do with our Chu family? Zhu Zhuan chuckled. Chu family ... Teacher Chin paused, then stared at Zhu Zhuan. Was she calling herself Chin Ye earlier? You are Zhu Zhuan of the Chu family, Teacher Chin suddenly exclaimed. Her words echoed through the hangar, startling everyone. They had not expected the renowned Miss Chu to be on this starship, participating in their rescue mission. Chin Ye didn't recognize me earlier. Zhu Zhuan held Teacher Chin's hand affectionately. Teacher Chin smiled, remembering their encounter. I last saw you 10 years ago, when you were just this tall. I didn't recognize you at all after all these years. Time flies, now you're a grown woman. Zhao Chen, you might not know, Teacher Chin is the daughter of the Dean of the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. I should call her Aunt Chin, but she dislikes it when I do. She says it makes her feel old. Zhu Zhuan introduced to Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, surprised, looked at Teacher Chin, the elegant-looking female teacher, turning out to be the daughter of the Academy Dean. When the Dean of the Academy was young, she was absorbed in research. She's considered a late bloomer, Zhu Zhuan explained, noticing Zhao Chen's astonishment. Oh, I see. Zhao Chen smiled at Teacher Chin before turning his attention back to the male student still on the ground. As soon as the student felt Zhao Chen's gaze, he trembled, fearing another blow. The floor of my starship cannot be tainted with filth. Lick up all your disgusting blood and everything else on the ground. If I see even a drop left, you know the consequences, Zhao Chen said sternly. Due to their confrontation earlier, the ground was already covered in the student's blood and saliva. The male student, astonished by this demand, reluctantly started to clean up the mess he had made earlier. Due to his facial wounds, each time he licked a spot clean, more blood would trickle down, as if he could never finish. Teacher Chin, witnessing this humiliation of the noble student, felt uneasy. Yet, seeing Zhu Zhuan's calm demeanor, she felt slightly relieved, realizing that Zhu Zhuan was backing Zhao Chen. In this scenario, a mere count was not worthy of fear. Listen carefully. On this starship, my words are law. Any disobedience will lead to consequences, regardless of the person's status. Even if the gods themselves come down, they will crawl on the ground before me. If anyone dares to insult you, cut off their tongues, Zhao Chen declared, commanding his half-beast female crew members, who stood up straight and responded obediently. Zhao Chen's cold gaze scanned the onlookers from the two academies, leaving them speechless. I hope the things that just happened won't happen again on my starship. I don't care what your identity is, and I don't need any gratitude or repayments for saving lives. I don't need any of that. I just hope all of you can stay here peacefully until we reach a starport, where I will release you. We'll each go our separate ways and find our own paths, Zhao Chen said coldly, then turned and left the hangar indifferently. It seems like our commander made a bad deal, offending a group of noble young men for the sake of a crew member and missing an opportunity to make friends with them. That's a big loss. Charlotte happened to be standing on the corridor outside the hangar, having witnessed everything that happened inside just now. She looked at Zhao Chen with a faint smile, this being the first time she had teased her master who bought her. In my eyes, whether it's a loss or not, I decide. It's not okay to bully my crew members, Zhao Chen grunted. Let's go eat at the restaurant. Charlotte watched Zhao Chen walking ahead, her hands behind her back, her tail unconsciously swaying, following behind Zhao Chen. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. The hangar was very close to the starship mess hall, just a few steps away, and through the transparent glass of the Starship restaurant, the hangar doors were in plain view. The two places were right next to each other. At this moment, there were already more than a dozen crew members resting in the Starship mess hall. After a major battle, Zhao Chen had specifically given each position's crew members time off to freshen up, grab a meal, take a nap, etc. Zhao Chen took the time to come over with Charlotte for a meal. Lily was in charge of the bridge's work, and after the two finished dining and returned to the bridge, Lily would then take over. It just so happened that on their way back, they heard the commotion in the hangar. "Commander, Vice Commander, what would you like to order?" After a big battle, have some good food to replenish, the chef asked warmly upon seeing the two. Before Zhao Chen could order, Charlotte had already listed several dishes, one serving a braised fish, a bowl of radish fish head soup, a side dish of dried small fish, and for the main, eel rice. Then, Charlotte went to find a seat, swaying her tail and waiting eagerly for the delicious food. What a character, no doubt a member of the feline family, ordering for fish dishes for one meal. Zhao Chen couldn't help but smile, then ordered a portion of rice, along with one protein and two vegetable dishes, and a bowl of soup. Compared to Charlotte's order, his was much healthier. Zhao Chen sat across from Charlotte. "Don't you have anything to talk to me about?" Zhao Chen asked, looking at Charlotte, who was silently awaiting the meal. "Talk about what?" Charlotte looked puzzled. Zhao Chen paused, then said, "I mean what we're going to do next. Because of our reckless actions this time, our T3 Blizzard-class light star cruiser has been exposed, which will definitely attract some attention. There will be a lot of trouble afterwards, and it may even bring danger to us." Charlotte blinked and said, "Those things aren't our concern. You're the commander, and how you handle them is up to you." Zhao Chen chuckled. "You're quite confident. Aren't you worried I'll stir up trouble?" "I trust you," Charlotte said lightly, leaving Zhao Chen with an indescribable feeling. Just then, Charlotte's full fish feast arrived. Charlotte's eyes widened significantly. Even though she had eaten the same meal several times before, she couldn't resist the temptation of these delicacies. As Zhao Chen was about to speak, Charlotte glared at him. "My mother told me, eating is a sacred and great thing. No talking aloud." With that, Charlotte began to enjoy her fish feast. Surprisingly, Charlotte had this habit. It turned out that although the few dishes seemed plentiful, Charlotte had quickly devoured half of them in no time. "I should have ordered another bowl of fish balls," Charlotte mumbled quietly, seeming somewhat unsatisfied. Zhao Chen began to doubt the purity of this white tiger's bloodline. However, if it weren't for her special treatment as one of the top beneficiaries, El Dragon Fleet, after Zhao Chen ordering such a generous amount of fish, other ordinary crew members would have run out of food for a week, and would have to go hungry for the rest of the time. On the other side of the hangar, the chaos caused by Zhao Chen's recent actions had relieved many of the students and teachers. That the impression of this Commander Zhao Chen was divided into three factions. One faction thought Zhao Chen was too arrogant. Although he had saved them, his attitude towards noble young heirs had lacked courtesy, being too rude and overbearing. This portion was almost entirely composed of students from the Chuanyao Noble Starship Military Academy. Another faction believed that Zhao Chen's protective appearance was simply awe-inspiring, incredibly cool. This portion was mainly made up of female students from the North Star Starship Military Academy. Among them, Zhu Zizi became the leader, constantly trying to get close to Zhao Wan'er to inquire about Zhao Chen's affairs, almost asking about Zhao Chen's ancestors for generations. The last faction was the neutral faction. They believed that none of these were important. As long as they could leave this ghost place safely and arrive at a starport successfully, they would be content. At least for now, sitting on this hard floor was better than chatting with bugs on that planet. On the corridor outside the hangar, footsteps were increasing. Through the door, the figures of the starship's crew members could be seen moving around. Then, a scent of meat wafted in. This seems to be the aroma of red cooked meat. I had it once last month. A student suddenly exclaimed upon catching the scent. How could there be red cooked meat on this starship? But now that you mention it, I'm quite hungry. Due to the tantalizing smell, many students and teachers in the hangar began to feel starving. In the past 3 or 4 days, they had barely eaten anything. Unfortunately, The storage compartment for artificial nutrient meals exploded when the starship crash-landed on the planet. So in the past 3 days, they had almost gone without a meal. In such a high state of tension and with a series of battles, their physical exertion was considerable. While they might not have felt it during the danger, now, hunger was starting to impact their brains. A female student couldn't help but walk to the hangar entrance, and upon seeing the female crew member's eyes, she immediately suggested, "I'll stand by the hangar entrance and watch outside. Isn't that okay?" When the female crew member hesitated, considering that they were not allowed to leave the hangar area according to the commander's orders, standing at the entrance seemed permissible. Seeing that the female crew member didn't respond, the female student stood next to her, peering outside. What she saw made her almost drool. Opposite the hangar entrance was the transparent glass of the starship mess hall, and she could see the starship's crew members dining and chatting inside. Moreover, they were eating all kinds of natural foods, rather than tasteless synthetic nutrient meals. "Oh my god, do you guys always eat like this?" The female student couldn't help but ask the female crew member. The female crew member nodded. Perhaps due to the exaggerated expression on the female student's face, everyone was very puzzled. After all, they were all noble layers, slightly more extravagant, enjoying natural foods like bread, milk, and mashed potatoes for 20 days a month. Could the food on the starship be better than what they were used to eating? A student, filled with disbelief, approached, and as soon as he stood at the entrance, his feet seemed glued to the ground, eyes fixed on a restaurant across from him, occasionally swallowing saliva. "Come see, they're all eating natural foods, various meats like pork, beef, lamb, and various fruits," a girl exclaimed with envy. The 2 academies' students and teachers who had not seen it with their own eyes all had one thought in mind. How was this possible? Goo goo goo. Zhao Wan'er heard the sound coming from beside her. Zhao Wan'er, Su Lan, Chu Zhuan, and others all looked at Zhu Zhaoxiao's stomach at the same time. Zhu Zhaoxia held her small stomach, pouting, and said, "I haven't eaten much in the past few days. If senior sister Su Lan hadn't given me a portion of her saved nutrient meal earlier, I would have starved to death long ago." "Don't mention it. We've been discussing about this starship and battle before. Now I'm actually a little hungry. You guys wait for me here for a while." Zhao Wan'er walked towards the door of the hangar. "Make way. Make way." Zhao Wan'er finally squeezed to the front of the door, where she could smell the fragrance coming from outside. This smell made Zhao Wan'er's appetite even stronger. Although before leaving the Zhao Chen starship, she brought back some ingredients, she had already finished eating them. After eating food made from those natural ingredients, eating synthetic food tasted completely different. She had lost 10 pounds in these few months. Disregarding the curious glances of people around her, Zhao Wan'er walked straight out of the hangar door. Surprisingly, the female half-beast crew member who was supposed to supervise them didn't react at all. This scene left some people around them stunned. "Hey, why is she allowed to go out?" A student from the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy couldn't help but point at Zhao Wan'er's departing figure and ask incredulously. Another student from the Beizi Starship Military Academy, who knew the situation, looked at the Chanyao Noble students with a slightly mocking expression. "She is our commander's sister, what do you think?" said the half-beast female crew member, with a blank expression. Those students from the 2 academies who didn't know this relationship looked dumbfounded. Under their gaze, the girl walked into the starship restaurant, which was like a heavenly place. Zhao Wan'er walked up to the food counter, ordered a meal for 4 or 5 people skillfully, and then swiped her identity information. After all, Zhao Wan'er was listed in the Zhao Chen's Dragon Fleet, and even held the title of captain of the T-2 Queen B-class heavy carrier starship. Since it was close to the end of the month, she didn't settle for anything less in her meal standards. "Wan'er," a voice called from behind, and Zhao Wan'er looked over to see Zhao Chen and Charlotte at a nearby table, with Zhao Chen waving at her. Since it would take some time for the food to be ready, Zhao Wan'er walked over and sat next to Zhao Chen, subconsciously drawn to the whole fish feast in front of Charlotte, and whispered softly in Zhao Chen's ear, "Is Charlotte really from the White Tiger clan? Are you sure she's not some kind of white cat?" "I'm also doubtful." Zhao Chen nodded seriously. "Charlotte is an authentic ... White Tiger clan bloodline," Charlotte said proudly with a fishbone in her mouth that she hadn't finished sucking clean, declaring the purity of her bloodline. Zhao Chen and Zhao Wan'er both nodded, appearing to believe her, but as their eyes met, they understood each other without saying a word. Do you still want to stay in the hangar? Zhao Chen asked Zhao Wan'er. When they were on the bridge earlier, Zhao Chen had sent a message to Zhao Wan'er, allowing her to leave the hangar on her own since she was not within the restricted area. But Zhao Wan'er indicated that she preferred to stay with senior sister Sulen and the others for now, as it wouldn't be appropriate for her to enjoy herself alone. I think I should stay with senior sister Sulen and the others for the time being. After all, it wouldn't be quite appropriate for me to run out for fun by myself, Zhao Wan'er muttered. Zhao Chen nodded, allowing only Zhao Wan'er and Zhujuan to have some freedom of movement on the starship, with restrictions on Zhujuan's areas of movement. As for the others, they were to stay put in the hangar. Are the students from the 2 academies in the hangar very hungry? Zhao Chen smiled as he took a bite of his food. Looking at Zhao Wan'er nodded, but being hungry for a while won't kill them. I just want to take some food to senior sister Sulen, Zhujiao, them. She hesitated for a moment, looking at her brother with concern, worried that he might not agree. They are all your friends, it's fine to bring them in. After they have finished eating, I will grant them permission to move around not only in the hangar, but also in the dormitory area next to it. You can take them to empty dorm rooms for a wash. Not taking a bath for 3 days is unbearable. Hurry up and stay away from me. My meat isn't fragrant anymore. Zhao Chen looked at Zhao Wan'er with a disdainful expression, pretending to pinch his nose. Am I smelly? Zhao Wan'er was taken aback and smelled herself, then dry heaved. Not to mention how bad it is. It's one thing if you haven't taken a bath in 3 days normally, but the problem is that these 3 days they have been constantly with insects, even some insect fluid splattered on them. The smell is really indescribable. You actually find me smelly. Then I'll smoke you out. Zhao Wan'er, with a serious face, immediately lunged at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen held a bowl and leaned to the side, using his foot to press the bowl against Zhao Wan'er's face. As for why he used a bowl, it was because there was a smell on Zhao Wan'er's face too. Woo woo. Zhao Wan'er struggled, but with Zhao Chen's current physical fitness, Zhao Wan'er was no match for him. Soon, shouts from kitchen staff could be heard, as Zhao Wan'er had specifically mentioned that she would pick up the food herself. I'll go give the food to senior sister Sulan. The defeated Zhao Wan'er, in a huff, ran to the food counter. Zhao Wan'er looked at a prepared meal cart, with the food she ordered placed on it. After thanking the kitchen staff, Zhao Wan'er pushed the cart out of the Starship restaurant, heading towards the adjacent hangar. The students from both academies who were gathered at the hangar door could only watch on with longing, but when they saw Zhao Wan'er return with a meal cart, it surprised them. Make way. Even before Zhao Wan'er arrived, her voice could be heard. Make way. The half-beast female crew member helped Zhao Wan'er disperse the crowd at the door, allowing the meal cart to smoothly enter the hangar. As the cart passed through the crowd, everyone could smell the aroma coming from it, but since it was covered, they didn't know what was inside. However, it was certain that there would be delicious food inside. Let everyone wait. Zhao Wan'er brought the cart in front of the eagerly waiting Zhujiao. Zhao Wan'er pressed a button on the cart, and it automatically extended into a temporary dining table, complete with several seats around it. Situated under the gaze of students from the 2 academies, Zhao Wan'er removed the cover. In an instant, the fragrance spread throughout the hangar. There was a plate of rice, a plate of bread, several meat and vegetable dishes, fish soup, pork rib soup, braised beef brisket, braised lion's head, pizza, braised chicken wings, potato patties. Counting carefully, there were 10 dishes in total. There was even a plate of fruits with a few slices of watermelon and a few bunches of grapes. A sound of swallowing saliva could be heard all around. The meal was no less than that of a high-end restaurant. P.S. The chapters after January 5th will be later, so everyone take a break first. After the National Day holiday, things should get back to normal. Zhao Wan'er picked up the wet towel prepared on the table and wiped her hands. She picked up her bowl, ready to start eating, but she found Sulen and Zhujiao standing dumbfounded on the side. Sulen, Xiao, why are you all standing there dumbfounded? Let's sit down and eat together. Teacher Qin and Miss Zhujuan, please join us too. First, use the wet towel to clean your hands. My brother said that after we finish eating, we can go to the neighboring dormitory area to freshen up and rest for a bit. Zhao Wan'er invited everyone to sit down. Zhujiao immediately sat down, her eyes eagerly sweeping over all the food on the table, ready to dig in. First, wash your hands, Su Lan tapped Zhu Xiao on the head. Zhu Xiao stuck out her tongue and obediently wiped her hands with the wet towel. Thank you, Wanner. Su Lan thanked, dried her hands with the wet towel, and sat down to enjoy the food. Compared to Zhu Xiao's voracious eating, Su Lan appeared much more elegant. It's not very appropriate for me to sit down. Teacher Chen hesitated. She looked at the table full of food, then couldn't help but swallow her saliva. But she also noticed the eager looks from the other students around her. As a teacher, she felt it wasn't proper to sit down. Teacher Chen, you have been protecting us these past few days. Let me treat you to this meal. My brother also said we should thank you properly. Zhao Wanner said. No. We should be thanking your brother. If it weren't for him risking his life to rescue us, we might have all been in the mouths of bugs by now. Teacher Chen waved her hands. After several invitations from Zhao Wanner, Teacher Ching reluctantly sat down, but her pace of eating was noticeably slow. Chu Zhuan also thanked and sat down. Unlike the others, she wasn't very hungry as she was used to this kind of food in her own family. However, the fact that ordinary crew members on this starship could enjoy such quality food was unexpected to her. The meat looks so delicious. Forget about meat. Give me a bone now. I could crush it into pieces. Stop talking. I feel like I'm about to faint from hunger now. The students and teachers in the hangar at this moment were all incredibly hungry. Before they had been holding back, but watching others enjoy the feast in front of them was torture, and hunger continued to sweep over their consciousness. Teacher Chin, seeing this scene, felt uneasy sitting there. She looked at Zhao Wanner, opened her mouth to speak but couldn't find the words. Just then, a group of female crew members walked in through the hangar door, one of them wearing a chef's uniform. Everyone, our commander has considered that you have been hungry these past few days, so we are here to provide meals and a meal ordering service for you. Upon hearing the chef's words, the students and teachers from the two academies cheered instantly, imagining all kinds of delicious food. They didn't expect a spread as lavish as Zhao Wanner's table, but hoped for a simple 3-dish meal. However, the next second, a holographic display screen appeared in front of the students and teachers, showing various dishes, each labeled with a price. A piece of bread, 5 star coins. A portion of rice, 10 star coins. Fried rice, 30 star coins. What does this mean? A student raised a question. The chef explained with a smile, we provide paid meals here, with prices clearly marked. If anyone is interested, you can order here, and we will prepare the food for you. Payment can be made through the Imperial bank accounts. Saying this, the nearby female crew member took out a card reader. As long as there is a signal within the Galactic Alliance territory, the card reader can deduct funds from the other party's account. What? We have to pay? A student exclaimed. The chef retorted, don't you pay for meals? These words left the disgruntled student speechless. Paying for meals was a universal practice. Moreover, the menu prices were mostly market prices. Teacher Chin felt relieved at the idea of paying for meals. She didn't find it inappropriate. Besides, the teachers and students present were all wealthy and influential individuals. Even those professors, who might not regularly eat such natural ingredients, would occasionally enjoy indulgences. This expense wasn't much of a burden for them. I don't care. I'm starving. I'm ordering. A female student from the Military Academy of the Northern Star couldn't contain herself and ordered 3 to 5 dishes. Even though she ordered plenty, they weren't expensive dishes, and the total cost was only 50 star coins. Then, I'll order. I don't have much pocket money left, so I'll just get a portion of rice. Excuse me, do you have any artificial nutritional meals? I'll take a piece of bread, please. Some inquired about nutritional meals, but were informed that this starship didn't offer such options. They marveled once again at the luxury of this starship, not purchasing nutritional meals for all crew members to enjoy such gourmet treatment. How did the commander think of this? Wait, why is the price not right here? It shows I have to pay over 500 star coins. I ordered the same meal as her, but I'm paying 10 times more. A male student noticed the price of his order and questioned loudly. The chef glanced at the student and said, because you were bad-mouthing our commander here earlier. So, if you want to order, the price is 10 times. You should be thankful you are from the Military Academy of the Northern Star, otherwise. With that, the chef's words trailed off with a cold snort. What rule is this? Just because I made a few remarks, I have to pay 10 times the price. I refuse. the male student yelled. The next moment, the laser guns in the hands of several accompanying female crew members twitched. One of them, who seemed to be the captain, spoke coldly. The commander's words, "It's my meal. I'll price it as I wish. Eat it or not. Anyone causing trouble, just throw them out of the starship." Hearing this, the male student immediately covered his mouth, remembering the treatment the student from the Celestial Elite Starship Military Academy received. He had no doubt the man would dare to act as said. "Are you ordering or not?" the chef asked a male student with a faint smile. The student looked at the heavenly price of 500 star coins, almost equivalent to the regular maintenance cost of his starship. However, his rumbling stomach ultimately made him decide to remove some dishes and only keep a bowl of rice and a side dish, then pay the fee. In this way, he still spent 70 to 80 star coins. "I didn't badmouth your commander. Why is the price here tripled for me?" A student wearing the uniform of the Celestial Elite Starship Military Academy asked. The chef explained with a smile, "Because this is the student price of our Military Academy of the Northern Star. For students from other academies, the ordering price is tripled." Su Lan, who was eating, almost choked with laughter. "Warner, your brother really missed his calling as a profiteer." Warner realized now that her brother allowed her to bring back food for everyone to excite this group. It turns out she was being used by her own brother. After hearing such an expensive price, half of the students who were originally planning to order meals quietly returned to their seats. The chef and staff didn't pay any attention to this scene. With a smiling face, they continued to collect the funds from the students and teachers paying for their meals. That smile was dazzling. "Thank you for your patronage," the chef said with a smile, but in the eyes of the students and teachers, he appeared to be nothing more than a shrewd merchant. Just then, an elderly professor walked over and pointed to the cheapest item on the menu, a bun that cost only 3 stars. However, because this professor was from the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy, according to the earlier meal ordering rule, he would have to pay 3 times the price. As the professor was about to open his electronic account to make payment, the officer holding the card reader silently withdrew it from his hand. The professor looked puzzled. "We won't charge you. Your meal has been taken care of here," a female officer replied. The professor asked why, and the officer explained that he was Professor John, who had once developed a medical potion during his tenure at the academy and had chosen to reveal the technology for free rather than patent it. His actions had earned him admiration from the Empire, which had awarded him a bonus in stars, all of which he had donated to the Red Cross. The officer explained that as a token of gratitude, the commander had instructed that the professor's meal was on the house. She handed him an apple from the nearby food cart and provided him with a warm towel and chair to make his wait more comfortable. Professor John gratefully accepted the apple, his eyes glistening with tears. The surrounding students and teachers were surprised to learn of this story behind the unassuming professor. Their perception of him as merely a medical staff member caring for their health had been completely shattered. This unexpected revelation led many to reflect on their earlier judgment of the commander. Following Professor John, several other professors and instructors received similar treatment. Some students from the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy whispered to their counterparts from the Bazi Starship Military Academy and eventually joined the line to place their orders. However, the chef casually added, "Remember, each person can only eat what they order themselves and cannot share with others. You can pay for someone else's meal, but you can't order for them. If we find out, you will bear the consequences." These strict rules prompted the students from the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy to return to their seats in silence. The story further unfolded with a student from the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy who, after seeing the exorbitant price of his meal, refused to accept the payment request due to being considered rude. The chef showed him the holographic proof of his disparaging comments towards Noble's son, leaving the student no choice but to reluctantly order a bread roll for 150 stars instead of the usual 5. Another student realized he would have had to pay 30 times the cost if not for his identity, making him almost relieved to pay only 10 times the price. Meanwhile, 2 students who had ordered meals priced at 100 stars were shocked to find their bills showing a staggering 10,000 stars. The chef explained with a smile, "That's the price for you both. T.S. 3/5 10,000 star coins. What concept is this? You should know that the hottest selling model now is a T-1 Vol Fleet class medium-sized interstellar destroyer, priced at just 30,000 star coins. This is equivalent to eating a third of a starship for one meal. Rogue. Zhou Ming angrily spoke without reservation. I said before, love to eat or not, it's up to you. If this wench dares to speak out of turn again, forget about eating. I will directly throw you out of the starship. Fend for yourself. The chef's assistant did not back down, directly hitting back. Zhou Ming was extremely angry but dared not say a word. If she is worth 100 times, why am I also worth 100 times? That fair-faced young man intentionally distanced himself from Zhou Ming, as if there was no relationship between them. But the students of the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy all knew very well that this man and Zhou Ming had an intimate relationship. Hurricane Consortium. Feng Xiaowei. Our commander sends a message through me. If you dare to pursue my sister with a T3 starship, believe me, I will spend a T3 starship to take your life, the chef's assistant said with a slight smile. But Feng Xiaowei felt mockery in this smile. He sensed the threat in these words. If Zhao Chen dared to place a T3 starship as a bounty on the black market, there would be many who would risk their lives to claim the bounty for this small life equivalent to a T3 starship. Theft. Zhu Xiao just took a sip of soup and couldn't help but spit it out. But in order not to mess up the food on the table, she quickly turned her head aside, luckily avoiding the food on the table. But Zhao Wan'er's face did bear the brunt. Zhao Wan'er looked at Zhu Xiao, who was struggling to hold back her laughter, with a black face. Wan'er, your brother, is too much. If you dare to pursue my sister with a T3 starship, believe me, I will spend a T3 starship to take your life. Ha ha ha. Is your big brother a sister lover? Zhu Xiao burst into laughter. Too much? I have something even more excessive here. Zhao Wan'er picked up a food item called baguette from the side, and walked up to Zhu Xiao, intending to feed it to her. Oh, it's too big. Too big. Can't fit. Oh, don't want, going to die. Zhu Xiao kept struggling. Finally, with half of the baguette inserted, Zhao Wan'er let go of this unfiltered person's mouth. At this moment, others finally understood why this couple was treated this way. Zhou Ming and Feng Xiaowei had a friction with Zhao Wan'er's brother and sister when they were students at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy. They just didn't expect Zhao Chen to hold a grudge like this. HMPH, they deserve 100 times the trouble. Zhou Ming's behavior before made me so angry several times that I wanted to punch him directly. Zhao Wan'er looked at the two sulking people over there, feeling rather satisfied. She directly had another bowl of food. She looked at Zhu Xiao, who was regaining her composure, and pointed to the half-eaten baguette in her hand, saying, "Want a bite? It tastes pretty good." And no thanks. Zhu Xiao looked at the baguette with fear. From then on, Zhu Xiao developed a fear of that particular food. Later, Zhou Ming and the young master of the Hurricane Consortium had no choice but to reduce their food intake. Even so, they still collectively spent nearly 5,000 star coins, a hefty price. Soon, the first batch of meals was served. Those students who did not order food, seeing those who were enjoying their meal, also wavered and decided to order. In the end, almost everyone ordered food. It's just that the portion sizes varied. Some had overpaid and received the same food as others for just a few dozen star coins, silently bearing the loss. The students from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, who got a good deal, were feeling no pain at all, because they spent less than 100 star coins, enjoying the same food that others paid thousands of star coins for, and even had more abundance than others. This feeling of superiority further improved their impression of Zhao Chen. As a result, the head teacher leading the team from the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy even sought out Teacher Qin, hoping that Teacher Qin could talk to Zhao Chen and at least provide the students from the Northern Star Starship Military Academy the same treatment as the students from their school. Teacher Qin, however, stated that it's Zhao Chen's starship, and how he sets the rules is his business. She has no right to interfere. This time, during the Inter-Academy interstellar mission, Teacher Qin had been disenchanted with the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy for a long time. Before this incident, the team leader from the other academy had been acting arrogantly. However, after the incident, they appeared weak and feeble. This time, seeing them in distress, Teacher Qin was quite pleased. At this moment, is this my meal? Professor Zhang was served not only food but also a mini dining table. There were 3 dishes, 1 soup, some meat, and some vegetables, as well as a fruit platter, along with basic body wash and clean clothes. While the food may not compare to what Zhao Wan'er and her group had, under normal circumstances, such a meal would cost at least 100 star coins. Yes, please enjoy your meal. The ship's crew member delivered the food and then left. Professor John ate the food, and unknowingly, his eyes began to moisten. Due to being banned at the Chuanyao Noble Starship Military Academy, his salary was extremely low, and he basically ate synthetic food all day, with very little natural food. After the incident, he could not afford to have fruits or natural meat. He never imagined that he would be able to eat such food in this situation. Among those enjoying the food, there naturally were also those who resented Zhao Chen's presence. For example, Zhou Min and Feng Xiaowei. How dare that guy treat us like this? Feng Xiaowei looked at the food in front of him that cost him 5,000 star coins, feeling extremely resentful. Zhou Min wolfed down the food, nearly finishing half. Feng Xiaowei hurriedly said, "Hey, I paid for this. Don't eat it all." "Xiaowei, I'm really starving. How about you get some more?" Zhou Min looked at Feng Xiaowei. "Get more? At 100 times the price? Do you really think I'm a fool? If you want more, go buy it yourself." Feng Xiaowei grabbed the remaining food, not allowing Zhou Min to take even a bite. Zhou Min could only watch helplessly, feeling even hungrier after the little she ate. Feng Xiaowei, eating the food he had purchased at a great cost, thought to himself, "This grudge will be remembered, and no one would dare to mess with young Master Feng." In the starship's dining hall at that moment, Zhao Chen was sitting with a wicked smile, looking at the video feed showcasing the scenes in the hangar. Meanwhile, the sound of incoming payments kept ringing in his account. 150 star coins received. 5,000 star coins received. 3,000 star coins received. 500 star coins received. These amounts might not seem significant individually, but with nearly 200 rescued students ordering food, at that moment, the income from food orders reached an astounding 40 to 50,000 star coins. This was even more profitable than the arms trade. Of course, such occurrences were rare and unique to the current situation. Zhao Chen did not want this trip to be in vain. After returning, he would have to foot the bill for repairing the starship and procuring military goods. However, this income would suffice for repairing the T-3 Storm Snow-class light interstellar battleship several times over. Next is sending these fools back, Zhao Chen muttered. His smile disappeared at this moment. Although he rescued these people, the chain reaction from this operation would have a significant impact, and he had no idea what challenges lay ahead. Note: for fifths after enjoying the food, Zhao Wan'er, along with Su Lin and other seniors, left the hangar. Originally, Teacher Qin refused to go, but when she heard they were going to take a shower, she sniffed herself and, after a dry retch, decided to follow Zhao Wan'er out of the hangar. Seeing Zhao Wan'er leaving the hangar with some other people, the students and teachers from both academies were already accustomed to it. After all, she was the commander's sister, so being here was like being at home for her. "What a beautiful and spacious starship," Teacher Qin remarked, looking at the starship's corridor with excitement. She had seen the interior designs of other T-3 interstellar warships before, which often sacrificed living space for combat performance. Although the living conditions were much better than those of T-2 interstellar warships, the environment of this T-3 ship was like the difference between a villa and a small apartment. The crew quarters here are all 4-person rooms at the lowest standard, and they even come with personal bathrooms. Zhao Wan'er led Teacher Qin into the crew quarters, and they marveled at the luxurious design. The space could have stored so much more weapons and ammunition instead. "This is the starship's bathhouse. I've left your clean clothes here, and over there. You can shower, while here you can bathe. There are also automatic massage chairs and sunbathing areas over there." A crew member guided Zhao Wan'er and the others. "This is much more advanced than the T-2 Queen Bee," Zhao Wan'er exclaimed in delight. Behind her, including Chu Zhuan, everyone was dumbfounded. Su Lan pinched Zhu Zhaoxiao's cheek. "Ouch! Su Lan, why did you pinch me?" Zhu Zhaoxia covered her face, feeling wronged. Su Lan explained, "I just wanted to make sure I wasn't seeing things. Is this really a spaceship, and not a luxury star cruise?" Zhu Zhaoxia pouted. "Then pinch yourself." "Ouch, Zhu Zhaoxia. I didn't expect the treatment on Zhao Chen's starship to be so good. I want to join the army on his ship now." Chujuan said helplessly. It was her first time experiencing such luxurious living conditions on an interstellar warship. This starship really challenges many of our assumptions, Teacher Chin sighed. Following this, the women began to enjoy their favorite moment. After 3 days without a shower and still smelling of bug juice, which they had disregarded during their life-threatening situation, they now realized how uncomfortable it was. After over an hour of washing, they finally managed to mask the unpleasant smell. Chow Warner suggested they rest in temporary dormitory rooms, but Teacher Chin and Sulan refused, leaving Zhu Xiaoxiao disappointed and Chujuan indifferent. So, they all returned to the hangar. When they saw Zhao Warner and the others return looking fresh and clean, the students and teachers from both academies couldn't help but envy them, knowing they had gone to shower. Especially the female students from both academies were particularly jealous as they also wanted to shower. Upon entering the hangar, Zhao Warner wrinkled her nose. Although she didn't notice it before, she now detected an indescribable smell in the hangar. She understood why her brother had said she smelled bad before. It was because the smell was indeed awful. But seeing Teacher Chin and Sulin staying in the hangar, she had to endure the smell and wait there. Meanwhile, the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battlecruiser was greeted by the Imperial fleet as it arrived in the safe area after Zhao Chen sent out the message that he had rescued the students and teachers from both academies. The Empire immediately dispatched a fleet to assist. They had delayed and made excuses when asked to rescue people in the interstellar insect-controlled area, but now they responded promptly. After consulting with the commander of the other fleet, Zhao Chen decided to transfer the 2 academy students and teachers to a starport in the Water Lily star system safe area first. Then, another starship would escort them together with the T-3 Blizzard-class cruiser to the starport in the Bluefield star system. Zhao Chen had no objections to this arrangement. He wanted them off his ship as soon as possible. Escorting them through interstellar space also meant providing them with sleep pods. As much as he despised the idea of them using the communal sleep pods, considering the smell emanating from them, these pods were useless to him. Instead, he preferred that they freshen up and change into new clothes like Zhao Warner and the others. This hassle led to the most appropriate arrangement. During the journey to the Water Lily star system starport, the news of the students and teachers' rescue quickly spread. The Northern Starfleet Academy and the Dawn Aristocratic Starfleet Academy, the Imperial Military, the Azure Blue Domain, and even the Imperial Royal Family were all informed immediately. Relevant information was disseminated accordingly. A commander named Zhao Chen from the Northern Starfleet Academy had rescued the 2 Academy students and teachers, with just an unidentified blue and white T-3 interstellar cruiser. At that moment, everyone's attention was fixed on this student commander named Zhao Chen and the cruiser. They were more interested in him than in the rescued students and teachers. The governor's mansion of the Azure Blue Domain. Zhao Chen, T-3 interstellar cruiser. The governor listened to the information and asked seriously, "Are you sure that when he went in, it was just that one starship?" "Indeed, it was just that one starship. We also have information from the Northern Starfleet Academy confirming that when they departed, he did bring this starship," the subordinate reported, opening his eyes wide. Using just a T-3 interstellar ship to rescue people from such a dangerous area. There must be a story behind this, the governor remarked. Perhaps it was just good luck, the subordinate suggested tentatively. Luck? The governor scoffed. Only a fool would attribute this to luck. I am sure many powers within the Empire are now watching this Zhao Chen closely. Look at this data. Capable of single-handedly taking down a T-2 Purple Rose-class medium interstellar battlecruiser with a T-2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship, creating a new cruiser with a maximum speed of 100 light-years per hour from assembly of 3 old ships. This kid definitely has a big secret. It is highly possible that he, or the organization or research lab backing him, developed this T-3 interstellar battlecruiser. Investigate. Once the students and teachers disembark, ensure every detail of Zhao Chen's rescue operation is scrutinized, down to the last bit. And when he arrives in the Bluefield star system, find a way to control him. Understand? Yes. The subordinate nodded and went to carry out the orders. Similar discussions were taking place among the leaders of various other factions. Zhao Chen's appeal had surpassed the disaster that had occurred in the Water Lily star system. During the journey to Water Lily star system starport, Zhao Chen, unable to use warp engines due to malfunction, navigated with conventional engines. After 5 days, they finally arrived at the starport. As the hangar door opened, the students and teachers from both academies saw the welcoming reception waiting for them outside, in the starport, and they ran towards them as if meeting long-lost family members. The receptionist saw many of the academy members running tearfully, assuming they were emotional after surviving a major ordeal without realizing it was their money they were worried about. During the 5 days, many of them couldn't resist ordering several meals, which hurt their wallets. On the bridge, Zhao Chen watched as the students and teachers left his starship with a blank expression. He knew that these people would be secretly contacted and negotiated with, and the entire rescue operation of the T3 Blizzard-class cruiser would be relayed to the higher-ups. This included the glorious battle where the cruiser single-handedly annihilated a T3 nest mothership and severely damaged another, breaking out of the swarm of insects. A storm centered around him was brewing. The pieces are all in place. Now it's a waiting game, Zhao Chen thought to himself. T.S. 5/5 mission content. Rescue the students trapped in the Beizi Crossing Starship Military Academy and Jianya Noble Starship Military Academy. Mission difficulty: B-level mission. Reward: 20 mission points and 6,000 points. Additional task: rescue at least 100 teachers and students including Zhao Weiner, Su Lan, and Zhu Xiao. Rescue 100 students and teachers from both academies. The additional task is completed. Please claim the mission reward. The completion sound of the mission played in Zhao Chen's mind at this moment. It seemed that as long as he safely delivered these 100 students and teachers to a starport outside the control range of the interstellar insect race, the mission could be considered completed. Zhao Chen rescued nearly 200 people this time, exceeding the mission goal. He wondered if the system would give him extra rewards. With a thought, Zhao Chen claimed the mission reward. Claim extra mission reward. Obtain T3 Mirage-class light interstellar stealth bomber technology blueprint. Claim mission reward. Obtain 20 mission points and 6,000 points. Mission points, system points, and a starship blueprint. This time Zhao Chen had quite a harvest. Opening Zhao Chen's data panel revealed a large number of points and mission points, as well as a series of starship technology blueprints that had not been constructed yet. These were Zhao Chen's accumulation, and after the current situation passed, he could build a super powerful interstellar fleet relying on these. Host: Zhao Chen. Occupation: Elite Starship Engineer. Special attribute: Fleet Luck Bonus, Insight Eye. Points: 14,720. Mission points: 84. Number of starships: 30 ships. Task: Annual task not completed. Warehouse: T3 Mirage-class light interstellar stealth bomber technology blueprint. T3 Goddess Academy-class starship. T2 King-class heavy interstellar missile destroyer technology blueprint. T2 Snow Mastiff-class heavy interstellar battleship technology blueprint. T3 Fairy Constellation-class interstellar medical ship technology blueprint. These were all Zhao Chen's accumulations. After the current situation, Zhao Chen could use them to build a super powerful interstellar fleet. The interstellar stealth bomber is a very rare and niche type of starship. Zhao Chen was very interested in this starship technology. From his understanding, the interstellar stealth bomber was very popular back when T2 starships were the main combat ships. At that time, no one had star shields. Because the T3 interstellar stealth bomber focused on firepower, it was often equipped with medium-range interstellar torpedo weapons. While having a shorter range, they were incredibly powerful. The interstellar stealth bomber relied on stealth to get close to enemy main ships, giving them a powerful bombardment. However, with the introduction of T3 starships and starshield technology, the interstellar stealth bomber quickly became unpopular. The reason was simple. With the appearance of star shields, even T3-level interstellar stealth bombers found it difficult to deliver decisive blows to enemy ships. The T3 interstellar stealth bomber itself lacked strong defensive capabilities and couldn't quickly eliminate enemies. This meant that if they went deep into enemy territory, they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Although the T3 interstellar stealth bomber could be equipped with star shields, the T3-level star shield technology could only defend one side, leaving the ship vulnerable from other directions. Plus, the T3 interstellar stealth bomber was very expensive to build, leading to low cost effectiveness. Gradually, it became an unpopular starship. Zhao Chen was curious to see how this system created unpopular starship performed. Mirage class-like interstellar stealth bomber ship type. Interstellar stealth bomber. Technology level, T3. Ship armor strength, 1000 units minus 1200 units. Star shield energy value, 20,000 units. Crew speed, 300 knots. Subspace warp engine. Level 6 warp engine. Ship length, 490 meters. Mass, 120,000 tons. Crew capacity, 50 people. Starship weapons, 10-unit vertical hair missile launch silos, 10 optical stealth missiles, 20 short-range heavy anti-ship missiles, 20 short-range heavy cluster bombs, 10-unit torpedo launch tubes, 200 heavy short-range particle torpedoes, 50 laser close defense cannons. Special features. Mirage stealth mode requires 10 seconds to enter stealth. Looking at it, Jia Chen was shocked. Aside from the terrifying firepower configuration, the most advanced feature was that this T3 level starship was equipped with T4 level Starshield technology. It was the first interstellar warship to be equipped with T4 level Starshield technology so far. What's the difference between T3 and T4 Starshields? Simply put, T3 Starshield technology could only defend one side, while T4 Starshield technology could protect the entire starship. Maintaining T4 Starshield technology required a powerful starship engine and energy system. Only T4 level starship engines and energy systems could support T4 Starshield technology so far. This made it a quasi-technology for T4 interstellar warships. And now, it appeared on a T3 interstellar stealth bomber. It was like adding powerful armor to an assassin. Why did the interstellar stealth bomber become unpopular? Simply because the target had star shields, and its star shields could only defend one side. It was easy to be surrounded by enemy ships and get destroyed. Now, this T3 Mirage class-like interstellar stealth bomber had T4 Starshield technology, and its Starshield energy value had surpassed the T3 Blizzard class-like interstellar cruiser. What did this mean? Jia Chen was willing to call this starship a heavy armored interstellar stealth bomber. This is simply a great tool for executing decapitation operations against some enemy fleet flagships. Jia Chen was very excited, but when he calculated the construction cost of building such a T3 Mirage class-like interstellar stealth bomber, he wore a bitter expression. For just one T3 Mirage class-like interstellar stealth bomber, the ship length was only half that of the T3 Blizzard class-like interstellar cruiser. The construction price was even higher than that of the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar cruiser. The cost to build a single ship was as high as 15 million stars. I see why this ship type has become unpopular. It's too darn expensive. Jia Chen laughed and cried. Although this starship could stealth, it didn't mean it was invulnerable. During the weapon attack stage, the starship automatically decloaked, and there were some interstellar warships equipped with anti-stealth reconnaissance means. In essence, except for specific battlefields, the cost-effectiveness was not very high. It's better to have a small quantity for special operations rather than mass production. Jia Chen rubbed his chin in thought, making calculations. For some missions that were not suitable for open engagement, this stealth starship could be very useful. That was simply ingenious. T.S. 1/5 ahem. The same as usual. See you tomorrow morning. For now, let's set aside the matter of the T3 Illusionary Stinger class light interstellar stealth bomber. After all, if the current situation cannot be dealt with properly, talking about building starships is just empty talk. Jia Chen glanced at his data panel again. With tens of thousands of system points, and no abundant construction resources on hand, he had not exchanged for any starship technology. I wonder if it's enough to upgrade to the T4 Starship Mall. Jia Chen muttered to himself. If he could exchange for a T4 class interstellar battleship, he could quickly establish interstellar power sufficient to protect himself after overcoming the current challenge. T3 System All Upgrade Conditions. First item. Exchange 3 T3 grade items 0 3rd second item. Complete 3 B grade system missions to 3rd third item. Consume 60,000 system points to upgrade the mall 14,720. 60,000. Jia Chen. Besides completing 2 of the B-grade system mission requirements, the remaining 2 conditions were quite far off. The first was because Jia Chen never found the time to exchange suitable T3 items, and the third option was quite outrageous 60,000 system points. Jia Chen had no idea when he would be able to accumulate that much. It seemed impossible to upgrade to the T4 system mall in the short term. Ding ding ding. Just as Jia Chen was thinking about things, A message came through on his handheld terminal. It was from a stranger's account, but the words made Zhao Chen's pupils dilate. My granddaughter said you wanted to chat with me. Following this sentence was a link to a room. Zhao Chen knew that the long-awaited event was about to happen. Zhao Chen took a deep breath. He sat in his office chair in his bedroom, and the scene around him changed the next second. Zhao Chen's bedroom transformed into an ancient conference room, a 2-meter diameter round table in front of him, and bare walls surrounding him. There was no lighting, but the room was very bright. On the T-3 Storm-class light interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen's office desk had the capability for holographic video projection, a more advanced communication technology than communication video. Zhao Chen sat in his chair, waiting for the person who sent the room invitation to enter. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Zhao Chen didn't know how long had passed, but he remained in the same position. Finally, a figure appeared out of thin air on the chair opposite him. It was an old man dressed in ancient attire, with white hair and a kind smile on his face. If Zhao Chen did not know the identity of the person before him, he would have thought it was just an ordinary old man. Darren Lord Owl Dragon Constellation. Zhao Chen. I've met you. Duke, the governor of Chu River Domain, Your Grace. Zhao Chen placed his hand over his chest, bowing. Yes, the person Zhao Chen was meeting at that moment was none other than Chu Zhuan's grandfather, Governor Chu He, Duke of the Empire, 5-star Marshal, Chu Changhe. Governor Chu looked Zhao Chen up and down, nodding with a slight smile. Impressive, impressive. Actually, I quite admire you, but there is one thing you did that I am not happy about. Originally, I intended to question you about it. However, my granddaughter guessed my thoughts and firmly stated that she was willing to follow you, and it had nothing to do with you. If I blame you for this matter, she will turn against me. TSK TSK TSK. This girl truly lives up to that saying, no room for women to act big. It was presumptuous of me at the time, shouldn't have taken issue with me on the adventure. She jumped up on her own. Nothing to do with Zhao Chen. Though Zhao Chen thought this in his heart, only an honest person would speak their mind in such a situation. Let's not talk about that matter for now. I heard from my granddaughter that before you set off for the Water Lily star system, you told my granddaughter that you were willing to cooperate with my Chu family. Now, I don't understand when I told you that our Chu family wanted to cooperate with you. Governor Chu looked puzzled. Crafty fellow, not willing to reveal his hand at this moment. But who couldn't be pressure when facing Governor Chu, Duke of Chu River, 5-star Marshal? Zhao Chen smiled and said, Governor, let's not beat around the bush. You, who brought back your precious granddaughter with great effort from the Northern Wine Star System and even sent her to the Northern Star Battleship Military Academy, what is this for? We both know the truth. Since I am willing to have this discussion with you today, I've come with sincerity. You have to show me your sincerity first, Governor Chu replying, looking kindly at Zhao Chen and awaiting his next words. Staring at the other party, Zhao Chen realized he couldn't outsmart the wily old man before him, so he had to be direct. Governor, I know that your affection for Miss Chu comes from the fact that your only son and daughter-in-law perished in battle with the machine triad. Not only them, but even your father and 2 brothers all died under the machine triad's mechanical starships. Am I right? Zhao Chen began. At that moment, although the environment was just a virtual holographic projection, Zhao Chen could feel the chilling air around him. I don't like it when others mention my son, daughter-in-law, and Chu family's affairs in front of me. Lad, you have 3 minutes to speak. You better say something that interests me, or else. Our Chu family has many ways to cooperate with someone. Governor Chu stared at Zhao Chen with narrowed eyes. Zhao Chen shuddered as if plunged into an ice cave, feeling more terrifying than when facing 3 T-3 Nest motherships and a huge fleet of the insect tribe aboard the T-3 Storm-class light interstellar battleship. Keeping his composure, Zhao Chen continued, but what if I could research and manufacture a T-4 interstellar battleship that can be mass-produced on a large scale with high cost-effectiveness? Governor Chu opened his eyes wide, his gaze as intense as if he was going to swallow Zhao Chen whole. P.S. To fifths you must take responsibility for what you say. Governor Chu fixed his gaze on Zhao Chen, his expression completely different from before. A promise as weighty as Mount Tai. But I need some time, Zhao Chen replied. In an instant, Governor Chu revealed a friendly smile. I can arrange the best research resources for you in the Chu star sector, provide you with all the assistance you need from within the Starshine Empire, and even find a way to bring in talented professors from the Galactic Alliance. No need for that. I am used to working independently. Besides, I have a peculiar temperament. I don't like developing starships in a dreary laboratory. If you force me to work in your lab, I might never produce the starship technology you desire in this lifetime. Zhao Chen waved his hand with a smile. You really don't want to come? Governor Chu stared at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen shrugged and said, does it matter where I conduct my research? As long as Governor can eventually obtain what you desire. And, if I were to go to you, it might bring you a lot of trouble. Governor Chu pondered for a moment and said, how long do you need to produce the high-cost-effective, mass-producible tea for interstellar battleship you mentioned? 10 years. Zhao Chen barely finished saying this figure before Governor Chu interrupted. 10 years is too long. Not feasible. 5 years. Zhao Chen countered. Governor Chu raised 3 fingers. 3 years. I want you to provide a feasibility report on the technical drawings of a T for interstellar battleship during that time. As for the construction, I will take full responsibility. You don't need to worry about me cheating you. The technology remains yours. If it indeed proves as beneficial as you claim, for each one I build, I will pay you a technology licensing fee 50 times the construction cost. I guarantee this as Governor Chu. A 50 times licensing fee for each ship. Normally, the profit margins for T1 starships in the market range from 5 to 10 times. For T2 starships, it's about 20 times, and for T3 starships, it's around 40 times. As T4 starships have not been mass-produced or publicly sold to date, both the cost and selling price remain highly confidential. In comparison, the 50 times licensing fee was quite advantageous for this crafty old man Chu. Yet, by handling the construction himself, he saved Zhao Chen costs and building time, making it a mutually beneficial deal. But how can I trust that you truly have the capability to develop a cost-effective T for interstellar battleship? Governor Chu switched his tone, staring intently at Zhao Chen. Smiling, Zhao Chen responded, then I can first provide Governor with a cost-effective T3 interstellar destroyer. The T for interstellar battleship I develop will be based on the research and experiments from this T3 interstellar destroyer. Currently, the construction cost of a T3 interstellar destroyer in the market is generally around 7 million star coins, with selling prices ranging from 2 to 300 million star coins, Governor Chu casually mentioned. This T3 interstellar destroyer I design not only ranks top 3 in combat capabilities among known T3 interstellar destroyers, but also costs less than 5 million star coins. Zhao Chen smiled. Governor Chu squinted at Zhao Chen. Speak up. You have something so good. What do you want from me? I didn't expect to gain anything. I consider this a straightforward business transaction. As a noble of the Starshine Empire, I naturally have to consider the interests of the Empire. The mechanical race is our enemy. They must be defeated. I am willing to sacrifice for the Empire's future and uphold my ideals. Of course, I also do not wish to be disturbed by others. After all, the innocent should not suffer for the guilty, as you are well aware. Zhao Chen said somewhat helplessly. When can I have the technical blueprint of that T3 interstellar destroyer, as you mentioned? Of course, you need not worrying that I will steal your technology for this starship. If it's truly outstanding, for each one I construct, I will pay you 30 times the cost in technology licensing fees. I promise this as Chu's governor. I can transmit this starship technology encrypted to you within a day, Zhao Chen said straightforwardly. Governor Chu was somewhat surprised by the decisiveness of this young man, who dared to hand over the T3 interstellar destroyer technology so readily. Most people would have hesitated. All right, I will be waiting here. Whether we truly cooperate or not, I will give you a detailed response within 5 days. With those words, Governor Chu concluded the holographic meeting without waiting for a reply from Zhao Chen. Following suit, Zhao Chen also left, sinking into his office chair feeling his entire back drenched with sweat. Dealing with a regional governor of the Star Sector, an Imperial Duke, and a 5-star Marshal was more exhausting than a battle with the insect race. Thank goodness, had made preparations beforehand and arranged those. Otherwise, I believe that crafty old man would have spared no effort to bring me back at all costs. Zhao Chen let out a sigh of relief. As for what Zhao Chen said, it referred to his performance in the recent rescue mission. For now, the only one I can rely on is the Chu family, but I cannot let them turn me into a caged bird. As long as I remain outside, I have a chance to rise. First, elicit the agreement from that crafty old man with the T for interstellar battleship, then gain his trust with the T3 interstellar battleship technology. But a 30 times technology licensing fee for each ship. The Duke's family really is quite wealthy. Zhao Chen was somewhat intrigued, considering the possibility of long-term cooperation. However, it's not set in stone yet. Who knows how this old fox will ultimately treat me? Let's first deliver the T3 interstellar destroyer he desires. Zhao Chen accessed the system page. Regarding the T3 interstellar destroyer for the Chu family, he was prepared. Do you want to exchange 7,000 system points and 10 mission points for the item T3 Flame Dragon Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer Technical Blueprint? Confirm. Congratulations on obtaining the T3 Flame Dragon Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer Technical Blueprint. Remaining system points, 7,720. Remaining mission points, 64. Zhao Chen began to edit the technical blueprint data for the T3 Flame Dragon Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer because all that data resided in his mind. He had to manually edit a copy to send to Governor Chu. Flame Dragon Class Medium Interstellar Destroyer Ship Type, Interstellar Destroyer Technology Level, T3 Ship Armor Strength, 1200 units, 1400 units Starshield Energy Value, 10,000 units Cruise Speed, 160 knots Star Speed Warp Engine, Level 6 Warp Engine Ship Length, 899 meters Mass, 230,000 tons Crew, 100 Ship Weapons, 2 1,000 millimeters Caliber Quad-Mounted Medium Railguns, 8 Medium Electronic Rapid-Fire Secondary Guns, 32 Medium Pulse Laser Secondary Guns, 96 Medium Point Defense Guns, TS 3/5. Although this T3 Flame Dragon Class medium-sized interstellar destroyer may not be as eye-catching compared to the same class T3 Blizzard Class Light Interstellar Battle Cruiser and T3 Illusion Sting Class Light Interstellar Stealth Bomber, it appears quite moderate. Indeed, moderation is a characteristic of this interstellar destroyer. It is well-rounded, excelling in speed, combat power, and hull armor. At least compared to those several interstellar destroyers in the Galactic Alliance, it dares to claim second place, and no one dares to claim the first. Most importantly, its cost is only 5 million stars. This is definitely about 30% cheaper than those T3 interstellar destroyers on the market. With this interstellar warship, Zhao Chen definitely has confidence in convincing Governor Chu. Of course, when editing Starship technology, Zhao Chen has placed a very secretive backdoor in the Starship system software. Upon receiving a fixed signal, any starship built using Zhao Chen's technology will be paralyzed on the spot, or even self-destruct. When working with anyone, one must beware. There are no permanent enemies, nor permanent friends. And the secrecy of this backdoor, Zhao Chen, as a top starship engineer, is fully confident that nobody within the entire Galactic Alliance can discover it within 50 years. As for what happens 50 years later, Zhao Chen no longer cares about such distant matters. Old Chu, if you are truly willing to cooperate with me, then we both can benefit. If I can truly obtain a highly cost-effective T for interstellar destroyer, I am not incapable of helping you in this 1,000-year war against the machine race. But if you treat me like an soft persimmon, then nobody will have it easy. Zhao Chen's expression turned cold. Chu River Region, Governor's Office. Governor Chu took slow steps out of the office, entering the garden-like courtyard outside, with a slightly younger old man following behind him. Sir, do you truly believe that young man has the ability to develop a T for interstellar warship? The old man asked. Throughout the entire conversation, apart from Zhao Chen and Governor Chu, this old man was also aware of the process, because this old man was one of Chu Cheng's most trusted people, and they were old comrades who could trust each other with their lives. Old Ding, you know the truth. There are 2 wishes in my life. One of them is to see Zhuaner grow up happily, get married, and have children. The other is to defeat the machine race, and end this 1,000-year war fought by our Chu family for the sake of my son, daughter-in-law, and the Chu members who died on the battlefield. I want to crush their mechanical capital and use my flagship to destroy those damn lumps of steel. That boy's right. Relying solely on our T for interstellar warships in hand, defense is more than enough, but offense is lacking, because those T for interstellar warships cannot be mass-produced in large quantities. Over the years, I have set up several Starship research labs in the Chu River region, investing unknown amounts of research funds. For what? For the purpose of developing a T for interstellar warship that can be mass-produced on a large scale, to lead our fleet and counterattack the machine race. Governor Chu looked up at the stars and said, "Old Ding, I don't have long to live. I am willing to gamble with this young man. If I win, even if I close my eyes, it will be worth it. Then we can just bring him over, threaten him in various ways, resort to hard methods, or if necessary, use soft methods, beauty trap. They say heroes are vulnerable to the beauty trap. I can find women from various interstellar civilizations for him. Those with 2 legs, 4 legs, 8 legs, or even 2 heads. I don't believe we can't handle him." Old Ding spoke fiercely. "I also had that idea earlier, but we can't do that now. Because that boy's performance with the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser during this recent Academy rescue mission has drawn the attention of the entire Starlight Empire. If we directly abduct him, even if our Chu family is powerful, can we dare to go against the entire empire? At the same time, he also threatened just now. If we truly detain him, he would turn against us. Daring to speak to me like that, this boy's character is quite to my liking." Governor Chu raised his hand and accessed all the information about this incident, including the holographic image of that T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser. "Old Ding, you have seen all the information about him. How do you evaluate this young man?" After a brief pause, Old Ding pointed to a section in the information. During this rescue operation, he single-handedly saved the lives of the Academy students and staff, all of whom are top students of the Academy. By normal thinking, wouldn't this be a great time to build relationships with these people? After all, this is a life-saving grace. But what did this boy do? He actually sold meals on the starship at 3 times, 10 times, 30 times, and even 100 times the price. Inadvertently, he offended a lot of people. Was it worth it for a few thousand stars? Isn't this a bit foolish? However, combined with his previous performance at the Northern Star Starship Military Academy, he indeed has a direct, somewhat crazy personality. It seems to fit the quirky nature of Starship engineers. Based on these factors, he does not pose a big threat to us, and this series of events has also caused him to have enmity with various forces, including the Chanyao Noble Starship Military Academy. This boy has narrowed his path. Governor Chu laughed heartily and said, "I think this whole series might be a play this boy is staging." Old Ding was taken aback and pondered Governor Chu's words carefully, shaking his head repeatedly. "Impossible. How could this boy have such cleverness and scheming? Forget it. Forget it. Chu Xuan and the boy get along well. Since he has this capability, let's see his so-called skills later and then make a decision. I hope this boy doesn't disappoint me." Governor Chu and Old Ding began chatting in the courtyard. Several hours later, an encrypted data was sent to his mailbox. Governor Chu and Old Ding exchanged a glance, and without concealment, Governor Chu opened the technical blueprint in front of Old Ding. It's the complete technical blueprint, no secrets hidden. Governor Chu scanned through it and looked surprised. Subsequently, after careful examination by both of them, their expressions turned serious. Governor Chu said solemnly, "Old Ding, immediately contact all Starship engineers and scientists from the 1st, 2nd, and 4th Starship Research Institutes in Chu River region. I want them to provide me with a report on this starship technology in the shortest time possible." Yes, Old Ding understood the importance of this matter and couldn't help muttering the name of that starship, T3 Flame Dragon. Could that boy really have the ability to develop a T for interstellar warship? Quarterly mission. Own 3 different models of T3 class or higher starships once or choose 1 auxiliary starship to reach a quantity of 5 ships 0/5. With the arrival of April, another quarterly mission appeared for Zhao Chen. He glanced at the mission content and found the first condition easy to achieve. The main concern was with the second condition. If he were to build 100 interstellar warships, it would require a large amount of funds, and Zhao Chen, at the moment, seemed to be quite short of money. A video communication request came in with Mr. Chin on the other end. Zhao Chen, after discussing with the teachers from the 2 academies and the senior Imperial Army officers who rescued us, we are preparing to depart for the Blue Chia Galaxy tomorrow. Your starship's damages will also be repaired at the starport in the Blue Chia Galaxy. Do you have any questions? Mr. Chin asked. Zhao Chen replied with a smile, "I have no problem. Just inform me when it's time to depart." Very well, then let's set tomorrow's departure time. I am truly grateful to Zhao Chen this time, though. We didn't have time to express our gratitude to you properly when we left the ship, but when we return to the North Star Starship Military Academy, I will request the Academy to hold a celebration in your honor, Mr. Chin said warmly. Zhao Chen waved his hands. No need for a celebration. Who would expect thanks from the teachers and students of the two academies? More than half of the students could barely stand him. During the few days on his starship, almost all of the pocket money in his accounts was spent. After ending the communication with Mr. Chin, Zhao Chen informed Charlotte and Lilith to prepare for departure the next day. The damaged hull of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship had been partially repaired, but some parts could not be repaired on the Water Lily Galaxy side and needed to return to the North Star Starship Military Academy or go to the Blue Chia Galaxy. However, the ammunition had all been replenished. The temporarily unrepaired part did not affect the normal operation and combat capability of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, Blue Chia Galaxy. I wonder what awaits me there. Zhao Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. It seemed like a great show was about to unfold, and he was one of the main characters. Several days later, at a starport in the Blue Chia Galaxy, the starport that day was somewhat special, with several berths vacant, while many Imperial Army interstellar fleets waited nearby. In the waiting area closest to those starship berths, many people could be seen standing and waiting. Finally, several starships appeared in the sight of the crowd. At first, everyone's gaze was fixed on the blue and white interstellar battleship, the legendary starship that had single-handedly stormed into the region conquered by the insectoids in the Water Lily Galaxy and rescued the students and teachers from the two academies. On this legendary starship could still be seen many battle scars. From the mouths of the students and teachers of the two academies, they also learned about the details of that battle, destroying a T-3 insectoid nest ship with one interstellar warship, severely damaging another T-3 insectoid nest ship, and ultimately escaping from the swarm of insectoid ships. It was like a legendary story. This also made Zhao Chen a legendary figure. At the bridge of the T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen sat on the captain's chair, with Charlotte as the vice captain and Lilith as the secretary working on either side. His sister Zhao Wanner and Miss Zhu Zhuan from the Chu family were also on the bridge. Senior sister Su Len and others were aboard the neighboring Imperial Army starship with Mr. Chin. Of course, the students and teachers from the two academies would not board Zhao Chen's starship. They wouldn't even touch it with a 10-foot pole. Brother, look quickly. So many people. And there's a ceremonial guard. It seems like they are treating you as a hero. Zhao Wanner saw the crowd watching from the berths before the starship had even docked. A hero? Zhao Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. These people were probably about to treat him like a piece of meat on their chopping board, and a very delicious one at that. This time, Zhao Chen, you've really stolen the limelight. Zhu Zhuan congratulated Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen smiled and said nothing. The T-3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship docked quickly. At that moment, a video window popped up. On the other end was a middle-aged man. Zhao Chen, I am the governor of the Azure Blue Star region. For this insectoid catastrophe that occurred in our Blue Sky Star region, where you fearlessly rescued the students and teachers from the two academies, I express my deep respect. I have prepared a celebration here, and I hope you won't refuse. The governor of the Azure Blue Star region had shown up, indicating Zhao Chen's considerable appeal. As for disembarking or not, it was no longer up to Zhao Chen to decide. Governor, you are too kind. This is something we, as citizens of the Starlight Empire, should do. A celebration is really unnecessary. Zhao Chen smiled and declined. Nonsense, you've accomplished something great. Even giving you an award would not be excessive. And there are many families of the students and teachers from the two academies here to express their gratitude to you. The governor of the Azure Blue Star region said warmly. In that case, I will respect your wishes. Zhao Chen agreed to disembark. We are waiting here to welcome the young hero. The governor of the Azure Blue Star region ended the communication with a smile. Looks like there's quite a stir this time. Young hero, Zhu Zhuan teased Zhao Chen. But she soon noticed Zhao Chen's expression was very serious. Miss Wanner, stay on the starship. Without my permission, you are not allowed to leave the ship. Zhao Chen looked sternly at Zhao Wanner. Why? I also want to go down and take a look. Zhao Wanner was puzzled by Zhao Chen's arrangement. Listen to me. Zhao Chen said with an unquestionable tone. Zhao Wan'er looked at Zhao Chen. It was the first time she had seen such a serious expression on her brother's face. In the end, she nodded. All right, I'll stay on the starship. Miss Chu, I have a favor to ask of you. You also need to stay on the starship. While I'm not on the ship, if anyone has any reason to go on board the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, I hope you, as Miss Chu of the Chu family, will prevent them. Zhao Chen looked at Chu Zhuan. Although Chu Zhuan didn't understand why Zhao Chen had arranged this at this time, she still nodded solemnly. I owe you from before in the Arctic Fox Galaxy. You can rest assured, I will do as you ask. Zhao Chen looked at Charlotte and Lila beside him and said nothing. He turned around and left the bridge. Charlotte and Lila looked worried, having had a chat with Commander Zhao Chen before setting sail. He had given them an order. After entering the starport, the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship was to remain battle-ready. All crew members were not allowed to leave their combat stations. Upon receiving his command, they were to execute it immediately. This gave them a feeling that something significant was about to happen. In the departure channel of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, he saw groups of people opposite and watched as the students and teachers from the two academies descended from the neighboring Imperial Army starship. Among these people, many looked at Zhao Chen with eagle-eyed gazes, as if he were a treasure. Zhao Chen smiled outwardly, but had made a decision. If you push me to it, I'll just take the Falcon Fleet and leave the Starlight Empire. Although he felt some reluctance about giving up the Falcon Galaxy, one day he would come back and reclaim everything, at a price multiply. That was the worst-case scenario, but Zhao Chen was not afraid. P.S. 5/5 Zhao Chen walked out from the berth of the T3 Storm Snow-class light interstellar battleship and cruiser into the outer starport promenade, where vibrant holographic fireworks immediately lit up the sky. These fireworks were not physical, but light effects. However, they looked exactly like the real thing. Surrounding Imperial soldiers stood at attention, weapons in hand, and at the command of an officer. They all faced Zhao Chen, their right fists clenched over their hearts. Salute. The Imperial soldiers cleared a path for Zhao Chen, but some young women who had been waiting approached him with fresh flowers, hugged him, and one even took the opportunity to peck Zhao Chen's cheek and slipped a note into his pocket. Zhao Chen, was he being flirted with? Should he report this to the authorities? Or not? Zhao Chen, my dear, you look so extraordinary in person compared to the communication video. Truly a heroic figure for this rescue mission. The enthusiastic governor of the Blue Star domain approached Zhao Chen, shaking his hand. Governor, you are too kind, Zhao Chen said humbly, holding the flowers in his hand. The governor appeared much more imposing. Nothing like Director Chu. Technically, Zhao Chen, you've just emerged from the Water Lily Galaxy, and I should have allowed you some rest. However, we have prepared a feast for you here, to welcome you and get rid of the dust. You'll have to bear with us for a bit, as everyone is eager to see your heroic presence, the benevolent governor of the Blue Star domain said with a smile. Zhao Chen replied, then, I shall humbly follow your command. Let's see what you all have prepared for me. Meanwhile, back at the academy after Zhao Chen's departure, things calmed down significantly. Have you noticed, Zhao Chen looks quite different compared to when we first met 6 months ago. His presence in front of the Imperial Governor is truly remarkable. ZZ observed Zhao Chen from a distance, occasionally tiptoeing to get a better view. Indeed, he has changed a lot, but something feels odd. Senior Sulan frowned. ZZ, puzzled, asked, what feels odd? Zhao Chen saved 2 academy students, and although his actions afterward were a bit perplexing, saving the students is an undeniable fact. Calling him a hero and treating him as such seems appropriate. You're not wrong, but have you noticed no journalists among the crowd welcoming Zhao Chen? Senior Sulan shared her confusion. Typically, in such situations, the appearance of a young hero would attract attention. How could the media within the Empire overlook such a significant event? Yet, upon scanning, I couldn't find a single journalist or videographer present, Senior Sulan pointed out, raising doubts. Hearing this, ZZ scrutinized the surroundings, confirming the absence of any journalists, which seemed highly irregular. Even the recent crisis with the insect race in the Water Lily Galaxy, a hot topic in the Empire, did not have any mention of Zhao Chen in the prominent topics on the network. The only relevant information noted was the safe departure of the 2 academy students and her Imperial Fleet escort from the Water Lily Galaxy. Something's amiss. Zhao Chen might be in big trouble, Senior Sulin stated bravely. Big trouble? ZZ tilted her head, not understanding. Senior Sulin, focusing on the departing figure of Zhao Chen alongside the Blue Star Domain governor, expressed her worrying. I should have thought of this earlier. Though Zhao Chen saved us this time, he's revealed too many secrets. That formidable T3 Storm Snow-class light interstellar battleship and cruiser. How did that come to be? We had no prior knowledge of such an interstellar warship. There will undoubtedly be detailed investigations into Zhao Chen soon, unearthing his astounding feats back at our academy. The construction of a starship with a speed of 100 light knots, labeled as T2 Black Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort. Each of these achievements, when attributed to one person, attracts significant attention. When all these are attributed to one individual, he'll undoubtedly become a target of numerous interstellar powers. Even so, do they plan to harm Zhao Chen? He's the hero who saved two Academy students, ZZ innocently remarked. Hero, you're only a hero when needed. Though when your secrets become more significant, you become prey for various factions. The online control of Zhao Chen's influence is meant to diminish his public presence, prepping for any future situation. Those eyeing Zhao Chen have already set their plan in motion, Senior Sulin explained. Those people, who could they be? ZZ began to worrying as well. We are within the Blue Star Domain, and the governor has already intervened. How could this esteemed governor let go of such a good opportunity? The governor will undoubtedly make use of this situation, Senior Sulin stated, biting her lip worriedly. I'll go find Teacher Chin. Let's have Teacher Chin contact the Northern Starfleet Military Academy to ensure Zhao Chen's safety. While Senior Sulin and ZZ expressed concern for Zhao Chen, some of the Academy students watched from the sidelines, envying Zhao Chen's treatment, while others wore complex expressions. Humph, that guy took so much of our money, and now he gets to enjoy this treatment. Wine Ziwei, observing Zhao Chen's reception, grumbled indignantly. A man approached Wine Ziwei and delivered a resounding slap to his head. How many times do I have to tell you? No gloating. Speak to yourself if you have anything to say. You, with your shit luck, should have died in the insect swarm, saving face for our Hurricane Consortium. The man scolded Wine Ziwei, the young master of the Hurricane Consortium. Wine Ziwei dared not get angry but instead awkwardly laughed. Brother, I got it. I'll be careful next time. The man Wine Ziwei called brother was Wine Dawei, the young master of the Hurricane Consortium. Let's go, I'll show you something entertaining. Wine Dawei said nonchalantly. Entertaining? What do you mean? Wine Ziwei curiously asked. Wine Dawei gazed at Zhao Chen's departing figure with the Blue Star Domain governor and said, that kid Zhao Chen has many secrets, especially the T3 Storm Snow-class light interstellar battleship and cruiser. Remember, our Hurricane Consortium has close ties with the governor of the Blue Star Domain. Our father, before this meeting, had already discussed with the governor that we must extract valuable information from this kid at all costs. But he's currently in the limelight. Is it wise to act against him? Wine Ziwei expressed concern. Wine Dawei snorted contemptuously, saying, he's at most a baron here in the Blue Star Domain. Whatever happens to him will depend on the governor's and our Hurricane Consortium's intentions. Wine Ziwei's gaze flashed with malicious delight upon hearing this. Brother, let's go. I want to see the kid suffer. End of translation. The central protruding dome restaurant in Shingon. This dome restaurant is the most luxurious interstellar restaurant in the Bluefield star system, rumored to be specially built by the Lord of Bluefield, specifically for hosting some high-ranking officials. The dome restaurant is made entirely of transparent glass material. This material is military grade for starships. The strength is equivalent to the armor of starship hulls, usually found in small quantities at the bridge side windows of starships located on the outer layer of the starship bridge, as well as some small windows in cabins. The strength is equivalent to the armor of starship hulls, but the cost is tens of times that of the same level of hull armor, so starships generally use it in small quantities. Here, the entire restaurant is built with this military-grade glass material, indicating the level of luxury here. And because it is located at the central peak of the largest starport in the Bluefield star system, you can see the entire starport and the main star of the Bluefield star system above. The scenery is absolutely stunning. At this moment, the banquet venue here has already been fully prepared, with all kinds of luxurious cuisine made from natural ingredients all set up. However, when Zhao Chen stepped into here, he sensed that something was amiss. Among the few faculty and students, only a few people appeared here, and most of them were from the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy with whom Zhao Chen had a poor relationship. Every gaze fixed on Zhao Chen was full of schadenfreude. It seemed that this was a Hongmen banquet prepared for Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, this way please. The Azure Governor smiled and invited Zhao Chen to walk to a semicircular sofa position in the center of the banquet venue, which was clearly higher than the surroundings, with comfortable sofas and high-quality maids waiting. There were already 2 people waiting here. One person was dressed in formal attire, and the other was in military uniform. Zhao Chen glanced over and saw 5 stars. Imperial Marshal with 5 stars. What kind of luck was Zhao Chen having these days, encountering 1-star governor and 5-star marshal after another? The 2 people stood up and greeted Zhao Chen with a smile when they saw him, but to Zhao Chen, their smiles were akin to bearing fangs like wild beasts. Especially the 5-star marshal, his smile seemed very stiff. Zhao Chen, let me introduce you. This is Imperial 5-star Marshal Huan Zhuxiang. He is a very young 5-star marshal in our empire. Not only did he become a 5-star marshal at the age of 50, just like Zhao Chen, he is also a heroic youth. The Azure Governor introduced the 5-star marshal, a heroic youth. Zhao Chen looked at the 5-star marshal in military uniform, with a protruding belly. If he didn't know better, Zhao Chen would have thought they were brothers with the Azure Governor. Before coming, Zhao Chen had done his homework. The Azure Governor and this 5-star marshal were buddies from the same faction, one a territorial lord and the other an imperial military marshal. These 2 partnership was simply wonderful. However, this 5-star marshal was the type of person who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. He climbed to this marshal position mainly through his family background and arrangements. Although he also had a few Legion-level interstellar fleets, his main responsibility was to guard the Bluefield star domain. Over the past 50 years, he had hardly fought any major battles, mostly just apprehending some interstellar pirates. Looking at the disaster of the insect race in the Water Lily Galaxy that had led to the current situation, it was clear that this marshal's prowess was limited. This was in stark contrast to Governor Chu, who had been constantly fighting the machine race on the front lines. Marshal Huan Zhuxiang did not reach out his hand, only nodded at Zhao Chen, clearly looking down on this young man. This is Feng Weihao, the chairman of Typhoon Consortium. The Azure Governor introduced another middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Zhao Chen, I've heard so much about you. Chairman Feng extended his hand with a smile to shake Zhao Chen's hand, and even patted Zhao Chen's shoulder warmly. Zhao Chen, same age as my youngest son, but my incompetent son is far inferior to Zhao Chen. If my son had a bit of Zhao Chen's excellence, I wouldn't have to worry as a father. This time, thanks to Zhao Chen saving my incompetent son during the insect incident, otherwise our Feng family would have been in deep trouble. Speaking, Chairman Feng even took off his glasses, as if wiping away his tears. Chairman Feng is exaggerating, Zhao Chen said, while keeping the old man in mind. Compared to that so-called 5-star marshal, the chairman of the Typhoon Consortium in front of him was even more dangerous. And with today's technological means, ordinary people didn't need to wear glasses at all, yet this man still wore gold-rimmed glasses. This indicated it was his habit, or a tool he used to mask his gaze. Anyone who could build up the Typhoon Consortium wouldn't be a minor player. And the Typhoon Consortium originated from the Bluefield star domain. There were rumors outside that the Typhoon Consortium, the Azure Governor, and that 5-star marshal had a strong triangular relationship. These 3 were like gods in the Bluefield star domain, controlling the military, political, and business aspects. This time, the appearance of these 3 together showed how much they valued Zhao Chen's value. Please, have a seat, Zhao Chen. The Azure Governor pulled Zhao Chen to sit on the sofa, and the high-class maid immediately served delicious refreshments. At that moment, one of the elevators from the starport into the Dome restaurant opened, and several figures walked in, with one voice catching Zhao Chen's attention. I can't believe it, they wouldn't let us come up. Why can they come, but we can't? Complaining was none other than Zhu Zhaoxia. Beside her were a serious-looking Su Len and a nervous-faced Teacher Chen. They had actually made it up. Su Len, Teacher Chen. Zhao Chen waved over and Su Len and the others also saw Zhao Chen, hastening over. Zhao Chen smiled at the Azure Governor. Excuse me, these 3 are friends from my academy. Could they join me? The Azure Governor exchanged glances with the two big shots next to him. Since Zhao Chen requested, how could we refuse? Moreover, it's better to sit with these beautiful girls than us old folks. Zhao Chen is indeed fortunate. The Azure Governor joked at Zhao Chen's expense. Zhao Chen smiled but said nothing. At this moment, Su Lin and the others walked over. Su Lin seemed surprised to see Zhao Chen seated in front of three people, recognizing the identities of the three. Zhao Chen, these people down below are really out of line. They wouldn't let us come up. I've clearly seen many students from the Qianyao Noble Starship Military Academy come up. They even said we didn't have an invitation. If Teacher Chin hadn't shown the identity of the North Star Starship Military Academy, we probably would have been left out in the cold. Su Zhaoxiao pouted, looking somewhat aggrieved. Zhao Chen thought to himself whether she was naive or if she was intentionally saying these things in front of the three big shots present. Zhao Chen thought to himself, they set up this Hongmen banquet for me. Naturally outsiders couldn't come up. I bet if Teacher Chin hadn't been firm, you guys wouldn't have had a chance to witness the drama that follows. Now that you're here, let's witness this drama together. T.S. 2/5 after the so-called post-celebration feast began, Governor Belen and Chairman Feng have been chatting with Zhao Chen the whole time, discussing trivial matters. Marshal Huan Jixian has been ignoring Zhao Chen, his gaze scanning the female guests at the banquet, with most of his attention focused on the three ladies by Zhao Chen's side. Throughout the event, many participants came up to toast Zhao Chen, but he politely declined, citing that students should not drink alcohol, and instead reciprocated with tea. Soon, after 3 rounds of tea, Governor Belen smiled and said to Teacher Chin, Teacher Chin, we need to discuss some private matters with Zhao Chen. Would you mind taking these two female students aside? Teacher Chin looked a bit flustered. She could teach and command starship battles, but in this situation, she felt like a naive girl unsure of how to proceed. Governor, Teacher Chin and these two ladies are my close friends. If there's something to discuss, please do so openly. There's no need for them to leave, Zhao Chen said, as he leaned back on the sofa, his arms draped over the fair necks of Sister Su Lin and Teacher Chin. Teacher Chin stiffened, looking a bit flustered. Being a teacher for many years, like her father, the dean, she was devoted to research and teaching, with hardly any intimate contact with males. Sister Su Lin remained impassive, sipping her juice without speaking. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling unhappy. Why was he only holding on to Sister Su Lin and Teacher Chin? How was she inferior to them? Xiaoxiao glanced at a certain spot where Sister Su Lin and Teacher Chin were, then lowered her head to look at herself, feeling even worse. She picked up a supposedly special papaya drink on the table and gulped down several sips. Don't be discouraged, she thought. We're still young, still growing. Oh, I never thought Zhao Chen likes older beauties. Coincidentally, I have a niece in her 30s at home. If Zhao Chen is interested, I can introduce them, Governor Belen said unabashedly. Is this a beauty trap? If Zhao Chen is not interested in human females, our Hurricane Consortium has recently acquired some female slaves from other interstellar civilizations as gifts for Zhao Chen, Chairman Feng added with a smile. Oh, this is a sugar-coated threat. Young man, aspire to great ambitions, venture into the vast interstellar sea, explore the boundless stars. Do not linger in those romantic affairs. Thank you to the two of you, Zhao Chen said in a dignified manner. But he did not let go of the hands of Teacher Chin and Sister Su Lin. Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes on the side. Teacher Qin's cheeks turned slightly red. Romantic affairs? What does that mean? Why couldn't she understand but had a bad feeling? Sister Su Lin glanced faintly at Zhao Chen beside her, sipping her juice silently. Good. A young person should indeed have such lofty ambitions, Governor Belen applauded. He smiled at Zhao Chen. Since these ladies by your side are not outsiders, let's be frank. We are very interested in your outstanding research on starship manufacturing technology, especially your T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship and T-Rhino-class interstellar heavy assault escort ship. Chairman Feng here is eager to cooperate with you, so she asked me to be the mediator. As long as you are willing, you will receive 30% of the profits. Chairman Feng interjected. We are also willing to provide the best Starship Research Institute and resource equipment for Zhao Chen free of charge to satisfy his future starship research. If Zhao Chen has a team behind him, we are also willing to offer 3 times the salary from the Stellar Empire here. These old foxes are cunning enough. 30%? What a joke. Admiral Chu, on the other hand, receives royalties amounting to 30 times the cost for his T3 interstellar battleship. If sold on the market, the price would be around 40 to 50 times the cost. Basically, it's a 70-30 split, with Zhao Chen getting 7 and Chu getting 3. Planning. You two old foxes, compared to Admiral Chu, your scale is smaller. Starship technology. Maybe you all misunderstood. Those starships were not developed by me. I crash-landed on a planet during an interstellar journey. When I thought I was going to die, I coincidentally encountered a big shot starship construction base. Seeing my fate, that big shot gifted me those starships. Zhao Chen had a naive and candid expression on his face. Interstellar crash. Meeting a mysterious big shot. Seeing your fate. Gifting you starships. Xiaoxia burst out laughing, spewing the papaya milk from her mouth, covering her face. What kind of cliché, novel plot is this? Sorry. Xiaoxia quickly wiped the papaya milk off her face with a tissue, but she still couldn't contain her laughter. I wonder if Zhao Chen can tell me where this big shot starship construction base is located. I am willing to visit. Governor Balan smiled coldly at Zhao Chen, clearly not believing his story. That may not be possible. Not long ago, that big shot said he wanted to take his fleet to explore the stars, so he cannot be found for now. What a pity, Zhao Chen said, in a regretful tone. Zhao Chen, you're really good at jokes. We have investigated your background. Before you went to the North Star Starship Military Academy, you never left the Old Dragon Galaxy, so there was no encounter with a big shot in danger. And the T3 Blizzard class light interstellar battleship, Anti-Rhino class and interstellar heavy assault escort ship have not appeared in any other interstellar power. Is this big shot really so mysterious that even his own starships left no traces? Governor Balan took a sip of wine, staring at Zhao Chen with cold eyes. Zhao Chen innocently said, "But what I said is all true." Dang. Marshal Huan Jixian crushed the wine glass in his hand, the liquid splashing on the ground. He frowned and said, "Kid, don't be disrespectful. Cooperation with the Hurricane Consortium is your blessing. Otherwise, forget about this 30% profit. As a mere baron, you won't even have 1% of the profit. As long as you honestly cooperate with us, the three of us can ensure your wealth and glory, even arrange for you to have a prosperous star system in the Balan starfield, instead of staying in that remote all-dragon galaxy." Zhao Chen's smile did not fade. As the saying goes, a child doesn't despise his mother's ugliness, and a dog doesn't despise its poor home. The all-dragon galaxy, despite its barrenness, is the foundation left by our Jia family ancestors. I am still willing to stay in my own little space to be a carefree lord. Your glory and wealth are not for Zhao Chen to enjoy. At that moment, the atmosphere among them had become tense and uncomfortable. Lao Huan, how can you have such an attitude in speaking? Student Zhao Chen is younger, and may not have fully considered some issues, so he naturally needs time to think it through slowly. The benevolent and kind Governor Balan looked at Zhao Chen and said, "Student Zhao Chen, do you feel that we haven't given you enough? In that case, how about this? I see you are destined, so I am willing to adopt you as my son. I will give you the 20% profit that was originally meant for me. Let the Hurricane Consortium handle these starship technologies, and when the time comes, let the chairman of the consortium give you 50%, and I can guarantee that within 5 years, you will be promoted to a viscount, and within 20 years, you will become an earl." Adopted son. You want me to be your son, but I am not willing. Zhao Chen could tell that these people were playing good cop, bad cop here. They were using both reward and punishment strategies to try to get Zhao Chen on their side. Whether Zhao Chen could actually obtain the promised 50% profit in the end was not up to him. Compared to these cunning individuals, Zhao Chen trusted Governor Chu more. Based on the records of Governor Chu's past, he was at least a person who kept his promises, was loyal, and had a strong sense of justice. Under his management in the Chu River Starfield, the security situation was at least several times better than in other starfields, and he had never heard of any noble troubles in that area. "Governor, I think I'll pass on this proposal. I've been at this banquet long enough, feeling a bit tired, so I will take my leave." As Zhao Chen prepared to leave, a light curtain suddenly rose around the crescent-shaped seat where Zhao Chen was sitting, and for bodyguards like men stood on the path Zhao Chen needed to take to leave. "Student Zhao Chen, are you really not giving me face?" Governor Bai Lan looked at Zhao Chen with narrowed eyes, his smile now filled with a chilling intent. It was time to show their cards. Zhao Chen smiled, then leaned towards Governor Bai Lan, whispering in a voice audible to everyone in the seating area, "If I say no, what can you do to me?" Zhao Chen's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Governor Bai Lan's gaze turned cold as he looked at Zhao Chen. At that moment, Marshal Huang Zishan, who had been silent all this while, spoke up. "How about this? I, as the Marshal of the Imperial Army, suspect that your starship technology is related to the mechanical race. We will have to detain and interrogate you. I hope that student Zhao Chen will cooperate, otherwise, some physical discomfort may be unavoidable." Zhao Chen smiled inwardly, realizing that these people were ready to play hardball if needed, regardless of the presence of seniors Su Len and others. It was a bit ugly, but judging from the expressions of the banquet guests, they probably were unaware of the conversation inside. The light curtain wouldn't block out external sounds, it could shield internal conversations from being heard outside. Nonsense. How could student Zhao Chen have any connection with the mechanical race? He's a hero who saved the students and teachers of 2 academies. You have no evidence. Stop making baseless accusations. Su Zizi stood up and defended Zhao Chen directly. This surprised Zhao Chen, as he hadn't expected this from the girl who loved artillery. Are the words of the Marshal of the Imperial Army not considered evidence? Are you questioning the authority of the 5-star Marshal of the Empire? If he is innocent, after the interrogation, I will naturally release him, Marshal Huang Zishan said proudly. Interrogation? This guy already had a plan to take him away for interrogation, and if no issues were found, they would fabricate some. Zhao Chen chuckled inwardly. Teacher Chin stood up with a serious expression. Gentlemen, Zhao Chen is a student of our North Star Starship Military Academy. You cannot treat our students this way. I can see that you are only interested in Zhao Chen's starship technology. Regardless of where Zhao Chen's starship technology came from, according to the laws of the Empire, any starship technology developed by individuals, organizations, or research institutions will be protected by Imperial law as private property. Even the Imperial family cannot forcibly demand the surrender of related private starship technologies. This is illegal. Aren't you worried that I will spread what you are saying and tarnish your reputation? Governor Bai Lan lightly chuckled and shook his head. Since I dared to say these things in your presence, do you think we are worried? I know your identity. The daughter of the Dean of the North Star Starship Military Academy. But don't forget, this is the Blue Star Field, not your North Wine Star Field. Here, my word is law. Today, student Zhao Chen stays, and the 3 of you are free to leave. I don't care what you say outside. Governor Bai Lan's confidence and disregard for the rules indicated that he and his backers didn't care about these things. As long as Zhao Chen was in their territory, they were confident they could control this young baron. Teacher Qin's face fell. She hadn't expected these people to be so shameless. Zhao Chen looked at Teacher Qin, thinking she was too naive. The rules of the Empire were only intended to limit the lower and middle classes. For those at the top of the pyramid, those rules were just tools. As long as there was enough benefit at stake, they would naturally ignore the rules. And right now, Zhao Chen was the significant interest that could make them disregard those rules. That T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar cruiser. They would get their hands on it no matter what. The North Star Starship Military Academy wouldn't be able to stop them. What if I say, Zhao Chen is from our Su family? Su Len, who had been silent up to this point, spoke up. Governor Bai Lan looked at Su Len, smiling as he said, I know your identity, the illegitimate daughter of the Su family, one of the main families in the Purple Su Star Field. Regardless of your background, do your words have any weight? Even if the Su family really wants to protect this Zhao Chen, don't forget what I said earlier. Governor Bai Lan's eyes turned fierce as he slammed his hand on the table. This is my Blue Star Field, not your Su family's Purple Su Star Field. Your Su family has no authority over my territory. Su Lan's expression was complex. She knew what the outcome would be, as the relationship between the Su family and Governor Bai Lan was extremely poor. If they dared to make trouble, they certainly wouldn't fear the Su family's retaliation. Even if they did, would they really dare to send troops? The first royal family would disagree. Now that Zhao Chen was in their hands, they held the initiative. Only now did Su Zizi realize that the atmosphere was amiss, and she looked at Zhao Chen, worried. They were not respecting Su Lan Su family and the North Star Starship Military Academy. Was Zhao Chen really going to be detained here? If that was the case, Zhao Chen was truly walking into the lion's den, shell or skin. He would suffer. Governor Bai Lan, Marshal Wang Zishan, Chairman Feng, have you ever heard this old saying? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not bully the young and poor. Zhao Chen taunted the three big shots in front of him. Asterisk PS. For fifths asterisk. At this moment in the banquet venue, many people have noticed the eerie atmosphere at the central seat. It's especially striking when the light screen rises and four black-clad bodyguards stand outside the seat, staring at Zhao Chen. The guests appearing in this Han Gate banquet are mostly related to the three major players, and can probably guess what's going on. Have you seen it? That kid named Zhao Chen is now the canary in the hands of our father and those two adults. He can't escape. Feng Dawei held a wine glass, standing not far away, closely watching the movements inside the seat. Feng Shawei is feeling quite pleased at this moment, wishing he could hear Zhao Chen's humble tone and pitiful look. It would be even better if he could taunt him a bit, but in this situation, he is already quite satisfied. Humph. Weren't you very arrogant before? Extorting them on the starship. Just the thought of those delicious dishes that cost thousands of star coins over several days makes him feel a bit stingy. Although he is wealthy, it doesn't mean he can accept dishes originally priced at a few hundred star coins and be sold to him for thousands. Especially in a situation where people next to him are buying the same meal for a few hundred star coins, and they have to pay 100 times more. This is a blatant insult. How will this kid be handled in the end? Do we really have to cooperate with him? Feng Shawei spoke at this moment. Are you stupid? Cooperating with this kid now is solely to extract the starship technology he possesses. After squeezing out all his value, he will quietly die somewhere with a reasonable excuse. After all, this kid is just a baron, without a background or powerful strength. What does he have to fight with us? Our father and those two adults can easily crush him with just a word, Feng Dawei said, indifferently. Feng Shawei smirked and said, Brother, can I handle killing him when the time comes? Feng Dawei glanced at his younger brother and said, Look at your capabilities, you still want to handle such a small matter yourself. How will you handle bigger matters in the future? Brother, that guy is really hateful. Feng Shawei appealed to his brother. All right, when the time comes, I will find a way to let you take care of it, Feng Dawei said. Feng Shawei is very happy. He is already thinking about how to torment this kid. T3 Storm Snow class light interstellar battleship, bridge. Strange, why didn't brother let me go with him? Zhao Wanner sat on the captain's chair, swinging her legs. Charlotte and Lilith glanced at each other. Flowerbuds grown up in an academy have not yet experienced the world's dangers up close. Perhaps she knew some, but didn't expect it to be so shameless and despicable. At this time, someone walked into the bridge, her face serious. Just now, 5 groups of people requested to board the ship. 3 of them are from the Blue Star Empire's Imperial Army. But I've turned them away. Chu Zhuan walked to Zhao Wanner, Charlotte, and Lilith. What do they want to board the ship for? Zhao Wanner puzzled. Chu Zhuan looked sternly at Charlotte and Lilith. Do you know what's going to happen? Does Zhao Chen have any instructions for you? And I notice that your starship has been maintaining a level 1 combat readiness. Chu Zhuan realized that all the female officers on the starship bridge were on standby at their positions, and the starship engines were in a low-power sleep state, ready to operate at full power at any moment. Hearing Chu Zhuan's words, Zhao Wanner also looked at Charlotte and Lilith. Lilith, the secretary, said, Commander previously instructed that if you two kept pressing for answers, you could be told. This rescue mission for the students of the 2 academies is actually a very dangerous operation for the commander. The T3 Storm Snow class light interstellar battleship has never appeared before, and displayed high combat performance during battles with the interstellar insect race. It is sure to attract a lot of attention, and the commander's identity is only that of a mere baron, akin to a shining treasure without any escort. Zhao Wanner jumped off the captain's chair, looking tense. Are you suggesting the Blue Governor wants to harm my brother? Lilith nodded. Zhao Wanner looked panicked, slapped her head. How could she only just understand this now? If it weren't for saving her, her older brother probably wouldn't have exposed this D3 Storm Snow class light interstellar battleship, and wouldn't be in this danger now. She nervously grabbed Charlotte's hand. Charlotte, my brother won't be in danger, right? Charlotte looked at Zhao Wanner and nodded. Your brother will be fine. Chu Zhuan quickly said, I'll contact my grandfather immediately. Since helping her grandfather contact Zhao Chen earlier, Chu Zhuan had no idea about the exchange between the two. Asking her grandfather led to him brushing her off, telling her he was busy and not to disturb him unless necessary, instructing her to stick with Zhao Chen. But unexpected why? At this celebratory banquet, the Blue Governor dared to take direct action. This was simply shameless to the extreme. But now, she couldn't reach her grandfather. An unusual situation. What's wrong with that old man? Why isn't he answering? In the past, he would pick up the call within 3 seconds. Chu Zhuan paced back and forth on the bridge in a hurry. I'm going to find my brother. Zhao Wan'er prepared to go off the ship at this moment. However, Lilith stopped her. Now, staying on the starship is the biggest help for your brother. You've seen your brother's abilities. Even under the siege of so many insects, he was unharmed. In just a starport, if he wants to go, who can stop him? Zhao Wan'er stopped at those words, still worried. She had never been as anxious as now, longing to see the face she once detested. In the central seat at the Dome restaurant, upon hearing Zhao Chen's words, Marshal Wang Jixian showed a sarcastic expression. Do you think you have a chance like Hexie? Since it has already reached the point of breaking the window paper, the 3 big shots no longer need to play house with this kid. Since Zhao Chen is not willing to cooperate, he will have to accompany us for an investigation. Please take Zhao Chen to the villa we prepared for him to rest, ordered the Blue Governor to his bodyguards. Zhao Chen remained expressionless at this moment, as there was nothing to say now that the situation has escalated. The reason he came down from the T3 Storm Snow class light interstellar battleship was to divert attention away from it. Otherwise, as long as he was on the T3 Storm Snow, it would become a target. As for these bodyguards, do they really think they can withstand those tough insects? He could easily overpower these big shots and find a million ways to take the T3 Storm Snow and leave this place. However, that would put him in the worst-case scenario that Zhao Chen least wanted to face. Suddenly, a glaring beam of light shone in the entire Dome restaurant, blinding everyone. When the light dissipated, everyone looked outside. A fleet of over 300 starships appeared outside the starport, led by a T for God of the North Wine-class heavy interstellar battleship. Among these starships was one shining with a golden Chu emblem, and it was not just one T for God of the North Wine-class heavy interstellar battleship. There were at least 3 more. How did the Chu family's fleet appear here? Blue Governor's face changed drastically. At this moment, the bow cannon and all the main and secondary cannons of the T for God of the North Wine-class heavy interstellar battleship aimed at the Dome restaurant. Subsequently, a holographic image appeared in the restaurant. The person was dressed in the Imperial Army uniform, with a military coat draped over the shoulders, and 5 shiny golden stars on the shoulder badge. Although looking quite old, the holographic image exuded an imposing aura. Blue Fatty. Yellow Rat. Where is my son-in-law Zhao Chen? I'm here to take my son-in-law back home. T.S. 5/5 The projection image is not only displayed in the Dome restaurant, but also in most of the important locations in the whole Star Harbor. Even on public channels, a reminder will pop up, and you can view it by clicking on it. For example, many starships docked in the harbor have displayed this link, and by clicking on it, you can see the segment with Governor Chu. On the bridge of the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battle cruiser, Lily, to Secretary, scanned some data links with the starship system, verified that there were no issues, and then displayed them on the bridge. When Chu Zhuan saw the white-haired old man in military uniform standing in front of her, she was astonished and exclaimed, "My grandfather! How did he come here?" Zhao Wan'er, Charlotte, and Lily all cast curious glances at Chu Zhuan. Chu Zhuan, just now. If I didn't hear it wrong, Governor Chu seemed to be calling my brother, Zhao Chen, something, son-in-law. You are the only granddaughter in the Chu family, right? Zhao Wan'er stared at Chu Zhuan with suspicion, as if she had seen a little rascal. During the evacuation from the Water Lily Galaxy, Zhao Wan'er and Chu Zhuan had been in the hangar all along, and their relationship was good during those days. However, she never expected Chu Zhuan to turn out to be her future sister-in-law. Wait a minute. There must be a misunderstanding in all this. There is definitely a misunderstanding. Chu Zhuan's face flushed red, as she hurriedly explained. After that, she repeatedly sent communication requests to her grandfather, but they were all rejected. This made Chu Zhuan anxious, stomping her feet. What does this old man want to do? Charlotte and Lily exchanged glances, without saying a word, but they appeared somewhat relieved. Commanders have no relation to any woman. They might be a bit surprised, but they won't have any other emotions. However, the relationship mentioned by Governor Chu undoubtedly became a protective talisman for the commander. The students and teachers from the two institutions who did not attend the Dome restaurant banquet also saw a large video projection and heard the words spoken by the white-haired old man in the image. Who is this person? Why does he look so familiar? Are you stupid? Have you forgotten the portrait hanging in the gallery of our academy? One of them is him, Governor Chu of the Empire, Duke, and 5-star Marshal. This is Chu Changhe from the Chu family. Just now he mentioned that Zhao Chen is his son-in-law. When did Zhao Chen have a relationship with the Chu family and become their son-in-law? Wow, the son-in-law of the Chu family. This Zhao Chen has really risen in status. At this moment, the students from the elite Starship Military Academy in the Qianyao Noble Starship Academy, upon hearing the conversation, many students covered their mouths. They realized that these titles were something that only Governor Chu would dare utter. If they had said it, they might have been in trouble. However, they were more curious about what was happening and why Governor Chu made such a grand entrance to welcome his son-in-law, even bringing his fleet with him. Nevertheless, they were astonished to see the 300 interstellar battleships. Except for a few T4 North Winegod class heavy interstellar battleships, the rest were all T3 class. This could definitely be considered as the elite fleet of the Chu family. With such a lineup, they could easily compete with a regular Legion-level interstellar fleet of the Empire. Inside the banquet venue at the Dome restaurant, the guests had complex expressions. They never expected such a sudden turn of events. Fun Dawei frowned. Zhao Chen is Governor Chu's son-in-law. How dare this old man bring his interstellar fleet directly to the Azure Blue Galaxy? What's going on at the Stargate Psi? Why was there no notification? Fun Shawei whispered, Brother, does that mean we can't do anything to Zhao Chen? Fun Dawei seemed to look at his brother as if he were a fool. The thought of seeking revenge against Zhao Chen hadn't crossed his mind. He never imagined what kind of commotion would arise once this matter came to light. The three powerhouses of the Azure Blue Galaxy dared to scheme against Zhao Chen. However, Governor Chu directly flaunting his relationship with Zhao Chen as his son-in-law completely caught them off guard. The subsequent developments would surpass their original plans. In the central booth of the restaurant, Zhao Chen's expression briefly faltered, but he quickly regained his composure. However, he was greatly shocked internally. Damn it, this old man making such a grand gesture and claiming that he's his son-in-law is definitely intentional. He wants to tie himself to the Chu family's chariot. By bringing his most elite interstellar fleet, he was also showing his favor towards Zhao Chen. This old man wants to take advantage of him, claiming to be his cheap grandfather. Initially, Zhao Chen thought Governor Chu would only come forward to protect him, but he never expected this turn of events. Meanwhile, by Zhao Chen's side, Qin, Sister Su, and Zuzi looked at Zhao Chen in astonishment. The words Zhao Chen and son-in-law spoken by Governor Chu were crystal clear, completely unexpected by them. They never thought Zhao Chen would have such a relationship with the Chu family. At that moment, the terminal in the hand of the blue governor flashed red, a communication request. He opened it to see Governor Chu's message, with a note, If you dare not answer, I'll take my fleet to your home star system and raise your doghouse. Arrogant and overbearing. This old man hadn't changed a bit. The blue governor helplessly looked at the two powerhouses beside him. Initially confident, Marshal Huan Jixiang and Chairman Feng now had unsure expressions, their emotions complex. Seeing that no one spoke, the blue governor reluctantly accepted the communication request, then silently stood up. Marshal Huan Jixiang and Chairman Feng also stood up with professional smiles on their faces as the video window appeared in the room. At that moment, the outside video windows went dark, ceasing all activity, leaving the onlookers puzzled. Governor Chu personally came to the Azure Blue Galaxy. Why didn't you inform us in advance? We could have set up a reception. The blue governor started speaking with official niceties. Inform you in advance, so you could hide my son-in-law, Blue Fatty. Yellow Rat. I tried to contact my son-in-law several times, but no one answered. I heard you took him to some celebration feast. Where is he? Governor Chu started with a stern questioning attitude. This was because the dome's booth not only shielded sound transmission, but also blocked unauthorized signal access. Apart from the communication signals of the three powerhouses, Zhao Chen and the others were naturally in a state of no response. Cough. How could we possibly hide Zhao Chen? Look, isn't Zhao Chen here all right? The blue governor forced a smile, turning the video towards Zhao Chen's location. Upon seeing Zhao Chen on the screen, Governor Chu immediately softened his expression. Xiao Zhao, are you okay? Have these old guys bullied you? Dare to bully you and tell Grandpa. I'll take care of them. Dare to bully my precious son-in-law, and I'll flatten their doghouse. All right, this old guy is really trying to take advantage of himself. But in terms of age, he can indeed be his own grandfather. Let's treat it as respecting elders and loving young people. Zhao Chen persuaded himself in this way. Grandpa Chu, I'm fine. It's just that the blue governor and the others always want me to cooperate with them on Starship technology. If I don't cooperate, they won't let me go. They even say that I may have colluded with the mechanical race and insist on taking me back for investigation. Zhao Chen looked so innocent and wronged at this moment. Zhao Chen said with grievance, tell me, why did I come all this way to the Water Lily Galaxy? Isn't it to save the students and teachers of the two academies? I risked my life, ventured into the swarm alone, and rescued those talents and future flowers of the Empire. And now, the blue governor and his people actually suspect me. It's heart-wrenching. Seeing Zhao Chen's innocent look, the several Miss Zhu Zhao's eyes lit up. How did they not notice before how good this kid was at acting? The blue governor's face froze when Zhao Chen directly reported him. Before he could explain, Governor Chu became furious. He pointed directly at the blue governor and angrily said, Blue Fatso, how dare you say that my grandson-in-law is colluding with the mechanical race? Are you insulting our Chu family? The entire Starry Empire knows that our Chu family has an endless blood feud with the mechanical race. In the ancestral hall of our Chu family, the tablets are all sacrifices from battling the mechanical race. You thought so. If you dared to marry into the mechanical race, our Chu family people would never associate with the mechanical race. Seeing Governor Chu's anger, this was within the expectations of a few people. The deep-seated hatred between the Chu family and the mechanical race is well known throughout the Starry Empire, so the Starry Empire royal family is very relieved that the Chu family continues to grow its power in the Chu River domain, even investing in the development of T4 class interstellar warships. It's just that the other side of the Chu River domain is the mechanical race, providing a balance to this duke. The stronger the Chu River domain, the safer the Starry Empire becomes. Now, the blue governor and others saying that Zhao Chen, the grandson-in-law of the Chu family, colluded with the mechanical race is like slapping the Chu family's face. Marshal Huan Jixian stood up to speak at this time. Governor Chu looked disdainfully at him. Explain what? I don't know what schemes you old folks have in mind. And you little Huan, don't think you can talk to me here just because you've turned from a skinny rat into a fat rat. You don't have the qualifications, and you better not wear that military uniform in front of me. You don't deserve it. Damn it. Just the thought of you wearing the same clothes as me irks me. I can't even feel comfortable without kicking you. Back then, you smuggled into my army fleet to accumulate military merits. I should have dragged you to the front line against the mechanical race. That little stick punishment was way too lenient on you. He called each of them a rat. Zhao Chen could see the anger in Marshal Huan Jixian's eyes, but he dared not show any emotion. This is the stark difference between two five-star marshals. Governor Chu's subsequent words also confirmed the long-standing rumor. When Marshal Huan Jixian was young, he was transferred to Marshal Chu Cheng's army fleet because serving on the border front lines was the easiest way to accumulate military merits. Unfortunately, Marshal Huan Jixian's family behind him forgot about Marshal Chu Cheng's personality. After several mistakes and even violating the army rules set by Chu Changhe, such as drinking and cavorting with women on the starship during a mission, Chu Changhe found Marshal Huan Jixian, and at that time, he almost ordered the kid to be shot. If not for Marshal Huan Jixian's older sister, who is the current queen consort, and the current king pleading, using a favor borrowed from Chu Changhe in the past to spare Huan Jixian, there is basically no longer the Marshal Huan Jixian. But as the saying goes, you can escape death but not punishment. Chu Changhe directly followed the ancient military rules, took a cane, and beat Huan Jixian 100 times. Huan Jixian was beaten to near death, and before his family could come to take him, he received no treatment, just ensuring he was still alive. Later, when Huan Jixian's family came to pick him up, he was truly on the brink of death, and would have been beyond saving without today's advanced medical technology. Since then, and up to now, Wan Jixian has not dared to set foot in the Chu River domain or meet Chuchanghe. This is the first meeting after several years. Hearing Chuchanghe bring up old stories, Wan Jixian clenched his fists, as filled with shame and fear. Ultimately, he quietly took a few steps back and left the Governor Chu's video window. Seeing this scene, Chairman Feng on the side thought to himself, a useless person is a useless person. They were worthless before, and even with a new disguise, they are still just an empty shell of uselessness. Mr. Governor Chu, calm down. The matter between you and Marshal Huan is ancient history. There's no need to bring it up again. Regarding the issue with Zhao Chen, I've just looked into it. It was a misunderstanding caused by our people. I'll immediately give orders to severely punish those responsible. To think they dared to frame your prospective grandson-in-law, they must have a death wish. Governor Balan said with a forced smile. So, if I want to take my grandson-in-law with me now, will anyone stop me? Governor Chu stared at the other party. Governor Balan smiled. Zhao Chen is a young hero who saved the students and faculty of the two academies. Of course, he's free to come and go as he pleases. No one in the Balan Star region would dare to stop him. Anyone who bullies Zhao Chen is going against me and the entire Balan Star region. This old man had quite the thick skin, Zhao Chen thought, secretly applauding in his heart. His ability to speak such blatant lies was even better than Zhao Zong. Humph. I know exactly what you're all thinking, but let me tell you this. Zhao Chen is my grandson-in-law, and if you dare to lay a hand on him, you are laying a hand on me. Chuchanghe, weigh your strength carefully. If you feel dissatisfied, go ahead and bring out your fleet, and we'll have a showdown. This old man, even with these old bones, will be happy to go head-to-head with you. After finishing, Governor Chu turned and kindly said to Zhao Chen, grandson-in-law, since there's nothing more to settle here, shall we leave this murky place? All right. Zhao Chen got up, ready to say farewell to the three embarrassed old foxes. At that moment, a deputy appeared next to Governor Chu in the video window and whispered something in his ear. Almost simultaneously, Governor Balan received a communication request from one of his subordinates. On the other end of the communication window, a subordinate hurriedly reported, Sir, the Princess's Royal Guard fleet has arrived and is requesting an immediate meeting with Baron Zhao Chen of the Xiaolong star system. Everyone in the booth looked at Zhao Chen with surprise. The princess, the Shining Star Empire had only one princess, and she was even more important than the Crown Prince and other royal sons. Zhao Chen, the grandson-in-law of Governor Chu, had a connection with the imperial princess. Zhu Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled as if she had caught wind of a juicy secret. At this moment, Azure Governor glanced at Zhao Chen, suddenly not knowing how to handle the situation. Wasn't this kid a baron? Previously, it was fine that the Northern Star Academy of Military Sciences and the Su family were willing to support him. But now, not only did the Chu River governor show up, even the Imperial Princess's guard fleet appeared. Could this kid be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Ahem. I will inform the Princess's guard fleet that Zhao Chen is currently at the Dome restaurant in our starport. May I ask if any arrangements are needed? Azure Governor said. Soon. There was a response from the other side. Let Baron Zhao Chen wait in place. They will arrive soon. Soon? This soon was indeed quick because just as their conversation ended, a more dazzling fleet of interstellar ships appeared on the side of the Chu River Governor's fleet. Leaving aside their actual combat power, their paint job was simply luxurious. They had a dual color scheme of gold and white with a bronze royal crest on their hulls. This was the symbol of the royal fleet, representing that even though royal members were not present, it was as if they were there in person. There were a total of 300 interstellar warships, with the flagship being a T3 interstellar battleship. 1/3 were T3 interstellar battleships, and the rest were T2 interstellar battleships. The T3 flagship slowly sailed into the starship berth, while the other fleet starships hovered outside the starport, just like the Chu Governor's interstellar fleet. Throughout this entire process, the Chu Governor did not speak, as if he was just an onlooker. Azure Governor smiled and looked at Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen, a student, actually has a relationship with the princess. Why didn't you say so earlier? I didn't even know I had a relationship with the princess, Zhao Chen said innocently and confused. Due to the Emperor's protection of the Imperial Princess, there were basically no related image data available online. People only knew of the existence of someone in that position, but no one knew their age, appearance, or any details. Wait a minute. Princess. Zhao Chen suddenly thought of his sister. He had always heard that his sister served in the princess's guard fleet, was highly valued, and might even hold the position of captain. But even if she was a captain or something, it shouldn't affect the princess, right? After all, a legion-sized royal fleet had 3,000 captains alone. Could it be that his sister's actual position in the princess's guard fleet far surpassed their imaginations? Zhao Chen couldn't be sure because he hadn't had a detailed conversation with his sister for many years. The last time they had met in person seemed to be 3 years ago, in just a few hours' time. Hastily came and went. At this moment, faced with Azure Governor's teasing, Zhao Chen could only smile and remain silent because he wasn't sure of the purpose of the princess's guard fleet visiting him. As the few people speculated on the reason for the princess's guard fleet's visit and why they were looking for Zhao Chen, the starport was in chaos. After all, it was not easy to ignore the scene of the royal fleet outside the starport, and soon many people knew about it. Some curious individuals even came to the walkway outside the berth where the T-3 Royal Starship was parked, watching the parked interstellar battleship, including students and teachers from the academies. Soon, the gangway of the interstellar battleship was lower, and a group of young female soldiers dressed in platinum military uniforms descended, each tall and graceful, absolute beauties. In the middle of this group stood a female officer holding a crystal badge with the royal emblem of the Star Empire, escorted by the team, moving forward. Among the teachers and students, one teacher exclaimed, "My goodness, that's the investiture crystal." The students around were astonished and envious, gazing at the crystal badge. In the Empire, investiture was divided into two types: material rewards such as money, treasures, etc., and title bestowal. Title bestowal could happen when one accumulated enough merit or had the right connections. The Imperial Department in charge of personnel appointments would submit a promotion list to the Emperor. Once approved, those listed would receive promotion. For example, a Baron might be promoted to Viscount. A Viscount might be promoted to Earl, and so on. A common way of title promotion. Another method was the investiture crystal. When someone had performed great deeds, the Emperor would draft a reward specifically and deliver this investiture crystal through a dedicated Imperial fleet to the recipient. This was more prestigious and significant than the former method. It usually indicated the person had gained the Emperor's favor, paving the way for future success. Using the royal fleet to deliver the investiture crystal was the most prestigious form of bestowal. Wait, they're all female soldiers, wearing platinum military uniforms. This is the princess's guard fleet, another teacher exclaimed. This news shocked those around them. The delivery of the investiture crystal by the royal fleet was already impressive. Now it turned out to be the princess's guard fleet. Who could enjoy such treatment? This team of female soldiers walked out of the starship berth and headed straight to the Dome restaurant. Many onlookers made way for them, and as they boarded the elevator to the Dome restaurant, an astonishing thought arose among the students and teachers. At this time, going to the Dome restaurant, the recipient could only be one person. Among the students and teachers, almost everyone's mind flashed with one name. Could it really be him? The elevator quickly arrived at the Dome restaurant, where all the guests were already prepared, having seen the royal fleet's appearance earlier. The central canopy had already been lowered. Zhao Chen and a few others walked to the most prominent spot. The female officer holding the investiture crystal set her eyes on Zhao Chen and walked directly towards him. "Darren Zhao Chen of the L-Dragon Star System, please step forward to receive the investiture." The female officer's light voice resonated throughout the Dome restaurant. Zhao Chen took a step forward, following the etiquette he had learned in the academy, and knelt down on one knee. Asterisk note: the next chapters may not be posted in the early morning, as usual due to changes after the national holiday. I plan to release them tomorrow morning, and strive to release the 5 chapters scheduled for tomorrow night at midnight. I can't stay up late anymore. I'll rest early today. Asterisk. The female officer knelt on one knee, holding up a brocade box containing the reward crystal. At that moment, a holographic projection emerged from the reward crystal showing a middle-aged man sitting on a throne. Upon seeing him, everyone present knelt on the ground, some feeling anxious and overwhelmed by the unfamiliar scene. Zhao Chen, on the contrary, raised his head slightly, quietly observing the figure before him. Despite looking like someone in their 70s or 80s, perhaps due to advanced medical technology, he did not appear very old, resembling a middle-aged man with jet black hair. He had a tall nose, big eyes, and sitting on the throne, he seemed like a dragon perched on a mountain top. The only person Zhao Chen could compare his aura to was General Chu He, but their auras were completely different. General Chu He exuded a sharp and fierce aura, appearing gentle and kind when at ease, but exuding a threatening presence when unsheathing his sword, like a fierce god descending. On the other hand, the man standing at the pinnacle of the Starshine Empire seemed otherworldly and imposing, radiating power effortlessly, with the vastness of the stars and seas in his gaze. Lord of the L-Dragon Star System, Baron Zhao Chen. Venturing alone into the insect clan's territory, he rescued a total of 187 faculty and students from both academies, a heroic feat of a young man. I hereby appoint him as Viscount of the Empire and reward him with 1,000,000 star coins. When the hologram spoke, its voice was loud and resonant, exerting an invisible pressure on the audience. It took nearly half a minute for the hologram to dissipate after the voice faded away. The female officer stood up and said, "Viscount Zhao, please rise." Zhao Chen got to his feet. "This is the reward crystal. Please accept it. Here is an imperial card loaded with 1,000,000 star coins granted by His Majesty. Additionally, there are some small gifts from Her Royal Highness the Princess." The female officer first handed the reward crystal to Zhao Chen. Subsequently, a female soldier behind her presented several brocade plates. Zhao Chen accepted the reward crystal, which was merely a symbolic honor with no practical use, but the rewards behind it were considerable. The title of Viscount, though it may seem like a mere promotion, afforded Zhao Chen significant conveniences. For instance, in terms of the Lord's fleet, different ranks of lords were entitled to different sizes of personal fleets under imperial regulations. As a former baron, Zhao Chen theoretically could only have a stellar fleet of no more than 30 ships. However, in reality, many lords possessed fleets exceeding this limit, and the empire often turned a blind eye unless the overage was excessive. Yet, possessing the title of Viscount enabled Zhao Chen to legitimately own a stellar fleet of 100 ships, reducing his potential troubles considerably. Glancing at the crystal bank card with 1,000,000 star coins, Zhao Chen found the royal family rather stingy for only granting him 1,000,000. Oh well, some was better than nothing. The gifts from the princess, on the other hand, were more precious, such as a custom-made Viscount's attire, rare gemstone jewelry, etc. These items, if auctioned with the royal seal, would likely fetch 2 to 3,000,000 star coins. However, Zhao Chen was in no position to do so at the moment. Would the princess bestow these gifts upon him just for him to sell them? Only a brute could do such a thing, and Zhao Chen did not consider himself as such. "Thank you. May I ask how to address you, Miss?" Zhao Chen smiled, trying to make conversation with the female officer. The officer smiled back and answered, "Commander of the 10th Fleet under the princess's vanguard fleet, Wei Shishi." "So, you're Miss Wei. My apologies. If you have time, would you and a few other ladies join me for a private banquet?" Zhao Chen extended an invitation. After undergoing multiple super soldier drought modifications, Zhao Chen was undeniably handsome, exuding a strong masculine aura. Most women wouldn't refuse an invitation from such a man. However, Wei Shishi declined his offer, stating that as part of the princess's vanguard fleet, they had to return immediately after completing their mission. "Well, since that's the case, I'm also preparing to depart. Let's travel together. I'll see you off." Zhao Chen seemed to casually address them as sisters. Zhu Xiao, standing nearby, rolled her eyes at the way he said it. "Okay then." Wei Shishi looked at General Azure and Marshal Huang Jixian, as well as the video screen of General Chu. "Generals, Your Excellency, I must hurry back to the princess's side. Therefore, I bid you farewell." "Off you go then." General Chu smiled warmly, appearing vastly different from his previous angry demeanor towards General Azure and Marshal Huang Jixian. "Then I extend my congratulations to Viscount Zhao Chen. I mean, now it should be addressed as His Lordship Zhao Chen, right? There might have been some misunderstandings and neglect during this event. Rest assured, in the future, I will host another banquet to entertain Mr. Zhao Chen." General Azure chimed in. "Teacher Chin, Senior Sister Sulan, let's leave now. Help me carry these things." Zhao Chen looked at the numerous gifts before him, realizing he couldn't manage them on his own. Zhu Xiao eagerly took the gifts, blinking her big watery eyes at the beautiful treasures. "Your Excellency, farewell." Teacher Chin gave a slight bow before departing, followed by Senior Sister Sulan. As they left, The onlookers gazed at Zhao Chen with envy and admiration. Though he was promoted from a baron to a viscount, everyone could discern the implications behind it. Being personally rewarded by the imperial ruler, escorted by the princess's royal fleet, and receiving gifts from the princess herself, all these gestures proved Zhao Chen's exceptional standing in the royal family's eyes. Moreover, the princess's older brother, the crown prince, was the future successor of the Starshine Empire. Zhao Chen, in a way, was riding a rising rocket. A smooth and prosperous future lay ahead. Becoming a count in 3 years and a marquis in 10 was not a mere dream. Just as everyone watched Zhao Chen prepare to leave the astral hall, he suddenly halted, turned around, and walked towards the 3 bigwigs. Standing before them with a smile, he addressed them. "I will remember the hospitality shown by the 3 of you today, and will surely reciprocate in the future." The underlying threat in his words was evident. While audacious, Zhao Chen remained unfazed. After all, he had already crossed swords with the 3, and if not for General Chu intervening, they would have imprisoned him. Who knew what they'd do to him? Let's not forget Zhao Chen's bad habit. He held grudges. T.S. For fifths watching Zhao Chen and the others leaving, the 3 big shots from the Azure Blue Star domain looked at each other in disbelief. They never expected such an ending. They originally thought Zhao Chen was just a minor baron. They never expected that it would involve so many forces around him. The Northern Starfleet Military Academy, the Su family from the Purple Perilla Star Domain, and even the Chu family from the Chu Star Domain, along with the Royal Princess. And this is just what's on the surface. You know, if Zhao Chen is really the grandson-in-law of Chu Changhe, don't forget who the grandfather of that Chu family princess is. The governor of the North Wine Star Domain. Damn, I've never felt so stifled in all these years. Marshal Huan Jixiang returned to his seat, picked up a bottle of wine, and drank it down in one go. Being bullied by Chu Changhe was one thing, but now a younger generation is standing over his head. He even dared to provoke him just now. What can we do? We can ignore the Northern Starfleet Military Academy and the Su family from the Purple Perilla Star Domain. But we have to think about the face of the royal family, especially that mad dog Chu Changhe. He really dares to do anything. Only His Majesty the Emperor can control him. He doesn't care about anyone else. The azure blue governor's professionally smiling face disappeared in an instant, his expression darkening. The chairman Wine on the side said lightly, "Right now, Zhao Chen has become more targeted than before. If we make a move against him again, it could backfire. Although he has the technical blueprints for the T3 Blizzard Light Interstellar Battleship and the T2 Black Rhino Heavy Interstellar Assault Escort Ship, it's not enough for us to go all out. For now, let's calm down a bit. The Empire's drama has just begun. Let the bullets fly a little longer. I have some other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." With that, Chairman Wine left the restaurant. The Azure Blue Governor and Marshal Huan Jixiang watched the Chairman Wine leave. "This guy has made quite a splash recently and seems to want to leave us behind," Marshal Huan Jixiang said with a frown. The Azure Blue Governor sneered and said, "Leave us? His Hurricane Consortium was supported by both of us. If it weren't for the massive starship orders from the Azure Blue Star Domain, could he have developed a popular T2 Griffin Heavy Interstellar Destroyer later on? You know, the core technology of that T2 Griffin Heavy Interstellar Destroyer is obtained by me, great expense from the Imperial Subordinate Starship Research Institute. No matter how powerful the Wine family is, they are just a dog we raise." Marshal Huan Jixiang nodded with a cold smile. As they walked out of the Dome restaurant, Zhao Chen and his group instantly attracted a lot of attention. The students from the 2 academies saw Zhao Chen walking out with the female officer from the Princess Royal Fleet, and their speculations were basically confirmed. This time it was Zhao Chen who was being honored. Sister Wei, this time the Princess Royal Fleet personally came to confer the title. What could be the reason behind it? Can you enlighten me? Zhao Chen stood beside Commander Wei, curiously asking. With the female soldiers surrounding them, the environment was quite private for their conversation. "Don't you know?" Commander Wei smiled as she looked at Zhao Chen. "Is it because of my big sister?" Zhao Chen guessed. Commander Wei smiled without answering. Zhao Chen tentatively asked, "Since my big sister followed Her Highness the Princess, she rarely contacts the family. I wonder what position my big sister holds under the princess." "Little brother Zhao Chen, don't pry into things you shouldn't. As for your reward this time, it is actually quite reasonable. It's what you deserve. It's just that this grandeur is an exception. What I can tell you is, Don't disappoint your sister's upbringing. In fact, when I was following the princess, I also got to know a little about you. Originally, I heard that you weren't capable and was somewhat annoyed by the arrangements of your family, but now it seems that not all rumors are true. A starship breaking through the perilous territory of the insect race, that's not something an ordinary person can do. Commander Wei admired Zhao Chen with her beautiful eyes. I was just lucky, Zhao Chen grinned. Since Commander Wei was not willing to delve further into his sister's affairs, Zhao Chen did not ask more, and they just had a simple chat. Soon, Zhao Chen and his group arrived at the location where the flagship of the royal fleet was docked. Little brother Zhao Chen, let's stop here. We shouldn't stay any longer. It's time to head back. If there's a chance in the future, when you come to the Imperial Star System, sister will take you to have fun, Commander Wei said, looking at the young man in front of her, a promising youngster who, despite his great achievements, remained humble and composed. She had a good impression of him. Sister Wei. Wait a moment. I have prepared some gifts here, and Sister Wei can take them back to share with the sisters on the starship, Zhao Chen suddenly said. At that moment, Secretary Lily led a group of female officers pushing several crates towards them. Gifts. Commander Wei was surprised as she looked at the boxes. Just a small gift, perfect for the sisters, Zhao Chen said, opening one of the boxes to reveal the fruits inside. Seeing those fruits, Commander Wei's eyes lit up. Natural ingredients were very precious, and although these female officers serving in the royal fleet could usually have access to them, fruits like these could only be enjoyed a few times a year. And now Zhao Chen was offering them several crates. Little brother Zhao Chen, this gift. Commander Wei hesitated. Consider it a gift from my sister. I appreciate Sister Wei taking it. These fruits are great for beauty and skincare. Zhao Chen smiled. Probably not many women could resist the term beauty and skincare. In the end, Commander Wei accepted the gifts, and that further improved her impression of Zhao Chen. Just as Commander Wei was about to board the ship, she suddenly leaned close to Zhao Chen and whispered softly in his ear, "About your sister, I can't say more, but her position is above mine." With that, Commander Wei bid farewell and left. This simple sentence contained a lot of meaning. Commander Wei was part of the Princess Royal Guard Fleet, one of the 10 battalion-level fleets under the command of the Royal Fleet. There were only 10 fleet commanders, and to hear Commander Wei Shishi say that Zhao Chen's sister's position was above hers, that was quite significant. Returning to the ship, Commander Wei immediately onto the bridge. Seated in the captain's chair, there was a female officer in front of her, and a surveillance video screen showing Zhao Chen's figure. Lady Yue, are you really not going down to see your younger brother? Commander Wei respectfully asked this senior officer. The female officer replied in a calm tone, "This is enough. Prepare to return." Your brother sent some fruit as a gift, said it was for you, Commander Wei reported truthfully. The corners of the female officer's mouth lifted slightly as she gently said, "Keep one portion for me, and distribute the rest among you and your sisters in the fleet. After all, this time you all came from far away from my brother." "Thank you, lady." Commander Wei felt pleased inside. The female officer gazed at the figure on the screen and raised her hand, as if her delicate hand was touching the face of that figure. T.S. 5/5 after the Princess Royal Guard Fleet left, Zhao Chen bid farewell to Qin Lao Shai, senior sister Sulan, and Zhu Zizi. The three of them would follow the fleet of the Northern Star Military Academy back to the academy. Zhao Chen returned to the bridge of the starship. As he stepped onto the bridge, several pairs of eyes fell on him. Zhao Wanner crossed her arms, squinted at Zhao Chen, then glanced at Chu Xuan, whose cheeks were slightly red. "Brother, care to explain when I got a new sister-in-law, and you've even become the grandson-in-law of the Chu family? Quite the twist," she remarked. "Wanner, I've said it. There must be some misunderstanding in all this." Chu Xuan was anxiously hopping and hesitated to make eye contact with Zhao Chen. What did that old man want exactly? The arrangement by Governor Chu, I didn't expect it either. That the relationship between Chu Xuan and me is most likely just a cover-up, a temporary measure to ensure my safety, Zhao Chen explained. Zhao Wanner glanced at Zhao Chen, then at Chu Xuan, and reluctantly accepted this explanation. "True. How could the Chu family possibly want you as a grandson-in-law?" Chu Xuan kept sending communication requests to her grandfather, but they all went unanswered. However, shortly after the fleet left the starport and approached the Chu family fleet, A message was received by the bridge of the T3 Blizzard from the T for North Wind God-class heavy interstellar battleship, signed Chu Changhe. The content indicated Chu Chang's wish to visit Zhao Chen's T3 Blizzard. Governor Chu wants to visit his T3 Blizzard. This arrangement caught Zhao Chen off guard. Should he say that the old man was bold enough to visit someone else's starship, or had he truly come to believe in him completely? Chu Xuan and Zhao Waner also saw this message, but the address made Chu Xuan blush even more. Beloved grandson-in-law. Chu Xuan was so angry she wished to pull that old man's beard right now. Let's go greet him, Zhao Chen suggested. After all, he was a duke of the empire, a governor of the star domain, willing to risk to visit Zhao Chen's starship. It was only natural to receive him properly. Zhao Waner nodded, though she was curious about Zhao Chen and Chu Xuan's relationship. Charlotte, have the starship continue following the Chu family fleet at a steady pace, Zhao Chen ordered. Zhao Chen and his companions went to the hangar of the starship to wait for Governor Chu's shuttle. During this time, Zhao Waner inquired about the royal fleet and learned that her brother had been promoted to the Imperial Viscount for his rescue of the students and teachers of the two academies. Soon the shuttle landed in the hangar, with only an elderly man and a military officer escorting him disembarking. Such a 5-star marshal, only accompanied by a single escort? That seemed overly confident. Son-in-law, here is a little gift for you from the Chu River region. They are all special products of the Chu River region. Governor Chu, with a kind face, handed a gift box to Zhao Chen. The attire was not a military uniform, but loose casual wear, giving a feeling of visiting relatives. What the heck? Chu Xuan angrily rushed to her grandfather. You need to explain this to me. What is going on with this so-called son-in-law? Oh, my granddaughter is blushing. Ever since meeting my son-in-law, didn't you often praise him in front of me, saying this is good, that is good? After the first meeting, you even went to the Polar Fox starport to find him by force. Later, when I brought you back to the family, you insisted on going to the Northern Star Military Academy to find young Zhao, refusing to leave and even attempting to commit suicide. Sigh, when a girl grows up and leaves home. I never expected that you went directly to his starship. If it weren't for Yun Zhao's skill, do you know that when you went to the edge of the insect territory, you might have ended up as insect Fu? Governor Chu said with a serious tone, tapping Chu Xuan's head. The words made Zhao Waner give Chu Xuan a meaningful look. Chu Xuan, known as the fearless warrior against insects in battle, blushed as if she was about to bleed. What nonsense are you talking about? Chu Xuan was flustered and stomped her foot. Governor Chu squinted his eyes, smiling. Are the things I just said not true? Chu Xuan was taken aback. Although what her grandfather had said was true, the way he portrayed it was completely twisted. Moreover, she only went to the Northern Star Military Academy because he told her to get in touch with Zhao Chen. How did it turn into her seeking Zhao Chen out? But she couldn't possibly disclose that now. This made Chu Xuan feel like a mute person, unable to voice her grievances. All right, I'll explain it to you later. Governor Chu patted his granddaughter's shoulder and whispered in her ear, Can Grandpa harm you? Despite being embarrassed and angry at her grandfather's behavior, Chu Xuan knew that he would never harm her. If there isn't a reasonable explanation later, watch me yank out all your beard. Chu Xuan threatened with a fierce expression. Son, can young Zhao show me around this legendary starship? Governor Chu smiled as he approached Zhao Chen. He had wanted to address him as son-in-law, but seeing Chu Xuan's ready-to-strike hand, he decided against it to protect his precious spear. Please, this way. Zhao Chen invited Governor Chu inside. Governor Chu smiled and glanced at Zhao Waner and the others standing nearby. Zhao Chen immediately understood the meaning. Waner, why don't you go to the bridge and see the gifts the princess gave us? If you like something, feel free to take it. It won't be sold anyway, so if you like it, keep it. Okay. Zhao Waner saw that her brother was going to have a private conversation with Governor Chu and tactfully left. Waner, distribute these special products from the Chu River region that I brought to those children. Governor Chu handed the gift box to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan wasn't stupid. She rolled her eyes at her grandfather. I'm waiting for your explanation, and if I'm not satisfied, HMPH, it's not over between us. As everyone left, Zhao Chen and Governor Chu were left with the escort officer following at a discreet distance, giving them privacy. I'd like to ask, were your actions in rescuing the students and teachers deliberate? What was your purpose? Governor Chu inquired with his hands behind his back, walking and conversing with Zhao Chen. Zhao Chen didn't answer directly but asked back, "Why did Governor Chu call me your grandson-in-law? What's your motive in all this?" The two individuals' questions were both very direct. General Chu didn't care about who asked or answered, and he said directly, "Right now, you are a shining treasure with this D3 Storm Blizzard class-like interstellar battlecruiser. Many interstellar powers would want to get their hands on you, just like that group led by that fat blue guy today. They look a bit unsightly, relying on this place as their territory, so they dared to act directly, attempting to gain an advantage by striking first. They just didn't expect that I would show up here today. As for me saying you are my Chu family's son-in-law, your current situation must have a cover identity, otherwise, even if you return to the Northern Starfleet Military Academy, trouble will keep coming your way one after another. Actually, I don't care if you have trouble or not, but if those troubles delay the development work of the promised T for interstellar battleship, this old man here won't agree." After saying these words, General Chu looked at Zhao Chen and continued, "Of course, I also appreciate you, this young man, and you are one of the few males my granddaughter doesn't dislike. If in the future you really have a chance to become my son-in-law, I wouldn't rule out considering it." "Are you joking about your granddaughter's lifelong affairs and reputation?" Zhao Chen asked in surprise. General Chu went on, "I'm not afraid to be frank. Before this, there were several princes from the royal family who had thoughts of marrying my granddaughter. Even that old man sitting in that chair mentioned it to me. Someone else's words I can disregard, but I owe that old man too much. If I keep refusing him, it's not appropriate. You can be the diversion for this. As for her reputation, he who dare utter a word against my granddaughter. If you have guts, ask the god of the North's wine first before you speak." General Chu was so domineering and unconventional. In this way, General Chu's actions made sense. On the one hand, it resolved the royal family's marriage intentions, and on the other hand, it protected Zhao Chen, ensuring he could focus on researching the T for interstellar battleship, and also tied Zhao Chen to the Chu family's chariot. General Chu didn't speak anymore. Since they were both so candid, Zhao Chen had nothing to hide either. After all, the matter of the rescue operation was clear to anyone who could see Zhao Chen's strategy. Some of the measures in this rescue operation were indeed intentional. Since the T3 Storm Blizzard class-like interstellar battlecruiser was going to be exposed, I decided to expose it fully and attract as much attention as possible. After all, it's safer for me to be standing in a busy street and to be attacked in a dark corner. Also, on the way back, I deliberately antagonized those noble offspring, showing an uncooperative attitude, to externally indicate that I, Zhao Chen, have no affiliation with any noble power. This way, it might actually make me relatively safe, as some people would worry that I am from an enemy faction and might try to eliminate me. Thus, unless like Governor Blue, they openly use means, no one would dare plot against me behind my back, considering I am a young hero. However, the move made by General Chu was a bit unexpected but also the best situation for now. Zhao Chen expressed his thoughts. General Chu nodded. "Your intentions were correct. You also considered the reckless actions of that group led by Fat Blue Guide, so you weren't worried if today there weren't me and the royal fleet to intervene. Can you really leave there alive?" "I am confident that I can leave alive, just not in the way I least hope for," Zhao Chen said with a cold gaze. General Chu stared at Zhao Chen for a while and for some reason, he felt he had made a very wise decision. If he hadn't appeared there today, for the Starshine Empire, they might have faced an additional enemy. A terrifying enemy. He didn't know why he had such a feeling towards this 20-year-old. "Since General Chu showed up today, I assume you are very satisfied with the technology of the T3 Flame Dragon class medium interstellar destroyer," Zhao Chen said to General Chu. General Chu nodded and didn't hesitate to give his evaluation. At a cost of 5 million stars per ship, it is definitely worth it. Although its performance is not the top among T3 interstellar battleships, it offers the best value for money and can be considered a true interstellar battleship for warfare. I have already arranged for the Starship factory below to prepare for trial production. Within 3 months, the first batch of T3 Flame Dragon class medium interstellar destroyers will be in service. It was indeed the Chu family they could build without caring about production conditions or financial resources. This was the confidence of a powerful family. Rest assured, my previous commitment will not change. I am prepared to build the first batch of 30 T3 Flame Dragon class medium interstellar destroyers. According to the 30 times the cost of production for the technology licensing fee and market trading rules, I will transfer 30% of the upfront payment to you now, which is 15 billion stars. When the construction of the 30 T3 Flame Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyers is completed, the remaining payments will be made later. The excess part will be considered as research sponsorship for you, General Chu said, making Zhao Chen's heart skip a beat. 30% upfront payment, 15 billion stars? That's a total of 50 billion stars. When all 30 T3 Flame Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyers are in service, Zhao Chen could earn another 35 billion stars just by lying down. Wow. Indeed, the Chu family, with their wealth and power, could easily spend several billion stars on technology licensing fees with just a wave of their hand. When he traded with Li Yaqi before, he had to ask for an advance of 20 million stars to ensure the smooth production and service of those 30 starships. Truly, to make big money, one needed advanced high-class starships. The profit from selling 60 to 70 T2 starships might not be as high as that from a single T3 interstellar battleship, especially considering the time and labor costs involved. The difference was too significant. Sure, if you had any technical doubts or questions, contact me immediately. I'm available 24/7. Zhao Chen's smile was radiant at this moment. Looking at General Chu, the more he looked, the more he felt that this old man was exceptionally clear-minded. During this time, don't stir up any major disturbances. The Empire hasn't been very peaceful lately, General Chu casually remarked, causing Zhao Chen to tense up. These big shots often knew things that most people didn't, considering the heights they occupied were unreachable by most. General Chu, do you know anything about what's about to happen? Zhao Chen looked at General Chu and inquired. General Chu said lightly, it's nothing particularly special. As long as you don't get involved, you won't have any repercussions. At least for now, your value isn't enough for those interstellar powers to risk opposing our Chu family to target you. Of course, it would be best if you don't leave the North Wind Star Domain and Chu River Star Domain area. Zhao Chen nodded. With this startup capital of 15 billion stars, he could finally start his construction plans in the Old Dragon territory. And as for the outside, whoever wants to go out can go. The next time he comes out, he will definitely bring a super interstellar fleet. Blue fat guy. Yellow wastrel. They'll all kneel and acknowledge his dominance. T.S. 2/5 an elderly person and a young person strolled around the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship during a snowstorm, and chatted a lot in the process. Half of their conversation was about the technical questions regarding the T3 Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer. Zhao Chen could see through the intention of Governor Chu. Those technical issues were quite professional. He was trying to test whether Zhao Chen was actually the developer of this starship technology. But for Zhao Chen, a top starship engineer with exceptional talent, those questions were child's play. However, what surprised Zhao Chen was that Governor Chu did not inquire much about this T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship. Originally, Zhao Chen thought he would request the starship technology of this T3 starship, but he only asked about the cost and simple questions. Just as the two were about to reach the bridge, Zhao Chen raised a question. Speaking of this T3 Blizzard, it is indeed impressive, but you mentioned earlier that the cost is 13 million star coins, right? This is not suitable for my interstellar fleet, and as this old man knows, one cannot be too greedy. The T3 Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer, sufficient. Governor Chu explained. Zhao Chen quickly understood the rationale behind this. The combat power of T3 Blizzard class was indeed remarkable, but its greatest point was its high-intensity mobility. However, Governor Chu's command was mainly in large battlefields, focusing on frontal legion-level battles, currently leaning towards defense. In comparison, the T3 Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer priced at only 5 million star coins was more suitable for the battlefield, even though its combat power was inferior to T3 Blizzard. Another reason was that even the Chu family could not manufacture T3 interstellar battleships without limit. That would be wasting resources. First, mass-produce the T3 Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer, then equip the fleet. As for the T3 Blizzard-class light interstellar battleship, Zhao Chen was already tied to the Chu family's chariot. Was there any need to worry? As they entered the bridge, Chu Xuan and Lila were admiring the gifts bestowed by the princess. Grandpa, Chu Xuan approached upon seeing her grandpa, we've chatted enough, and we're almost at the Stargate. It's time for us to return home. Ah, going back. Chu Zhuan looked somewhat unhappy. She felt quite stimulated being around Zhao Chen, experiencing various battles, even better than serving in the Imperial Army. Zhao gave us the technical blueprint of a T3 interstellar battleship. Don't you want to be the first to test sail this T3 interstellar battleship? Governor Chu's words immediately piqued Chu Zhuan's curiosity. This old man could see through his granddaughter's thoughts very clearly. Then I'll see you off. Zhao Chen once again escorted Governor Chu to the hangar of the shuttle. While on the shuttle, Zhao Chen leisurely asked a question. How did Governor Chu's interstellar fleet arrive in the Blue Star domain without alerting the Blue Governor? Governor Chu chuckled mysteriously and said, the Empire specifically likes to send some people to me to earn military merit. There are some softies, like Huan Jixian, but also some good talents. I don't mind nurturing these talents, and after they gain experience in my fleet, they naturally won't be stationed at the border. They will return to their respective homes through arranged relations. Among the Blue Star domain, there are also students I once taught, and his fiefdom happens to be in a system neighboring the Bluefield star system. My interstellar fleet first traveled to his system Stargate, then relied on warp speed to arrive at the Bluefield star system. It's much more convenient to travel such distances with T3 interstellar battleships, taking less than a day. I calculated the time, and everything fits perfectly. If your student reveals the relationship with you, will he face retaliation from the Blue Governor? Zhao Chen asked. Governor Chu coldly snorted. If he had discovered it himself before, he might have caused trouble. But since now he openly stands with me, that fatty Blue won't make a move. He has no reason to offend me for a small lord. Besides, many interstellar powers are interconnected. Even in my Chu domain, there are eyes planted by the Blue Fatty, the royal family, and other factions. Zhao Chen understood this as an unspoken rule among these high-level players. All right, this is where I bid farewell. I'm waiting for the gift you prepared for me. Governor Chu's hand pressed on Zhao Chen's shoulder, exerting an invisible pressure on him. If it were someone else, they would have probably crumbled instantly. However, after 3 super soldier serum transformations, Zhao Chen was unfazed, not even budging. Well done, well done. Governor Chu laughed heartily, tapping Zhao Chen's chest with his fist, even more pleased with this young man. After bidding farewell, Chu Zhuan followed Governor Chu aboard the shuttle back to the Chu family's fleet. Inside the shuttle, Chu Zhuan stared at Chu grandfather with her eyes unwavering. She then asked, Grandpa, can you explain to me what exactly is going on with this son-in-law? Cough, cough, cough. Governor Chu quickly protected his beard, realizing that only Chu Zhuan could make him feel fearful in this world. Without hiding anything, Governor Chu disclosed all the information about his collaboration with Zhao Chen to Chu Zhuan, including the agreement of granting a T for Starship within 3 years. He actually has the ability to develop a T for interstellar battleship. How is that possible? Chu Zhuan was stunned. The man who was several years younger than herself had already entered the realm of T for interstellar battleships. Initially, I also didn't believe it, but when I handed over the T3 Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer to the 3 Starship research institutions under my command for study, what did those highly paid Starship engineers, scientists, and researchers tell me? The technical expertise of this T3 Dragon-class medium interstellar destroyer surpasses them completely, and even in the Star Imperial Empire, there are very few capable individuals I can. They even asked me who this master was, and whose achievements from which top Starship research institution. I didn't mention Zhao Chen's involvement. Governor Chu looked at Chu Zhuan. Zhuaner, now do you understand why I arranged for him to be your son-in-law? I gave him 3 reasons initially, but there's another reason as well. He has great potential, and I am very satisfied with this kid. Considering your age as well as the early departure of your parents, I owe them, and I swore to take care of you. Those royal brats wanting to marry you, I outright rejected them. They weren't worthy, and once you enter that circle, there's no getting out. I don't want you involved in that deceitful darkness. In comparison, Zhao Chen, who self-made his way, is easier to control. When the time is right, and the heat dies down, you can go back to Zhao Chen. If you two are really compatible, I can genuinely acknowledge him as your son-in-law. I will use the Chu family's resources to nurture him. Make a fake reality. Grandpa, what are you saying? Chu Zhuan glared at her grandfather with embarrassment and anger, but did not threaten to pluck his beard again. It seems she tacitly accepted the situation. She consoled herself. This was just to protect Zhao Chen. After all, she owed him some favor in the past. It was just a matter of status, and she wouldn't lose anything. After separating from the Chu family fleet, Zhao Chen's T3 Blizzard journeyed through the Bluefield Galaxy Stargate and finally returned to the Northern Star Galaxy a few days later. Zhao Chen did not return to the Northern Starfleet Military Academy, but went directly to the L Dragon base. The rescue operation for students and faculty from 2 academies took nearly 10 days. During this period, the 2 Theta Hammerhead heavy interstellar industrial ships at the L Dragon base did not stop working. According to Zhao Chen's original production plan, if the current production plan is completed, the production of Theta Hammerhead heavy interstellar industrial ships will continue. Zhao Chen never thought there could be too many of these interstellar support ships. At this moment, within the expansion platform of the existing Theta Hammerhead heavy interstellar industrial ships, there were already the hull frames of 2 more Theta Hammerhead heavy interstellar industrial ships. They were expected to be in service by mid-April. Zhao Chen and Secretary Lily left the T3 Blizzard and arrived at the first Theta Hammerhead heavy interstellar industrial ship using a shuttle. "Commander, sir," a 3-meter-tall Minotaur woman in work clothes stood in front of Zhao Chen with the ability to lift Zhao Chen with one hand. The Minotaur woman had horns on her head, perfectly sculpted muscles, healthy wheat-colored skin, drooping ears, and a small tail behind her. In his past life, she would definitely be considered a bodybuilding beauty. Zhao Chen glanced at a certain point and couldn't help but wonder if such a large obstruction would hinder her work. Also, could her race be related to Kaz? Clearing his thoughts, Zhao Chen asked, "Your name is Janie? You actually remembered my name," Janie exclaimed. Janie was both the captain and chief engineer of the Theta Hammerhead heavy interstellar industrial ship, and a former subordinate of Charlotte in the fleet, mainly responsible for starship maintenance and construction. Hardworking and capable, she never complained about any tasks. Though she might lack in talent, she was definitely a good employee. This made her the first captain and chief engineer of the Theta Hammerhead heavy interstellar industrial ship. Of course, after all, Janie, you have been working here for our All Dragon fleet, and you have contributed to the starships we operate. How could I forget you? So, what reward would you like? Zhao Chen asked, placing his hand on Janie's shoulder. "Can I hug you, Sir Commander?" Janie looked at Zhao Chen eagerly. Then she quickly waved her hands and said apologetically, "Maybe this request is too impolite. If you don't want to, then forget it." "No, I don't mind. I'm just surprised why you would make such a request," Zhao Chen said with a wry smile. Janie chuckled, touching the horns on her head. "I used to follow General Charlotte, and since I ate the most among my species, my parents couldn't afford to raise me. They gave me to passing General Charlotte, who treated me well. Although I couldn't eat my fill, at least I wasn't starving. Later, General Charlotte had me work for you. At first, I was a bit scared. But then I realized, General Charlotte's decision was spot on. You are our god here. We no longer suffer oppression, and we can eat our fill every day. I can eat a bowl of rice every day. It was the first time in my life that I felt full. So, I've always admired you, Sir Commander. If I can hug you, I'd be content. I don't need any other rewards." She was truly a naive girl. "All right then," Zhao Chen said, smiling as he opened his arms. But soon, he regretted it. Zhao Chen was now 1.8 meters tall, while Janie, the Minotaur woman, was over 2 meters tall. And this innocent girl didn't bend down to hug Zhao Chen, she just grabbed him. Zhao Chen felt a sense of suffocation. Ow, sorry, I got too excited just now." Janie quickly let go, looking flustered at the commander. It's fine." Zhao Chen managed a faint smile. Janie's strength was really something, and Zhao Chen now understood why there were rumors of some special beings among beast tribes who could shatter the hull armor of a T1 starship with one punch. Even injected with the T3 super soldier drug, Zhao Chen found it hard to break free of Janie's arm. If it were an ordinary person, they would have fallen apart with that hub. "Janie, I came to talk to you about something important."